beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders, and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders, and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders, and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want how? Me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it, obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders, and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de Los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. All day, and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, We will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I may imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want. Me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want. Me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine it. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want. Me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey it. Orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders, and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders, and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobello, because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we'd make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders, and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else, so you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas, pitting itself against imaginary fleets, coughed. Imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Mompos, and even Portobelo? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas pitting itself against imaginary fleets. Coughed. I mean, imagine that. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Obey the orders and nothing else. So you want me to beg for aid from Quito, Santa Fe, Monpos, and even Portobello? Because if France attacks us, we will have to defend Cartagena as it deserves, and we would make fools of ourselves, observed de los Rios, still with remnants of drunkenness. The strongest city in the Americas pitting itself against imaginary fleets. Coughed. I mean, imagine that, forget he not had it since Charles V, but the French people felt even sadder when they learned that the Regency, given that the successor, his great-grandson Louis XV, was only 5 years old, fell to the Palatine Prince Philip of France, Duke of Orleans, a man whose indecency and corruption were already legendary in certain circles, and whose appointment the king made among the mists of agony, when everyone began to convince themselves that he wasn't really immortal, induced by his natural son, the Duke of Maine, and, of course, by the inevitable Maintenon, who would thus have part of fee, power, although he retired to his properties in Saint-Cyr, as François-Marie, already returned from Holland, had no qualms about proclaiming it, for since the beginning, even though he was occupied in writing his Edipe and his Henriade, he satirized the new regime in verses such as those where he liked to promulgate Voici le temps de l'aimable. Régent's fortunate times, marked by licentiousness, jests that in a few months led me to exile in Sully-sur-Loire, and soon after, as I said, to the Bastille, while I worked, obscurely at the observatory, survived in a new and modest room on the Tourmissoir Street, where I only moved my clothes, and the naked I did regard in its flowered frame, and barely, if from time to time realize, still immature for my true projects, one or another mission for the lodge, such as that of censoring the number of prostitutes in Paris, work during which I was confused several times, and I almost ended up breaking my bones in prison, and meanwhile saw expanding around me, or squeeze me like pliers, my solitude of Metica, without a direction or known origin, the solitude of my spirit, now full of heights and abysses, of gloomy visions or sudden exaltations, and wandered through the fight, our dark nooks of the city, in the rain or the snow, wounded by the October wind, like a dry leaf more, and one night I dreamed that Louis XIV, lengthened by his high heels, that he never put on when sick, visited me to make love in my old house on Plâtrier Street, and I offered him chocolate with biscuits, and he laughed with healthy joy when he learned that once, when the forgotten attack of his fleet on Cartagena de Indias, he had come to consider it my enemy. Then wide doors would open, and through them Frederick, with a diploma of honor from the Academy of Sciences, and Lupercio, in the guise of a sailor, and Christina, dressed like a lady of Versailles, and my father and Cipriano. But here the vision became sadder, dressed in dirty rags, weeping, with a blue leper covering their shivering bodies, and horribly hideous, and Louis XIV would laugh again, now, with a mocking laugh, before darkening. I saw him dance like a male sylph through a room filled with thrones and armor, and wept because he knew he was dead, he who had come to feel like a god, dead and putrefied like an old horse, like a vulture lying prostrate in the middle of a pasture, and fine Voltaire laughed from a distant box, and that morning, waking up, seeing the snow gently tapping the windows, I experienced a crushing sense of failure. I thought that as an employee more than secondary at the observatory, I would never prolong, as I wished, Frederick's mission on Earth, that I would never convince the puffed-up Parisian astronomers of the existence of the planet Genoveva. The lodge no longer used me except for minor jobs, and I would never have been able to understand his highest goals, in which I was deeply mistaken, and I felt an infinite unease about my future, which I saw closed as a great oak door. Fortunately, I quickly got dressed, and instead of going to the observatory, I headed towards a nearby mansion with iron railings and mythological beasts on the facade. Here lived Count Henri de Boulainvilliers, where I was received by a housekeeper with very white hair and a kind face, who, when I asked her, with a smile explained that her lord was not a common astrologer who raised horoscopes at the request of the first person to ask. He was very rich and dedicated to philosophical meditation, without leaving his room on the top floor of the house, even though he descended from King Buddha and St. Stephen of Hungary, and was related to the St. Simon's. He was still very shy, modest, and feared strangers, so it would be best for me to continue my way and go to another astrologer, one who raised horoscopes for a few coins. But I insisted, and the good woman made me see that at that moment her lord had dedicated part of his invaluable time to raising the horoscopes of the Dukes of Montagu and of Richmond, and of the Earl of Macclesfield, who were characters with an enviable nobility. He would not bother to make the one for pardon. An Indian girl? Was I Italian? No, I clarified. Spanish, or better, Indian, a Hindu, she concluded, who suddenly appeared at the door of Count de Boulainvilliers, pretending metaphysical anxieties. Or what? You're Geman Espinosa. And here the woman began to slight kindness, looked at me with imperious eyes, but I challenged her with mine, and demanded that she communicate with mine. Her lord, that she came from her confraternity of Cloth Notre Dame, an argument that made her hesitate, because without knowing it she must have heard those signs many times before. So reluctantly she let me pass, and I saw her disappear grumbling, with evident effort to climb them, up a set of stairs, round and double, I suppose heading for the fairs round, cellar, where she took more than 20 minutes to return, so I had time to admire the excellent decoration of the room, with tapestries and Sevres vases, which corresponded to the high rank of the dweller, a 60-year-old man, I would say, with blonde hair that emerged under a white wig, with an old jacket that he must have worn to work, whose small eyes and very blue looked into the depths of my soul, before warning me about the strictly scientific and philosophical nature of his investigations, telling me that if I investigations ever lifted my horoscope, it would be out of humanity, and yet not out of deference to the people of Cloth Notre Dame, who were far from his acolytes, foolish followers of speculum, for humanity or sympathy that in no way I must feel offensive, because it was clear my deplorable state, my unhealthy situation, my neglect, my suffering, words at that. Thanked him, and he, to communicate that had been born near the equator line, rubbed himself with desperation hair, because, according to said, his boards to determine fair position of the houses of the horoscope correspond to longitudes and latitudes of France and England, so that I would have to do a tedious additional work to raise mine. Therefore he couldn't promise me anything for the short time, but he asked me to have faith in him, and I discovered, as I would corroborate 15 years later in his memoir, Sur le règne de Louis XIV et la Régence, his cousin Louis de Rouvreau, Duke of Saint-Simon, a member of the Regency Council at the time, that Boulainvilliers was a simple, kind, humble man by nature, who was far from feeling any pride, that he explained with pleasure what he knew, trying not to make it felt by others, and whose curiosity, to fail, product of an open spirit, was insatiable, always within the limits of the most absolute correctness. A man, in short, one piece, as one would expect from a wise man, or a taste, as one would expect from a wise man, at least from a wise man in maturity, for he was the last thing I could have shown on my young wise man during that day of confusion, when, so soon as we found ourselves aboard the open quern that was to conduct us to the neighborhood of low houses of San Diego, I saw myself compelled to address him a few reproaches, because the truth, however, horrible it may seem, was that we had become accomplices of a buccaneer, of a ferocious beast, which he, walking his gaze, always dreamy, though now dim and restless, among the crowd that was gathering, obstructing the traffic of the carriages, pretended that he couldn't know it, that he had made Leclerc his promise ignorance of who he was, and now he felt obliged to fulfill it, and I, seeing all that crowd of men seized with not very rational fear yet, for the collective fantasy was imagining all kinds of atrocities, which we finally turned pale in front of reality, seeing the many scoundrels who took advantage of the general disorder, the rascals who dared to enter the walled town against it, municipal prohibitions to gather together in the churches with the rest of the women, the crunching of teeth and silk and satin, the heroic postures where the panic was, secretly borborating the growing rubbish on the streets. I thought that, one way or another, it would be good for the governor and the Castellans to know that, with the fleet squadron came buccaneers from Tortuga, but Frederick, who continued to encourage hope of being transferred to some French possession by the Fripons, without seeing that he couldn't even take it as French, since by joining the buccaneers he voluntarily took shelter under the black flag with the white skull. He replied, perhaps with a troubled conscience, and so on. It was not yet clear to me, and very much to my regret, for exceptional talents, such as Federico, cannot be measured with the same criteria as ordinary humans. I associated it. Then with the boy who dodged my looks and twirled his chestnut hair next to mine in the trash can, and who asked me to discern that case of conscience, claiming to feel confused mind, filled with contradictory ideas, I began to believe I am a little cowardly. I am not sure if I could fight against the French, if they are French, and no solo. Boomerangues y eran franceses, le dije. Las fragatas tal vez pertenecían a los piratas del Pitiguao, pero esos 10 barcos de alto porto no podían perderlos sino a la armada francesa, a menos, cosa muy poco probable, que el almirante Neville hubiese decidido atacarnos. Pero creo que en la imaginación de mi amigo se mezclaban ahora la fatalidad de tener que enfrentarse a aquellos por él medio endiosados franceses, que él solo conseguía valorar a través de su idea de un Pascal, un Besnier, un Cassegrain. I así sucesivamente. Don't have me delivered to him in the solitudes of Zamba, my naive wise one, my virgin lover, twice wingless, so many times castrated, now a ridiculous puppet under the white moonlight, who perhaps would laugh, who perhaps would feel sorry for her, but no, because she never fought any war, a war to the death, or a joust of love on a gory field of fog. Feathers distracted her from her mathematical course, 8 moon, the 2 8 moons, April's moon of my griefs, simple moon, just. Fray Tomás de la Annunciación, as he went through each morning, swaying and ringing the small bell in his copper pot, as he walked around Toledo's narrow streets, calling on its inhabitants for generosity to aid his order of poor friars, and his canticle took on the sound of a wailing widow, as he didn't hold back on the cries, nor any other rhetorical devices, and the constant, annoying clinking of the bell in the container brought to mind not only the sound of boards struck together that had replaced the bells during Holy Week for convocating to services, but also the monotonous noise associated with lepers, so at times some devout old woman would peer out from a window, her face etched by time. Vampire Bart, and so I gave him a pitiful sum in the jar, which he accepted on behalf of the Most High, not his own or the Order's, and then, once the old woman had disappeared, he examined the gift very carefully, and must have cursed, for his habit, the meanness of this rotten pack of money, but stingy to the last penny, and I saw him emerge from the last penny, corner of the San Diego convent, and he walked with a limp so faltering as his hurtful voice, and from my window in confinement I saw that at every turn he stopped to carry out some mysterious operation by the back of his dirty habit, still bearing the marks of the corvina fried with which he had kept watch the previous night during his fasts of third-order glutton, and it was true that the city, at that legless hour, looked almost deserted, and the frail one only occasionally stumbled across some group of water carriers who greeted him in the name of the Lord, or some lumberjack who unhooked the donkey's load to fulfill orders from the main houses. And now I saw him meeting some drunken youngsters, whose fallen lasso swords scraped the ground, who sang obscene couplets and swore, excited by wine, to sweep the streets with the first corsair who dared it, to appear in front of the port his cowardly children, and who, as Fray Tomás passed, made fun of him, shouting that the third-order friars had an open arse and a closed pocket, that if they invited the friar he would take the long step, that the friar who prayed for God prayed for two, and jokes of this caliber that scared the good secular, and made him quicken his pace. Then, when he was in front of my window, he greeted with the sign of the cross, asked if it would be indiscreet to sound the doorbell. I told him out of offer, pure cunning to do so. Bernabe took a long time to come out. In accordance with custom, he allowed me free entrance. Thus, when I was briefly taken from the prison, so that I could have breakfast in the strict company of women, Father Thomas was none the less very well settled at one end of the fair table, already making good progress on a quartet of eggs and bacon, insensitive to Christina's malicious observation that much eating led to an unfortunate old age. But the friar thought otherwise while he ate heartily. All old ages are unfortunate because, as you kill the body when you cure the soul, and it is obvious that he did it. Not like the fact that there were no longer any new dishes in prospect, now that morning had cleared, and made me sigh at the erotic fragrances which came from the courtyard, nor could I resist sighing for the memory of that great act which had been on the verge of being consummated, had it not been for this bitch, Maria Rosa, whom one day I would pay back, and who was already getting her just deserts, and who she stared at me with the most unbearable sarcasm. And if I could have killed her, I would have done so with paper slaps as though she were a fly, but the atmosphere was very serious, the friar now animated by the sight of Anne. Egg woven with sugar, a salad of lettuce, unaware that we had brought it since Zamba told us the news. He asked if we had heard the rumours. They were not gossiping, but at 12 leagues from the city, more than 20 warships had been spotted. Some said there were 30 of them. It would not be surprising if they attacked us. I doubt they would go to Portobello. After all, Cartagena was our strongest fortress. If they wanted to give King Charles a good beating, they would find no better place than this one, God, and if the entremets came out well, the king would test in favour of Philip of Anjou, but anyway, that would be the least of our worries. What we had to fear now was our skin. And then he started talking about the King of France with incredible contempt. He said that his soldiers, from the deceased Louvois onwards, hadn't been all their lives, anything but a bunch of sodomites. Then Christina, with inexplicable alarm, asked if it also applied to Louis XIV, but the friar denied it outright. No, the monarch was what the French called franc doux. Collier, he liked women too much, took off his hat in front of the cook, something Beauvais, the Queen's chambermaid, had taught him. And look, Louis XIV once called astrology a liar, my mother, and may Icciari not hear it, because the astrologers had predicted that he would love, until the end of his days, an old whore, and now Isabel Carlotta de Baviera, the Duchess of Orleans, to whom they gave the title of Palatine Princesses, as she was the daughter of the Elector Palatine of the Rhine. A woman proverbially ill-spoken, they say that she said the prophecy had come true, because the king had been married for 13 years after his wife's death, with the Marchesa de Maintenon, and the Palatine Princess maintained, according to what you say, that the Maintenon was an old whore. She proclaimed it in public, as she hated her with a haughtiness. She compared her to the Dutch Sigbrit, who lived with King Christian of Denmark. Jay and the widow of Scaron didn't take her eyes off the monarch. She didn't allow him to grow even a single grey hair. How dirty he had been, and how puny he was, an astute fox. He had learned all the tricks and caprices of Cardinal Mazarino, who imposed on Spain the Treaty of the Pyrenees, and forced our very beloved Infanta Maria Teresa, who rest in peace, to marry Louis XIV, and thus have to cohabit with Arthur. Him, the infamy of the Peace of Aachen. And yes, we would bear witness to new infamies. God forfend new infamies, but he couldn't fathom, that poor friar, how far it would go. I think he was just trying to scare us, convinced as he must have been that the divine powers would be on the side of Catholic Spain, and I, that night, or maybe a night later, dreamed that Louis XIV, majestically attired, but so young as Frederick, descended from a warship at the Santa Cruz fortress, and came straight to me to kiss my hand, and he did so with such a pronouncing gesture that Maria Rosa, lost among the absorbed crowd, looked at me with a sorrowful frown and broke into tears. And now I must say that the dream was somewhat prophetic, because in mid-1714, when I had not yet been working at the Observatory of Paris for a year, Louis XIV and a considerable group of his courtiers turned up without warning, with the vague purpose of inspecting, giving encouragement, perhaps even a little show of patronizing the sciences. The truth is that they caught us red-handed. I was cleaning an instrument in the largest of the cabinets, the one with the large windows, with skeletons in the archivolts, where several astronomers were occupied with very complex calculations, and when we had bowed to them, they asked us to continue with what we were doing, to make believe that we didn't notice them. But when they noticed my presence, I mean a female presence, he came straight to me, simply whispered, "Madame," lifted my hand, and deposited on it a whole Campbell's kiss, and I saw his eyes wide, his fine mouth, and the most fine moustache, his monarch's bearing, the impeccable dressing with frothy white lace emerging from all sides, and I didn't want to believe that he was that man who, so, so, noon, 1697, Secretary, save, and the man had not yet opened his barber shop. It is true that there was alarm in the square about the matter of the pirates, and that this disrupted the schedules, but he had always been very punctual. He lived right there in the back room, and it was more than noon and a half, and the barber shop was still closed. I know my own habits very well, too. Say nothing of the fact that for 15 years now I had been getting my hair cut by him, and only by him. Then the constables examined the locked door, obviously blocked from the inside. Then they caressed their chins, won the bristly hair on his neck, and exchanged glances, while the man with the campana boots insisted that he was the best barber in town. Something must have happened to him, for the barber shop was still closed at this hour, and the constables had had enough of knocking. No one answered. I've already been beardless for a day and a half. This is not the custom. What misfortune! At worst he has died alone, that poor bachelor, and the constables tried to pick the lock with hooks and iron hooks in vain. Because there was a bar, someone had closed themselves in from the inside. And don't you tell me that he fell asleep until 1 o'clock. He is a 12 o'clock. Man of restrained habits. The constables looked at the man with the campana boots with undisguised fury. Something must have happened to him. He is extremely punctual. If he is extremely punctual, constables tried to push against the locked door with all their shoulders, and they heard a sharp creak, but the impediment was still there. He must have died without God's gods, help, or his neighbours, poor man, and the constables did not resist the temptation to reflect for a moment whether they should attack the door or the man with the campana boots. My God! They took 3 steps back and lunged at him. Then the door fell to the ground in one piece, and there he was, decapitated with his own knife, dead. The assassin had fled through the roof, but I only found out about this months later, when the nightmare was over, and Fray Gallicari had recovered from his ailments, which did not allow him to finish breaking lances for the Empire of Justice, and from there the baldoon that fell on Federico, from where I again infer and confirm the inexorability of each destiny, and oblige myself to publish, without reservation, the skill that certain people possess, whether they acquire it or are born with it, to foresee what is in future by means of very varied kinds of art, but primarily through astrology, whose origins seem to go back to the Set Bible, and whose deepest cultors were probably the fake Chaldean priests, notwithstanding which I believe that few have such exquisite mastery as Henri de Boulainvilliers, who not only predicted with worrying accuracy the day and time of the death of Louis XIV, but also of many other characters, and even of his own son, dead at Malplaquet, and hers occurred 6 years after that, in which, with indulgent patience, because I sensed so spoiled and desolate, he raised my horoscope to give it to me one spring afternoon under the chestnut trees of a nearby park, while a cold breeze blew through my hair and made me long for the warm winds of the Caribbean Sea, the celestial correspondences of whose geographical latitude the old wise man must have analyzed in detail to discern the position of the stars over my city on the night of my birth. A city, I suppose, as in the old frontier romance, where Abinamar was born, with great signs such as those there are, I suppose, in any day or night of the world, though not perhaps of quite so ominous a nature as this. For although Mars, the planet of constructive energies, ruled my destiny, it was troubled by a double quadrature of the sun, and Mercury, which seemed to give me a plausible force of will, but also, with it, a certain stubbornness that would eventually deprive me of all horizon of happiness, and plunge me into a persistently ill-fated state, which perhaps I myself could not realize except by sudden jolts, while the sign of Aries in the sun ruled by Libra and forming. The ascendant condemned me to unbridled carnal appetite and predisposition to accidents and frustrations, unaided even by the ascetic trend, and inclination to mysticism, and inclination to war. abstract sciences that Cancer in the 4th house and Scorpio in the 8th seemed to indicate an appetite, according to Boulainvilliers, which should be reined in if, on one hand, I was not to be overwhelmed by melancholy, which haunted me through my moon in quadrature with Saturn, and on the other hand achieve humanistic ideals, a desire to renew ethical and religious values that Jupiter gave me in trine with a certain mysterious body, which he said he had first included in astronomical calculation, and to whom he attributed the precision of his prophecies. I guessed that this could be the planet Genevieve, although in any case Sagittarius in the 9th house inclined towards the pays noir, sacrifice of one's own existence, and the lamentable lot of fortune presaged the presence of 2 painful captivities in my future years, while the death point extended towards a very distant perspective was clear indication of a long but accident-filled life, whose exact end Boulainvilliers was not in my case able to inform, since intricate calculations would have been required, years of work that he could not dedicate except to the great of the world. Nevertheless, he was in a position to advise me to take great care of the full moons of April, and perhaps also of some waning moon of August, not to make friends with women save those who would open for me the gates of knowledge, to conduct my life with prudence, wise discretion, because it was seen that I could die by execution, and, in short, to try not to activate on cursed lands the maleficent power of the black beast, whose claws were waiting for me for a long time. Then he told me that nothing more could be done for me, that my life, despite the infertility of my womb determined by Venus in the sign of Sagittarius, perhaps a seed of destiny would sprout, but not in the way I imagined it, not in the realm of abstract sciences or of mysticism that, however, were to alternate as absorbing poles of my activity, and still he advised me to try to rid myself of the shadow that was poisoning me, the ghost that was haunting me and drying up my acts, to cast it from me if ever I wanted to be free. And then he bade me farewell by kissing my hand in the style of a late king, and begging me no more will I hope for any help from you, for all impulse would come from myself, and destiny, after all, was modifiable by will. So I watched it slip away between the trees and flower-rich masses of the park, as if transparent in the spring light, and so I had to remember it for the rest of my life, and so I do even today, when most of my life, and so I do even today, when most of its warnings have come true, and only a little more remains of its prophecy, which, because our deep currents are more impetuous than any force we try to oppose them, I revered. In meditation, solitude but forgot in crucial moments, in the crossroads of tempestuous winds where my life was decided, and so, just 3 or 4 weeks after my final encounter with Boulainvilliers, besieged by the aromas and translucent visions of French spring, I felt sexual urgencies awakening within me again. I relived the anxious, first to be loved, to feel that I was incubating desires and frenzies in the physiology of such a one, finally to affirm the survival of my youth, the only gift that heaven still rained on me despite my 36 years. Then I noticed a minor employee of the observatory, an apprentice astronomer who lived by asking too many questions, and managing to be always near me, and I started making him see that he excited my attention, but without saying a word, waiting for him to take the initiative, until one night, when we left the building after a night of patient surveys in the celestial vault, where our superiors were very disappointed at the inability to explain those clouds that began to cloud their consciences, and where I had sneaked several times through the Cassegrain telescope the glaucous and cold light of planet Genoveva, the young man came closer to me more than usual, and asked me in a whisper, yes, I would not have been willing to take in her company one of those most stimulating breakfasts at Parisien boarding houses used to offer at that time, and to dampen it with a good jar of wine, for we would have more than a day and a half free from then on, and I accepted with all my heart, seeing the southern, almost innocent face of the boy, who told me his name was Jean Trencavo, that he was Provençal, and under the protection of the geographer Guillaume Delisle, whose works were beginning to revolutionize cartography a little, and it is true that the breakfast, too dampened with red wine, turned into a feverish pilgrimage through the taverns of Paris, full of uneasy stabs, of green absinthe, and obscene songs, at the end of which he led me to his home, an adorable little house in a quiet neighborhood, where I met his mother, a woman not much older than 45, plump, lively, with very rosy skin, and a joy more overflowing than that of Jean, who had been widowed for about 4 years, and must support, working as a washerwoman, and barely relieved by the meagre income of the eldest son, a family of 7 beautiful children, 3, last of whom was a very blonde girl of around 7 or 8 years old, with enormous grey eyes that, without knowing why, disturbed me until I was overcome with dread when I saw them that noon flooded with April light, and while the good lady humbly welcomed us into the house, I was struck even more, to the point of feeling chills, when I heard Healis, the creature, sing, in a language unknown to me, a lullaby that seemed addressed to me, something like Bel Cibale, Luno Motrompado, that marked with a worn melody, permeated by a desolate purity, as if it had sprung from an arid and unrememberable past. So I asked Jean what those words meant, and he, smiling, clarified that it was the old language of E.C., of that sweet troubadoursk Lemosine, in which they translated beautiful night, the moon has deceived me. And I remembered that that night there would be a full moon, and I shivered again, because the girl sang Bel Cibale, Neni Baireni Tasso, that is beautiful night, I Tasso, that is beautiful night, I had no glass or cup, and I don't know why that voice and those eyes pushed me to a sort of internal tearing, as if in them was condensed all the sadness of the world, as if they were pleading from beyond. Then Marguerite, or rather mother, explained to me that the little girl, whom they had baptized Marie, was a bit slow-witted. She would not speak to anyone. She was afraid of wide spaces. She lived engulfed in herself and her strange games, which did not reproduce reality, but invented ghostly worlds, and they would never have discovered that she could speak, except because she learned Provençal songs with great ease. The songs they kept as a tradition from the times when minstrels, who understood the chirping of birds, paraded through the air of Provence. Here is the translation of the provided text. The complaint or jubilation of his gay adventure, of his closeted trove, where they used to entangle hermetic allusions, but Jean tore me away from the fascination to propose that we play a card game with his older siblings, in which the loser would have to be kissed on the mouth by the first winner if they were of opposite sex, or allow him to spank their bottom with the palm of his hand if their sex was the same, which caused us to start becoming so enervated and intoxicated that we derived into a general state of madness, compliantly monitored by Marguerite, who was drinking glasses upon glasses of wine, while ironing clothes in a corner of the kitchen, and in one of those Jean hung me on his arms and carried me in a swing until his room, where he suckled my lips till ecstasy and possessed me time, and again in a torrentous delirium that, however, didn't seem to satiate us, and towards the primer night their mother called us to take some snack. Then, when we came out, I saw that little Marie had remained, as if she were guarding the door of the bedroom, looking at me with an extravaged reproach, singing a sad serenade, Al foc man yeter, al look clear, al street, te palho I man amic, which pierced me until desolation, because there was something very sweet, but also supernatural and unsettling, in the behavior of that child whose eyes, although almost inexpressive, radiated a certain melancholic power, as if coming from far away, perhaps from the time of the famish and wandering troubadours who went from castle to castle, weaving love songs in exchange for a few escudos, an ill-fitting cloak, or a miserable plate of food, perhaps from those distant years when the fair Albigenses heretics were burned at the stake by Guillaume Arnaud and Domino de Guzman, and I realized that I would never be able to free myself from the inexplicable magic of all. That tiny, frail being who wandered like a spectre through the cottage, whose lattices were now beginning to filter in the moonlight of April's full moon, the same that shone on Cartagena the night my confinement began, and still enchanted with murky light, that city where Federico leaned as much as he could, suspended from his belly by the northwestern window of the lookout, pointing downward like a plumb line, the coiled sheet of linen paper, and I, mounted horseback on the window of Mary Rose's room, situated exactly under the rude observatory, pointed vertically upward at the roll until its tips touched and met as 2 mouths in a kiss. Then we could communicate without raising our voices or waking anyone, also without being able to see each other but half, just as Bernabe, sent by Federico, had suggested to me when he provided the sheet that it must be coiled in a spiral to stretch its size, and my friend, who could dominate from his position the irregular group of roofs raised between sea and house, closer to the earthworks of the wall and the silver-plated profile of the Clarisses convent, whispered me how that calm night was disquieting him. It was a calm before the storm. That foretold, and he revealed that at this hour the sentinels were doubling on the bastions, and still trying to form a militia infantry with the Quito and Santa Fe merchants, who had come for the Galleon fair, so he, despite having heard his father that afternoon say that it might not be an enemy fleet after all, but perhaps English or Dutch ships, had established some sort of sympathy current between them, and he was sure that he would return to lead us to the French Antilles, deaf to my obstination, which arrived promptly through the Rolls, where Leclerc, although seemingly French, had nothing to do with France, for God knows since when he had been sailing to port and plundering, galleons and ports, with the Tortuga pirates, all poured out in wet bitpaisios that eventually became irritating through the fragile tubes, and Federico had his fear of being conscripted. They were drafting young men, and he would choose to desert before having to hold a weapon, for even as a child he had once tried to talk with his fists, only to discover that his fists weren't very eloquent, words that again agitated in my head the blurry concepts of cowardice, patriotism, betrayal, that already the humidity had rendered the roles useless. And yet I couldn't get my voice to reach her, so I took up again my solitude, propitious that night to exploration, to inner debate, for it occurred to me that a person as complex, and now as desolate as I must recall in their spirit arcane and terrifying places, such as those where the jibs moved their seductive tentacles, enticing like false bells in the depths of Zamba's inlet, and seeing in the black dome of the sky, in that false cup which the ancients believed to be made of glass or divided into 7 heavens, dragged by the primum mobile, the luminous dots that so troubled Frederick. Suddenly I felt subjected to a sort of hypnotic power that seemed to spring from my own abysmal depths, and I believed I saw the night swap for a gigantic diorama, where lights, penumbras, shadows unveiled to my imagination the 1,000-year developments of the universe. I saw something like a huge ball of fire, similar to the spark that jumps very quickly from the bowling alley where lead minerals are fused, or like those burning stones thrown by the catapults at the moment of scattering their embers over the bastions, or slowly extinguishing themselves on land, and on their surface now magnified by my imagination as an iridescent sea of liquid fire, boiling in its funnels certain matter charred and almost loathsome. Then the fiery ball began to fade in a passage that I experienced in seconds but knew of millions of years, until it was moistened by action of the liquefied vapors precipitated from high clouds, and in the midst of that moisture, clumps of carbonized metal spread in capricious forms, floating like islands devoid of vegetation, until I saw that everything had cooled down and condensed, settling as detritus in the mouths of a river. Then what of anhydrous shapes, what of abstract geometries, seeking a likeness in the avid and effervescent chaos, and suddenly the gentle calmness of the red lands and fogs, the sandy hues of vivid colours, the amphorae of eruptive stone, the hyaline or in pure crystals, the peaks pointing up or down, and from that rocky ensemble, besieged by the fury of water, a slow mossy eclosion, like of rudimentary lichens, greening the bubbling contour, and soon in it larvae moving, like pulsing maggots in the ponds and swamps of Zamba, angustulated larvae, and then an angelic song, kind of a majestic alleluia, prefiguration of art and science that would dream of the process as they dreamed of it themselves, and also of those gesticulating breezes scattered by the oppressive spectacle from which I managed to free myself, drenched in cold sweat, the same cold sweat that assailed me that moonlight night of 1716 at Jean Trencaville's house, when, after yogging like irrationals, and sleeping some 2 nationals, and sleeping some 2 jours, or 3 hours embraced. The tickling in my left arm woke me around 3 in the morning, and I saw in front of the bed little Mary looking at me as from the other world then. My heart gave a lurch, froze, and moistened my face, because indeed that child had something of a luminous ghost in the gloom, particularly because of her eyes, which now were eyes, like immobile embers, and I asked her what she was doing there, but she only answered with her slow, almost lamentable song, De juste ma finestra, devant ma fenêtre, a, auzelou, hey un pajarillo, toto la noche canto, toda la noche canta, sens ferma lelu, without taking her eye off, singing that song, the song that sings per me, no sings, for me, sings for my friend, que al prete yo, who's near me. And I saw a tear shine in her cheek, and I held it against my lap, and she cried deeply and hugged me tightly and ardently, like a reunited daughter. And so we remained long while between the webs of a violent tenderness, hearing only Jean's snores, who didn't notice anything, and I felt the urge to kiss her and ask her what was wrong, why she refused to speak. But Marie, save for her songs, remained silent, and suddenly she detached from my arms, and slipped away, like ashamed, towards the room where she slept with her sisters, so I could not go back to fix my eyes, like the little bird in the song, and I watched through the window the full April moon, against which Henri de Boulainvilliers had warned me. And I wondered what new design was now being drawn upon me from the mystery, for I did not understand, and thought, as it were under mental compulsion, that the universe was a bad joke, and that all my kindred, as well as brutes and even plants and stones, partook in a cosmic conspiracy whose sole purpose was to mock at me, at the crown weaver who suddenly began to erode before the arcana of things, because I no longer had, François-Marie, to find rational explanations for his unfeeling agitations, but only this young astronomer, this sort of caricature of Frederick, whose unabashed joy it was not, the same as Aldrovandi or Bignon, very hard-working bohemians, full of ideas, but that of someone who enters astronomy as a craft, devoid of transcendent mannerisms, and only longing to enjoy free existence, broad spring, inexhaustible sex. But it was certainly, for now, the only thing I had in the world, and returned to embrace him in bed, wrapping myself in his male body, as if I wanted to make us one powerful creature, free from that irrational terror that put my hair on end, from that metaphysical anxiety so similar to that which I experienced when I woke up again, bathed in cold sweat, at dawn of April 10, 1697, when I didn't know where I was, and turned an instant vertigo before, remembering that my bed was the I am Maria Rosa, that the thread of light filtering through the window was the dawn of a new day in a city constrained by fear, with a meat-packing fleet circling it from uncertain places, then I would have had to imagine, with a little effort, as I can do now, more than 70 years later, not to Sancho, Gimeno de Orozco, and Emilio Alcocer, standing in an attitude of posterity, waiting for a battle that would cover them with glory, but to Sancho Gimeno as he examined faith. Wooden cureñas on which the cannons rode in San Luis de Bocachica fortress, at the other end of the bay, thinking with despair that they would not withstand the first shot. From a French squadron, while my father, next to him, could read with unease the thoughts of the Castilian, read how well he knew the administrative corruption, the frequent orgies, and the sustenance of the Governor Diego de los Rios' mistresses, who had drained the provincial chests, while the same accounting boxes were stolen in the gold, quintos, and in the balances of other exports, so how to gather the necessary funds to strengthen the defence of the plaza, a scale of tierra firm, where the galleons that carried and brought commercial riches from Spain would dock. Read his concern about the state of the fortress's stores, almost devoid of provisions, useless in case of alarm. Seizure? No, I now think that they must have thought both. We are faced with a nightmare, may God have mercy, and the squadron sighted at Zamba has as goal Portobello, for Cartagena will fall into their hands like ripe fruit, without any real possibility of defence, scarce of men as we are, despite the high salaries paid by the royal cages. To supposed militias, salaries in gold that went directly to the arks of a corrupt governor, to whom Sancho Gimeno would have gladly pierced the heart if it were not for the thought. Obedience to the king, which was always, in his case, superior to any other reflection, and therefore the supply of his own castle, that Fortin de San Luis de Bocachica, was for so important. What is the fragile thread of reason? Why not rather the blind instinct of the brute, that knows and resignedly accepts the universe, without worrying about the irreparable? End of its sterile transit. And I should weep, I don't know if on Jean Trencavel's shoulder or on the empty pillow of Maria Rosa's bedroom, but if it was in Cartagena, I suppose it was already the first time that I didn't think about the promises of my religion, for which faith I gave myself so many blows to the breast in the temples, before the altars adorned with embroidered cloths, where I didn't think about the promised heaven, but I wanted for a moment this earthly life, the only edible well, a beautiful gift. Whatever faster it was, its gulls confused with the wind passing, in front of any clumsy and slow advance of pelican clouds with which I started to dream now, clouds of shrieks that darkened the firmament, of large herds of horses, or of bloody buffaloes galloping at the horizon, limiting my cold fever of the swamp, my lugubrious of the chains. My trembling body that dreamed so all morning filled the imagination with lunar beasts and huge rocky walls, until 10 or 11, when finally I agreed to Bernabé's entreaty to go down to have breakfast, those 10 or 11 of April 10, when, as he later announced it, much later before the Council of Indias, 3 times, for Miguel Echari had already been announced by the Almadero that now he was looking at me with contempt, and the governor had sent him 3 times to say that he was too busy planning the defense of the city, so he begged him to come back another time, but the Inquisitor remained there, having himself announced again by the cold rage of the musketeer, for whom this meant disobedience, and this time the secretary of the secret, resolved to avoid the protocols, stood before the stunned eyes of the soldier and advanced towards the door of the office, guarded by 2 more sergeants of infantry, who tried to oppose him by crossing their muskets in front of the threshold, but Echari, of whose physical strength no one had news, opened his arms and pushed them back with the stakes and all on either side. Having done so, he unfurled a pistol and killed. "Whoever crosses my path," he said, with nervous coldness, entered and saw Diego de los Rios look at him almost indifferently, feigning a sort of holy disdain. Then the canonist put away the gun and walked towards the official, not without warning the presence of Sergeant Major Cristobal de Ceballos, the councillor José Marquez Volcorte, and the Galleon, Overseer Verospe, and with a theatrical gesture threw on the desk a barber's razor, those whose edge can be hidden between 2 handles, but which now lay open and full of grubby clots along the cutting edge. "What did this mean?" asked the governor, while Ceballos and the others took hold of their swords in a cautious gesture, for they knew very well who the visitor was, and the reach of his power, and Echari, now pale, declared that he had entered by force and would not leave until know why the governor had ordered to kill that man, an accusation which Verospi, scandalized, asked him if he was mad, while the others followed in silence the course of events, their hands ready to draw. "Their swords, but what is the use of getting distracted with sophisms?" continued the Dominican. "He was killed because he informed me about the manipulations you, de los Rios, were concocting in order to pillage the royal cash-boxes, and here fear." Governor leaped from his seat, advanced towards the Inquisition, and struck him a slap, which did not alter the firm expression of this one, but made him draw his pistol again, gesture at which Ceballos manoeuvred with exquisite skill the sword, and, hitting the barrel of the firearm, he made it do pirouettes in the air. Then, pirouette. Miguel, unarmed, tried to lunge at the governor, only to fall into the hands of Marquez Belcorte and Ceballos himself, who, despite his insults and protests, dragged him all the way to the door, where the musketeers took care to put him on a pantapies in the Plaza de Armas, an episode that was developed in very brief instants, although for Echari's mind, lying face down in the ditch of the governor's office, in front of the astonishment of the clerks, who today had finally animates to return with zeal to their oar. Official duties ran centuries of resentment and hatred. Then, for the first time in my life, still turning in my mind, the terrible fates that overtook me 4 years earlier at the Baron von de Glatz's castle, I set foot on Spanish metropolitan territory at the end of summer 1727, I had the impression that the Pyrenees were not just a chain of snows and walled mountains, but a rough and frothy ocean that separated Spain from the rest of Europe in space and time, to such an extent that as I ventured into that nation where everything seemed to me an image of death or terror, whether wrapped in the jesting of the Velasquez dwarves who besieged our diligence in flesh and bone, or in the bloody splendour of the bullfights that lurked in each village to make the apotheosis of Spain's great heroine, Our Lady of Death, much more pathetic without a doubt, in the bodies of hanged bandits that hung at every turn from the trees on the road, or even the fear that the convoy would be assaulted by those land pirates who roamed the country, whose whitewashed houses, whose hooded and cane-carrying shepherds, whose covered with mantillas women, whose squeaking carriages and lunar dust composed, despite the intensely blue sky of the pines and ash-trees, whose silhouettes elongated into a respite of shadow, a sombre picture of restraint, mope, fear, and ignorance that crushed my heart and made me long for return much before. The rose-coloured Madrid mansions returned to me with their severe elegance, the travelling emotion that I thought I had forgotten by the Aidor River in Bayona's gardens, and which now accentuated instead the chatty manolas, the tortuous and narrow lanes full of life, the gangs of 4 or 5 clowns who performed farces in squares and markets, the southern enthusiasm of its inhabitants, who, however, once you got to know them well, you knew were tortured by all kinds of infernal presentiments of low chismisses, inexplicable fears, since almost everything that was considered sinful. Women subjected their husbands to long sexual contentions. Men lived in wait-and-see mode for any latency mode for any cracks where they could peer into female intimacies. Churches were crowded with people who spectacularly pounded their chests. A street religious epidemic obstructed free passage. Lords dragged their cloaks to find pretexts to stab whoever stepped on them. Others dragged chains and covered themselves with hoods to make light flagellants after. The Black Plague, public penance, by lacerating themselves with whips and bristles. Odours were everywhere. Friars gave me a face of constables, so I again felt fear, since the mission that brought me here, entrusted not only by the Cloître Notre-Dame, but also by the Grand Lodge of Paris, first of great importance that was assigned to me, turned out to be dealing with Spain, suspiciously clandestine, and for vague reasons it took several days for me to make contact with our correspondent, Don Diego de Torres Villarroel, a resourceful and eccentric man who at that time did not live in Madrid but in Salamanca, where, under the name El Gran Piscato Salmantino, he periodically published his illness. Almanacs and weather forecasts, laced with verses, romances, and pasmarotas, which earned him much popularity, but also great envy, to the point that even such unlikely men as Frejus began to label him an astrological judoka, secretly hoping that the Inquisition would take notice, but Don Diego laughed at those slanders, since he occupied the chair of mathematics at the renowned university of his homeland, and the Holy Office would not dare to approach a man of his stature, just the one we needed for the dangerous end we were pursuing, and I had a delightful chat with him on the cold, our Councillor Chanton, day at him, while we strolled along the banks of the Manzanares, and gazed out over the steppe plains of the Castilian plateau, for he maintained that that nightmare lived almost 31 years ago by the distant Cartagena de Indias, as well as the simultaneous siege of Catalonia by the armies of Louis XIV, had brought some benefit to Spain. For contrary to what his compatriots usually thought, the advent of a Bourbon breathed French air into the peninsular atmosphere, filled with fustian and rhetoric, and I preferred to go along with him on this, although I didn't at all perceive that aeration, in order to beg him to absolve me of something that for a long time had become an enigma to me, namely, those already proverbially famous rumours about the bad health of the late King Charles II, whom they had come to call bewitched, as once, in a family gathering, poor Father Thomas of the Annunciation recalled, and he laughed heartily, because, as he said, there had been a lot of ink spilled on that subject already, and it was something that in reality portrayed the Spanish spirit. For although the monarch suffered attacks of ill will in his childhood, only in adulthood did he suffer from his melancholy temperament, and his sterility in procreation, phenomena which, however, he thought it convenient to magnify his confessor, a certain Father Carbonel, by spreading. The rumour that he was under the spell of witch's brew, with which the tongue-in-cheek began to accuse the favourite Fernando Valenzuela and Enciso, an intriguer who had come to be very powerful, of having used against the king the maleficence of the ligature, a chat that was soon forgotten, for when his Majesty married in first marriage Maria, Louisa d'Orléans, niece of Louis XIV, it was thought that the responsible one was then Maria Olympia de Mancini, Countess of Soissons, of whom it was said that she had held black masses to hold the king's affection, and so on, until when, as a result of his marriage with Anne of Neuburg, Father Froilan Diaz, his confessor, fell into the florid of exorcising him because, in Cangas de Tineo, 3 possessed nuns, at the instigation of the Holy Office, made their demons speak, and these assured that the king had been bewitched at the age of 14 with an antigenic potion, made from substance of brains and kidneys, and administered in a cup of chocolate on April 3rd, 1675, by the Queen, Mother herself, Donna Mariana d'Austria, to counter whose effects it was recommended to consume powders obtained by maceration of testicles of a condemned man, treatment which a Sabinian Capuchin friar, Father Mauro Tenda, promptly put into practice, despite royal protests, and which he would have continued to receive for life, had it not been that had it not been that the Bishop of Segovia, Baltazar de Mendoza, prudent man, was named General Inquisitor. Not only did he stop that madness, but he also tried and imprisoned Fray Mauro and Father Froilan, allowing Charles II to overcome his melancholy without any hiccups for the fair rest of his bitter years. Of course, these were times when Louis XIV's pressures eventually dictated that Philip V be named as his successor. However, at the same time, this led to the formation of the League of Hague coalition against the Bourbon expansion, and what became known as the Spanish War of Succession, which culminated with the Utrecht Treaty, after which I lost Voltaire for good. He was then a secretary in Holland, later a prisoner in Bastille, and now exiled in England, his beloved nation. He was a character at the prince's court, and an excellent correspondent of mine, an undisputed master of the epistolary genre, and above all, the true culprit behind my not, yet healed torment over Marie, as I found myself in Spain. This was because, from the very start, he was destined to spread the lodges throughout the Hispanic world, a mission that had been reserved for me since my initiation at Thiers. Droit Notre Dame, when they tasked me with learning the values of humility and absolute obedience by compiling census data on prostitutes and woodcutters, an endeavour I now carried out with almost 50 years of experience. I was greeted with great respect by a man whose talents were as exceptional as Torres Villarroel's, a festive poet and former scoundrel a la Rinconete Cortadillo, in this Spain where, just as in Louis XIV's France, the middle class was trying to align itself with the king to defeat an increasingly enemy aristocracy, who were enemies of how? Absolutism. This made our winds of renewal perfectly aligned with their ideals, so we set out to perform night visits on liberal-minded individuals, presenting them with our organization's objectives, even though we were clearly at risk of being denounced and imprisoned by ordinary justice or the Holy Office. Unbeknownst to us, in my case, there was a whole witch-hunting dossier against me that had been put together 16 years earlier during the auto de fe at the Jaguars Plaza in my remote Cartagena. I still remember the scare we got when, one morning, an officer came to our inn. He was hunchbacked like Philip V, with a beard and a fly just like Evangelista Torricelli or Don Francisco de Quevedo y Villegas. He was respectful towards Don Diego, but interrogated me minutely, as he was obsessed with the idea of being French and without Spanish, inquiring how I could pronounce the verb prudence, say so well, how I could master the devilish grammar of Castile, and since I wasn't interested in them finding out my Indian origin, I insisted that I was Andalusian, because ever Andalusian. Since the Spanish landing in Sardinia and Sicily, which had led to the Quadruple Alliance about 10 years ago, the French were received with grumbling reticence in Madrid not to mention a rather compromising mission that brought me there so it was ultimately necessary for Torres Villarreal to go to his political friends to settle the matter, and I even saw the Quezo-loving sheriff wandering around the inn for several days, until finally, at the end of autumn, we had a preliminary meeting with a handful of Liberals, who weren't very sure about their intentions yet, among whom it was necessary to choose an elderly man, since Don Diego refused any honorary position, and we set the date of offshore. February 15th for the foundation of the Matratense Lodge, whose first steps worried me due to the spindly notion of humanistic ties, that the Spanish had formed a fee speculum, but I decided to leave it to their good judgment, and got ready to travel, except then, knowing that Torres Villarreal had returned to Salamanca, the sheriff made an appearance and informed me that I was under arrest, suspected of spying for the French government, so they took me to a cell and subjected me to cruel interrogations for more than 5 hours, after which some senior sheriff proposed that I be tortured, since the detention of a confessed spy would deserve a promotion, and they took me to a rectangular room whose walls filtered something like a slow, oily liquid, and I saw a torture machine that perhaps had been waiting for me there. From no lo traduciré porque es un texto ininteligible. Si quieres lo puedo, volver a escribir, pero con sentido. Since the times of the attack on Cartagena by Pointes's fleet, when my friend Federico Goltao's parents decided to isolate me in order to prevent what they imagined would be a long sexual relationship between us, which in truth had not yet been consummated, and the cries that overtook me at dawn of the 3rd night in prison, when it was no longer the bullets of fire that my fantasy presented itself to me in splendid dioramas, but faces in agony, grimaces of the funeral, tooth-bearing visions that made me burn with fever. On that morning of April 11, when the galleon Oriflama, having arrived at Portobello without any crew or passengers, noticing anything suspicious during the voyage, anchored off the pier near the Casa de Contratacion. The travellers then disembarked with a carefree air, including Captain of Horses José Vallejo de la Canal, insignia of the Gineta, and on commission from the king, who had already completed his work in Quito and Lima, and was now being officially greeted by the Alferez Mayor of Customs, Diego de Morales, on behalf of Governor Diego de los Rios, and the authorities of the fortress. When he heard the news that an unidentified fleet was supposedly in territorial waters, a rumour still unknown to Portobello, he did not show himself as optimistic as his fellow travellers, as the passengers questioned by some officials were merely merchants who were not very well versed in politics. They were coming to the fair of the galleons, so Morales asked him to bring the governor immediately, as, at best, the defence of the bay did not seem very convincing to him. Then the Alferez Mayor made some vague promises. The governor was very busy those days, and diverted the conversation by inviting the royal commissioner to stay in his own house. But here the captain of horses showed his temper, because he refused, and said that he would go to bed in some bastion. He was a soldier, and not an official on duty. It seemed obvious that his natural personality was peppery and grumpy. Perhaps the route he had been following did not entirely satisfy him. In the Indies there was much where to sink teeth, and, in honour of honesty, he was determined to relate to His Majesty everything that did not seem very clean about these colonies. At this point Morales deployed a courteous smile, and put at the disposal of the newly arrived a carriage, where the arms of the governor shone, for Nanuesa heraldry, that he only looked at him with contempt. But when he closed the hatch, he refused to shake his hand, and, instead of telling the coachman where he wanted to stay, he asked to be taken to the governor's office, with luggage and all. In fact, just the thought of going on a royal mission fermentated the character of any second-rate man, and it is true that de los Rios could not refuse to receive him. He did it, so in his underwear, already half-clothed as a bishop with some claret and Vallejo, exposed without mincing words the opinion he had formed when they entered the Oriflama into the bay about the defence of Bocachica, a key point of the city, so that if the rest of the bastion suffered the same indifference, only its good reputation could cover its poverty to the cunning French admirals. But it must be recognized that it was not necessary to go out of tone. Perhaps the governor played at hiding his strength. This could be a good strategy to lead the enemy to disaster. Then de los Rios, unable to hide the truth from him, argued with nervousness that it was not a question of worrying about the possible fate of a fleet whose silence for it. Several days made it almost ghostly. It was most likely Portobello, and here the visitor must disguise his anger, which broke out on his face in a wave of blood, so the interview concluded with a cold farewell and a warning that Vallejo deliberately formulated when he was about to cross the door. He said he would inspect every stone of the city. The state of indeficiency was monstrous, especially since considerable sums were being withdrawn from the royal couches for the maintenance of this plaza. Then he got into the carriage as if it were his own, and went through the bastions and forts and batteries closest to him in detail, to appear again at 3 or 4 o'clock in the governmental office and speak then in almost insulting tones that shook the governor. He said he would leave on Friday on the same galleon for Cadiz and report to Fire. Wire counsels and to the king himself about the incompetence of De los Rios, whom, as it was natural, they also exalted with bile, and remembered Vallejo that he was brother of Calve. Although the Count of Fernan Nunez, a man in the king's favour, this response prompted a laugh from the captain of horses, who swore that within 8 months he would have a replacement here. Then the governor reminded him how, for the moment, command in the city still belonged to him, and would not tolerate insolence from small-time officers, unless he brought a royal passport. Otherwise, he could put him in a cage without mercy, an arrogance that Vallejo pretended to ignore to inquire, with his head held high. Whether at least there was powder and ammunition in sufficient quantity to protect the city from the imminent arrival of a foreign fleet, as it seemed. Then the merchants opened their doors again and hung their goods in the Plaza Mayor, while the carriage-drivers, pushed by mulattoes and the viscous omelettes of iguana eggs, and the grocery stores offered without concealment their oils, vinegars, marmalades, jellies, fish or dried legumes, provisions much superior to those of the military warehouses, and the jewellers dared to exhibit the brocades of gold and precious stones, the pieces of silver and goldsmithing, the aracas and earrings of rubies and pearls, exposed inales, delicate metal-engraved cases, while the cries of the bolitos, camarones, and arpas de huevo vendos could be heard again, so the city recovered its aspect of a seaport, and the shower had ruined Juan de la Peña's chambergo and cloak, who was always careful about his appearance, just when he was delighting in watching the transfer of the cases to the galleon. Then Dr. Triate warned him that he should put his feet in hot water, lest he catch a cold, while Morales, as it turned out later in the minutes of the trial, tried to warn them about the character, as he put it, of the king's commissioner. His presence in the city put everything at risk, for he had given himself the freedom to inspect, even beneath the skirts of women. By the way, if we're staying out past curfew, we shouldn't be too trusting, Iriarte whispered to his accomplice, and reminded him that a horse captain on king's business could easily suffer an unfortunate accident and lose his precious life if he were to snoop around too much. The goat jumped. Then Peña had to conjure up in his mind the barber and experience an unfaithful shiver. He must have thought how far the governor had gone, of course. Iriarte, as a doctor, wasn't scared by corpses. God heals his sick, and the doctor takes the money with the advantage that the tomb swallows its mistakes. But he was a merchant of good reputation, and although neither art nor part, had, in the death of the barber, conscience must have tormented him. Scruples that he decided to transmit to Iriarte, just so that this one would pretend not to care, but the merchant insisted. The whole village was aware of the incident between the governor and Fray Miguel Echari, whose power was ultimately more frightening than that of Captain Vallejo. Item more, and this should worry them 3 times over. The secretary of the secret did not give signs to life from the instant he was thrown out of the governmental palace. It was most likely that he was preparing for a deeper assault. One had to consider that Hortensia Garcia's heels could no longer be enough for a man who, despite his clerical vestments, had dared to unhinge a pistol in the governor's office. It seemed evident that he was ready to run through all the twists and turns. After all, mere gossip about carnal weaknesses was not the same as 800,000 reals worth of forged gold bars, no matter how much the inquisitional functions of Icari forced him to keep himself from public scandal. One had to gauge just how far his old disgust for the governor went, spurred on now by the events of the governmental palace, whose consequences only God knew what they would be, and one thing Peña could assure them, with Icari it was not played the same way as with a barber, and, may they all see it well, his murder was not an action forbidden to the mind of the irascible governor. Yes, gentlemen, the murder of Fray Miguel, in which case, nor is it worth reminding, would take Cartus not. Only the bishop, the Inquisition, and the first instance courts. But the Royal Audiencia, President Don Gil Cabrera and Davalos, King Don Carlos, and even the very Pope Innocent, chose. Yes, sir, all this was taking a very bad shape, although you, Ariate, limited yourself to making faces of a doctor, that is, of a butcher. They only demanded from Governor Someriers honestly negotiated, but they were not criminals nor road robbers. The murder already implied greater words. He did not feel involved in the death of the barber, but neither could he avoid the ominous fluttering of conscience, and why not confess it once and for all? He began to fear that Man of the Rivers, capable, as it seemed, of anything assassinating them all, if he didn't stop him from a young age. There was some truth in those words, according to the customs officer, but how to stop him? They were already deeply involved in the scheme, down to their very toes. So Iriarte fell into the trap of flirting and trying to make a macabre joke, like to dissipate the bad odours. And he thought it was great fun for this governor to have made a barber shut up, but his joke fell flat. Suddenly the men realized they were terrified. They wanted to go on a ship that was taking on water, without a port in sight, not water, but dry storms, lightning, thunder, or here and there a bit of rain. When I woke up, that city seemed to be covered in snow, although I couldn't be sure. I had the feeling I had dreamed about Leclerc, though I couldn't remember the twists and turns of my dream. I thought I might have escaped sailing out to sea on a frigata, another vessel carrying us off. I think one of those vessels was cannonading at us. I think I saw my own father, one of whose legs seemed made of wood, chasing me across the deck, calling me a filibuster, and renouncing his daughterhood. I think white horses rose from the sea, or unicorns, salted with spray, with branches that branched out like ships' masts, and on them flags painted with blood. Then I woke, up, my heart pounding, bells ringing. I felt Frederick wandering around upstairs in the tower, and that calmed me down, perhaps even lulling me back into a deep sleep, only to dream now of bloody gardens. But no, it wasn't Cartagena's gardens that were dreaming about. It was Paris that early morning in April 1717, with my head tilted on Jean Trenchevel's chest. But my thoughts were on the little Marie, who now occupied them all. It was the morning when Philippe d'Orléans, regent of France, stumbled over François-Marie in some city park, and startled, for my old lover had recently publicly declared, upon learning that Philippe had sold, to cut costs, half the horses from the royal stables, that it would have been much better to dismiss half the donkeys that filled the yard. Court.Hill. Before him, the regent approached, and, with a wink, bet that he could show something François-Marie had never seen, and my friend, already heavy with foreboding, asked what thing it might be. Philippe d'Orléans replied, of course the inside of the Bastille, where, indeed, a day later they locked him up, to which he was taken every week with a little wine and bread, and agreed to talk to him about all that was divine and human about his desperate memories of Pimpet, whom he had come to rely on malsainly, as he said, about his mother, who did not survive the birth of this monster of learning, educated between an abbé libertine and a Jesuit college, of his brother Armand, whose mystical madness led Notaria Arouet to say that God had given him two crazy sons, one in verse and the other in prose, about his Oedipe, which he was writing, and which, according to him, was superior to Sophocles, about the character of my old friend Frederick Goldar, a dreamer like François-Marie, but the opposite of him, naive, almost childish, whose likeness, which I made with tears in my eyes, Voltaire would later take on much further down the line for the Iroquois ferret from l'Ingénu, but especially for the Babylonian. Philosopher Voltaire, a pseudonym he invented in prison by weaving an anagram out of Alouette L.J., that is, Le Jeune, as everyone called him, but with emphasis naturally on the Voltairian spirit, not so calm as would have suited a priest of reason, but perspicacious, enough to understand that the Bastille would now bring him glory, which was why he guarded it jealously. To the regent I express my ironic gratitude, mixed with the most violent of resentments, for it must be said that soul so highly loquacious, so genial in argumentation, so genial in argumentation, refined in smile and laugh, and even in laughter, hid beneath the cloak a deeply resentful man, capable of taking umbrage at any slight or want, which I noticed in many of the great ones of my time, for at times greatness is moved by a desire for vengeance, by a longing to show superiority before the surroundings in comprehension, and ultimately to extract something diamond-like, very beautiful, and dazzling from one's resentment, as I suppose that was what Fray Miguel Icari wanted, that other indomitable, resentful man who never gave in to the capricious and powerful Rios, and who, on that Thursday, April 12th, got up early, already decided to undertake another action, and presented it himself around 5 at the quay of the House of Trade, where the Oriflama was being caressed by the slow swell of the bay, to beg the lieutenant for unconditional access to the galleon, a request that startled the absent-minded officer, who knew very well how far he could go, the ecclesiastical authority over the ships referring only to persons or printed material, and whose only reaction was to remind him that the ship had already been inspected at due time by other inquisitors, and that he should now present a clearance from customs, to which Icari argued that he acted on behalf of the Holy Office, and at the church in the Spani he didn't need permits issued by civilian power. But the midshipman scratched his head and claimed that he was just following regulations. It would be necessary for him to go where the senior customs officer, or where the watchman of galleons, either of the two, considering his ecclesiastical investiture, would immediately extend the pass to him. Then the canonist, as 2 days earlier in the governor's office, he put aside the circumlocutions, and limited himself to adding, always on behalf of Hogg, the Inquisition, that he was going to enter, and, if someone did not agree, that he would shoot him in the back, a phrase that infused the guard marina, and decided to accompany him until the cellars, where Fray Miguel, with the tip of his cane, was raising sheets and covers, as he later recognized before the Council of the Indies, hoping to find some sign, indication in the packages and loads deposited on board, but nowhere the word Sarapia came to his aid, so he demanded the immediate violation of packages and seals, claiming that it would be of primary interest what could be found inside. And here the guard marina smiled and scratched his head again, because Icari spoke as if he were the same, commander of the fleet of the Indian course, with an authority far from possessing, given that the notaries and inquisitorial clerks were only authorized to ask in the aft chamber testimony from the master and pilot about heretical persons or books on board the ship, not about other loads, so he scratched his head again to try to explain that it was completely impossible, as he could see they had stamps and seals of the customs, whose violation would be criminal, and the canonist, without changing the ceremonial gesture acquired over the years of legal requirements, auto da fe, and breaking into homes, insisted on acting on behalf of the Holy Mother Church, that the Inquisition was what also the King's Court, and finally revealed that his inquiries related to a possible smuggling of gold in bars, and that the guard marina, if he lent him a hand, could be sure that he would be rewarded on the other side, not in this life, but the offer still didn't seem enticing, as the officer replied that on land he didn't have equal privileges as he did at sea. If the secretary of the secret doubted about a stash, he should file a complaint with the customs major, who would act accordingly. However, he could assure him that shipments bearing the seals of the customs couldn't be considered contraband in any way, so the Dominican was forced to explain that it was a crime achieved through bribery, as he understood. The customs major had been bribed, an assertion that left the guard marine perplexes, who advised him to go to the royal cages, since he had no knowledge of gold shipments on this ship. Icari argued that perhaps there was a foreknowledge as a stowaway. But no, there were no stowaways on board. The other became even more perplexed. The only option would be to go to the royal cages, as the sole cargo that hadn't passed his eyes was precisely one bearing the seals of the cages, and consisting, according to the invoice, of almidonars returned to the tenants' warehouses in Cadiz. This shipment was obviously exempt from taxation and inviolable even for the ship's captain. Then Fray Miguel slapped his forehead in desperation. He knew very well cautelousness of the royal cages regarding foreknowledge carried out by the customs. They would cross their arms unless they were presented with incontrovertible evidence. He should bring forward this evidence beforehand. It was imperative to know where the chests containing the gold were packed, because otherwise, if he set up a false alarm, it would come back on him, and consequently to the fear. Holy Office, bringing ridicule and public disgrace. Maybe they would prosecute him for slander, and all of this, combined with Hortensia Garcia's petty chatter, would expose him to derision. He weighed the benefits inside his head of obliging the guard marine at gunpoint to show him what those stowed-away Almedinas contained. He felt the palpitation of power that he could find. There was the key to the puzzle, but he realized that if what was written in the invoice were true, the guard marine himself would set off the scandal, and the outcome would be the same. So he felt constrained, using only a tutorial ruse, and at the risk of his personal integrity, which had already been sufficiently damaged by the incident 2 days ago, whose details hadn't left the ears of the general inquests, and the bishop could force the governor to issue a public statement about the shipments on board the Oriflama. He would have to act with extreme tact, yes, with a lot of caution, so he abandoned the ship and set his footsteps walking firmly, despite his wobbly and disordered thoughts, towards his own inquests home. As the ruse consisted, it was said, in that much later, during the trial, he would reveal that he had written a note to De los Rios demanding that the shipments declared accessible for free access in the galleon be made public, or else he would make the public declaration himself at 10 a.m. on Friday in the plaza. Mayor, denouncing the presence of a shipment of 800,000 reals in vellon, or its equivalent in gold, introduced into the ship without the corresponding quintillo, and foreknowledge as Almedenas. This last phrase would deliver the psychological blow. De los Rios would call him to negotiate, and at that moment he could be sure that the Holy Office was not implicated. After all, he wasn't sure of the actual presence of the chests on board. The possibility couldn't be ruled out that the governor, faced with Ikari's dizzying first moves, had stepped back, and in that case the anonymous would be most advisable. But Fray Miguel, as emotionally he affirmed in his memories, lost to posterity but won for himself, for me by the wonderful witch of San Antero, had time to reflect in your own esteem that would no longer accompany him if he sacrificed my manly integrity to the urge of vengeance, for I might be a snitch and a rat among the parchments, but not a coward. No, it was better to throw everything overboard and run the gaunters of disrepute and shame, because, moreover, it would be good to recover for his name the wear and tear. Of the days without trace, the time lost between folios and cartapacios to see my image grow before the eyes, perhaps of Hortensia Garcia, the woman who threw me like an old piece of junk, then that Thursday far away, in an instant of his life which he himself foresaw supreme, he raised that goose feather, and drew, with good handwriting, the terms of his ultimatum to the governor of the rivers, according to which at 10 o'clock on the day after, the village could witness a spectacle worthy, perhaps, of Fifi. Fabulae togatae. The dirty rags would come out into the sun, and we would see who came out losing. But rags would fly. Yes, but that night, and at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Although he couldn't predict it, no one would be interested in hearing it, and the truth is also that his letter, received very early, at the hour when the beatifics left the Valnad, temples with a timid passatrote of shadows, furtive, did not produce in Diego de los Rios the desired effect, but a curious reaction, which the only thing he could sympathize with was the unpredictable fame of his character, consisting in a small slip, written by his hand and letter, received that afternoon both by the Major Guard and by Triarte, and de la Peña, in which they were called at 9 o'clock that night, somewhat peremptorily to Hortensia Garcia's house in the uncertain neighborhood of Gethsemane, where they met on time. What a remedy, very on time. But not only the trio of accomplices, but also another complementary trio that comprised 3 Pisperitas girls, Pepa, Lupe, and here, I swallow saliva, also Beltrana, that sweet Beltrana whom I would meet little after, and who would play such an important role in my subsequent tribulations all carefully. extracted from among the pluriracial family of the concubine, all very beautiful, very well dressed within their voluminous skirts, as was recognized by Morales, obliged to confess it to his worthy wife that night when no one thought about it any more, and which he confessed with pleasure much time later before the highest court. And the truth is that nobody except Iriarte got excited at the prospect of a Joranna in such company, and with the shadow of Captain Vallejo lurking in the consciences, but by bad luck the answer. Governor's wishes had ended up becoming, for them, definitive orders, and according to him the night promised splendid surprises. They were here to celebrate, he said, and stood, up next to the table full of dishes, damajuanas of Jerez and other delicacies, to celebrate not I knew what. But beforehand he wanted to warn that when the wine was set in order, he had a serious revelation to make, which they should take with the same grace, seems that he said, with his own grace, to continue the party until dawn, and then tackle a mission that, could I anticipate, was in course of the governor, and without knowing what it was about, the women, I suppose except Beltrana, applauded, while except Beltrana, applauded. Guests paled a little, then disguised themselves with a quick drink their fears. Then the presence of the females began to become suggestive. They returned their colours, and off. The rivers showed everyone a wooden wheel, in which a weather vane rested in the centre, to announce that the session would open with the game of veils. He turned the vane, and the person indicated should strip himself of a piece of clothing. General applause, except Beltrana. The admoniculo was manoeuvred, and the turn corresponded precisely to the facelet. Least enthusiastic, who got rid of her necklace of pearls, because the presence of the governor did not give no margin of disobedience nor claim of personal independence. Bravo cried, already excited by the Jerez, turned the barometer, and De los Rios put down his sword, which he hung anywhere, a new turn, and Pepper threw her bracelets into the face. Air, a turn, and De la Peña stripped himself of the coat, a turn, and Beltrana, resignedly, cast off his espadillas. Iriarte took off one boot, turned, and Lupe decided, without further ado, to do without the bustier, proudly displaying very white and sensual breasts, turned, and Beltran was forced to imitate Lupe, not without covering her short breasts with her hands, palpitating. The governor got rid of his jacket, turned, and Morales judged it opportune to imitate De los Rios, turned, and De la Pena had shed his shirt, turned, and this time she saw the solid breasts of Pepper, turned, and Hortensia Garcia took off an earring with all. Lango, the doctor's visit, Iriarte pulled off another boot, turned, and Lupe shed her basquena without a frill to stand in her skivvies, turned, and Morales showed his hand, and furry chest, turned, and Hortensia carefully removed another earring, turned, and Lupe made them suffer by shedding her earrings now, turned, and De la Peña threw one boot, turned, and Hortensia sacrificed a brooch, turned, and Beltrana found herself in the same circumstances as Lupe, turned, and Morales tossed a boot, turned, and Hortensia sacrificed a ring, turned, and Lupe tortured them by shedding her pendants, turned, and the governor shed his shirt, turned, and Iriarte offered his jacket, turned, and Hortensia unbuttoned her collar, turned, and Lupe stepped out of her skivvies, showing only her white, firm-ass cheeks, but there was a cheer and laughter, and the woman turned. To face them, revealing her wide, bushy sex that held up the continuation of the game, turned again, turned. Now everyone was ready as God had intended, except for Hortensia Garcia, whom the governor tried to persuade that the last one should make an act of generosity and show her goods. But she, whose body remained hidden by a canvas and whale-skin adjustador, thanks to the tiny requives she managed to get away with as jewels, refused outright, and when Iriarte, very drunk, tried to make her see that it was part of the game, she argued that she found it indecent, and at the governor's insistence, especially from the girls, who didn't want to be left naked while another remained dressed, declared solemnly that she knew her duties, that the governor's beloved should show more modesty, which angered Beltrana. Poor Beltrana, overwhelmed with disgust and shame, filled with memories of her mother's profaned body, whom she asked if she was blind, if she couldn't see that the governor himself was as naked as Father Adam, but Hortensia, like Pepper, had to admit it when she testified before the Cartagena courts, remained inflexible, so everyone had to dress, and de los Rios took advantage of the general frustration to pull out a crumpled piece of paper from the gold-bordered jacket hanging loose on a chair, and read it aloud in his drunken stupor, while the others, despite their alarm, showed no signs of stopping. They were lost, Governor. We had to get those chests out of the Oriflama as soon as possible. But the bastard of Fernan Nunez, always contradictory, asked for calm. We would drink until daybreak, and when the hour came, Peppa, Lupe, and even that old bag Beltrana would take their place in the Plaza Mayor and start shouting at Hortensia. So if Ichari dared to come out of the Inquisition's caserons, the din would increase, and a canonist, so, afraid of ridicule, would prefer to beat a retreat. I was sure of it, and though Morales managed to stutter that it seemed absurd, the others applauded, influenced by the wine. And the party continued all night, that very night when I, lying in Maria Rosa's bed after exchanging a few anxious words with Federico through the roll, still saw macabre faces in my insomnia, familiar appearances that suddenly turned diabolic all night from one spot to another of the view, until, come morning, he tried to reread, as if to renew his interest in the green planet, Copernicus de Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, in the Amsterdam edition, a book he revered as a compassionate mentor, wherein the sun was postulated as the center of our planetary system, and the Earth as a secondary body in orbit around it, rejecting the false geocentrical beliefs of Ptolemy, put aside Ptolemy. Now the annotations that came to his mind, and compared all of this with the Megale syntaxes of the mistaken Egyptian astronomer, whom, nonetheless, he had to thank for their correction of the catalogue of fixed stars of Hipparchus, the impetus he gave to cartography in its remote times, and his musical theory. Then he set about reviewing and correcting his own concepts, in particular those relating to the planet Genoveva, but morning had advanced too far. We heard the women breakfasting in the dining-room. He thought about eating something as well, and suddenly he remembered the fishermen. Would they have returned to their work, against the general alarm, and bring today again fresh mojarras to fry at breakfast? So he applied the eye to the telescope, to see if he could spot any barge or sailing boat. He pointed it towards the west, and his thoughts stopped. He felt his blood leave his face, his arms paralyzed. What he saw through the telescope, they were not barges or fishing boats, but about 30 sails approaching the Huil. That period, that faltered, our city, including 10 warships with high sides, the same ones we saw on Sunday previous in Zamba Bay, and it was the hour when Peppa, Lupe, and the poor Beltrana burst into the fee. Plaza Mayor, crowded at that time with merchants, and while the last one limited herself to pretending, standing silently in front of the ruined balconies, she was following the instructions of her aunt's bargeman. The 2 first ones started moving back and forth, stumbling, while hugging each other and humming the name of Hortensia Garcia in the face of indifference from the constables, who had been warned by the governor not to touch them, and captain of horses, José Vallejo de la Canal, observed them for a moment from a moment. The atrium of the cathedral, before crossing the armed square, perhaps with the vague intention of entering the governorship, and they were seen from the window of his office by Fray Miguel Echari, who at no time considered making any public statement, and since he did not get a response from the authorities, he inferred that the gold was still in port, and preferred to retreat in silence to devise another strategy, although in truth, as he confessed much later, he believed the game was lost, and contemplated, with elves, anguish and anger, the need to present his resignation and request ecclesiastical transfer, since he could not foresee the reaction with which now read his threatening letter say would come from Los Rios, and he suddenly saw the Gotthards, the old Lupercio and his bewildered son Federico, gesturing in terror in the atrium, and he saw fair people disperse in a sudden wave that left Beltrana wounded, among many others, immersed in her nightmares of wine, from which only weeks later I heard, and hurled by the Thor. Crowd against the edge of a cobblestone, so that it bled slowly but copiously from its head, and he saw Vallejo de la Canal, whom he did not know, steal a tied cart from A, post and gallop off towards the bay, and Lupercio urged Sergeant Major Ceballos to issue without delay the orders for seizure, for the inventory and seizure of horses, vehicles, food, and other supplies destined for defence, and when they arrived, without being announced, in the governor's office, they found him dancing on the carpeted floor. An Aragonese jota, which Iriarte was accompanying with a banderia, while Morales de la Peña and Hortensia Garcia were sleeping the monkey in Morisco Cordovan chairs. The enemy fleet didn't deceive anyone with the English flags flying on the captain's ship, Spanish ones on the admiral's, and Dutch ones on the one in charge. They waved like bays from the tips of the topmast, and from the crab lines, for we all knew it was a French squadron. There was general agreement on that point, while silent vessels, more than 20 in number, lay submerged between the city and the headland of the Icacos, opposite the Playa Grande beach. Now, immobile on the calm sea, under the bleached sky, and with the wind rustling the waves, they took on the appearance of ghostly salt crystals, like the horses of my dream, who, before silencing them, had enjoyed the spectacle of the innocent city, drowned in the first squalls of April, surrounded by treacherous trails cut through by canals, which formed low, dense islands of mangroves, whose roots rose into the air and made a graceful curve before plunging back into the marshy soil. Meanwhile, their battlements, batteries, and forts wrapped themselves in a strange silence, like the fearful echo of the enemy's glacial muteness, a silence that was oppressive under the weight of the siesta, during which not a single order, not even a comment or mere prediction, escaped from the governmental palace, despite the panic. Gripping the population, the women's wails in the temples, and the black people's commotion, as they saw an opportunity to escape their captivity. And I, locked in Maria Rosa's chamber, felt my fear tightening its grip on me, for I had every reason to fear that if a rout occurred, no one would remember me and leave me, completely helpless. So I pounded on the door with fury, calling the Golta criminals and demanding their freedom, of which they had no right to deprive me. But all I got in return was another strange silence filled with the echo of my own voice. From this I rather absurdly concluded that everyone had fled, that the house was empty, and so I began shouting for help from the window overlooking the street, yelling as A's, loudly as I could against the indifference of the people hurrying past in their stampede, crying and throwing whatever objects I could lay my hands on out into the street, risking injuring someone, and eventually coming to a halt when I realized that one of these objects might have hit Federico's perplexed face, who had come up from the creek, urging me to be patient. She looked at me in amazement, and said that she was drowning in tears in her rooms, where Maria Rosa had tried in vain to calm her down with sage and chamomile infusions. I ordered her, in my most severe tone, to snatch the keys from whoever had them, that I wasn't going to stay there waiting, locked up, until the French squadron started fetch. Bombardment. I think he didn't even stop to reflect, but obeyed mechanically. After all, a few minutes later, I heard the metallic sound of the lock, and I was finally free, then rejected the hug that called for me, got on a flight to the platform, and directed the long-sighted telescope towards the fleet lined up on the horizon, filled with that air of unreality that was nothing but a projection of our prayers, quiet as the illustrative leaf of an epic poem, and felt Frederick take his place embarrassed by my side, obviously had taken advantage of the confusion in Plaza de Armas a moment, when his father and Sergeant Major rushed into the governorate frenetic, when everyone tried to find themselves best in the positions from which they should defend the square. To slip away and return here because he refused to fight, wouldn't engage with the enemy, whatever they called him, coward or traitor, but wouldn't fire a shot at the enemy. Position I didn't share, but that I was forced to bless, because if he didn't return the boy, the anguish would have killed me with point-blank blows in confinement, and for an instant I saw myself tempted to torment him, to sink his spurs so that he would abandon that pusillanimous attitude, wanting to know if it were really his ideas that prevented him from engaging in combat, or if he was as I feared the mere fear, for in those times I knew not that fear sharpens rather than prevents fight, and yet repulsion of violence, often confused with cowardice, is such an active force it may lead to passive sacrifice. But in the little table by my side there sat old sages, the Miguel Syntaxes of Ptolemy and the Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium of Copernicus, which he had been perusing, that morning, and something prevented me from moving on, so I chose to remain silent. I peered at the French ships through the telescope again, and suddenly I thought those of monsters of the sea, anchorless there, silent, facing us, were now stirring me from the childhood dream which I had thought ended long before, and placing me before the faded, absurd reality of the world, before the arrogance of that gloomy island, man. With a mute tear, I wiped the lens of the telescope, for I imagined my father, with a very similar one, in San Luis de Bocachica, also watching the enemy intently, listening to that foreboding silence as though it were a cacophony of ghostly machines, seeing the sea break impetuously over the fortress, a hexagon 60 toises long, without covered path, with 2 portions of counterscarpa, where a miserable handful of men were preparing to defend the access to the bay, still rough sea, April sea, treacherous, and we all heard at that moment the explosions which profaned the uneasy silence, powerful cannon fire that did not come, as we soon realized after a few seconds, from the French fleet, but had been fired from the rampart of Santa Catalina on the southern band of the city, sign for the Castilians of the fortifications that Governor Diego de los Rios had. Finally woken up from his drunken slumber and wanted to make himself known. Then I quickly rubbed a cloth over the glass and turned back to observe the enemy, and I saw how, in an instant, the false flags were lowered on the foreign ships, and, in a rush, the French flags flew on the 10 high-sided ships, on the brigantine, on the 2 transport vessels, on the galleon, on the 4 small bomb-boats, and on the 7 frigates, also on those 7 frigates where, alongside the white flag, with fleur-de-lisated king, galantuomo at the same time, flew the black flag with the white skull and crossed bones of the Tortuga filibusters, of the Caribbean butchers, among whose hordes I was, I thought, that damned Leclerc, who seemed to snatch Frederick, on whom I noticed his intense paleness while we waited for the imminent French response, which they kept silent about with an effort. I could almost see them manoeuvre in their ships, go up and down the masts, or lean over the fore-rigging to better recognize the fortress, and minutes passed very painfully, enveloped again in that intolerable silence, harder than the sound of the discharges, before the bomb vessel and fade. Ships identified as fort and mutin began to advance, ride on the swell, approach Bukilla, a league north of the city, an empty place with wide, glimmering beaches, and it would be 3 or 4 in the afternoon when they threw their boats into the water, would undoubtedly try to land at that site, and I noticed that Bocachica was becoming pale with a more moving silence than the rest of the fortress. I suppose that Sancho Gimeno, seeing that the French did not dare to shoot, preferred to save ammunition. Suppose my father making him see how crazy the attackers were if they thought to face that swell in front of Bukilla. I wondered if they had not been a little stupid about the discharges of Santa Catalina, to have to conclude that they had not been entirely bad as a simple demonstration of strength, but I know now that my father would have laughed at that thought. Strength? Well, more like bravado. The city was defenseless. The governor had left his guns rusting in the bastions, and all of a false demonstration would only leave us more defenseless. And I saw then how the Rebsac deterred the French from their intended landing. I beheld through the telescope how the admiral of the fleet, as it seemed by his clothes, was going in a boat. I saw the sea retreat, and the man had to hold on to a sailor's boat. I saw the living waves reject them, and this inspired me with a stupid smile that I later replaced with frown, because the failure of this first attempt would force an attack by Bocachica, where my father was following those movements in his mind, thinking about Cipriano, my poor brother, drowned among that bunch of volunteers who should give their blood in vain for the defense of a city already condemned, like Jerusalem, to destruction, looting, and martyrdom. And Guido Aldrovandi saw me cry when I reached that point of the story, which I only did to dissipate in my imagination the black reflections of captivity, but which made me really live with a brutal power the nightmare. And he said with melancholy that a lost battle could barely be a little more sad than a won battle, because he, in his already distant youth, in his hometown of Bologna, had committed the folly of challenging someone to a duel over some matter of skirts, and it would have been worth seeing how. Timid, he passed that night, thinking about the certain death that awaited him at dawn, since his rival was an expert marksman, and the joy that overwhelmed him when he saw him fall in the field of honour, and knew himself victorious, but also the distress that he could not help feeling when examining the almost adolescent body, whose right temple showed that irremediable hole that, like a accusing and bloody eye, had pursued him for the rest of his life. Which is why he changed his career as a mercenary for that of a geographer, a man at the service of science, and embraced the humanitarian ideas of our organization. Then I asked him if our brethren would not have foreseen the situation in it, which we found ourselves, if they would not come to our aid, and he was pessimistic, of that now only a miracle could save us from being executed by these wretches who considered themselves depositories of Christ's faith, and saw an enemy or a heretic in any foreigner, because, as he said, Spain was only land for ennobled goats, for dominics, erected as domines, and this upset me a little, despite the circumstances, and as Voltaire once did about the burning of Michael's servant, I refreshed Aldrovandi's memory about the Bolognian origin of the Dominican order, which only made him smile bitterly. Well, he said, it wasn't time to make bad faces. Then we saw the timid son enter behind the squeak of some door that someone was breaking in the end. We realized that it was time for the truth. A troop of recruits came to look for us, perhaps to lead us up to the sharpshooters. Clanging and banging were heard. The officer made us march back through the maze of passages, fragrant with dampness and neglect, until we faced the captain of the guard. Again, the same one who had arrested us in the rafters of Acaretta's inn, who at that time, after an obvious night of love, I was devouring an abundant Navarran breakfast. And, out of pure formality, or maybe malevolent irony, he said there was enough for everyone but Aldrovandi, quickly asked him what we were accused of, and he made a vague gesture, continued chewing his pitanza with great consciousness, and invited us to sit at the table. Come on, eat something. I was so dead hungry that I timidly accepted a roll. Then he asked which part of France we were heading to. We lied, and said Bayona that we were husband and wife, and had come to Spain to visit my sick mother. Since I was Andalusian, my husband, a Bolognese merchant, a peaceful man, and he maliciously laughed. Yesterday I chased them half the day, he said. The weather-woman from Artajona was right. You were heading to Roncesvalles Pass. There's an order to shoot anyone who tries to go through it without reporting to military checkpoints. We tracked it. The steps of a Frenchwoman who escaped from a prison in Madrid with a friar. I see you're not French, though Bolognaise could be Dominican. I've saved your lives, finally. I believe you. Come on. Eat something, and I'll escort you to the pass. No, you're not French. A Gabacha wouldn't pronounce that. Andalusian. I'm Basque already. No, from rugged Iscalaria, from the Ondaroa Ria. My air is stronger. See it? My ancestors were Basque mariners, boat builders. I was raised in Bilbao. These Navarreses are only half Basque. They're also halfway French, not trustworthy people. You hear Andaluses, I mean women, are the salt of the earth. But you're a Bolognese, fuck me. You should be investigated. Italy is full of charlatans, mercenaries. Are you a jester? No, already no, merchant in Bayona. Yes, Italians and French love each other like good enemies of Spain. Eat something. We Basques aren't very Spanish, if I may say. So don't worry, I'll escort you to the pass. You're not a friar Dominican, right? No. Doesn't seem like it. Neither do you sound like a Gabacha. I don't believe it. Though if you were Bearnese, you could perfectly pronounce a diviner. Who tells me that's not possible? Well, there wouldn't be some good questions to ask. Tell me about Belido Dolfos. Do you know who Belido Dolfos was? You said so. Yes, the hero, or maybe the son of a bitch who murdered Don Sancho in front of the walls of Zamora, sure? Right, sure. You're a Spanish woman from head to toe. What do you know about the bullfighting festival? Tell me about it. Talk to me about the Moroccan the chula. Ropa, here in Navarra Cariquiri's cow was famous. But no, you're already French, I mean Spanish-French. They could have taken you for a Gabacha in Madrid, isn't that so? Calm down, woman. I believe your story. I'm going to escort you to Roncesvalles Pass. Swear by your mother's holy names that you'll never set foot on Spanish soil again. Sir, your mom's little soul is between her teeth. Understood? I swore it, and I re-swore it furiously within myself. Never again Spain, never again. Then the captain prepostulet out a conclusive eracto, and ordered that they prepare the horses, that we exchange our own for others, less tired, and set off on the journey, with an escort of 3 soldiers, always under the scourge of words from the Basque. Say orange, my dear lady, go. What a gentle jota, in any case. I think it's Andalusian jota. Do you know Navarra jota? No? No, I'm talking about popular song. They say it's called that in honor of the poet Aben Jot. God knows who he was. And going back to your jota, lady, how gentle, but I don't understand a thing about Andalusian jota, do you see? A game of words, and you celebrate it, so it's Spanish. You understand the language, but once you're mixed with an Indian, a Nova Hispanese, or Mexican as they say, devil of a man. Not only did he understand our language, but also his jota was gentle. Aren't you an Indian? Of course no. What would an Indian be doing trying to cross Roncesvalles Pass, and with a Bolognese, son of a bitch? Because it is, isn't it, sir? And here, old Ravandi swallowed saliva, we again bear the abrupt stirrups of the Spanish Pyrenees. Fortunately, the Basque changed conversation. He started talking about the Samantha that the Spaniards gave to Charlemagne for these lands in the days of Abderrahman. Isn't that so, my dear French lady? And the rest of fee? Time he spent babbling about Spain's intervention in Italy, about the conquest of Naples, about the Milan Duchy, about the disastrous Utrecht peace that lost those possessions for the crown, and finally, under a blizzard of wind and snow, we are bored we hadn't heard from Christina or Maria Rosa, locked up in the main bedroom by panic. I wondered where I should sleep in that hostile house, whether in the same room where I was a prisoner for 5 nights, whether in this balcony, where Federico suffered in silence, not daring to break the ice I imposed since the first afternoon, or whether in my own home, in the Plaza de los Yagues, where I would be overcome by loneliness. Then I saw the boy, who now had an eye patch, directing it towards the zodiac, and letting me know that up there my planet was beginning to stand out, as if he could see us, as if he were trying to send a message to us, but I preferred not to listen to him. I felt an irrepressible desire to make him suffer. After all, he hadn't moved a finger to prevent the prison his parents had condemned me to. He had only tried to communicate with me through some roles that made spoken. Expression tortuous, in a way. Now I seemed too young to aspire to my love. After all, for women, love means protection, and he didn't even seem able to protect himself from his innocence, so similar to stupidity. And I dared to go down for a moment, looking for some slave who could provide us with something to eat, but at that hour the blacks, aware that something was going to turn around in the city, that Lupercio had set off towards some bastion, and that only women and children remained at home, began to cause a commotion in the courtyard, dancing around a tree, which was certainly their way of declaring themselves in rebellion, knowing that the city was devoid of someone who could court, enforce the law within walls. So I preferred to go back. But when I was about to take the stairs of the balcony, a voice startled me from some darknessness. I prepared some cakes, some rice, and I saw Bernabé advancing with 2 plates, which Federico and I ate in silence, while below the noise of the blacks grew louder, adding another sinister tone to that night of 1697. Then we fell exhausted on the stone floor, with no other idea than to sleep if possible, if the events didn't accelerate, and we did so accelerate, and we did so as far apart from each other as possible, as if trying to materialize the barrier that separated us. I think I woke up in the middle of the night, not knowing where I was, or what day it was, and when I saw Federico's bulk a few steps away, I thought it was my old black nurse on some night 10 years ago. But when dawn broke, the wake-up call came very clearly amidst an infernal din, because the French galley had just started bombarding, spewing fire without ceasing. We leapt from the floor, insane, and saw how the roof of a nearby house was collapsing under the fiery mass of one of those spheres used by the Royal Regiment that the late Louvois organized for Louis XIV. Then Federico lifted me up on his shoulders and turned wildly down the stairs. I saw Christina and a group of slaves rushing towards the street in disorder on our side. Maria Rosa, wearing her nightgown, looked at my presence and fixed her grey eyes on her brother, brimming with hatred. The street was another whirlwind, a mob, the human tide within whose avalanche no one seemed to reason. All thought of saving their own skin, and I saw very mature men crying with open mouth, not knowing which way to escape. Even so, I think Federico tried to keep calm, implored calm to Maria Rosa and her mother, who screamed, clutching his arms. We saw slaves flee in a panic. The bombardment did not cease, and the confusion only made it worse. A gout-cured man contorted himself in a corner, banging against the walls, and soon we found ourselves on the main square, in front of the governor's office, where someone was, reading an edict in which Diego dos Rios warned against disorder and threatened capital punishment to anyone who deserted the square. A few blocks away, we learned from a group of peasants that they had folded their hands at the gates of the city wide, that nobody could abandon her. They want us to die surrounded, like animals, cried a merchant. Already forgotten about his goods, and God help us, shouted the women. Then I asked Frederick what we were going to do. He told me, in my opinion, the best thing would be to go home and wait for the bomb wherever it was going to fall. But Christina, by Maria Rosa, we resisted, and shouted that we must take refuge in the ghetto of Gethsemane, more covered, from the fire. So all at once we found ourselves in a tortuous alleyway in front of a wooden house, whose owner, upon recognizing the respectable Golter, urged us to enter, and only then did Frederick put me on the ground, and followed by the threshold to his mother and sister, to arrive in a room where, sleeping on a sofa-bed, half wrapped in some sheets, we saw a very young woman wrapped in a bandage around the upper part of her head, a circumstance that forced us to maintain a prudent silence as we occupied the fare, remaining seats, while our host went for some teas to calm the nerves, very acute in Christina, who seemed to be haunted by an ill feeling. And in the main sector of the city, the explosions could still be heard, since the enemy squad, the bombardment didn't cease, and from the tall houses and observatories, some stubborn telescopes still watched the ships still in the same position, with their sturdy sides defying the waves, and the cannons peeping through the square portholes, which didn't prevent the bells of the cathedral from ringing the angelic midday at 12 o'clock, as was customary. Their sound was drowned by the harsh clatter of the cannon fire, and the small boats and bomb-ship vomited their pepper-casters, which had already caused several fires, almost all in my neighborhood of San Diego, specifically today, when the sky spread its translucent blue, and the downpours of the previous days didn't come to our aid. From our refuge, we could hear how the Cartagena batteries responded with broad, waiting bars, obviously trying to save ammunition, a circumstance that the enemy wouldn't. This, since the governor had asked the Castilians to always act defensively, with utmost caution, despite Captain Vallejo de la Canal's suggestions to take the initiative and not leave it to the French. Therefore, de los Rios denied him access to the palace that afternoon, and asked him to disappear from his sight, not to interfere. He would figure out how to deal as Thiel, commander of the plaza. The author's name, Geman Espinosa. I didn't need second-hand advice, since the housing, all very modest, in Gethsemane slum, the least punished area of the city, was invaded by hordes of nuns, who begged for shelter, because they had to evacuate the convents of St. Teresa and St. Clara, and the people that slipped like ratons through the streets became tongues in the portals about the presence of the Bucaneros de la Tortuga, famous for their ability to infiltrate a plaza through the most miserable breach. It now seemed obvious that the French fleet admiral, ignorant of the resistance he could find in Cartagena, had made it port in Santo Domingo, and requested the governor of the French establishments on the island to form with the filibusteros an expeditionary corps. What we couldn't know was under what conditions that deal had been closed, and at what price the pilots had accepted to go into military service under Louis XIV's flag, since, in the end, they didn't acknowledge any government, and their capital, Basseterre, was only a market of plunder, which is why for Zaba to remind the frightened inhabitants of the city the bloody legend of Henry Morgan, the English pirate, who died by chance more than 10 years ago, but in past times devastated the coasts of Cuba, had succeeded in seizing Portobello, defeated a Spanish squadron, and plundered and burned Panama, nevertheless enjoyed, in his last years, a patent, of course, from King Charles II of England, that in a bad time he was not beheaded like his father, and to make matters worse, he was appointed governor of Jamaica, as it was fashionable at the time to honor any pirate who plagued Spanish colonies, or the text translates to exploited the Dutch East India Company's galleons as proof of that Frenchman, Jean Bart, whom King Louis XIV had just 3 years ago granted nobility certificates for his bravery in capturing a Dutch convoy and 3 guard ships with only 6 vessels. It was being mentioned because both Morgan and Bart could have equated themselves with mild Franciscans against the bloody bravado of the men of Turtle Bay, and because their recruitment should have been guaranteed, as on other occasions, by the governor of the French portion of Santo Domingo, the very feared Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, a Bearnese sailor whose bravery was not to be questioned, but whose lack of scruples was evident not only in the raids at the head of freebooters on the Caribbean ports of Spain, but also in his former exploits as an slave trader, serving the Senegal Company. And it is true that Ducasse, nicknamed Petit Gauve or Petit Gouao, deserved from the feckless king as much regard as Bart, so we could legitimately suppose that he came to command the buccaneers' frigates, whose conduct, if the city fell, would certainly not be the same as that of the admiral of the French fleet, who was supposed to be considered a corsair and a pirate, rumours that were now circulating from mouth to mouth, and that Maria Rosa, with cut breath and a kind of macabre pleasure, gathered and duly exaggerated at the door of the street, still in her sleeping shirt, while the housekeeper, whom we did not yet know, but who said she was Hortensia Garcia, provided food and care for Christina, who was not recovering from the state of prostration she had been in since the previous morning, and now, pale and with a little misplaced gaze in the delusions of the crisis, she fired away on exotic pillows on the host's bed, like Beltrana, whose wound, received in the Plaza Mayor, seemed serious. From time to time seemed serious. Time she would wake up without quite understanding what was happening, since the distant explosions must have seemed much larger in her feverish head, so she would start continuous lamentation, which was sometimes mitigated by the chicken broths that Hortensia herself gave her in small spoonfuls, very slowly, as I had to give them to my dear Marie 25 years later, when her cough and fainting spells became more frequent, and on the advice of Pascal de Bignon, we set off, with money from the lodge, for a painful journey to Prussia, to the court of Frederick William I, the Sergeant King, whose doctor, a certain George Ernesto Stahl, was said to have good referrals at Notre Dame. Cloyer, but this old, melancholy, surly, irascible man, who made us reside for more than 3 months in the old, picturesque, Hanseatic city of Halle, a university with stern Lutheran remembrances and theological polemics, with cup-like towers of the Gothic church of Our Lady, joined by a bridge as if they were vessels communicating that symbolized. One to science, and the other to religious prejudice instilling it, I think that instead of alleviating it, it aggravated the state of my little idolized one, since he maintained that any disease was simply a disturbance of the superiority of the soul over the body, which resulted in an improper distribution of blood in the organism, and in the case of my protégé, whose attacks were accompanied by sanguinolent expectorations to an excessive accumulation of blood in the chest, for which he prescribed bleeds, that ended up weakening Marie even more, whose life she saw slipping away with despair, until one day I heard Stahl lecture on the process of combustion, which he explained, and all Europe followed this point as a single Papa Mosca through his mystical theory of phlogiston, a spiritual substance contained, according to him, in combustible materials, which emanated as the metal was reheated. It turned into a shiny metal. But I remembered how my fellow Tabarot, who wasn't exactly anti-spiritual, given his position as a Parisian Grand Master of Spiritualism, but who was, on the other hand, one of the best alchemists of the time, had once shown me in his laboratory how combustion consisted only of combining the combustible substance with the air gases, which had been studied in ancient times by Theophrastus and St. Clement of Alexandria, and a few centuries ago by Eck of Salzbach, a fact that is still apparent today, after so many decades, as science refuses to accept it. Horrified by this Christian animist, who could end the already frail life of my Marie at any moment, we packed up and rushed off in a bit of a panic to the thermal baths of Aachen, that beautiful Gothic city called Aix-la-Chapelle by the French, perhaps because of the marble chapel, where the mortal remains of Charlemagne are preserved, and Aachen, by the Germans, maybe for its Latin name, Aquili Grana, an imperial village with great privileges, where we accidentally ran into the inimitable Baron von Glatz, a true eccentric of Polish origin, since he was born in Klotzko, but German in spirit, who owned, on a hill in the surroundings, one of those castles, like the French ones of the fair Loire, which were actually palaces and proliferated in the 16th century, a battlement alcazar with a gloomy almenaded silhouette like Elsinore itself, where Prince Hamlet swore revenge under his father's shadow, whom he invited us to stay because, according to him, Marie's illness could only be treated by her friend, Professor Armando Boerhaave, who was then residing in the Dutch city of Leiden, but whose visit we were expecting very soon, since they usually met to discuss scientific matters. So one afternoon we found them, ourselves in that luxurious fortress, surrounded by forests and older avenues, filled with hunting trophies, armour, old war mohair, crossed mantlets, fierce furs spread on the carpets, oil paintings with angry faces and beards, fine china, erotic porcelains reproducing the many poses of love, as well as a large servitude that didn't allow us to try to do anything, not even to scrub our bodies in the bathtub, since there was always a page ready for that purpose, and I feared that Marie's health would deteriorate due to irate. Those loving manipulations, not being able to be perceived by our sight. So for von Glatz the universe was composed of a single fundamental element, which Benedictus Spinoza, who saw in him the immobile God and finished, and in the world the sum of its accidents, compelled to call substance by writing in Latin, as it denoted the underlying. Unfortunately, dichotomous, from which all manifestations that we called material, and those that we vaguely qualified as spiritual, in a language that carried error and discord, attached, since if we dispensed with this dichotomy, the materialist or spiritualist hypothesis would cease to be, or even more so, if the becoming, as assumed by Aristotle, consisted in the replacement of one form by another, or in the transit from potentiality to act, from prima materia to substantial form, we should agree that each element carried inherent its formal possibilities, which would dismiss any dichotomy spirit-matter, and the universe would be presented much simpler, as long as we had the necessary modesty to confess that, in most part, it was still unknown to us, and the Baron tied himself satisfied the lush moustache, slowly bringing his lips the polished promise, a kind of brandy whose fabrication had achieved within its own premises, thanks to an old family formula, whose humble origins it hid under the pompous title that, for some purely monetary service, must have been granted by some elector prince, and so we entertained, in the world of pure theory, for about 3 weeks, always awaiting the arrival of Professor Boerhaave, until one night, when he mocked the idea of René Descartes of placing the human soul in the pineal gland, his eyes suddenly twinkled, and asked us if we were ready to witness an experiment that might disturb us a bit, but would clarify our vision of the universe, to which we agreed despite my concerns for Marie's health, not very conducive to strong emotions. Then the Baron ordered Franz, I mean the page who bathed us in the bathtub, to close all doors and put out most of the candlesticks, so that we were left in a flickering twilight, where the little light was like a reddish breath emitted by just 1 or 2 candles. Then he ordered him to relax his body on a sofa, concentrate his eyes on one of the weak flames, to start whispering orders almost imperceptibly, orders, or rather suggestions of absolute rest, abandonment of oneself, obedience, until putting him in a hypnotic trance, at which point he began a chain of hints aimed at having the adolescent gradually retreat into time, go back to his childhood, to the moment of his birth, and here Franz began to issue vagaries of an infant. It was evident that he felt physically and emotionally transported back to his first months of life, but the Baron went further. He asked him to travel back even before his birth, to search in those prenatal shadows for the trace of a past life, and after a while, during which he sank into a hurtful anguish, the boy began to babble words that we did not understand, which were undoubtedly part of a language very different from German or any other we knew. But this was not the most curious thing. It was the incredibly strange timbre of his voice, which reminded me of an elderly woman whose accent and some randomly identified words, such as dobro, pravilno, dovolno, hvala lepo, made me finally understand that he was expressing himself in some Slavic language, probably Serbian, which a few years ago I had heard from one of the Lodge's porters, born in Belgrade, or, as he himself said, Beargrad or White City, but nothing of this, as I expressed to the Baron with frankness, came close to being conclusive, since the boy could very well come from the Balkans, be a passable voice imitator, be playing us a prank. And here I saw a look of triumph on von Glatz's face, because, according to him, France had been raised by him to death after his mother, an old servant of his daughter, of coal miners from Rhineland-Prussia, had looked after him to keep him in the most absolute mental purity, incapable of falsehood or malice. Perhaps this is why his sensual delight, as he bathed us, seemed so transparent, so pure, to the point that it did not bother us that he marvellously examined our intimacies. Nonetheless, the Baron understood that he had not finished convincing us, and left things as they were. He did not seem very interested in persuading anyone, only in stirring up concerns, and she was active on all that terrain. Then, tilting her head, she thought the disease did not seem promising, that she had known cases where it consumed the patient in a matter of months, and said that it would be necessary, from this adorable little girl, for there to be a great effort of moral overcoming if she wanted to triumph over such a treacherous evil. Then Baron von Glatz, always gracious, insisted that we stay in his castle as long as we wanted, no matter that he was forced to leave us, for business matters, once or twice more, and in a simple way that day of 1722, that long season of ponderous reflections, or frivolous and delicious games, in which the goodness of Magnus Borhavius, as his disciples called the professor, united with the splendour and disregard of the host, and, of course, with the ever bolder manipulations of France, who, having been forbidden to touch Marie, again doubled his services for me, immersed us in a half-enchanted atmosphere that only the crises of Marie would break from time to time. Those crises profaned that etiological silence of alleys, of forests, of dim rooms filled with hunting trophies, of extravagant opera theatres, of crepitating chimneys in autumn. That friendly silence, so different from what hung over Cartagena that morning of May 15th, when the French fleet finally became mute and its ships began to manoeuvre strangely, while in the cathedral the responsorial chants of Sunday Mass opened with 2 Alleluia, followed by a verse, and then another Alleluia in a different tone, another verse, and finish with a 4th, Gregorian Alleluia. But the temple was almost empty. The supplications to the Most High, which the bishop had so clearly desired to be public, that day of misfortune were rising more desolate from our own hearts, downtrodden by impotence, by the evidence of the impending catastrophe. 40 houses in the walled district had crumbled during fair night under the weight of the artillery, and a few corpses had been buried without pomp that morning. So now the apparent calm was like an oppression of omens, and I can imagine Cipriano at the Boccaccia Forte. At the moment he knew the hour of truth had arrived, since it was obvious that the French would not go easy on us. They would attack from the point that, being the very knot of Cartagena's defence, was also its Achilles' heel. For when this San Luis castle was built just a few decades ago, it was armed with armed supplies and artillery from the dismantled bastions, slaves and gormless volunteers, for whom the advance of the squad meant only one thing, at once very clear and very confusing, meant imminent death, to anchor from one moment to another in the quietest portus of the good, or to plunge into the infernal cauldrons. There was no other alternative. No possibility existed of rejecting the enemy, and Cipriano must have tormented him, now that the wind boomed on the sea and saw those 2 ships approach, identified as St. Louis, in honour of the St. King crossed, ironically the same name of the fortress, and sceptre, from Latin septrum, sceptre, sign of royal dignity, of the dusty monarch who, from Paris, had launched his ceterum Senseo, Carthaginem esse delendam. The memory of our days in Zamba, the moment when Maria Rosa leaned her short, breasts on her back, and he, drunk with the idea of piling rice and fattening pigs, didn't notice, and must have tormented him even more, the increasing tremor that surely, warned in his father's beard, always at the top of the wall, according to the survivors' reports, always next to the Castilian, despite the proximity of the ships that wouldn't be long in directing their artillery against the bastion, since the enemy fleet was now before them, Sceptre, St. Louis, and the bomb-boat in first line. The discharges were not delayed. Cipriano entered as if in a paralysis, according to what later I was told, until his own father pushed him violently towards his cannon. Artillery glittered here and there. The castle replied with lush discharges, but weak before the manifest power of the enemy, and meanwhile, behind the rampart, under the fair, coriaceous thickness of the island of Tierra Bomba. "Hurry up!" cried Jonathan Hopkins, moving through among weeding and clearing away weeds and bushes with the sibilant machete, while Petey, the commander of the 200 blacks, was on the lookout for snakes and clearing a path for the two bandit chiefs, Godefroy and Montbaz, who were yapping orders and looking for ways to better deploy their troops, because close to 3,000 men from France had already landed on the beach of the Tijares, out of range of the Tijares. Castles fire that could be seen, almost lifeless, at a league away, and now they would have to clear away the vegetation, exuberant in mangroves in those areas, to set up the artillery and place San Luis de Bocachica between two fires. Ex-Voltaire, who had been my tear-cloth, had to take refuge 2 years ago, following the publication of his philosophical letters in the Sairy Castle at the border of Lorraine, whose gates he was opened by his proprietress, the greedy Madame de Le Tonnelier de Breteuil, Marquise de Châtelet, a writer with a flair for physics, a translator of Newton, whom my friend had fallen madly in love with, because that was his heart, torn between weakness for intellectual women and excess of vanity that devoured him since. The premiere of his Oedipus in 1718, whose success allowed him to associate with men such as Lord Bolingbroke, the English diplomat who negotiated the Utrecht peace, or Duke of Richelieu, nephew of the famous cardinal, a depraved man, lover at that time of Châtelet, all this being also relieved, moreover, by the substantial inheritance that, upon his death in 1722, some 3 months before my trip to Prussia with Marie, left him notary Arouet, moved ultimately by the prestige of his son, François-Marie, in whose first and very well-received play, which the author considered superior to Sophocles, at each flash of genius he would shout, thief, thief, to such an extent that thief eventually bequeathed most of his money to him, who did not waste time in multiplying it, as he had been tempted by bank speculation for some time, in which he always ran with luck. So he was gradually attracted to extreme luxury, living on a par with any court gentleman, and I was able to resolve, thanks to his generosity, some of the household economics puzzles that my life with Marie presented, because it is good to say that Voltaire, so careful of his wealth, never abandoned me in need, nor even during those times, when failure of his Artemise, loaded with a measles attack, plunged him into the deepest melancholy, and much less during those 8 years when the sun shone very brightly. For him, and he was received and celebrated by the aristocracy, to the point of being invited as an honor guest at the weddings of Louis XV, with Mary Leczinski, the daughter of King Stanislaw of Poland. Those were golden years that, unfortunately, came to an end in the castle of the Duke of Sully, on the night when my friend, with his hums raised as eyes, usual, started talking too loudly, full of daring audacity, in front of the aristocrats, and the Knight de Rohan Chabot, clouded by irritation, asked who that equalized was. "Sir," replied Voltaire, "someone who does not carry a great name, but makes the one he carries respected," phrase that forced the aristocrat to bite his lips, but it brought big his lips. Misfortunes to François-Marie, because the offended resolved to rent a gang of ruffians who beat the writer in some alleyway at night. Then my friend, boiling with pride, broke into the stage of Rohan Chabot, with crutches and full of bandages, demanding repairs through dueling insolence that brought him back again with his bones in Versailles. Bastille, from where he soon went into exile in England, country in which I was already staying, as I said before, during my trip to Spain, and my almost providential escape from that hell of detectives and inquisitors, preceded by my 9th violation, naturally determined by Venus in the sign of Sagittarius, consummated at the very Roncesvalles. Pass, almost across the French border, by Captain Priboste, who laughed and laughed at the humiliation inflicted on that Bolingbroke son of a bitch, the poor Aldrovandi, whom my husband believed, and in England, which had already overcome the riots and commotions promoted against the intruder Hanover dynasty by the Jacobites, who also affected it. The uprising of Scotland, Voltaire no hibrilado solo en la corte Jorge de Rest, cuya coronación desató años atrás aquellos brotes sediciosos, vayan la del príncipe de Gales, sino que he tratado con Sir Robert Walpole, el sanador de las finanzas, caudillo del partido Whig, que defendía la tolerancia religiosa y los derechos del pueblo y del Parlamento frente a las prerrogativas de la corona, hombre que, como yo mismo, había conocido la prisión en la Torre de Londres cuando, a consecuencia de la oposición que dirigió opposed to Harley, he was falsely accused of venality as treasurer of the fleet, and with whom he began the ardent study of British law, the democratic sense of its law. Institutions, his philosophical empiricism, which came to excite him so much that he learned English not only to read his friend Bolingbroke, Dean Swift, poet Pope, but also to write down by writing his admiration for a country where there was neither Bastille nor lettres de cachet, where there were 30 religions, and no priests, where Isaac Newton, whom I attended at his funeral in Westminster Abbey, was respected and recognized in all the greatness of his work, not knowing that these English letters, when published clandestinely in Holland a few years later, would bring him new persecution in Paris, the same that, as I said, forced me to take refuge in the castle of La Châtelet, for which reason, feeling once again alone, which Jean Trencavel did not now lean towards mitigating, I accepted the offer that Bignon made me of making part, as Anne, assistant of instruments of the expedition, organized by Pierre-Louis Moreau de Maupertuis, to measure in Lapland the arc of a degree of meridian, and it was so that in spring 1736 I took for me the abhorrent shades of winter, when we entered on those sleds pulled by hairy dogs with wolf-like jaws in the vast Scandinavian plain, whose coats of ice, melted in these months, had become extensive muds, through which we advanced step by step, always afraid to be crushed by some avalanche, that any strong noise precipitate from the hills, and my fears and my refusal to taste reindeer meat provoked great laughs among the Swedish group, headed by the geodator and astronomer Anders Celsius, who, accompanied by the naturalist Linné, had already explored Laponia and observed the vertical movements on the coastline of his country, and made Pierre Charles Lemonnier, a young Parisian interested in the anomalies of Saturn's planet, and, of course, those of this 50-year-old tropical who protested against everything in the middle, of that polar landscape, in particular that cold wind of northern spring, that icy bolt, that thin-air knife, which I definitely lacked strength and broke into tears, at which Lemonnier veridifin cried et droit au cul, quand plus aventuré, le vent me vient, with the old alliterations of Rutebeuf, and little Maupertuis hurried us on. It was necessary to move faster, and Alexis Clairaut, that young man who, since he was 18, had been part of the Academy of Sciences, because at 12 he had dared to dive, apply with a memory, and now occupied himself with studying the irregularities of the moon, annoyed to Bignon with his robust talks, while I tried to remember Voltaire's teaching, according to whose effusive speeches we should not trust but ourselves, see everything with our own eyes, which must stand up as our oracles, our tripodes, our gods, idea that became insupportable in my mind, because my eyes began to wander, to present me deceptive appearances between the mud and the scintillation of snow on the slopes of snow on the slopes of the hills, appearances of jesting centaurs, of winged and lascivious sphinxes, of evanescent Valkyries, and I thought I could hear triumphal music, as if we were near Valhalla. Then I would become aware with greater alarm that I was also not able to establish how much time had passed since this or that event. Time had become for me an elastic, melchachewed thing, and I thought of Pope's verses in which he said, God made Newton and all was light, verses revered by François-Marie, and tried to fix in my brain the concept of Newton on time, true and mathematical, which, by itself and by its own nature, flowed uniformly, without relation to anything external, and I could not find a reason for that wise man, so much respected by Frederick in his day, who formulated the theory of universal gravitation. But I felt my thoughts drifting toward what, according to Pascal d'Herbignon, a certain philosopher of Tedesco had said, no very widely known, also not very accredited, called Leibniz, that time was not absolute, but relative, and that separate moments from things they were nothing. And I thought I found fault with him, because time seemed to me now either too long or too short, or else too elusive, between my fingers like a drop of light, just as it happens in dreams, in which the translation of space it does not keep proportion with distance, or with our feasible velocity. Therefore we can traverse many leagues in a second, and sometimes many years in that same fragment of time, and when we wake up we have for a moment the feeling of Hull, a turbulent time between the night on which we lay down and the morning that greets us. And now, looking at that cruel plain, it occurred to me to think that time was nothing more than a ghost of my imagination, no less than those dancing sphinxes, those centaurs with erect penises suspended in the clarity of the Lapona morning, as one might judge from the memories he wrote in Segovia, burned by his superior but rescued for me by the never well-weighed witch of San Antero, must have thought Fray Miguel Echari that afternoon, on that 15th of April, when Boccaccio had already been placed between two fires, and he, face down on the desk in his office, despite the fact that the buildings of the Holy Office had been abandoned since the day. Before by the rest of its inhabitants heard, at a distance, the noise of the bombs without being able to establish in his mind, overwhelmed by vertigo, how much time had passed between the moment when the Goltar broke in with the news on the arms square, and this blurry present, in which the universe was now stirring, in which he had already been 48 hours without eating inside those walls, stuck in place, unable to move, his body emaciated, still numb from the failure of his denunciations, and the sudden misfortunes that God, that abstract divinity, incomprehensible, sent upon the city and upon him, the God of Abraham, the God of Christ, who punishes with lightning fee violators of his law, or who is all love, that character whom he could never conceive but as a pure idea, and in this he was inconsistent, as he acknowledged in his memories, with his own condition as canonist, and from another point of view, with his priesthood of theologian, since the concept of pure idea was also too human, no matter how arcane, unattainable, gave him turns in the head, in a desperate siege like that of enemy artillery. It was as human as the bearded good God of the ladies, and they returned to Hawkford. Imagination, by another feat of translation in time, his distant days at seminary, but not as a memory, as a vertebral displacement towards the past, but as part of an eternal, fluid, as a fragment of infinity, strangers to all discursive idea, those days of his youth compressed in roars and black purities of purity, in impalpable silices of chastity, when in the portico of the cathedral of Ferrara he once saw carved the hand of God, when he thought it was, without a doubt, the true hand of God, and wondered if, from that hand, which moved him much more than any total representation of the Creator, one could reconstruct it, find its face and eyes, sweet or cruel, his frown of an austere father. Who would not remember the frown of the god-android of Buonarroti, whom he imagined as a dark deity anxious to hide his misery, his failure, but, as suggested by that monitorial hand, whose index fingers and heart rose in a fatuous warning, it was an unconcerned creator incapable of sorrows or ethical concerns, who could not be good or bad, simply was, and this entailed for the man an irremissible state of incomprehension by his own Creator, since man, whatever he did, could never be understood by God, and vice versa, so that all the destinies of the creature, dictated only by her fleeting circumstance, by her ability to do well or ill, by her infinite limitation, could only tear at the Creator, though it might seem another inconsequence, a laugh of disdain, like that of a father who has begotten a faulty child, and teases him for his clumsiness, an action censurable within human ethics, but indifferent to a divinity, whose most evident characteristic was inhumanity, and Icari assured himself that he had asked how one could possibly count on God if, from a distant hazard, he directed that gesture of incomprehension, of impotence mixed with laughter, which, interpreted by the narrow mind of the creature, would resemble more the irresponsible madness than the extreme cruelty. To the supreme wisdom, as well as having ignored whether those ideas were inspired by hunger for 2 days, momentary despair, or slowly or quickly came from his seminary days poisoned with doubt, in which he was terrified by the possibility of postulatory the demon as a more human being, closer to man, and therefore with greater options to capture him in his nets and win or lose him forever, impulse that perhaps spawned the idea of the Word made flesh, the coming into the world of that little brother of Satan, whom they called Jesus Christ, but he, Christ, who would clarify whether he had come to understand man, or also failed in that unspeakable mission, then felt tears well up from his almost dry springs, from his yellow and sick eyes. How could his mind harbour so much bitterness if he had consecrated his life to the service of Christ, of God, of the faith, Creator of all things, whom he brought out of nothing, whom he preserved, and could destroy as easily as he made them, whom he found separated by an abyss because it was, uncommunicable in all and each of its attributes. From there, the uselessness of all human effort, since the only mission of man would have to consist in communication with the Heavenly Father, and that was not possible. Useless, then, wisdom, useless theology, if they were essential in new interrogations, useless life itself, false philosophy, Peronis, deceptive religion. He wept bitterly, and cursed those projections from the relative to the absolute by which a fly could well postulate him, to Fray Miguel Ecari. God himself, for good reason, he attended heretics by affirming that any demonstration of the existence of God was an insolence, yes, a blasphemy, is not against God, but against man. And he raised his eyes to the rectangle of light from the window, and saw that strange form that seemed to smile at him, a corporeal shape like torn fog, as if a painter, hasty but very lively spots, had emblazoned it onto some curl or glint of air, and in which, nevertheless, he distinguished very well the scaly skin, viscous in some places, puffy eyes, a bulging face filled with fine, sharp teeth, an elongated and bloody tongue, adipose chest, green-blue and bleached veining on the belly, a loose sex like a worthless calandrao, or trying to convey a sense of human form, destined perhaps to stir his sympathy, which was at that moment rejected by its putrid emissions, the wet sound of gargling, that instead of words flowed from the mouth, the varying-coloured humours exudating from its pores, the jarring laugh that seemed to express a hidden solidarity, and said Icari that he felt faintness coming over him. He rolled on the stone floor. His painfully contracting stomach made him sink into emptiness, into carmine. Darkness, while far off the discharges were still sounding, and at Hortensia Garcia's house we continued to circle around the bed upon which Christina Golta lay prostrate, her fragile body scorched by fever, momentary sleepiness sinking her deeper into sobos, from which she would wake with anguish, inquiring about the whereabouts of her husband, whom we also did not know, since at that point the city was like an abandoned battlefield, riven only by the distant rumble of battle, so far away that it seemed increasingly unreal to me, regardless of the fact that I knew those boons were directed toward my father and brother, toward San Luis de Bocachica, whose presence in Sancho Gimeno's power, and that of his band, we all considered little less than a miracle, and so we spent the afternoon, still pained by the bad night, since we had to sleep on some old mattresses. Arranged by Hortensia along the corridor leading to the garden, Federico and I at the ends, and Maria Rosa, by Christina's mandate, in the middle, to avoid Lovelace effusions. Then, around 9 o'clock that second night, when the bombardier band confused day with night, the mother of Federico entered a new and more intense drowsiness, losing consciousness, from which we could not wake her, and which very much reminded us of those lethargic states preceding death, so that the homeowner, who had already done what she could, surrounding with warm cloths the scenes of the sick, and giving her broths and teas that, finally, Christina refused to drink, called us aside, and, in a tone of hide reproach, made Federico see that the little girl had already done enough, that now she should face the truth and go look for her father, which we reluctantly agreed to, he, prepared to leave, without managing to mask his paleness, not due, I think, to a pusillanimous feeling, but to the fact of having just realized a bit too loudly the apparent gravity of his mother. But it got under my skin that I had to accompany him. Even though it was a complete absurdity, I had to accompany him, or my soul would hang by a thread of spider's silk, and with the greatest effort, as one might expect, Maria Rosa objected, now dressed in wide-sleeved satin dresses borrowed from Hortensia. "I won't let you replace looking for your father with fornication in every corner. If you don't decide to go out, I'll go look for him myself." Federico saw her burn with anger now, flashing all over his face his discontent, frustration, envy, and his Christian defect, and decided to go alone towards the door. Then I thought how I would have to traverse street after street in the city, the fortifications and batteries. They could recruit him by force. Perhaps this was the last time I saw him, so that when I looked him leave, when he sank into the darkness of the road, I broke into an angry cry, launched curses at everyone, and when Hortensia managed to almost calm me with sweet words, I heard Maria Rosa's comment interposed between us. "Don't pay any attention to her. She has fleas, and now I can't find anyone to shake it off, and I couldn't bear it any more, so I wildly grabbed the locks of her hair and pulled with all the strength of my soul, deaf to the cries she let out, feeling the sting of her nails on my chest, and so we rolled on the floor, just as 19 years later I did with Jean Trenchavel, when he woke up one night and discovered little Marie in our room, hugging each other in a silent ecstasy, almost petrified, because he would visit me punctually around 3 in the morning without saying a word, and the two of us, without realizing it, fell into that trance, firmly united to each other, almost suspending our breath. So Jean didn't understand what his eyes were seeing, thought Marie was bothering me, and I, out of simple courtesy or compassion, was giving her some affection. Then not only did he order his sister to leave the room, but he also gave her a fierce tug on the ears, which I disapproved of right. Away with harsh words, with which I only managed to make the young astronomer, always paid to himself, hit the bottom of Marie's behind with the palm of his hand, which turned very red, but didn't descend to cry out. This I couldn't bear, so I hung on to her long locks of southern hair as well, and made him fall from bed and hit the floor against his Occitan buttocks, which of course only inspired him to laugh merrily. But that morning I decided to talk seriously to Marguerite, who I always knew was so jovial and unconcerned, and I proposed to lighten her burden with the child. She already had 6 other children, and Marie needed very special treatment. She was drowned in her thoughts, and someone had to help her emerge into the outside world. An idea that for a Parisian mother might have been, yes, painful, but also practical. But for a Provençal woman, meaning a woman from a once persecuted village who had risen to erect herself as a kind of symbol of cosmic motherhood, of protection over her crowded children, to that legendary or semi-legendary Clemencia Isora, who rewarded good poets with an open eglantine. The separation from any of her offspring would almost have been monstrous, so wrapped in smile, she rejected my proposal without leaving a single crack for future reflections. And that night, while performing my duties at the observatory, I was suddenly overcome by devouring sadness. Expression was the song, that wild nightingale of the Parisian suburbs, whose love for me not only had borne in a spontaneous way, almost as if it were determined by fate, but also overwhelmed us equally and established between us a mutual subordination, like between mother and daughter, except that a nearly indiscernible element of sensuality seemed to be added to those feelings, since I experienced a pleasure almost sexual in hugging her against me, perhaps not that same light eroticism of off mothers when giving the breast to babies, but something much more subduing and static, a feeling of illicit fullness that had been, on several occasions, on the brink of insincerity, driving me to orgasm, unless it was perhaps because of the proximity of Jean, who held me back, or by my own mind's break, which repelled that desperate inclination so much that now I felt a frightening emptiness in my life when thinking that I could not have the little girl only for myself. And all this, to make matters even worse, became more lacerating one afternoon when, to the semi-darkness of autumn, Marguerite and I were playing cards by the fire, haunted by its crackling light, while Marie, a few steps away from us, slowly intoned the plains and croons of the old troubadouric of that fraternity, so similar to mine of Cloître for Notre Dame, of the Montaigne du Gai Saba, from where not only the famous Lois d'Amour came out, but also the floral games, which led to the cult of Isis Aurea, of Isora, whose name seemed to come not only from the family Isoret, from the Praeclara Isoricorum familia, but perhaps even from the mythical giant Isore, the discovery of whose monumental tomb had given its name to my street, of La Tombissoire, as delightfully told by the mother of the trench-shovel, and then the little girl suddenly stopped singing, came up to me, put her pure grey eyes in mine, where it seemed that the dusty paths that in other ages ran with her staff and black capuchon through the tisserands, French weavers, perhaps as I, of crowns of thorns, and said, in a sweetness beyond compare je vous aime, and Marguerite and I remained petrified, Marie's posture gave the impression of something ritual, inevitable, of an action, a appeal, once spontaneous and fatal. For the first time she had spoken to someone in French and no Provençal verses, and he had done so with a solemnity and arrogance that left no doubt as to the sincerity of his purpose, which was to breach the external world he once rejected with severe force, and this decision seemed obviously tied to me, whom he had just declared his love for. Certainly Marguerite couldn't understand it. She must have felt some inexact jealousy, which she managed to hide, no doubt, behind that somewhat comical mask of her smile, but she couldn't escape the gravity and emotion of the moment. After all, her daughter, half-mute all her life, had just shown at least a rudimentary ability to communicate with the world of others, so I looked at her desperately, asking her to lead that demanding situation in my way. I cradled Marie in my arms, and asked, lovingly, sparingly, whom she loved besides, indicating with my eyes her mother, whose spiritual integrity seemed to depend on the answer. But the little girl, blinking with something like an innocent sadness, replied seulement, "Oh," and added, with a sparkle that I had never noticed before in her gaze, "Dans votre cœur, las, je le mets. Je trouverai ma demeure," and with tears blurring her pupils, "seulement vous pouvez assurer le bonheur de ma fille." I barely managed to exclaim, "My God, what do you say?" But already Marguerite was accusing her, with a mixture not too rare of maternal affection and impatient rebuke. "My dear, for the love of God, don't go on. What sin to speak so, the first time." "What have you got, Mary?" He tried to draw her into his lap, but the girl evaded him with apparent distaste, and went to embrace me, repeating obsessively, "Je vous aime, Geneviève, je vous adore," moment in which the mother lost all control of herself. Her instinct rebelled against what she must have considered betrayal, denaturalized, desertion. She armed herself with a broom and, accusing me of having bewitched her daughter to take her away from her, forced me to leave the house, and had already advanced more than half a block when I still heard, above Mary's cries, her screams, "Sorcière! Sorceress!" So I thought I had lost the little one forever. I couldn't go back to that house that had been so kind to me for more than 6 months. Jean's own head shook in bewilderment when, that night at the observatory, I informed him of the events. Then he smiled, said his younger sister had been born silly, and didn't understand how his mother could have given such importance to the wanderings of a crazy little head, but something about him told me he would take Marguerite's side. After all, I carried 10 more years on my shoulders than he did, and it didn't seem to me that he would be willing to extend our relationship too much. At least I thought briefly there would be time for him, in bad luck, to prove the contrary, for the moment he realized that something extraordinary must have happened for his sister to finally decide to speak, she dared to speak. Joke that maybe I really was a witch, or a fairy. Yes, a fairy, or the witch Alcossa, and I was startled to hear those words. I felt like I had already lived that scene. I felt as if time had advanced in the circle, or as if its straight navigation had capriciously formed a wave. Then I saw the slow, certainly the grey fog of melancholy come upon me like an astral dust cloud, and, without worrying about asking for permission, I installed myself in front of Casgrain's telescope, and, despite the hour, I could ironic, like an out of sight from me, the green and phlegmatic flash of the planet Genoveva. And remembering the first time I saw it, it was almost 20 years ago, with Federico. From that view, from that house, from that city, from that Caribbean, so buried in the past that it was almost a dream. A very black hand pressed my heart, and I saw how all that really belonged to me had been swept away by the flood of destiny, and now was no more than an overplus cast on any lonely beach, while that proud star, which should also die, some day, but whose time was broader and more haughty than mine, still rose in our terrestrial night as a glacial light, eternal in comparison with us, and giving by its eternity the measure of our insignificance, thereby emphasizing with it the meanness of our human choir of mourners, incapable of moving the gods, but not even that huge. Character from Sirius, which François-Marie imagined some years later for his Micromedes, and these Pascalian emotions calmed me a little, for I could not know what was happening in Marie's mind at the same time. But with the passing of the days, I noticed that my premonition had not been mistaken. Jean had not asked me again to go with him. "She will accompany you to your home," and, on the contrary, she suggested one night that I invite her to mine, to which I refused without lowering myself to explanations, since, at least if he took the side of his mother and agreed with him in my condition as a witch who takes children's consents, then do not look for my support. Go find shade under the frondous maternal tree, and I decided to barricade in my suffering and take it as a kind of offering, too illusory, if you think that at every moment I returned to shipwreck in the uncertainty of the memory of Marie's cry, the first that for more than half a year I heard spring from her tortured soul, the afternoon when her mother threw me out with her slaps, an indication that her attachment to me had reached a point where separation was intolerable, as it was also for me, as it was for Federico from Fay. The moment he went in search of his father, and I, after flaying Maria Rosa's arms and part of her face, and having held several locks of her hair between my fingers, was forced by Hortensia to stay in the hall, where Beltrata floated in the remains of an adorable delusion, without the right to move to any other place in the house except the bathroom, while it seemed to slide through my mind like a coarse ribbon of a principaless that night, when Federico wandered from here to there, in vain, stopping at quarters and at batteries where everyone wanted to recruit him, and I had to pretend that his mother was agonizing, and that he was looking for his father, whom no one had seen, until he decided, towards dawn, to approach the pier of the Casa de Contratacion, the same where many chests with gold carried on a galleon a forgotten passenger, because someone assured him that Lupercio had embarked with José Vallejo de la Canal to Bocachica that noon of the alarm 4 days ago, when the king's commissioner crossed the bay to conduct a summary inspection of the fort, and nothing surprised him more than to find there Fray Tomás de la Anunciación, who was arguing hotly with a group of officers, because at the break of day on that Monday the situation of the strong place had become much worse than critical. The blacks and filibusters from Santo Domingo had opened paths in the Tejares forest, a league from the bastion, defended by Sancho Gimeno, and placed cannons and mortars, leaving San Luis between two fires, and without way to receive provisions or ammunition, so that the governor of the rivers, at the end of his bewilderment, had ordered the dispatch of a boat with 40 mulattoes to reinforce the castles. Troops, a crazy idea, if you think that the French dominated the bay entrance, and would open fire as soon as they spotted the small vessel, and here the mulattoes resisted, leaving, unless they were taking a confessor aboard, so the officers, finding Fray Tomas at hand, whom neither the war nor anything else made desist from his beggarly round at her, dawn forced him to board against his arguments, because a tertiary could not give absolutions, but no one wanted to understand this in such circumstances, and now the friar, like Federico, laughed in the middle of his despair, hung on his rosary on a floating board in a shipwreck, and told me later that he said to him when he saw him boarding, "The boat that we entrust ourselves to God, because the one who was going to make war was already half wounded." Then the little boat set sail, swaying in the green mud of Fefes Bay, tossed by the convoluted water, or on the side crossed by the projectiles, which left splashes even in the oars, while the rest, including the friar, made signs to it. The enemy that they were not fighting, except for Frederick and one of the mulattoes, who swam, trying to stay submerged as long as possible, and braced in the icy abyss. Towards the place where they thought the island of Tierra Bomba was located, Then the French, assuming the fugitives were dead, boarded the dinghy and conducted it to a side of their admiral's ship, gently rocking on the murky blue of the channel, and brought the prisoners up a rope ladder onto the glittering deck of the ship, which did not spare the fay. Side of bower, from its 74 well-armed cannons, whose luxury seemed to reproduce, to the naive friar, the splendours of a Versailles hall, while, with the smell of a Versailles hall, powder irritating his nasal fosses, he was conducted to a cabin that more pleased him, according to what he later recounted on several occasions, as if it were the dressing room of a courtesan, attended by a gentleman with high and powdery hair, a satin jacket, frothing laces on his chest, at his wrists, cinched breeches and thin red heels, whose polishing, insensitive to temperature, could have something ridiculous about it, although, without a doubt, it was a gentleman, one of those dandy boys who once, fleetingly, might have offered an arm to Maintenon, or slipped some witty phrase into the ear of Louis XIV, and the friar, subdued as if he had just entered Lucifer's very own closet, stood respectfully at the door, and the sailors had to push him in, finally to the interior, where he knelt overwhelmed by this abundance of silks and perfumes, until the moment when the gentleman, supported by a fine stick with carved hand-grip, inhaled his râpé and rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, to articulate softly with a slight growl, moan of mild repugnance, eh bien, which startled Fray Thomas the monk, and giving him the back with the pretext of making a military inspection by the scuttle, ce serait une plaisanterie d'envoyer cette émissaire au capitaine du château Vennes, with an arrogance so extreme that even the delicateness of the question could not disguise it. To one night of the sailors, bon, puisqu'il le faut, auriez-vous l'obligeance de lui traduire mes ordres? To which he replied, oui, monseigneur, and the man in Gascon with a purple beard, prepared to make the foolish friar understand the mandates of the gentleman, for the ears, monk, that is with you, the orders that you are going to listen to, will be here. Observe to the letter, we will send you in a dinghy with the white flag to the garrison of the fort. You will intimize a surrender on behalf of the Navy of Sea and Land, His Majesty the King of France, hear it well. We will guarantee the life of our emissaries, and that will be the price of yours. And Fray Thomas swore that he would do so. Startled as a trifle, and bon, nous sommes d'accord, laughed the gentleman. Et tu seras libre, and even made a wink, and the third order, excessive in his obsequiousness, questioned on behalf of whom the intimidation should be transmitted, and the translator repeated grumpily that if he did not have ears, of the Navy of Sea and Land of the King of France, because the gentleman who stands before you, great big fool, before whom your life would not reach to prostrate yourself, is General Jean Bernard, Desduins, Baron de Pointy, at which point the religious person blessed himself with fear also, I imagine, and a moment later the dinghy set out with the white flag Blanca. Far in. Thomas of the Annunciation, trembling at the idea that Sancho Gimeno would disregard the truce signal, went between two French sailors, one of them a Gascon, who held him by Gascon, both arms, so that the fire from the San Luis Forte ceased. The procession crossed the drawbridge and faced the turbid face of Emilio Alcocer, that is, my father, no doubt, stunned to see his old friend, the glutton friar, turned into an ambassador of the hostile fleet, reason for which the poor tertiary tried to excuse himself. They arrested me. When I came with reinforcements, they forced me, Emilio, they forced me, but my father looked at him coldly and notified them that Sancho Gimeno would receive them. He did so in effect in a sort of cell, with a large skylight, where his wife was also present too, far ill. Thomas summoned him to surrender in a humble tone, that the Castilian was on the verge of smiling. Then a confusion arose among the people of the castle, divided into two camps, one of which demanded that the captain accept the corsair's terms. I think my father must have boiled with rage when he saw Cipriano among those who led the gang of cowards, or rather cowards, in their own way. It is easy to understand now, after so much time has passed, the reasons for my brother. They say that he made a gesture to stab him himself with the sword, but the Castilian stopped him. He admitted that the lack of morality went back to root, but warned that if he had accepted the brief truce, it was because he wanted to save the life of the friar, and although the French knew very well what they were doing, they did not know with whom, phrases before which the insurgents ran to the towers and opened platforms and started to ask for quarter loudly. Quarter French. Ignore this crazy Castilian. Sancho Gimeno asking for a few minutes from the few minutes. Messengers advanced to the highest part of the wall, the point from which the merlons arose, and harangued the deserters. I know very well how it could be judged absurd and lost in advance, this battle. But it is better to die with glory than to be slaves of France. We did not seek this war. They imposed it on us, and we will have to defend ourselves, if at least we want to save honor. But honor does not serve without life, someone shouted from the tumult, and a life without honor is worse than death. Castilian replied angrily. Then the same voice, that of a red-haired native so young as Cipriano, said that they were words, just words. Then Sancho Gimeno drew his pistol and fired it into the seditionist's skull, who in seconds, with a violent spasm, exhaled life. Silence followed. Another argument, asked the commander. No one laughed. The wind that battered the merlons seemed static for a while. 2 seagulls flew across as heavy arrows over the castle. The commander turned his back on the rebels, went down to Fay. Arsenal, met again with the messengers, ordered his own troops to hold for. Thomas, and, in a calm tone, warned the French that, as a Castilian of Saint Louis, he neither surrendered nor asked for quarter. Those who asked were a bunch of cowards, and I do not need them. I still have many brave men who will defend their post. With honor, said that, and turned his back on them. The messengers returned to the boat, and the city heard terrified. After a while, the resumption of fire that exhausted. After the long swim, Federico and the mulatto also heard, now lying on the sand, half drowsy, with their clothes tattered and impregnated with seaweeds, so that, although fatigue did not abandon them, and they were sure to be safe in that beach, anxiety made them stand up, penetrate into the bush without changing a word, and thus, while Federico, mulatto, still terrified, twisted quickly to his right, trying to get away from the scene of the battle, Federico, on the contrary, went to the left, where very close sounded. The buccaneer artillery, and could be distinguished there, far away, among smoke, the besieged castle, possible refuge of his father, and felt on his neck like arrows of his father, and felt on his neck like arrows of horse. Cerbatanas, the solar rays, detached from that clear sky, and advanced through the dense vegetation, not too high, since only the lively chagaramos raised above his head, slim, bark-like trunks, and lazily swayed to the rhythm of the wind, their large waved leaves at the point, like graceful ventilators, until he felt very close the retorting of a torting. The descargas, which tensioned his muscles as he snaked through the dense vegetation, not too high, since only the weeds, without a doubt, lay within firing range of filibusters. He would have to take a detour if he didn't want to be shot down in cold blood, if he wanted to somehow reach that ever-distant castle, despite his limp, but he didn't know what kind of detour, whether by the seaside, to the right, where the filibusters had landed, as the telescope of the San Lazaro battery had well confirmed, or by that of the bay, to the left, where he could hide himself at any moment by diving into its deepest waters, a dilemma that now kept him moving in a straight line, almost, without thinking about it, at a speed he could not reduce, but gradually, approaching fatally a place where he knew the enemy's cannons and mortars were stationed. And, suddenly, he thought of Leclerc. There would be with the buccaneers the Bonfripon, whom he did not want to consider an enemy, the Bonnefond duende of the beaches of Zama, man in whose farewell words he had believed to detect a promise. Perhaps Leclerc could support him in his search for his father. He had the Barbas der Quixote of the pirate in it. Mind, and at that very moment, saw the beard-faced face emerge from the thicket. It was him, there was no doubt, but Federico could not restrain his race. He could not stop. He would crash into his impavid figure, and indeed hit his furry and muscular chest, much taller than him, standing between 2 palm trees as a trunk more. But was it Leclerc? Were those now vaguely remembered features of the Bonfripon? The big man still stood without blinking, while the boy, who had the head in his naked chest, wrapped in a tangle of reddish hair, was pushed back by his own momentum, and rolled backward between the thorny edges of the pine leaves and the tight and stinging tips of some weeds, Then he realized, seeing him up close, that the giant standing before him resembled, yes, a little like Leclerc, had his same red beard, his same blue eyes, but was much younger than the Bon Fripon, and he realized that nothing of what he had agreed with the French singer in that noisy night of Zamba would be good for this subject. He was facing a filibuster from Tortuga. Such was the fact, so simple. Ah, filibuster with a very hard look, his face like a stone with almost cutting edges, a bad slut, whose carnal claws would not be easy to escape in my early years of life with Mary. Not only were they happy, but festive and very glad, for after those deplorable months that followed my break-up with his mother, during which we could not see each other, and his spirit lost strength, and was left to be pushed like a ship that calms its sails in the middle of the worst storm, his joy of life now flourished as if it were a plant, revived by the contact of water and sun that couldn't provide for itself on its own. So I started to uncover the subtle nuances of his spirit, full of charming twists and impenetrable reticences, mischievous and playful, like the one of a bull that comes out of honor, its hibernaculum into the spring light, but at the same time deep and withdrawn, dimmed at times by the slow advance of a suspicion, and gnawed by an odd resentment, something he couldn't forgive the universe for, something she herself didn't understand, as I think that the movements of her psyche weren't always sensed by her full consciousness. She had springs that worked in the shadows, intimacies of her mind that even Marie couldn't comprehend, and it was for this reason that those who we should always be careful around it, trying not to hurt it, not to fan the coals of its least pleasant remnants, like that obsession with torturing animals, plucking the feathers off poultry violently, or hacking at butterflies until they turn into a handful of rainbow dust, which would have been rather harmless had it not also transferred this vengeful fury to his hedge. Relationships with people, subjecting them to poisonous comments or paralyzing jokes, such as the day when he cornered Guido Aldrovandi, holding a black widow in his hand, for he possessed the virtue of rendering even the most dangerous creatures harmless. He collected frogs, salamanders, scorpions, and all sorts of terrifying creatures, which he concocted ways to keep alive, but I say that we were used to divert ourselves, because when nothing disturbed her, she used to show herself very imaginative. She would take every opportunity to entertain us, as if the world had no secrets for her. All of a sudden she would draw diagonal lines on both sides of a thick piece of paper, and tie a string. Through each end she would draw a bird on one side of the paper, with its legs at the place where the diagonals crossed, paint a cage on the other side, then spin it with other side. Agility. The paper and the bird appeared within the cage, or else in my absence he would cut a piece of black veal, spread it on the white tablecloth of the dining-room, set an empty inkwell next to it as if it had tipped over, and thus startle me greatly. Sometimes he would put a piece of lit paper into a bottle, place an egg on top of the opening, and we would watch the egg, which was larger, enter through it, descend slowly down the neck, and finally fall into the bottom. But in addition, he could decipher any cryptogram written in a decal alphabet within minutes, even if it had been encrypted with the intricate keys of Vigenère's square. He was also capable of creating countless variations of Dutch dolls, their monogrammed patterns on pillowcases, or sheets becoming true works of art. He would ask my guests strange questions, such as whether even numbers, that is half of the total number of numbers, were not also infinite like that total, in which case the whole was no greater than the part, and he would laugh heartily at the bewilderment of all, sometimes with the intention of pleasing, sometimes to offend. Since he was very volatile, and one could never tell what mood he was in, or whether he would soon adopt a completely opposite attitude, or whether he would withdraw for days, returning to his Occitan songs, or whether he would sing in other languages, for example. Spanish he had learned in just a few weeks, and now had memorized everything from epic poems and gesta, tales to Alexander's book, dispute poems, Estunia's songbook, Herberé des Ezarts, and so on. He had become a specialist in death dances, a traitor usurper of bad conscience. Agora veredis, o que fazeres sois. In infernal fire, without further delay, I will put your soul. Covered with mourning, and with pieces of cloth and paper prostheses, he would imitate the skeletal visage of death, adding a kind of macabre delight as if she herself wanted. To be the level inspector of men, the very piglet where the rivers were straight to end and consume, he had become an excellent macabrist, a pirouetterer of the beyond. Furthermore, every form of love linked him with death. He maintained that the test of true love lay in its ability to tempt death, to attract it to be destroyed, that it spun around death like a very bright and polychrome insect, spinning around a black flame. Death was his fairground, his centre of activity. He exploded with joy if he succeeded in scaring me at midnight by appearing as a ghost, and I would go along with him because, in truth, there were also very vital aspects to his spirit. He liked to go out into the countryside in spring, go fishing, find birds' nests, or sometimes beehives that he would agitate against someone. He loved the night sky, and when I told him about the fact of planet Genoveva, he suddenly claimed that not only was it indeed a planet orbiting the sun, but that its rotation period was 10 hours, 45 minutes later, and then he never spoke of it again, because, moreover, he jumped from one topic to another without any kind of connection, wanted to confuse at all times. No, one could follow his mental acrobatics. The poor Guido Aldrovandi stopped going to our house so as not to be ridiculed in geographical details. حتى البسيطة بس كير بون الذي جعلته سنوات قاسية أدرك أنه لن يعود إذا ماريا عادت إلى خلع ملابسها في وجوده كما فعلت ذلك بطريقة غير متقاطعة ليلة واحدة، فعلى الرغم من سنها إلا أنها استثارت غريزتها، وفي الواقع كانت حساسة بشكل لا يصدق. كان من المدهش أن نراها تستمتع بإيجاد الذراع على عرض ساقها أو أكثر من ذلك أمام أولئك الرجال الفقراء الذين كان يشتبه في كونهم على قوة من العزوبة جعلتهم يتقيؤون ثم تضحك ضحكة كبيرة. لم يكن هناك مجال للتقويم، ولم أشعر بالرغبة في توجيهها ولا حتى شقيقها جان الذي ادعى أنه صدم من تجاوزاتها، لكنه شجعها سيرا لأنه ما زال يحبها ولم يتم إبعادها منه بعد، وأعتقد أن جلبها معي كان أفضل حل لمشكلتها، لأن بقية أشقائها طاروا إلى العمل، معظمهم في وظائف ذات أجر ضئيل. عندما دمرت نوبة قلبية وجود مارجريت فجأة بينما كانت تغسل الملابس في الفناء، وفي ذلك اليوم أخبرني جان أنك استمتعت بنفسك وتركتها في شقتي المتواضعة في شارع توم ريسو، حيث رأيت وجه ماريا مضاء لأول مرة عندما علمت أنها ستعيش معي لبقية حياتها، وهي حقيقة احتفلنا بها أمام قاض بعد بضعة أشهر على شكل قانوني للتبني. وفي تلك الليلة من عام 1718 طلبت تلك الليلة الكائن الرائع أن أستحمها، لأن مارجريت قد حضرت عليها دائما الاستحمام الكامل بحجة أنه دار بالصحة، ولم تقتصر ماريا على اعتبار الاستحمام ضروريا فحسب، بل اعتقدت أيضا أن يجب أن يكون بمثابة طقس مشترك لتواصل الأرواح. لذلك أزلت ملابسها ورأيت جسدها البالغ من العمر 10 سنوات عاريا لأول مرة. كان رقيقا جدا حتى يمكن عدد ضلوعها أبيض للغاية، مع مؤخرة بارزة تفتخر بها، ولاحظت ابتسامتها الممتعة عندما أفرت بين ساقيها بالصابون بعد 4 سنوات. I would do the same for both of them in the castle of Baron von Glass, Fay. Young France, whose name gives me chills, but he passed almost a year before, on the first days of summer, took to wearing naked in the bed we shared, no longer on the Frau. 2 Missois Street, but in one of the floors of that Patria Street Hotel, where Hyacinthe Rigaud, the painter of the great, still kept his portraitist studio hotel, which I returned to when the Clotte Notre Dame Lodge, enriched by the militancy of several aristocrats, agreed to pay my rent. So now we had a large room with a fireplace, several bedrooms and sitting rooms, even a wide bathroom, something very rare in Paris, where personal hygiene, at least that done with water and soap, was considered quite secondary, something that could be done very occasionally in the kitchen or inside a barrel in the same bedroom, since French refinement consisted, for the wealthy classes, in smelling. Good thanks to the use of fragrant lotions, volatile salts, ammonia compounds, which resulted in an amalgam of scents not always very advisable, but we could now very well pay for their merchandise from the water sellers, so that we enjoyed constantly the abundance of liquid, in which we would sometimes spend entire hours, to the scandal of the feed concierge, who feared that we might come next winter with our skin desensibated by the water, and so I could day by day see Marie's body flourishing towards puberty, how her breasts were emerging and taking on the consistency of green strawberries, how vegetation was advancing along the contours of her sex, and it was on that night when she decided to sleep naked with me that words were no longer needed, but we clung together in an ecstasy from which we would not emerge for much time, an impulse that did not require logic, since it was not exactly a sexual act we were undertaking, but the platonic fusion of two parts of a whole, whose spatial separation had been mere caprice of a herd. Nature, poor me, who could not understand the true cause of that joyful suffering, whose secret pulses I would never have been able to decipher, because they did not belong to the structures of my reason, the hierarchies of my consciousness. And it was about then that Hyacinth Rigord, always amiable, despite his immense prestige, wanted to paint the child's portrait, the same which may have been abandoned to the rigours of forgetfulness in my horse-cage house on the Horse-Fair Square, or maybe go with me to the inquisitorial pyre, where the nape and a red rose in my right hand, and that oval face that I had obsessively remembered in the pain of humiliation among the snow of Athens. December 1727, advancing with Audiobook on the icy, muddy roads of French paths, seeing at a distance, in the night, the trembling lights of some village, desperately trying to find the margins of the Adour, while he tried to console me by saying that having been raped by that scoundrel, ill-mannered among friars and constables, could be made up, for in my mind, with the idea of already having laid the foundations of the Maître Lodge, which one day would pull Spain out of its unjust darkness, but in my imagination Marie's face persisted, my lost love, and I almost couldn't hear the good Bolivines, so tired and disgusted as me, who was struggling to raise thoughts to inform me that my niece next mission would take me along with André Michel Ramsay, the man whom 15 years ago I thought Audiobook himself wanted to kill, since, in response to his exclusion from the Grand Lodge of London, when it was founded on June 24th, 1717, the former secretary of the late Archbishop Fénelon had resolved some 3 years ago to institute the sect of the Gormaganese, which again split our organization, in the interests of whose rise, however, other sects had temporarily put their fanaticisms aside, so it would be necessary to try to approach the mystical unrepentant, and he thought that I could be the most appropriate intermediary in this case, since I had not had any contact with Mr. Ramsay in the past, whose resentments, the words horrible and dreadful, I told myself as we directed the horses down a slippery slope, and I could barely hear his words as a monotone buzz, despite his warm Italian accent, because the memory of Marie, of her last dreadful days in the Baron von Glatz's castle, painfully numbed my spirit with boredom and repulsion as well, making me believe that my life was about to expire, that there was nothing left for me to do in a world where this spinner of thorns, crowns, or better yet, funeral crowns, had always been more than enough, whose only fullness was during those months, between the end of 1718 and the beginning of 1720, when Marie filled my home with light, made it an ephemeral paradise for as long as the little girl deployed around me the force of her devastating imagination, of her capricious and unyielding personality, of her untamed energy that burst out everywhere like a runaway carriage, pure instinct, binding me to her with garlands of joy, but inevitably precipitating, I must admit, the drama I saw unfolding, that of her brother Jean, who, although he was always very warm in his relations with me, when he didn't pay any attention to him, he fell into a pathetic state, because the truth was that he loved me, as I loved François-Marie, I mean without reciprocity. He loved me and appealed to all the resources of the tragic route to try to recover a love that never existed, since in his arms I only distracted myself from boredom and bad memories, waiting for true affection, which, irony I could not explain very well, was how this Creole knew of the existence of that bitter French. It was that which perhaps saved the life of the boy. For Jonathan Hopkins, the pirate, with a thrilling "Are you kidding, poor boy?" dragged him by the neck and pushed him on, although he did not resist, made him walk until daylight, opened to Machete, from which mortars and heavy cannons bombarded the castle, and where a nest of black Dominicans and brothers of the coast was already drunk with awe. Victory among puffs of gunpowder, to finally lead him in front of Montbaz, whose external appearance did not go well with that of the rest of his ragged legion, would have given the impression of a gentleman if it were not for the vulgar language he never left, and because, moreover, it was said that he had personally killed more than 3,000 men, women, and children in his rampages through the Caribbean. Then he could assess at a glance the power of the enemy fleet, which had landed more than 1,000 men in Tierra Bomba alone, and that, with each shot of its powerful artillery, with its single thud, must be taking out of the barges the few cannons of the San Luis bastion, so that, according to him, Boccaccia could not resist much time, if any half an hour. He thought of Cipriano and my father, of all the family that his poor Genoveva had in the world, both in that tiny castle about to be beaten, who still insisted on defending themselves, who fought with nails and beak, and who, from his position, it was not easy for him to predict if it would be assailed at the end by pirates or by buccaneers. And he thought again of his own father. What could it matter now if he found himself or no? In Boccaccia he wondered if those flying through the sky who were now threatening his life might not be shot by Lupercio, the old sailor. Into what damned mess had he got himself into? It would be better if they killed him at once, he heard Montbaz swear under his breath. The devil take them! There was no time to interrogate prisoners now. It would be better to shoot them, but no, they wouldn't shoot him yet. Some information might be wrung from him. By torture, God damn them, let them bind him here. Come on! Frederick shuddered. Death would have been better than this torment. Gory arms lifted him by the armpits until he was hung on a bare tree to which they tied him, leaving him under the vertical sun, at the mercy of the bombs that exploded here and there. He pleaded with heaven for one of them to blow him to bits. He had eluded death with honor, and now no one would ever know how or where he had died. But it was better, God damn it, better than being tortured. A pair of thick tears ran down his cheeks. He thought of me, thought furiously at me, thought viciously and blasphemously at me, thought furiously and viciously and blasphemously about me, thought viciously and blasphemously and filthily about me. He told himself that it was time I wouldn't see her any more, he said. He told me that he loved me, that he loved me, that he loved me, that he loved me, that he said how ridiculous I was, how ridiculous life is, and how ridiculous my death will be, that he said many things that left very badly off the sky and the earth, because the proximity of death is worse than death itself, this clear referring to their own, who can be sometimes more painful death of others. I don't know which of so many it was for me, but one there was, yes, that death that never could tell if concerned me. O aquí está la traducción al inglés. It was respect for the deceased, which I have always practiced, perhaps because fate gave them to me in abundance, the first of them my mother, who died when I was still a child, and the second my father, on that fateful afternoon of April 16, 1697, about 4 o'clock, when the sun was filtering through a sheet of tawny clouds, a sun with talons of volatile prophecy. The French assault began, aware, as their enemy fleet was, that it would be the last episode, for the cannon, shots and mortars had long since disemboweled most of the defensive artillery of San Luis, and it was ironically my father who was the last to count on his obsolete half-cannon, mounted on ratlines and passers, but he tried in vain to secure it in the gudgeons. The projectile abated perpendicularly the mount on the old soldier. The man who, old soldier, used to tell me fairy tales in my childhood nights, my kind father fell from the highest platform, to fall without life into the ditch full of rotten and splashing water, where the besiegers were already placing assault ladders and firing petards to blow the gate. Then Cipriano, who had seen him fall, they said that he saw his parent die without, blinking, probably aware that he would also die, and in the definitive moment he drew courage from where he had shown that he did not have it. He brandished the rusty fusile, without ammunition, whose sole utility now was to use suicide with the bayonet, and lunged against the French who were already crowning the battlements, at which point he was. stopped by the strong hand of Sancho Gimeno, who modulated with a certain tremor of voice that reflected his feeling not of fear but of impotence. There is no other remedy than to surrender. We are lost, although, as you see, we have taught them that here we do not show our souls, to which Cipriano made him understand that they were lost. Yes, since the very beginning, but they did not know it, added the Castilian, and on the contrary, we could show them that well-born men have honor for something more than two. Swear. Words that must have impressed Cipriano, because he said, with a calm look and fixed in the commander's eyes, "Well, sir, I ask pardon for the weakness that I showed at it. Some moment, but I think I have fulfilled my duty, and now I can go to cry for my father," with which Sancho Gimeno did not seem to have another thing to do than to pat him on the shoulder with encouragement. For him, too, the death of Emilio Alcocer meant too much. So now the white flag flew over the castle of San Luis, and the drawbridge began too. Descend with inexorable slowness, the Castilian ordered the troops not to deliver weapons that could then be used against the city, and many cannons and rifles were thrown. With nervousness into the ditch, the ships evolved in the restless waters. Then the navy of Louis XIV took possession of the fortress, and after her, arrayed in their silk draperies, like a cast of squeamish puppets, without abandoning, despite the heat, the almost palatial harness, they arrived at the Vice-Admiral Levy and the Captain's sorrel. The Saint Louis, the Viscount de Coëlegon, of the fort, Monsieur de Buisson de Verraine, of the Vermandois, Monsieur de la Motte, Monsieur de la Motte et Michel, of the Furio, Monsieur Gombeau, of the Apollon, Colonel Morose, of the Saint-Michel, Monsieur de Saint-Brandy, of Le Marin, Monsieur de Francine, of the Avenant, Monsieur de Guillotin, of the Sceptre, and Monsieur Metziac, of La Mutine, followed by the knight Louis Chancels de Lagrange, Guardia Marina of the squadron, Monsieur de Galifet, captain of Fay, king in Santo Domingo, and a last knight, also dressed with splendid clothing, but very cracked the skin by the sun, hombredon of about 50 years, harsh gesture, who identified as Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, governor of the French portion of the Spanish, and who was not other than the terrible Pitiguano, the individual under whose command the Dominican Bourbons ravaged. Then the troops made a street of honor on the bridge. The general commander, Jean-Bernard d'Esgines, Baron de Pointy, advanced with the help of Elbefort. Several sailors as he struggled to cross, in his high red heels, dusty wig, and finely embroidered coat, the gangplanks that finally led him to the bridge, where Sancho Gimeno held his haughty gaze, that peep of French nobility, 1,000 times studied before the mirror, and the Baron, after expressing with a downcast frown his displeasure at some drops of dirty water that splashed his cinched trousers, inquired where the governor of the castle was. "And I am," replied Sancho Gimeno de Orozco, now that he was already on Oc, the high bastion, floating in the strong breeze, the Flor de Lisada flag, "whereupon you are my prisoner," began Pointis, but the Spaniard, although he understood French perfectly, allowed himself to be translated by Pitiguao. The Baron said that the commander was his prisoner, but he would give him and his soldiers a safe conduct to leave Fay city. As a testament to his admiration for the way, with just a handful of men, he had bravely resisted the French king's fleet, at which Pointis, who would later publish in it, Amsterdam, some memories that would constitute an unforeseen apology for the valor of our soldiers, noticed the presence of the woman a Spaniard, and, imitating a cruel king, quickly bowed to kiss her white hand, while Pitiguao continued to inform that the Baron held the commander and his worthy wife in very high regard, and urged Sancho Gimeno to give him his sword, not as a war trophy, but to enjoy the privilege of wearing the sword of the most courageous man with whom he had ever fought in his life, to which the captain, with some Spanish roughness, twisted his lips in a disrespectful gesture, drew the weapon, and, slipping it over one leg, broke it on his knee, throwing the two in his knee, parts on the ground, and declaring with supreme arrogance that thus he was delivering, he drew his sword on a pirate, an appellation to which, notwithstanding the letter patent of letters of marque and reprieve granted by Louis XIV to Pointis, a good deal of reason attended, as impressed by his talks about that unfortunate action many years after. The same Voltaire had to acknowledge it in writing, in his very widely circulated book, Le Siècle de Louis XIV, something like, for centuries, one of the effects of man. industry and fury has been not to confine to Europe the devastations of war, but to exhaust men and money for going to ravage the extremities of Asia and America. Reason, by which the Indians, whom France had forced by violence and adroitness to accept its colonization, and the Americans, who had been bled and robbed of their continent, looked upon Europeans as enemies of the human race who came from the end of the world to butcher them and destroy themselves. Then, after recalling the spoils made in Newfoundland, in Jamaica, in Cambia, he referred to our incident by remembering how Pointis, in command of several ships of the king, and 1,000 Dominican filibusterers had suddenly attacked near the equator line, the city of Cartagena, which, for lightness or indifference, perhaps ignorance or perhaps, because the merchants, who mistakenly supposed Cuba and Santo Domingo were merely an extension of Florida, gave to all of the Caribbean the name of Sinus Mexicanus, he placed Francois Marie in Mexican territory, attack in which the taking of Bocachica was not more than the first chapter, whose conclusion was still unknown when that night, under the meagre light shed by the waning quarter, whose brightness had to fight with a mass of hirsute clouds that were coiling up, a pair of Dominicans, among whom my confessor was, dead by the pirates, entered by stealth into the abandoned palace of the Inquisition to gather some objects needed in their refuge, and found the inert body of Fray Miguel Echari, whose life was already a weak light when he was moved to the house of the Dr. Miguel de Triate, where he was accepted as a patient just at the hour when the rain collapsed, the first great rain of the year that, ignorant of my father's death, of Frederick's imprisonment, and of San Luis' fall, I watched from the window of the room of Hortensia Garcia, where Beltrana still continued, lost in the realm of delusions, and I distracted myself watching the raindrops falling against the earth road, to gather then into venose fillets, and later into pretentious torrents lacusters, and I thought that all of them, the sky's water had come upon the world because he still did not know how. Insignificant this rainy season, which in the tropics we call winter, is compared to the real winter, those silent snowfalls that piled up their sparkling flakes until they completely softened the ground we walked on, and covered the alders of the hill with white blankets, while Baron von Glatz, warmed by the inadequate heat of the fireplace, whose flames cast reddish ghosts on the walls, over the crossed mantels and old war-lances, spoke about the little value of social morality compared to personal ethics, and tried to show us how the first varied insensibly without its most relentless defenders even noticing, and how such a phenomenon usually went unnoticed by historians, as they focused their attention on certain periods in the history of a people and in the long course of events, so that, for example, we always imagined the Greeks very reverent towards the divine religion, without knowing that already in the times of the Diadochi it was completely abandoned to leave room for astrology, while the gods of the old pantheon were replaced by foreign divinities as Attis, Astarte, or Baal, which led him to assert that, as with any significant cultural evolution, it had to be made against the orthodoxy prevailing morality of its time. This evolution, upon completion, would, by a more than human weakness, usually establish itself in turn as established morality, as dogma, and ultimately become as harmful as its predecessor, almost its sister, almost its disciple, so that this god of reason, which science and philosophy were now striving to, and thrown, after the turn of a few centuries, would become as rigid, as petty, and as inquisitorial as Christianity, which had prompted it. This seemed like no doubt at all. We would see rationalists accumulating unmovable dogmas, and even raising princes and pontiffs who would not accept anything that could not be curbed. Seen with their own eyes, then the advance of science, whose initial impetus is the hypothesis, should again take refuge in the insalubrious cellars of clandestinity, for he believed that the universe held many secrets that mere human reason could not so easily clarify, and for whose future discernment another war between reason and intuition, or between science and philosophy, a war in which religion would only serve to further confuse the layman, taking sides for one or the other of the disputing parties, and smearing its discrediting on whoever it chose as its favorite. In light of this, I decided to ask if, Given the circumstances at the time, early 18th century, he recommended even temporarily the party of the goddess Reason, and he replied that one could only recommend it in an external and conventional manner, as in the depths of one's being, a man of thought should always preserve his independence from the currents of the hour, and refer very exclusively to his deep impulses, or individual ethics, which was the only one capable of saving him and opening him up to a reliable knowledge. These ideas he continued to elaborate on during long sessions. That winter, while the intense cold, exacerbated by humidity, was worsening Marie's condition, whose blood sputters were becoming more frequent, and whose eyes were now surrounded by a pale violet hue, noticeable against the spectral pallor of her face, so much so that I believe it was the anxiety produced by her gradual pauperization that made me easily yield to the charm I believe I found in Franz, in his almost childlike expression, in his nearly tender complexion. And so one day, or rather one night, because it was during the shortest days of the season, as I felt the soft touch of his fingers on my thighs during a bath, I pulled him towards me, and, with avidity like that of a leech, sucked at his lips while he was still dressed, stripped him of his clothes, and threw him into the bathtub, where the virginity of the boy sank definitively, and we began those frenzied weeks in January, when we made love as soon as we knew we were alone, in any corner of the castle, often standing up, or perched on the work-tables of the Baron, often on tiger, lion, giraffe, boar skins that had covered the floors since ancient times. We took apart the old weapons from their panoplies, and played war in the empty rooms, or, in full view of the stupefied servitude, we ran through the snow-covered hill and ended trysting under the bleached branches of the alders. All this, of course, taking advantage of the Baron's absences, who sometimes preferred to seek refuge with his friends in Aachen, where the cold was less acute, and certainly not because his presence had imposed any kind of inhibition, but rather due to a vague scruple on Franz's part, who seemed to fear him in some way. But I didn't take this scorn from Marie, whom I believed incapable of a fit of jealousy, and so one night, as I administered the medications prescribed by Magnus Borhavius, she started with her already cavernous voice a retort of pungent reproaches, accusing me of abandonment, of lack of pity, of diabolic cruelty, of disrespect for her condition, as a dying woman, to which I replied that she was not dying, that she would recover from this illness, and that at no point did my play with the boy convey any diminution in my affection for her. However, I failed to convince her, who made me see that now that she was not in a favorable position to dispense favors, I was rubbing it in her face with the menstrual cloth of my ingratitude, and she was so hard on me that she made me cry, but not give up Franz, for there was something about that teenager that blindly drew me in, every gesture, every attitude of his seduced me irrecoverably. I allowed him to possess me wherever he pleased. He was my son, my half-divine being, and this terrible dependence raised very angry voices inside me, because I knew that my true love was Marie, that I should not inflict on her this horrible infamy in her deathbed, but more than crowns of thorns, funeral wreaths, it seemed that I was destined to weave garlands of ignominy. It was thus that one day, when practicing the pennilinguis with Franz, in one of those rooms filled with Norman armour, with ancient and feathered knighthood creststones, with Arab daggers, with old matches, I suddenly noticed a movement in some shadow, and understood with pain that Marie was watching us with tears of despair and sadness in her adorable grey eyes, which already, on the tormented ivory of her face, foretold the definitive absence. And so I rushed out of the castle, like an obsessed, lost myself among the snow-covered forest, from whose branches dropped frozen drops, and there, entre nous, I stayed until the winter sun's departure, when a couple of servants found me embraced around a tree, insensible to the temperature, bruised by it, with barely a spark of life in my almost stiff body. Yet that painful experience was not enough to keep me away from temptation, for although I avoided Franz's proximity for 2 or 3 days, he persisted in pursuing me so much that, without knowing how, I found myself once again being robbed by his unlimited lust, imitating the imaginative poses of the porcelain tucked into some armour of the Crusades, and him trying to possess me through the cast-iron openings. and he did not stop this frenzy, even on the day when Marie, barely standing on her feet, and holding with anger the life that was fading away, he was running away, and suddenly she grabbed my arm and dragged me through the long corridors of the castle, to a room whose large door, carved with oak motifs, opened for her to see, under the rampant lions drawn in vivid colours on the stained-glass windows, Baron von Glatz being anally penetrated it by Franz, who was delirious with perverse pleasure while being masturbated by the hairy hand of the philosopher, and who didn't seem bothered by my surprise at seeing them. But that revelation, far from deterring me, increased my interest in the young boy, as I now planned to compete with the owner for his affection, steal it away somehow so that it would be truly mine forever, and I multiplied my amorous arts, branching out almost infinitely in my ability to produce pleasure, until one morning in April, when spring was well advanced, and the bryophytes and rhubarbs were blooming on the hillsides of our hill, I invented erotic poses with Franz in it, some corner of the immense library, when a servant girl came hurrying to announce that my poor Marie had fallen into agonizing labor. I found her indeed in a coma from which I couldn't wake her. I went crazy with anxiety and remorse. I tied myself onto a horseback and set off at a gallop in search of help. I rode through Aquisgrán like a bolt. I rode, stopped in front of the massive Gothic Rathaus, and cried out in wounded voice for a doctor. Then an old man with a very red nose came up to me and offered his services. He said he had studied with Francis de la Beau Silvio in Leiden. I carried him on my back onto my horse, and we began the journey back. We had to ascend painfully up the hill, but we entered the courtyard as if in a flash. We dismounted, and then it dawned on us that there was a strange silence hanging over the building, as if it were deserted. We entered reluctantly and walked down the main hallway. We found no one anywhere, I shouted with all my strength. The bed in Marie's room was empty. The little man with the red nose questioned me suspiciously with his eyes. I opened door after door like a madman. Everything was silent and deserted, until finally we burst into the great hall next to, which the Baron instructed us on Aristotle's dialectic and analytic, and at once we encountered horror. Franz's body was stuck, in perfect balance, lifeless, like a macabre acrobat atop an Alencon parasol held against the banqueting tables, von Glatz on one side, between a purple pelisse that rhymed with the crimson damask of the curtains, and all the servants scattered about like a tragic muñequeria, pierced by the countless old weapons, and regarded by the cold smile of the hunting trophies, all dead in various gestures and poses, all like part of a dance group that Franz used to govern, as he soared through the warm air, a macabre rondo or rondo, a cascada, a coranda, a folia, and in a corner Marie, curled up and rocking back and forth, already possessed by the raging winds of madness. "Well, honey, roll song, belle Cybele! Oh, no!" I was beaten by a guy named Geman Espinosa, and so, with eyes drained of tears, forever scarred by horror, I carried her in my arms to her bed, while the poor doctor with the red nose, perhaps already demented, fled, shrieking, perhaps from fear or madness, and I looked at those frail, near-naked arms, capable of such a gigantic feat amidst the hazy agony, and I wept for Frau. Days upon that corpse, which the authorities later buried, along with the other 10 or 12, in a cellar of the castle, for that very night, at the flash of moonlight, silked shrouds. She breathed her last and sang as she died, sang as she died, sang as she died. Of despair I threw myself from a window. Oh, my friend! Now that I am being tried, charged with witchcraft, by the Inquisition Tribunal of Cartagena de Indias, now that I am suffering the second of the 2 long captivities, predicted in my horoscope for so long ago by the late Henri de Boulainvilliers, now that, even though I have confessed to the executioners what they want to hear, I am still subjected to torments to my own head, under the authority of the brief aid extirpanda issued by Innocent IV, which orders the magistrates to press with tortures the heretics, murderers of souls and thieves of Christ's faith and God's sacraments, now that they accuse me of possessing forbidden works, such as those of François-Marie and all of François. Illuminist philosophy, to name just a few examples, now that my cheerful neighbours are called to testify in strict secrecy about my alleged practices of witchcraft, now that I will not be able to gather even a minimal part of the 12 declarants required by the Holy Office to attest to the purity of my blood, now that for me there can be no hope, now that I am forced to repeat 3 times a day that rhymed gloss on the Decalogue, which begins "Lift up your heart," and "Open your ear, woman, hard to hear," now that I spend most of my time imprisoned in an iron collar in this foul cell, which I share with the Witch of St. Antero. Now I can understand, my dear Bernabé, what Frederick must have felt, my beloved Frederick, when he was locked up in that fetid dungeon of the bastion of the Reducto, accused of treason against the homeland, and also subjected to torments to confess, by the order of the desperate Governor Diego de los Rios, to the executioners whatever they might think he had done in favor of the besiegers, and to the detriment of the city, where the black vomit and the caps, which are the plagues of war, continued to wreak havoc on the people who were burning with fever, and whose skin was splattered with purple spots, while an invasion of grey rats roamed the streets, biting children in cradles, snatching food from our tables, and reducing to withered skeletons corpses still unburied in the slums. All this was a legacy and hallmark of the passage of the buccaneers from Tortuga, whose plundering continued for 3 more days after the departure of a French squadron, and their depredations exceeded anything they had ever before perpetrated in the Antilles, for, as I said, the capture of St. Cal. Louis de Bocachica was merely a warm-up, not only for those non-flag butcherers, but also for Pointis himself, whose expedition, although authorized by Louis XIV to press the succession of the Spanish throne on Felipe de Anjou's head, had been financed in its greater part by merchants and ship-owners from Brest, eager to share a huge loot they knew, was rich, especially by the treasures they pilfered from our sacred altars, and to keep the port in France's hands in order to expand their trade from here towards all western Indies, so that the symbolic assault on the bastion, which was the key to the bay, might have satisfied the monarch's aspirations, but not those of the Breton merchants. Hence, leaving a garrison of 400 men in the fortress and 2 guard ships in the channel, the fleet sailed across the lagoon to Fort Santa Cruz at the tip of Icaco's Point, a bastion which the confused governor now considered vital, since it was already the sole defence of that mooring where, in the most dangerous abandonment, the galleon continued to be anchored. The text translates as follows: Oriflama, with its precious cargo of chests, concerned that, of course, Francisco Santarém, the Castilian old soldier, who had served in Flanders, abstained from conveying to him. When he was in the palace office, he told him that he would shoot him if he dropped the Santa Cruz castle, to which he replied that he could shoot him immediately, because if Bocachica fell, despite the militias that reinforced it, the fort under his command could not resist, nor even the preludio of that clash, then of the rivers, the colours of Alcalas, whose face changed very quickly. From a bright red to a pale green, he promised to reinforce it with an 8-man garrison, including blacks, mulattoes, and Spaniards, and, if necessary, with 3 or 4 iron cannons. This proposal, according to later reports, prompted Santarém, as it was subsequently revealed by the Rivers himself in his report to the Royal Audiencia of Santa Fe, to a dry and emphatic laugh, which managed to depress or dispel the governor's always changing and unpredictable morale, to the point that he ordered the hasty abandonment of Santa Cruz and the withdrawal of its garrison, after burning the wagons and nailing the cannons to the walls of the fortress. This was carried out quickly, allowing Pointis to comfortably settle his boats at cannon range from our walls. It was then found that we were impregnable on the side protected by the bastions of San Ignacio, San Francisco Javier, and Santo Domingo, so he chose to anchor the bulk of his fleet under the abandoned fortress's walls, also taking control of the Pastelillo fort, whose defenders opted to withdraw as well. Now that he owned the bay, Pointis directed his attack toward the other end of the city, where land defences were entrusted to the San Felipe de Barajas castle, our most important fort, which was still not invincible, as it seems to be now, after the reforms made by Lieutenant General Antonio de Arevalo 8 years ago. It could easily be forced from nearby hills, where the enemy was sheltered by their batteries, a situation that Pointis should not have missed at that time, having sent 800 filibusters from Bocachica with the mission of seizing the old Augustine monastery on Pop Hill, which dominated the city. The monastery, among its venerable and well cared-for walls, hid the Buccaneros did not find in any soul to take up arms. So they limited themselves to leaving in him some sort of garrison, and advanced, until in the very vicinity of the leper hospital of San Lazaro, located at the foot of San Felipe, what to us, in the house of Hortensia Garcia, could not have been achieved, was that Frederick was with that detachment of dishevelled men, headed by Godefroy and Anafray and Montbars, and whose head the American Jonathan Hopkins, famous for having decapitated 5 priests and raped more than 20 nuns in Havana, cut a path at the sound of his "Hurry up!" It would not have been possible to reach that he was a prisoner now almost equivalently, because he was forced to cut down the brush and open up a clearing in the forest just as the others, and because now, to protect himself from the sun, he wore the same red scarf on his head that the others always wore, always under the fierce surveillance of Hopkins, to whom he had been entrusted from the moment when, after their encounter among the scrub of Tierra Bomba, he took him in front of Montbars, the old gentleman who was expecting to give him information. When tied to a bare trunk, he was at the mercy of the Spanish bombs, and only rescued, once beaten the fort of St. Louis, and, among perverted guffaws, by the cursed Leclerc, mon petit, I put a miserable carnassier, who is very happy to see you 9, then in ill-starred hour sprouted in Frederick's mind, hoped to be transported to some French possession by the Bonfripon, from there to Paris, to break like a messiah in the Academy of Sciences, bringing good news of the faith. Discovery of a 7th planet in the celestial vault, to cinch for ever matters of fame, and spend the rest of life with a sharp-pointed mitra astronomer examining the firmament, without seeing that for Leclerc was not another thing than a prisoner, and that, if he called his ragged comrades so they ran around him talking about young savant, early astronomer, rien à faire, he is my protégé, was to make mockery of him, to force him to take a circumspect air contrary to his age, and, consequently, make a fool in the middle of that mob of criminals, true court of the miracles of the ocean, astrological army of tarts, limbless, hobbles, stumpy legs, tarred feet, leporine lips, eaten faces, relics of syphilis, wayward looks, evasive gestures, toothless grins, who carcajaded without knowing where this king of jests had rained on them, and celebrated "Wunder hopes" in different languages, épatant. The chatter of Leclerc really funny, until they were given the order to embark again, to surround the city, to take the hill of the Popa. Then Jonathan Hopkins insisted that it was not but a burden, a child, who nothing could tell them about defences. You are stark mad. Loudon, this boy is a trouble for us, all 3. Rest is a lot of hoo-ha, fooey-hooey. Let us kill him and let's go. But the Frenchmen insisted on not missing the fun. They only talked in English, and Frederick only days. Later learned, when the dice had been thrown irreversibly, the meaning of their conversations. I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, sure, I know. While we, at home, of Hortensia Garcia, continued to trust that the boy would soon come back with Lupercio, for Christina's life slowly slipped away, without possibility of medical help, and without any of the owner's brews worked, so reluctantly, Maria Rosa tolerated my presence again in the chamber, although he threw me every opportunity looks of hate, intolerable pokes, which I ended up answering that I was willing to have my Donsoleil verified by the doctor, who she pointed out, by the Inquisition, if that's what it pleased them to do. So, but in truth, that had become an unbearable situation. We couldn't stay their entertainment in ridiculous quarrels while the good lady was dying. I made a decision towards dawn on Wednesday. I think that was the first time I ever made an actual decision for myself. I threw a shawl over my shoulders, because I was still sniffling at that traitorous April sky, and walked very early, looking for any doctor or healer, towards the centre of town, taking the road to the docks to avoid the mucky frontier wastes, leading to the Cabrero swamp. Then I saw Cipriano, Sancho Gimeno, and his wife, who, provided with a French pass, along with the rest of the survivors of Bocachica, had crossed in a canoe the bay with a heavy load that they were now trying to carry up to the dock. At break of day I realized it was my father's corpse, because I knew how much the captain loved him. I collapsed, sobbing on my brother's shoulder. At the dock we waited for a line of funeral carts. In one of them we laid him down and covered him with a shroud. Someone told me they would be taken to the church of Santo Domingo for a brief ceremony. The state of decomposition of those bodies did not allow for mourning services. We walked the short distance. Cipriano, Sancho Gimeno, and 2 other people who were perfect strangers to me carried the carts. One of them was a soldier about my father's age, whose vague resemblance to him made me believe for a second that the deceased himself was attending his own funeral. I shuddered, thinking about our complete abandonment, thinking about Frederick, about our innocent betrayal, which, in a way, yes, absolutely not, oh God, no, absolutely not, had contributed to this death which seemed, to me, more death than all the deaths of the earth. I advanced under the heavy vault of the main ship, through those flaring arches that reminded me of the day of my first communion, the night-blooming cacti of my childhood, the Pentecost Masses with the sequence of Veni Sancte Spiritus, always with my father's hand, always with him patiently, watching over our hygiene and taking the trouble to spoon-feed us soup. From the time my mother died, she used to take us for walks in parks and on beaches. She would take us fishing for tiny iridescent fish in the Tesca and Juan Angola marshes. The Requiem Aeternam was sung, the invocation of the Book 4th of Esdras. I thought about Frederick, then I remembered his mother, Christina, with her soul in her mouth at Hortensia Garcia's house. I remembered that the purpose of my leaving had been to procure him a doctor, but I kept my eyes fixed on the funeral carts, escorted and illuminated by 4 large candles on the shrouds. They were the first ones on the left, another 12 or 15 lined. Up in that ship, with thick pillars like counterforts, many mourners had arrived, women who threw themselves into madness on the tombs, men and women who prayed silently next. To them who placed flower crowns, the rites of the dead were advancing. The priest mentioned their names one by one. I couldn't stop that knot in my throat. I remembered my throat. I remembered Father the night before our trip to Zambar, concerned about our future. I remembered him 7 years ago, the day he told me that I already seemed a young lady. I remembered pricking my cheek. I was reminded to keep my eyes on some well-off gentleman. I remembered him polishing his weapons. I remembered him humming. Why did Perico kiss me? Why did the traitor kiss me? I remembered him silent and immersed in his dreams. I remembered him walking worriedly. I remembered him as an archbishop, cheerful with a few wines. So many adorable attitudes and things in one life, so many indelible traces, only in one memory, mine. So much forgetting from now on in others, so much forgetting we will accumulate for all eternity. But I thought how much sadder the memory is. What do we want to be remembered for? To survive no more in a sad memory? The funeral procession was about to set out. My father would leave forever through that grand archway flanked by 2 pairs of columns. Now the bier was his steed, clad in silks, ready to ride through the counties of death. I saw him on that splendid mount, adorned with silks, prepared to set out on his journey the burial place, but to jump toward the stars to become some new constellation. My father, I believe that it was exactly the same feeling that I experienced almost 40 years later, when we returned to Stockholm with the battered corpse of Pascal de Bignon, leaving behind the tundra where now the long summer days finally melted, fair, deadly snow, allowing violets and pansies to open their yellow flowers timidly, and finally advancing through the forests whose scent of pine, laurel, and fresh spruce returned me to the world's aroma, which I thought had been completely suffocated between blocks of ice, just as my good friend the geographer did, who, in order to warn Maupertuis and Celsius about the presence of a pack of wolves, the same that throughout the previous night had terrified us with his howls, brought the avalanche down upon himself, that broke his bones and buried him under its frozen mass for more than 10 days, after which our lap guides were able to rescue him and present him to our eyes as a purple block, he who had displayed such passion with me in other years, who also offered me some mysterious paternal warmth, and I must bear witness to the great pain that Maupertuis could not help but express, since this little man, who would be called to Frederick II's court several years later to reorganize and lead the Academy of Sciences in it, Berlin, whom he would come to hate after engaging in a loud and bitter debate with Voltaire, had studied the parallaxes of Venus and of the lunar, and even came to write some essays on moral philosophy, admired Pascal Bignon as a true master. What can I say about myself that I had to leave in the cold Stockholm the remains of that great friend, whom I met among the wonders of the tropics, in my house, in the Plaza de los Yagues, where Sancho Gimeno took us once in a scratch we buried my father. Because now, with the French trying to attack us from the east, it was becoming a safe place again. Then he appeared again in my mind, who only observed the world through the foggy glasses of his. Mourning the image of Christina Goltar agonizing in Hortensia Garcia's house, I leaped alarmed. I informed Cipriano of a situation whose decay was perhaps worse than mine, because he spoke to our father for the last time in that moment of cowardice when he was about to be pierced by his sword, of which I found out from others, of course innocent. My brother was not in the mood to reveal it, and we left the house again without knowing where to go. Our family doctor had also left her own. She must have been at some hospital attending the wounded. We thought it would be best to transport Christina to one of those houses for the sick, but Cipriano objected with good reason that since his illness was more spiritual than physical, on the contrary, he could acquire some contagion in those immense common rooms of our Hispanic hospitals, so arranged so that patients could hear the divine craft. Someone then suggested that we find out a doctor, Miguel de Iriarte's house, located on Archbishop Street, so we ran there. A mestiza with Asian eyes emerged from the balcony and asked us not to bother her harshly. Her husband was in a meeting with the governor of the rivers, we explained the seriousness of the situation. He told us that his husband no longer practiced medicine, that we try to inquire at the home of his son, who was a doctor. Yes, it was located just 2 blocks away on Candilejo Street. A vivacious girl appeared from a small door. She said her father was attending an inquisitor who was about to die. We would have to wait, but it was already 3 in the afternoon. It was necessary to go back to Hortensia Garcia's house and inquire about Christina's progress, so we set off towards Gethsemane. We tried in vain to stop a scratch. The heat was intensifying as we walked down the Long Moon Street. We turned at a corner and saw the corral in front of the government barista's home. I imagined the worst. We broke through in the little garden of ferns and a calaphas. Maria Rosa leapt onto us. With her hands like claws, she accused me of having deceived the death of her mother, and, insane with grief, perhaps also from remorse for not having done anything, absolutely nothing, she called me a witch, a killer witch. Without listening to Cipriano, who was trying to explain the death of our father in Bocachica, that very morning, witch, killer, as the Inquisition screams, witch of filth, as Marguerite shouted, witch! And Paris courts were the matter of Black Mass, whose only responsible was really Guido Aldrovandi, who hangs me a lightning, because since the French were lightning, times already a little distant, when we passed through the Beroscobero Prairie in Navaran lands, the idea of satanic cults that were encouraged under the aegis of the Queen of the Quaker, Graciana de Barrenechea, and her disciple Maria de Zozaya, Maria Presona and others did not leave his head, always imaginative and a bit feverish, not because in the least he was interested in making pacts with the lesser one, but because he considered that a spectacle so hallucinatory as those women who had no qualm about smearing the body with the verdigris water that bubbled up from a toad when it was squashed by a foot, which was happily branded by the devil on its back, breasts, and even in. The girl's eye, which allowed the Prince of Darkness to know them carnally and somatically after communing with a repugnant and blackened bite, could be the best sophism of all. Distraction to entertain the Parisian police, under circumstances in which the lodge, for some important reason, desired to divert its hateful looks from itself, and this reason was offered precisely on the occasion of the visit that the old friend and master of Tabarot, the Swede Emanuel Swedenborg, decided to make to Paris in spring of that year of 1743, when I, candidly, thought I had overcome the prophecies of Boulainvilliers about the 2 captivities that were hovering over me, for it is true that 63 years, already on my bent back, I felt tired, and without any desire to get involved in another tragic madness, which could not mean, however, that I denied loyalty sworn to the mandates of our organization, so I had to follow Aldrovandi's idea when he proposed celebrating a black mass to distract the authorities, while our brothers secretly met with the eccentric Swede, whose thoughts were not very pleasant to the French monarchy, since Swedenborg, the man designated to occupy the 23rd. Frone of our lodge knew very well how the new constitution of his country, which limited royal sovereignty and left the executive power in the hands of the Dieter and Fay, Council of the Kingdom, were being sabotaged by France and Russia by bribing the aristocracy, despite the good intentions of King Frederick of Hesse-Kassel, a Teuton who was raised to the throne by his wife Ulrica Eleonora, heir to the legendary Charles III, whom Voltaire regarded as the most extraordinary man of all time, that warrior monarch, who it was claimed remained standing even after having been brutally killed by the French Siguier, and with whom Swedenborg had worked as a military engineer to build him, as they said, a machine capable of transporting ships over land within a distance of 20 miles. Because of this friend of Cabarot, it must be said not only that he possessed a remarkable personality, but he was also a man of genius, had been in his youth a Lutheran pastor, then took an interest, as once Frederick did, in designing flying apparatus, or machine suitable, as that described in the old German poem Salman und Morov, for sailing under the ocean, had been a business adviser to miners in Stockholm. Professor of anatomy, refused the chair of astronomy at Uppsala because he thought it too theoretical, drew maps for earth balloons. In London was a carpenter, cabinet-maker, and typographer, had sat in the Diet, and, if that were not enough, would have given the bulky professors of the Paris Observatory much food for thought, had they listened to thought. Him, with his hypothesis about those cloud-like patches which so troubled them, and which, now with the most improved telescope with Hadley's paraboloid mirror, appeared in Thiel, constellation of Andromeda. These, according to Swedenborg, might represent perhaps enormous conglomerates of stars, whose appearance as diffuse spots might be due to their immense distance to talk about these things for what I had come to Paris, not the poor situation of the sawmills of Norland and the miners of Bergslag, nor the poverty of Mynheers, village which, according to my last thoughts, could only be overcome by destroying the aristocracy and, of course, its inevitable head, the monarchy, which, as another notable head, military engineer, the Marquis de Vauban, had written shortly before he died, oppressed the humble people in France and Sweden with excessive taxes. As a result, almost 1/10 of the population had been reduced to beggary, while 9/10 were unable to give alms because they themselves were tempted to ask for them. 3/10 were ill-treated and persecuted by debts and lawsuits from the tax authority, and the other 10th, comprising all civil and military officials, nobility, wealthy, merchants and rentiers, did not amount to more than 100,000 in France. So, during that swift journey of Swedenborg, whom I was honoured to allow to sit on the 23rd throne, always empty since my initiation times, it was agreed within the Grand Lodge of Paris, with the presence of delegates from Scottish, North American, Swiss, Spanish and Russian lodges, to fight against the monarchy, and subsequently destroy the aristocracy by establishing republics. Numerous aristocrats who were better off joining an alliance with the bourgeoisie rather than clinging to their titles, which would be more advantageous for them, as it would grant them a partnership with the bourgeoisie, were made partners in this accord, which was concise in the so-called motto of the Illuminati, Lilia pedibus distru trample, on the fleur-de-lis. So, according to Aldrovandi's strategy, I distract attention from that transcendent gathering by distracting the gendarmes, using a convincing disguise for the Black Mass, which, to preserve a Paris tradition established by Marie Olympia de Manzini and Françoise Athénée de Rochechouart, Marquise of Montespan, when, in different times, they felt supplanted in the heart of Louis XIV, was held in a rented palace. In one of its most hidden rooms there existed a secret passageway through which we would have to escape once. The police arrived. To inform them about the events, an anonymous letter was slipped under the door of some lawyer at the right time. So, around 11:30 that night in April, we began the ceremony, knowing that we had already infiltrated an agent who was ready to testify in court. Of course, all of us were masked, Aldrovandi himself with a white cloak with black spots, pretending to be some abbot who had hanged his habits. I served as acolyte, A very young son of Tabarot made the role of propitiatory victim. Instead of incense, a genio was thrown in the thurible. 2 candles of supposed fat from an hanged man were lit on either side of the spot that was to be the altar where the living sacrificer would stand, with a huge velvet mask. A woman entirely naked and of most beautiful body appeared from the back. She was not other than occasional lover of the elderly, but enamoured Aldrovandi. The reality of a chicken that I skilfully held in my role as an acolyte, and which soaked my robe profusely. We knew that the police would break into at that moment, but no movement was heard. Aldrovandi continued invoking Aglon, the presence tetragram of all. Asmodeo, Stimulamathon, of Astaroth, Eroharis, of the demons of friendship, Retrag-Samathon. Then he prepared to sexually possess the woman Alta. At that moment entered Widal. A lot of noise. The gendarmes, the infiltrator cried, that we had killed a child. All of us rushed towards the bottom to reach the hidden passageway. But I then saw the son of Tabarot tangled in one of the cloths of the trade. I returned to free him. I managed to push him towards salvation, but I fell into the power of the gendarmes with my robe, and my bloody hands, with all the necessary evidence to hang me for murder and witchcraft. They bound my arms behind my back, while the policeman struggled with a compass to determine the position of the palace, and then they led me, under the full moon in April, that cut through the sky of Paris like a spectral mask, to a dungeon, a perpetual mask, to a dungeon. Conciergerie, that magnificent castle on the Seine that could also be a torture chamber, where I thought I should start making arrangements for death. I was up to my neck in quicksand. They were inserting me intravenously with the French called Saint Valier's fever, or the fear of the scaffold, because neither the Grand Lodge nor any power within my reach could now free me from the harsh weight of French justice, capital. Punishment was my only prospect, for I couldn't even delay the proceedings by denying the charges. I had been caught red-handed, encouraging the vague hope that the chicken's corpse, collected next to the linen where the living altar had been laid, would deflect the idea of infanticide, which nevertheless lacked any evidence. But I was wrong. Found out the next day, during the inquiry, the blood spilled on my tunic constituted evidence of the sacrifice of a child. The chicken had disappeared. I believe the hungry gendarmes ate it that very night. I denied with all my might. I said that what had been done was only a farce, a kind of private carnival, and moreover there were no traces of the corpus delicti. They laughed in my face. Witch? Irrefragably a witch. They put me in a stock. They stripped my legs naked, hung heavy iron bars from the clamps that held me captive, and although the skin did not come off, the pain was unbearable. I confessed everything they demanded. I declared that indeed I myself had decapitated that innocent creature. When I recovered from the pains, I requested the appointment of a pro bono defender. It was denied to me, which meant without a doubt that I was completely abandoned. I want to say that no one from the lodge had worried about moving influences. It was evident that any move in my aid would arouse unsurpassable suspicions. I was lost if the police had found the track of the truth and established that it was not witchcraft, but a screen to hide a conspiracy against Louis XV, against European monarchies. I swear that they would have shown greater compassion, but I must say with pride that at no time, not even when I heard the sentence of death from the lips of my judges, did I consider the possibility of betraying my comrades. On the contrary, I thought it was the way to repay the immense favours they had received from me, and that, after all, it was time for this crown-weaving to finally find the definitive peace that only death could provide, and in the meantime I could very well entertain myself. I thought, reading those phrases and sentences that countless prisoners, perhaps over centuries, had written with blood on the walls of their cells. I am innocent. This is a false accusation. The Ja Andrajosa and Maloriente Tunica with which I accompanied the Black Mass, and they communicated to me that I would be moved to the Bastille, where, in accordance with the review of my process, I should pay 10 years of prison, after which I could leave in freedom, on condition of leaving France. I do not remember. If I was happy or saddened, finally, I did not believe that I could live another 10 years to fulfill that sentence. I greeted with melancholy the autumnal sky that accompanied me until the huge fortress built almost 4 centuries ago by Prebost de Aubriot. They assigned me a rather comfortable cell whose crystallized windows overlooked the Saint-Antoine gate. Then they gave me a little ticket on which one of them, moved by my uncertainty, had described the circumstances that motivated the review of my process, and with sad excitement I found out that it all came down to my good Francois Marais, whom I had not really thought about in recent years, since at that time his friends, the Marquis and the Count d'Argenson, men of liberal ideas, who protected writers and fed the illusion of founding a European republic, they had come to their offices in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of War, which left Voltaire in such a good position that he even entrusted him with a secret mission in Berlin, and could have done much more for me, even freeing me, if it were not for that charge of infanticide which he knew was illegitimate, based on an erroneous testimony. But nothing could be clarified at the risk of revealing the new movements of the lodge, as he often explained to me without compassion during the many visits he made to me, as I did to him in other times. Now, since my cell had taken on, thanks to his gifts and permission to move some belongings from the street Plâtrière, the aspect of a quarter for accommodation, like that of the street Saint-Antoine, where I lived my first Parisian days, or that of the street de l'Art, Tombessoir, where for the first time I had Marie with me, because a less cold decoration was all that was missing to me, since I had got used to loneliness precisely from that Friday, April 19th, when the French fleet started, after landing on the dunes that extend at the foot of the Pop Hill, the attack on Saint-Europe, Philip of Barajas Castle, moment in which Cipriano was called to reinforce the garrison of the Half-Moon Fort, which guarded Gethsemane neighborhood, and would undoubtedly be the next target of the French. Then I found myself alone for the first time in that San Diego mansion whose walls kept, like a pommel of essences, the scent of my childhood, my recent adolescence, since our 2 only slaves, the Dahomean who made herself blind when I entered with Frederick to her house, that Sunday of resurrection, so close and so distant, and his son of 12 or 13 years had escaped in the confusion of Good Friday. I think they managed to evade the sentinels and leave the city, perhaps heading towards the Cimarron ranches or Palenques, the neighborhood, since I never heard from them again, and even now I shudder when I remember my anguish at the feeling that Frederick was dead, for no other explanation could be given for his 4-day absence. He had died, and we would never know in what condemned place, nor recover his calf, body which the lynchers would have left on the bare skeleton. Hours passed crying in despair as I poured out my heart and the beads of the rosary in desperate pleas. He had died, and now I had to curse again that they didn't hand me over to me, at least the night of the post-Easter Friday, when we slept so close to each other in the lookout. I envied Maria Rosa, who could count on these days of hardship and misfortune with the company of Hortensia, Garcia, and Beltrana, although, to be honest, I didn't know what had happened to them, because they didn't allow me to attend Christina's funeral, and Cipriano and I were forbidden any attempt to approach Federico's sister, for whom even the mere mention of my name meant a new crisis, a new outburst of madness. She would comb her hair and shout, that witch, bring me that witch so we can grind her. She killed my mother, I'll kill her instead. So only after several days could I find out about their new misfortunes, since at the governor of the rivers indication, given the new location of the pirates, now close to Gethsemane, Hortensia's house had to be evacuated, and it was natural that everyone moved to Gotha's, whose location would be more sheltered in case of an artillery battle. They did it slowly. Around noon hours, when the cannonade of San Felipe intensified, they took with them provisions, and all kinds of provisions, as if for a long siege. Already from the road they could see how one of the bombs on Saturday of Pascuta had ruined part of the right wing of the building, exactly where the main bedroom was located. Say that Maria Rosa said that if no more projectiles fell, they would come out very well, because it wouldn't be too expensive to rebuild it. But when they examined the rubble, they turned pale at the sight of a human foot in a clear space of the cinder-block pile on the floor. Over the crushed furniture, it was obviously a white man, crushed a week ago, the same day we left the house. They imagined as they tried to lift the large blocks that it could be good. Some looters, but little by little showed, first with tears of anguish, then with shouts of despair, that it was actually Lupercio Goltar. His slimy mass of meat, his solid bone framework had been practically smashed, but his face, his sweet gesture, remained almost intact. Frozen by death in one of its most celebrated visages, there could be no doubt the old sailor, who faced with thunder from Hamburg to the pilots of the Sultan of Turkey, who said he had heard the song of the sirens in the eroded pillars by the Thay. Wind of the Cyclades, archipelago, returned for his own at the start of the bombardment, believed refugees in the bedroom to his wife and children. There it was struck by the Thay. Immediate devastation. He should not have felt anything. The world went blank in an instant when closing her eyes, and I think it was an abnormal intuition of what happened. A premonition that precipitated the death of Christina, because between her and her husband it seemed that there had been a sort of delicate thread that made them one sensitivity, one spirit, so that neither of them could have survived the other. So in the end, Maria Rosa and I ended up in the same situation, orphans without parents, and both with a brother lost among the chaos of the battle, which at this point could also have died, and what natural reason would have dictated for our case, because of fees. Long-standing friendship between our families, I would like to say that we joined forces to share in our sorrow. She stubbornly refused to accept this, attributing it to her delusional beliefs about feeling a certain sense of loving loneliness, injured by her wrong belief that among Federico and I had had an incredibly rich sexual relationship, unaware that, as the evening fell, I was still cursing, while ironically squeezing the old white rosary of my mother against my chest, my unwavering stubbornness, which prevented me from being possessed in the lookout, surrendering even though it would have been that time. Then my imagination wavered for a moment between optimism and fear, darkest contemplations, already making me believe that a Spanish fleet might suddenly appear on the horizon to put the French into a hasty flight, with which Federico would whist, return safe and sound from who knows where, or already assuming everything lost, dead the boy I loved, the city condemned as those of the Pentapolis biblical, while the truth was that at those hours, overwhelmed by the number of attackers, and after fighting all day long, the defenders of the castle of St. Philip of Barajas had decided to abandon their post, an act that was later called cowardly, and that made the governor of the Rios bristle in the first instance, whose unstable character sometimes led him to believe in the need for a heroic opposition to the French attack, others in the immediate surrender. So he put the suspected deserters in a dungeon, and ordered a Vizcaino noble, Juan Miguel de Vega, to fight to the death with only 70 men in the feeble stronghold, whose only true defence were two brass cannons, almost useless, but with which they managed to inflict some casualties on the enemy before the Vizcaino fell dead from a bullet at the break of Saturday, and his heels. Subordinates fled towards the city, so that the French took possession of St. Philip and turned their batteries towards the Moon Fort and the walls that defended the Getsemani neighborhood, where Cipriano, inspired by his father's heroism, had now given up everything what was not to spill his blood for Spain. So I tell myself that the ideals for which he is ready to die are usually not the real engines of sacrifice, but some mechanisms of pride that prompt us to test our value against ourselves. I think that if our father had not died, Cipriano would have remained withdrawn in his old position of a peaceful man, or at least prudent. Now instead he wanted to die, covered with glory, which is usually a folly of intelligence. Glory does not prove anything. The most glorious are not always the best, but that was his want. He did not think for even a second that he would leave alone in the world a sister who should face life without other weapons than a vague altruistic or intellectualist ideal inculcated by Federico Goltar. This same vague ideal that prevented him from showing French justice the thread of the twist, and avoiding the long captivity provided by Henri de Boulainvilliers, which was vesicando me like a bush, without light, until I became that sack of bones that found Jean Trencavel, now married and with many children, when after 2 or 3 years of my confinement in the Bastille, he decided to go and see me, because according to him only, iron opposition of astronomer Joseph Delisle, brother of his late master Guillaume Delisle, prevented him, during the days of the trial, from presenting himself before fair courts to strengthen the charges against me accusing me of having also sunk Marie, his young sister, in agony and death 20 years ago, in dark events whose scene had been Aix. Castle today believed haunted, he said, still filled with fanatic conviction. I limited myself to making him see how strange it had been, all that surrounded that so singular girl, her inexplicable inclination towards me, the fact of having denied himself to speak, except for abstract keys of Occitan trovers, during so much time, his apparent contempt for Marguerite, his general contempt for the world, which he constantly made fun of in his precocious jokes, his rare intelligence capable of penetrating hidden aspects of things, even of abstract sciences, that terrible joke that cost the life of our caretaker on Plâtrier Street, and finally his last revenge, motivated by frivolities, that in me were due to the sorrow in which his illness kept me, and the scope of this revenge to all the inhabitants of the castle, including our benefactor, the Baron Vaughan, Platz. All of this made one think inevitably of a being struck by an evil stinger of fate, a kind of nature's misunderstanding about whose designs no one could have assumed responsibility, a being who, moreover, was destroyed not by anyone's hand, but by an incurable disease for which treatment I appealed to the best doctors of the time, without excluding the very famous Armando Bourhave, great professor, who, on his death, left pupils as eminent as Gerardo van Swieten, Antonio de Heyen, Geronimo David Gaub, and even Alberto von Haller, an admirer of Linnaeus, an innovator in physiology, and, if that were not enough, one of the most outstanding German poets, but Trencheville insisted that had Havel insisted that had he himself been responsible for Marie's education, the enervating effect I had on her would not have led to such terrifying consequences. At this point, I wanted to make him see that all I gave her was love. Nothing more could be asked of me, but the truth is that neither of us understood, we couldn't understand it well. Only years later would I be able to see with some clarity in the fate of that poor girl whom I never stopped loving in my tormented memory, at that time, I believe. Trencavel cleared his conscience with that languid visit, the only one I received from anyone other than Voltaire and the kind Hyacinthe Rigaud, whose prestige made them somewhat invulnerable, for both Aldrovandi and Tabarot and my other brethren in the lodge were forced, for obvious reasons, to limit themselves to sending me dolorous messages with François-Marie. Any attempt to free me by force, as once suggested the Bolognese, would have failed, if not against the high walls of the fortress, then against the 3 steel-covered gates that had to be passed to reach me. So I continued to dry out between those loamy walls, my face withered until it resembled that of a true witch, my breasts once full and firm, withered and fell over my ribs, my eyes lost their lustre, my buttocks, once so stimulatingly caressable, became hollowed out, my hair thinned and bleached until it aged, resembled a rough fibrous sponge of bruised esparto. My skin, filled with tragic folds, became transparent and saggy like the shell of a turtle egg. Grand ruins like those of Italic. O pain, Bernabe! O pain, worthy Fabio! O pain to be sung by poets, of course only in the fable, but through Dunhags in reality. O pain, O pain, O pain! Uncertain ghosts moving in the shadows of a cell. So I set out to die. Death should wrap me like a starry mantle. But contrary to what is believed, it is very difficult to die when you want to, and many moves were still reserved for me on the chessboard of fortune, that elusive teacher who brings us from the shadows, and seems to take pleasure in contradicting all our predictions, to the point that thinking about it almost kills the future. I therefore dedicated myself, now that I was allowed, to possess a few books, to reading poets and authors, since I had always been easy with them, in many languages, just to mention them. In German I read the Minnesinger, fellow masters singers, and von Haller, in Italian Dante and Petrarca, in Spanish my old favorites, the chivalric romances, Manrique, San Juan de la Cruz, Fray Luis, Garcilaso, Góngora and Quevedo, in French a too long list, how to enumerate them. From the beautiful Roman de la Rose, to Rutebeuf, to Christian de Troyes, to Geoffrey Roudel, to Fier Delay, Ronsard, to Charles d'Orléans, of course the lays and ballads of Villon, to Marguerite Angoulême, to Fier Marbeuf, a few songs by Pernette Dillet, and in English, Arthur was fascinated by the incomparable power of a certain William Shakespeare, who, although François-Marie once called him a wild drunkard, condensed the universe into his work, and almost cancelled, literally speaking, his contemporaries. But what most curious to me was that, after all, my taste did not match those of the critical professors, who idolized Racine, Corneille, a certain Lope de Vega, John Milton, Ben Jonson, Pope, names. Many names. Sometimes literature becomes for us a mess of names. What can be said of the narrators, to whom no one has ever called poets, but who are sometimes more poets than the poets themselves? What about the not-so-well-known Cervantes, the hyperbolical Rabelais, the French Fabliaux, the Spanish Picaresque, Boccaccio, Chaucer, the Christian apologists, Lord Peñafiel, and his followers, the San Francisco Florence, Luigi da Porto, the Abenteuerliche Simplicissimus by von Grimmelshausen, my contemporary Dean Swift, that bitter genius, ashamed of his body, in short, so many others in that soup of names which now escape me. The truth is that there was a time when I thought that the real world was worth very little, compared to that of literature, sometimes much more real, despite the imaginative excesses of some authors, in which I also meditated on the appalling ignorance of the universal letters suffered in my remote colonial viceroyalty, where the Inquisition sometimes prohibited even certain breviaries and devoted exercise books because it did not judge them very orthodox, where the laws banned the entry of any work of mere fiction. For that reason our minds were more dry and parched, and now my face I didn't even find, more than 70 years after its occurrence. Anyone who had news of the story that the Baron de Pointis made about his own assault on Cartagena, about the scientific and philosophical works that were flowing in Europe, and that only the Golters ever possessed almost surreptitiously, thanks to the travels of Lupercio, the old sailor whose funeral I also could not attend, nor did his son Federico attend, obviously ignorant of his death, captive and turned into a king of mockery by the bucaneros of the Turtle. While point is hoisted in San Felipe, the author's name has been removed from this text, as it does not appear to be a common name, and so is unlikely to be of use or interest to the majority of readers. This name could be considered an uncommon symbol in a text written in English. Here is the translated text, with the author's name removed. Flor Delisada, I was quartered in the chapel of St. Lazarus's Hospital, whose lepers, some 50, and mostly women, were driven out into town, so that the defenders of the Fort Luna became even more demoralized to see a swarm of living carrion approaching, which had to be let through, and which passed through the portcullis as visions of a phantasmagorical snuff-box, to get lost in the labyrinth of Gethsemane streets, where the governor's posters were already calling for slaves, offering freedom plus a doubloon to those who joined the defence of the square, who were still only receiving punishment with muskets and stone-throwers, as the French had only just begun to land their 5 mortars and 25 heavy cannons. But on Sunday afternoon he heard the entire enemy artillery fire again when the batteries opened fire, and the galleon and the small bomb boats scattered explosions all over the desolate neighbourhood. And Frederick could see, as he told me, how that day a shell wound Pointis in the leg near the castle, while Hopkins wanted to force him to shoot at his own city, to which he said he would rather die than do so, that they kill him once and for all. But Leclerc intervened, this time in French. "You are a monster, Jonathan." And Godfrey himself, who asked the Virginian to leave him alone. Forcing him to do such a thing would go against the laws of war, an abnormal phrase from a buccaneer, but not on particular, Godefroy was like the reverse side of a medal whose front displayed the slender face of Montbaz, the latter an old gentleman, enlisted among the butchers due to an old love penalty, an infidelity that culminated in the uxoricide and turned him into a fugitive, while Godefroy, humble in origin, seemed to encourage chivalric ideas, perhaps as a way to benefit himself. But nevertheless Federico had to watch helplessly as the cannons were fired against his parents, whom he believed to be alive, against his sister, against me. Would she think of me with rage, tenderness, blasphemy, sweetness, or maliciously in me when she saw the murderous bonfires heading towards the moon? And that rain of fire, petering out or intensifying, according to the hour, according to appearances, did not stop falling day and night on Gethsemane during that Monday and Tuesday, when I finally threw the rosary against a table and took the momentary resolution to go looking for Federico or his remains. If he were dead, then I thought I would break into the moon, fort enraged, and bring Cipriano with me so that he could accompany me, all so that I could once again squeeze the rosary against my chest, discard the faith, simple Our Fathers and Ave Maries to call on the Trisagion once more, finally to whisper with trembling voice, "The Psalms, Lord, hear me in the day of conflict. The name of conflict, the name of God of Jacob defend you, send help from the sanctuary, and from Zion support you." And it was also when, more than 5 hours after not hearing the familiar sound of gunfire, all those who had remained enclosed in our homes during those days of bombing, that is to say, the elderly, children and women, decided to go out into the streets to receive the sun and the wind, to see each other's melancholy faces, to feel again like we owned to do whatever we pleased, even if it were only for a very brief time. Even a sudden resumption of the attack would force us to flee in terror. Whatever happened, therefore, in defiance of official warnings, pretending to be the wife of some wounded soldier, I walked the long way to the fort and brought Cipriano some provisions, which he shared with his companions among that artificial silence of the cannons under whose protection I heard him say that the hour of truth was approaching, and would not do less than to follow the example of our father. For now life had for him but one value, so far as it served for offering her in the highest possible sacrifice, and from the plateau I could just catch a glimpse of the enemy's movements, who were evidently trying to improve their position. Yet never did it occur to me to imagine Federico among those troops, whose destinies were now inescapable to us. With a kiss I bade farewell to my brother, without keeping in mind, no doubt about it, I'd never see him alive again, which didn't cause any of my usual anxiety attacks. Now death seemed more familiar and within reach, and I set out on the return journey. I did so through the mud of the wastelands, skirting the wall to enter San Diego directly. There I saw the woman who approached me with a beggar's gesture, surely expecting something from me. Seeing the wicker basket in which I had carried the victuals, something to alleviate a hunger that should have been excruciating, I had nothing. All I could do was give her some money, but when I saw her up close, I screamed. Her face was one of death, her cheeks withered, and her teeth exposed through her gaping gums, which were blooded. One of her eye sockets was empty, while the others spat a pus-like glob. Her skin was like a cankerous pulp of pinkish red and bluish tones, crowned with mountainous knots on her forehead. I ran away, and she started to shout. Only then did I realize that it was one of the lepers from St. Lazarus's hospital. But I couldn't stop, as fear prevailed over reflection. I heard the unlucky woman shouting at me, "Cursed be you! Cursed be your noble blood! You will have a hard life, and one day, when you look in the mirror, you'll see that you're much uglier than me." A curse, I thought, came true in Quito 14 years later. When the scoundrelly Pascal de Bignon played that famous trick on me with the magic mirror, and which I recalled with a smile, as, around 1730, I travelled to Edinburgh Castle, an old palace of Scottish kings, to meet with André Michel Ramsay, the indomitable mystic who had so long intrigued me, since the founder of the Gormagan sect was now the protector of the Lord of the Private. Seal, a Scottish Archibald Campbell, 3rd Duke of Argyll, who had made him a baronet and, of course, secretly professed all his mystifications. So I arrived at the old fortress, set in a nearby hill, overlooking the North Sea and the fertile lowlands. I was to meet him in the ancient Parliament Hall, now converted into an armoury, and present. Him, with the concerns of my Parisian brother-in-law's coffrades, who in Ramsay motivated, or so it seemed to me, that indulgent yet desperate gesture of one who feels misunderstood, after which he confided to me that his only reason for departing rested in his conviction concerning the need to establish esoteric rules, very precise, valid, for a long time, allowing the organization of very prolonged life, since his ideals could not be strictly political, i.e., aimed at immediate achievements. He believed in the fivenos, convenience of advocating the establishment of republics rather than monarchies, but for him the republic possessed, moreover, a spiritual sense, a brotherhood, he thought. That the states, as once dreamed by kings and princes who fought in the Crusades, must be vast lodges that guaranteed their members, not that dreamt of equality, to the fee higher, far off, of which our disoriented French coffrades spoke, but rather the equality of opportunities that permits each one to show which rank he deserves in the society of men. Finally, he told me that it was for France in the 18th century that would correspond to renew the primitive order, because it would be in our lodges where the French, without, having to embark on long journeys, would see the characters of all nations, and where, in turn, foreigners by experience would learn that France was the homeland of all peoples, words whose future influence on our organization began to evidence precisely in the year of Swedenborg's visit to Paris, that 1743, in which the new motto, Lilia, pedibus distrue, imposed a complete restructuring, and gave rise to new grades, taken from the Scottish Rite, ranging from the little elected to the Grand Commander of Fefes, Temple, passing through the illustrious Master, the Dawn Knight, the Kadosh Knight, and then the 30 degrees of the Perfection Workshops, chapters, Areopagos, tribunals, consistory and supreme council, thereby contemporizing, let us say so, with Ramsay in his obsession to establish esoteric rules, but not taking a step back in the speculative aspect, which he continued to look at with suspicion when he took me around the chapel of St. Margaret, Mary Stuart's room, the Crown Hall, and then, when in the vicinity of Holyrood Abbey, his sibilant gaze encouraged me to visit it, since I had full access to it, the fair old fortification, to one of whose parks he conducted me, with an apparent only purpose that I observe the icosahedro, the geometric block, the gem raised on a pentagonal base, that, under the traces of a solar clock, dominated its centre, with its faces, with 6 floral chapters, and 2 stems of Ceratula arvensis species, a kind of illusion. Keys, said to the Cardonites, occupied by hemispheres and cavities of straight-walled cavities, with emblematic suggestions, all this while we were walking around the park. And then, when we entered the abbey, he pointed out that there were many things to see and understand in those places, especially since it was not just a matter of visiting Fée place, but also understanding its history and its symbolism, which, by the way, I found very interesting. Finally, he told me that he had spent some time there as a child, and that it had left an impression on him that had remained with him to this day. He sought strategic guidance as they ran out of barrels and wine vats. The governor lying on a cot, Iriarte acting as a butler, Morales trying to compose in real octaves a tale of the siege, and Peña occasionally relaying to the officers the commander's dispatched orders, whose hopes were fading more and more under that well-nigh relentless fire. From land and sea, meekly responded by our bastions, which, although the Reductor's batteries managed to sink one of the small bomb vessels on November 29th, caused little damage among the enemy until, in the morning of the 30th, the defenders of the Half-Moon saw the white flag hoisted inexplicably at San Felipe. Mysteriously, the French asked for a ceasefire. A deathly silence immediately enveloped the battlefield. From the enemy's trenches and ramparts emerged with the white cloth a group led by Pitiguao, who advanced up to our wall's foot and began shouting to someone who knew how to speak French. This startled Vallejo de la Canal, as he well knew that Ducasse spoke Spanish very well. He had served as a translator when Bocachica's surrender, hence the charges he later brought against Santarém. The veteran of Flanders, who, overwhelmed by gout, had climbed up to a ditch and replied to the requests. He spoke loudly for a long time with Pitiguao. No one understood them. It seemed that Pointis was intimating the immediate surrender of the plaza, but Vallejo de la Canal later assured in his report that it was just a matter of gaining time to inspect the damage caused by the artillery to the Fée wall in order to prepare for the final assault. The truth was that the place chosen by the French governor for dialogue with Santarém were precisely the ruins of Fée. Frontispiece, from where he could comfortably observe a large breach opened next to the moat, the same one that the French took advantage of that afternoon to launch an assault on the 100 soldiers and 11 cannon of the Half-Moon, 800 filibusteros, 300 sappers, and 2 battalions of 750 men each. Cipriano saw them take the breach using rifles, as pitchforks to jump over the moat, favoured by the cobblestone bridges, which were like an invitation to the assault. Then he had to understand that the whole universe had just stopped for him. He fixed his gaze on one of the officers, who were already reaching the top of the wall. Then we learned that it was the brave Colonel Morolles, captain of it. Saint-Michel, a veteran of Steenkerken, who attacked with a bayonet and mowed down that glorious belly, before perishing like his father under the grain fire which was now dispersing his companions, many of whom fell under the charges of their own Getatamani cannon, those already badly wounded cannons which could not, from then on, despite the poor sacrifice of 200 lives, including the whole mulatto company, stopped the French avalanche which exceeded the bastion and quickly spread throughout the alleys of the slum, while our troops fled in a stampede towards the bridge connecting the suburb with the walled city's inner enclosure. 30. On Pierre Charles Lemonier's arm, I attended the funeral of my kindly friend Master Hyacinthe de Rigaud, the most faithful of my visitors during my long captivities, Petredit, man whose fate had been loyalty, for if I am to do justice to frankness, I must say that his death occurred on that 1715 which ended the era of Louis XIV. What we saw from then on was no more than his glorious ghost, his venerable memory, passing through the streets of a Paris that was already I could not wake him up except by nostalgic thoughts. For his hand and his palate had irretrievably become prisoners of a forgotten age, of that splendid masquerade in which the Sun King set Europe and the world to dancing for the fair. Tune of his Allegro Giocoso, this gallant festival at which pompous manners, frivolous wit, and sweet intoxication tried to disguise a fundamental emptiness, the same as Rigaud. Testimony, with his eloquence and his grand picture-making, his exquisite art in transferring brocades and lifeless hands, waves of oars and pale mouths, so that with him we, buried in 1753, the last vestige of the age of Louis XIV, of which Voltaire had given us 2 years earlier a pathetic portrait. And I say that I attended the funeral Pierre Charles Lemonier's arm, when only a few days had passed since my escape from the Bastille, from that cell that I still remember inch by inch, in its most insignificant details, that cell where hour by hour, minute by minute, second by second, I suffered the sentence imposed by the courts of France on my abominable, disgusting crime of cursed, which, where I understood that human justice was another farce agreed upon between men, and when I came out, time, the only true companion we have throughout life, seemed to outlife, had transformed itself into a heavy animal that torpidly drags itself along, or into a stagnant pool of water, or into thick drops of vinegar trickling through a thick wall, covered with ivy, slow in any case, so slow that it was not worth measuring it by the useless clocks, if it moved only little, if it existed only little, if it could not be, grasped despite those irrefutable 10 years that had passed since I had last joyfully seen the spring-light, against the tragic evidence of that interval, so scrupulously measurable, during which so many events had shaken the world, or changed the lives of my friends, almost abolished my individual world that could never be the same again. Because while I was aware in prison of each one of my seconds, like drops that resist falling, on the other hand the days and years raged outside, like an impetuous flood in it, whose whirlpools kings and princes, warriors and thinkers, were sometimes spun about, and among whose tumults my good companion Aldrovandi perished forever, drowned by old age. 4 years before, his beloved Bologna, where he was driven almost to the point of death, just because he wanted to see for the last time the Baroque fountain of the square, of San Petronio, topped by the muscular silhouette of Neptune, among whose environs he used to roam carelessly in his childhood, without failing to leave me a memorial in which he asked me to reveal why did I wake up screaming in that remote night of Quindecima, when she leaped at my bed in an uncontrollable spasm, and possessed me fully until the dawn, so that I could not answer her then, and thus, at Rigaud's burial, I thought one begins to be a corpse when one can no longer offer one's memory to anyone but the graves. But, of course, there remained François-Marie, my beloved François-Marie, brave consolation, the famous Lord Voltaire, who now suffered another of his recurring exiles, this time in Alsace, but no longer with the cheerful demeanour of old times, for during these last 10 years he had finally run up against the great malady of all men of Oval. Genius I mean loneliness, the enemy that had pursued him since his youth, loitering around his triumphs, seeping through the cracks of his greatness, instilling his pride. Loneliness which I could have mitigated, at least with a sincere dose of love, that which he believed he would better dispel in the arms of Madame de Châtelet. That woman, savante unbearable to my way of thinking, whom I admired for the mere insubstantial fact of having obtained higher classification than himself in a competition opened by thief apples. French Academy on the Physics of Fire, a subject she knew well, having been a pupil of Maupertuis. It is true that she loved him with an ardent love, before which the husband of Oscar, the learned lady, the Marquise de Châtelet, pleased himself to turn a blind eye, while in the solitude of Syrie the lovers cooled like in a rimini without Lanchot or Malatesta. Surrounded by the kettles and retorts that the madwoman used in her investigations, all the time during that exile, inspired by his English essays, publicly burned by order of Order. The Parliament of Paris, and even more so after the vindication of Voltaire, which occurred, as I said, on the occasion of the entry to the ministry of his friends, filled d'Argenson brothers during my trial, which opened up a brief period of happiness for him, since he returned to the palace festivities that he loved so much, ran for the Lord. The French Academy was elected a member without having to make any false Christian protests, or love for the Society of Jesus, and the poem that consecrated in 1745 to the victory. Of Fontenoy, where the French consolidated their position in what was called the Pragmatic War for the Austrian succession, a war which Frederick of Prussia had already abandoned after the advantageous Treaty of Dresden, but which Louis XV wanted to take to its logical conclusion, which indeed became apparent in the Treaty of Aachen, by virtue of which France annexed the duchies of Var and Lorraine. But this spate of prosperity did not last for Voltaire. It seemed to collapse before his eyes one day in autumn 1748, when, having arrived at Syrie defeated by the failure of his Semidinis, he found Madame de Châtelet in the arms of the Marquis de Saint-Lambert, a neoclassical fashion, poet, something worse than mediocre, an unworthy rival of my François-Marie. Trait for the need to be consistent with his ideas, that by resignation or good character, so in fee, and not only forgave the smarty and made friends with her new lover, but dedicated to him some silly verses, perhaps felt defeated by years, to erotic exploits, since the Mr. Voltaire is still in good health for these times, of course already at the top of glory, I don't know definitely, and I will not know it ever. I do not know what was happening to him, but I know, on the other hand, that due to his ideal was simply Lambert, the Châtelet became pregnant, gave birth to a girl who lived only days, and she herself died in childbirth on September 10th, 1749, leaving her poor friend plunged into unbearable despair. They say that he would wander at night through the rooms of the Syrie castle, shouting between sobs for his lover. How I wish I could have consoled him in those moments, to pour some love balm over him, although perhaps something more would have pleased his vanity, and this is what he got. Yes, with interest. Frederick II of Prussia, the brilliant statesman, the cunning general, the poet, the flute player, the unscrupulous ruler whom he had met 10 years earlier in Clèves, that is, in 1740, with whom he had maintained fruitful correspondence, and who now decided to make him a gentleman of the chamber, a distinction which he accepted with pleasure in order to put some distance between his grief and that Paris which once again rejected him. That Paris, whose court, free for some time of the Cardinal Fleury's guardianship, had raised the elegant but frivolous spirit of Louis XV, his fickish, capricious nature, to awe, or the point that he had fallen madly in love with the beautiful Jeanne-Antoinette Poisson, natural daughter of Lenormand de Tournehame, whom he presented at court and dispensed with the title of Duchess of Pompadour. The aristocracy received this as an affront, but was forced to accept it with bowed heads, which, in the end, was what everyone, many times even Voltaire himself, did also attain. The Berlin court, when Frederick would declaim his infamous verses, written in French, or compel his clavecinist, the illustrious Charles Philippe Manuel Bach, to play his head, even more deplorable bugles, while he nourished his dream of uniting Germany and continued to gather around him, for he truly took an interest in the sciences and the philosophy to personalities of European thought, such as the atheist and materialist Julian Offroy de la Mettrie, who gave him shelter and made him a royal reader. After his expulsion from France and Holland, and then Maupertuis, whom I have already mentioned, was called in to reorganize the Academy of Sciences at Berlin, with whom Francois-Marie became twice enemies, since he had already got himself into trouble with the king himself for his inexhaustible penchant for finance, which prompted him to sign some Saxon obligations, despite the law forbidding it. A conduct that greatly displeased the monarch, to the extent that he told La Mettrie that he would only use Voltaire's Valtes services for another year, because once the orange was squeezed, the sticky peel should be thrown away, a phrase that the proponent of the man-machine spread far and wide, and on account of which my friend began to live tormented by insecurity and bad reputation, especially after he slapped his agent Kirsch, who was trying to extort him. Health deteriorated noticeably, as he confessed in 2 or 3 letters that the Holy Office of Carthage will soon burn along with me for the glory of the Lord. His character became sour to the extent that he no longer celebrated verses, nor flute pieces, nor sparks of wit from his protector, and finally got involved in that useless controversy. That arose when Maupertuis refuted the interpretation of Newton's theory by a certain Koenig, then Frederick II. Out of mere intellectual vanity, he decided to take part in it. The dispute on Maupertuis' side, and Francois-Marie also did so but against him, an absurd game of vanities that culminated when my friend published his lamentable diatribe to Dr. Akakia, a pamphlet in which he unjustly ridiculed the French mathematician and astronomer, and it ended with some vengeful satires directed at the King of Prussia, so much so that one morning in 1752 he had to leave Berlin court secretly and go with distress to Frankfurt, where he nonetheless suffered imprisonment anyway, until he managed to return the folded-up manuscript of the Palladium, a foolish and sycolyptic versified toy by Frederick II, whose dissemination would have been considered a stone of scandal, and his tribulations did not end there, because when he tried to approach France, he was notified that it was forbidden by Louis XIV's regime, which still held some sons of his writings in ill will, so he had to remain in Strasbourg, where he was desperate, talking about digging his grave in any muddy land, despite his good fortune, when I left for Bastille and Le Manière. The young man informed me that, thanks to his efforts, and those of Tabarot, who now had friendships with the public ministry, it would be allowed for me to remain on French territory, provided I was put under the surveillance of the astronomer, to whose house he kept it secretly at the request of the deceased, Guido Aldrovandi. This was the only thing I was able to rescue from my belongings, stolen by who knows what vandals from the house on Plâtrier Street. It had, for some reason, acquired a bad reputation. I believe that now prostitutes lived there in the style of those whom I had to register without purpose years ago, or of that whose face I pursued in Marseille when I returned. Still with Marie to confirm my famous hunch, but it didn't matter any more. I should have expected that my life would end between the peaceful walls of astronomer Lemonier's house, whose arm I walked through the city from time to time, telling him about my past under the shade of chestnut trees in the square of Louis XV, on the banks of the Fayed. Seine, to the echo of conventual squires, trying to convince him of the existence of the planet Genoveva that he insisted, and I believe he still does, to consider as a 6th magnitude star, the very stubborn one. So little by little I came to the conviction that the hours that I could separate from my tasks should be consecrated in some way to a that truly vindicated, at least in part, the memory of my already so distant and yet so beloved Frederick, the boy whom I would have liked to give my name to that planet, that little light point that apparently would stay forever as a star more in astronomical catalogues. Then, that was when I wrote to the Matrotense Lodge for help to clarify from an instrumental point of view the events that had occurred more than 55 years ago in Cartagena de Indias, on which there should exist more or less credible testimonies in public archives. So I received a response, not from my old friend Diego de Torres Villarroel, who had just suspended the publication of his Piscatores and almanacs, and was living rather retired in Salamanca, but from someone who said he was the secretary of Don Pedro Pablo Abarca de Borea, Count of Aranda, through whom I began to receive certified copies of the documents existing every month, year after year, those of the process before the Council of India, those produced by the real Audiencia de Santa Fe, the investigations of witnesses before civil courts in Cartagena, the account made by José Vallejo de la Canal, all very complete, from which one could conclude the relative power that our organization had achieved in Spain, to which the best of youth had already entered, represented by men such as the Count of Campomanes, to all mention just one example, who at 30 was an academic of history, and of course the same Count of Aranda, who would have so much influence later as president of the council in the destinies of his homeland, the homeland of the C.I.D. Campeador, who seemed to sleep loosely on his own pains, that a few years before, guided, I think, by Isabel, Farnesio's ambitions had renewed its claims on Italy, but now, with the death of Philip V, was gradually personifying his fatigue, his intellectual misery, and his will for peace in Ferdinand VI, while his colonies on the other side of the ocean were agonizing between the waste. For while in the rest of Europe each country, each province, and even each clan tried to preserve and sharpen their peculiarities, while France and England placed as their main objective their commercial activities acquiring the greatest number possible of monometallic and precious metals through the reduction of imports and the increase of exports, the peninsular system continued to take from the rest of the earth. European continent, with the gold of America, luxury goods that only satisfied momentary caprices of the aristocracy or so-called knights, so that the riches and so favored. Intelligence of the colonies was kept in check under civil and ecclesiastical muzzles, which in any other Catholic country would not have frightened even the worst of the timid ones. There even the most mundane scandalized even the most mundane. Consider, for example, that a very little while ago, as I could later well confirm it, the Inquisition of Cartagena had suspended all licenses for printing books, and went so far as to confiscate, by suspicion of heterodoxy, the devout exercises in which the Virgin is asked for help. A man prays for her help. No, my respected Miguel, he continued, not at all. You too are a good Christian, but in Uppsala, where I went 5 years ago to hear Olof Rudbeck's defense, I met a crazy missionary who suffered from scurvy during a trip through distant Russia. That good soul fell into the hands of peasants who choked him with bilberries and raspberries. Then he recovered from the disease, but he feared that it had been cured by satanic procedures. He proclaimed this in a very pitiful tone, although for me the only true thing is that I had him here, alive, singing the glory of God, and he crowned his story with another honest smile, which certainly expected to encourage my mood a little, since I knew him very little, because a care, instead of condescending, so much was he groaned and complained of the fate that would await the soul of that missionary, that no script prevented a secular from putting himself in the hands of medicine. Bad that it passes, but to see a religious taking charge of human science to preserve his health when he healeth, possesses the precious weapon, the prayer, no, my dizzy young man, never, he said. Now I have to leave. I'll get up right away, he started. In fact, the attempt began, but since Troute knew very well that it was useless, he was in a state of extreme weakness, so he asked him if he knew what he had gone to look for exactly in Sweden. Well, at that time Rudbeck defended, in the anatomical theatre of the Gustavianum, designed by himself, the true principle of the circulation of the blood, with a practical demonstration which, as his discovery of the Ceres vessels, dedicated to Queen Christina. Yes, my inquisitor Miguel, Olaf is as young as me. So dizzy, will you say? But there are no courts like yours that Chard, who enunciated the principles of nature, and he even allowed the Crown to experiment at will with crabs, eels, cats, at that moment. Debate perhaps due to the noise of French artillery, or maybe the memory of the abominable gesture of complicity he thought he saw. That appearance, which haunted him in his inquisitorial office, between lucidity and some new crisis, raised his arms to ponder. Yes, how these false healers mince cats too, invoke Satan, but young Iriarte, auscultating him again, looked at him with a severe countenance, asking if we were truly the men of science, or were they, called men of God, those who had the devil in such a high place. What Rudbeck demonstrated was that the veins and arteries of the larger circulation were linked by vessels which he called anastomotic, It was to complement, in this particular, Harvey's theory, according to which blood could not be found stopped in the periphery of the organism, because it would congeal, its function being to give heat, and therefore had to circulate. You clergy could stubbornly persist, could continue to hold for all eternity that is stopped, but purr, if move, Brother Miguel. What I do not know is how Radishes contradicts the fundamental dogmas of Christianity, but Icari limited himself to recording in his mind Galileo's phrase, reminded Iriarte that paraphrasing an excommunicated one could earn him the fire, to which the doctor asked if his reverence would be able to pay with a process in the faith. Style of those instituted by Calvin, who had saved him from death, since he should not forget that Calvin had burned Miguel's servet, then Echari, before submerging again into the well of unconsciousness, thought Orendre that something really must have done well in life at Ostade, and closed his eyes, now to enter a quiet sleep very different from the one he suffered all those days, during which, despite the bombardment, panic, disorder, young Iriarte remained almost constantly at the bedside, listening without, intending it, the deliriums of the old man, who did not refer only to capered demons, to Menades Offerentes, or to archangels in temptation, but very especially to the matter of the 800,000 reis and its illicit entry into the galleon Oriflama, an issue that, according to the news heard that same afternoon from his father, now, elevated to the rank of government councillor, seemed to take a sinister turn, but the son, as he later argued before the courts, could not fully credit the delusions of a Dominican friar, nor could he so readily accept that his father was involved in something so shady. Otherwise, God forbid, his intervention might have saved my poor Federico, for you see that that afternoon, while fire still rained down on the walled town, a pair of priests led 200 people in a riot, demanding that the governor surrender and hand over the place. To this outcry, a few hours later, delegations from the ecclesiastical and secular cabildos joined in, arguing that the elderly, women, and children were in danger and very much affected by the destruction of the main altar, with the most sacred sacrament exposed in the chapel of San Juan de Dios. They attributed this act to divine judgment, for if the Most High was on the side of Spain's triumph, he would not have sighed at Spain's triumph, allowed the sacred body of his son to endure the rigors of the bombardment. This must be interpreted as a warning. God wanted France to win, demands that Diego de los Rios announced in the hours of nightfall that a decision would be taken at a war council. This, of course, meant an immediate meeting with his cronies Juan de la Peña, Miguel de Peña, Iriarte, and Diego de Morales, who, as is usual for him, tried to plead extenuating circumstances on behalf of the official. The only thing they kept repeating was our gold. Governor, our gold. It is impossible that we should lose our gold, and it was, as is customary with him, Juan de la Peña who uttered the decisive words at that small committee. Arbitrarily set up as the supreme authority, he said that if the determination to hand over the place truly came from popular outcry and not from government will, and if against the governor's firm stance, who had insisted many times on prolonging resistance, both the peasantry and civil and ecclesiastical powers, invoking even a judgment of Howers, God forced surrender, then no one could blame you, Lord of the Rivers, that as a great gentleman you forbid the pirate to touch your belongings. I explain that among the conditions for the surrender it was established that these chests on board the Oriflama were inviolable, which, as will be clear from the terms of the capitulation, represent personal effects of the commander of the plaza, who, therefore, will enjoy the privilege of Sancta Sanctorum. They cannot be seen or touched by the invaders, an idea that sparked a round of applause in the group of scoundrels, as guard Major Diego de Morales was forced to confess before the court of the contrasts in Seville. Then Diego de Los Rios asked the customs officer to take paper and pen. The terms would now be drafted under which Cartagena would accept surrender. But, man, friends, let's celebrate first. With the good Jerez, it was Peña himself who this time acted as cupbearer. The governor's excitement was palpable as he called Morales aside, and confided that, in addition to the petitions that would be presented to the Baron of Pointis once daylight broke, he would also carry a personal message intended for the French admiral. This extremely delicate and secret message would be conveyed separately, as it naturally wouldn't be included among the official papers, after which they all set to work, drafting the clauses and stipulations whose acceptance would seal our defeat. They all bore the dry, exquisite flavour of Jerez de la Frontera's sherry wines. By around 9 or 10 in the morning on May 2nd, the white flag floated above the city walls. I found out about it from a crowd of locals running towards the Arms Square too. Listen to the proclamation. I thought of breaking into song like Federico. If he were still alive, he would have to give some sign, or at least it would be possible to confirm his death in some way. My head refused to allow even a hint of light in. It was as boiling with confusing thoughts as a pot of water on the stove. I rushed out into the street. I imagined that everything would soon be settled. At most it would take a few hours. Someone told me that a customs official had set off for Gethsemane. It was also rumoured that a certain Vallejo de la Canal, who claimed to be an emissary of King Charles, had tried to stop him. A weeping merchant declared that the horse-captain had gone too far in the middle of Plaza de la Mar by striking the governor of the rivers. Nothing could be made clear due to the prevalent chaos. The owners of tavernas, shops, tanneries, and jewellery stores ran from one place to another, unsure where to keep their goods safe. The priests had locked up their temples in response to the torn-up protests of the elderly and women. Some free black women were dancing in public squares, believing that the hour of their redemption had arrived. The disciplined Indian archers worked hard to restore some order among the crowd coming and going, like a herd of deer cornered. I saw an extremely old woman kneel in front of the cathedral and proclaim that it was Judgment Day. A middle-aged man, clearly worried, gestured wildly in Plaza Mayor, swearing and reiterating that the French were so degenerate they would also violate men. A hideously ugly woman insisted on shouting that heaven wouldn't tolerate the dissolution of customs from Paris being imposed on the city. So I decided to go home. It was evident there would be no news for now. On my way past the Gotha warehouse, I saw that it had been looted by the hungry mob, perhaps even since the first days of the bombardment, when we were at Hortensia Garcia's house. I also saw the damage caused by the bomb that killed Percio. I felt like going in. Maybe Federico had been there for days, and Maria Rosa had somehow prevented them from meeting. Perhaps they had assured him that I was dead, since he held me responsible for his mother's death. But I thought of that mad woman who blamed me for her mother's death, and decided to refrain. I asked a neighbour. She told me that 3 women were at Percio's house. One was Gotha's daughter, and the other 2 had bad reputations. She knew what I was talking about. The siege had turned the city into a brothel, the leading citizens mixed with the lowlifes. So I continued on my way, preparing an extremely frugal lunch from the little food I had left, repeating my psalms, for he knew, our parents are waiting. They waited, and you delivered them. They cried out to you, and were saved. They trusted in you, and they weren't put to shame. But I am a worm, and not a man, an abomination. Men despised of the people. All those who see me mock me. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I knew from a terrified water carrier that Pointis was demanding 2 hostages, as a requirement to stop the fire. As I sat down to negotiate, it was said that 2 wealthy merchants had agreed to become such, and were already behind the French ramparts. I understood that giving in was not so easy. Perhaps they would take days to conclude those negotiations, whose terms did not interest me, since I had lost all my relatives that I knew from around the world. Little could I care about what the French did to the city. At bottom, I must confess, my patriotic feelings reduced to that. I believe that until the day I joined the lodge. 15 years later, home never meant to me anything but the 4 walls of my house, something that could inspire me with security, be in some way a reflection of my father's image. For this reason, I investigated with all travellers about the progress of the negotiations. They wanted as much as I did for everything to end. In the end, Spain, it didn't represent for us, I mean the criollos, but a distant, an invisible monarch whose existence was demonstrable only in the abstract measure in which it is a geometric measure, in which it is a geometric theorem. On paper, on documents, a monarch whose gentle hand would never wipe away our tears, whose saintly eyes could not see our sorrows, a king who was also said to be bewitched. I could imagine him immobile, rigid, with his gaze lost in the void, constellated with amulets on his fragile body, suffering an acute stab, either in the kidney, or in the liver, or in his right eye, each time the sorcerers would strike a pin from the shadows into his mannequin, so that I spent that night cursing the constant effort of men to endorse and validate their contracts, concessions, careful advancements, or to hide with mountains of paper their lack of hope, their disbelief, their irremediable pessimism. By 9 o'clock in the morning I returned to the street. We could see in the people a tension, already angry, devouring. It consumed us, that iniquitous expectation. We felt ridiculous. Our fate was being negotiated by people we did not even know. They could also stay for the whole life negotiating it without feeling obliged to give us a miserable report. I saw among the crowd Hortensia Garcia heading towards the governance, where he again dispatched from Rios. I think she carried a basket with food and drinks. To feed the official feast, I finally landed in the Plaza de la Mar, and I had to wait a long time, not knowing what was going to happen, until I saw a procession of serious, downcast men emerge through the Point Gate. In the midst of the hard silence of the crowd, that committee of grave, downcast men, taking el camino de la Plaza de Armas, los flecheros indios, les abrieron caldajo los balcones cartageneros, solo a fuerza de muchas preguntas, Piquene y trataba, lo vi muy cerca y me estremecí al saber que aquel individuo de cara muy bermeja, agrietada, como repullada en cuero basto, cuya alba casaca ribeteada de oro le daba, no obstante, el aire de uno optale. Gentilhombre, era nadie menos que el pitiguao, quiero decir Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, el gobernador de las invasiones francesas de Santo Domingo, que muy pronto, ese mismo año, reconocería España mediante el Tratado de Ryswick, el único que imponía obediencia a los piratas de la Tortuga, el carnicero, que por supuesto disfrutaba de la Erhers. Alta estima de Luis XIII, como volvió a quedar manifesto, más tarde cuando se peleó con Boitis entre él y Montbaz, would have convinced the king galantuomo to extend the king galantuomo to extend sail. Patent, of course, for this expedition, the fact was now that the admiral had delegated in him powers to negotiate, and that he entered in the government, not as a filibustero, but as an official emissary of the navy of sea and land of the King of France. The city filled with rumours. From the street of the Archbishop see Hortensia Garcia come out of the palace and boarded her in the atrium of the cathedral. She told me that the governor summoned Castellanos, and, after all, the trio of Granujas discuss at closed doors with the closed doors. Lucas and his comitiva, I warned him anxious. He asked me where it was possible to find at those moments to Fray Miguel Echari. I showed him that the houses of the Holy Office were deserted since Saturday Paspascual, perhaps in the cloister of Santo Domingo. She told me that she would go there, needed see it as soon as possible. I asked about Mary Rosa, Beltrana, if there was news of Federico. No, they did not have, but he would return. Beltrana and Mary Rosa were very recovered, now should be playing to Tutte, Sebastado with a young slave who had returned home. I inquired if Bernabe. Yes, perhaps Bernabe. But it must go. It was necessary that located Fray Miguel Echari took the way of the Dominican convent. Thought for a moment. If Bernabe wouldn't be the right person to inquire about Frederick, that was something even a very smart boy knew. He could try to find out some information, but I had to admit that the circumstances weren't very conducive to it. For the first time, I considered the possibility that Frederick, in some way, might have fallen into the enemy's hands. I thought of Leclerc. Yes, he might be right. His confused mind had driven him to go in search of the bon fripon. But no, it would have been a folly, and he did not believe so gullible his early astronomer, then implored again for God's help, so that everything would end, that Ducasse would come out satisfied from the government, the French would enter at last, and we would finally know what to expect. But Providence did not seem willing to simplify anything for me. The Pitiguao came out of the palace indeed at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but accompanied by afternoon Juan de la Peña, Miguel de Iriarte, and Diego de Morales, who, as plenipotentiaries of the governor, were now going to the French trenches to finish establishing the terms of the capitulation. It was like eating all your nails and pulling out your hair thread by thread. I drowned in the lonely shadows of my home. I will cry to you, "O Jehovah!" Mine will cry to you, "O Jehovah!" Mine own. Rock, do not neglect me, so that I am not leaving you, like those who go down to the grave. Listen to the voice of my pleas when I call to you, when I lift my hands towards your holy temple. Now I knew that the streets of the city were deserted. Everyone must feel exhausted. By waiting, consciences must be in a calm half-light, hearts must be in a calm half-light, hearts must be. Dying in a shuffle of fatigue, do not let me be ashamed, O Jehovah. Since you invoked, may the wicked be ashamed, their tongues be mute in Sheol. The night fell gently, and Sheol was filled with a supernatural silence. I looked up at the sky for the first time. In several days I saw Genoveva perfidiously in the neighborhood of the ecliptical. I hated it. I showed my fist, cursed you, indifferent star, because I came to think for a moment that that little dot of light was responsible for everything. But forgive me, star, weaver of celestial garlands, forgive me once again, accept me, protect me. I thought of Maria Rosa. I envied her because she could play tute with Bernabe and Beltrana. I went out to the courtyard. I dug a hole to bury the chest with my mother's jewelry and preserve it from the inevitable assault of the pirate. I lay face down on the ground, facing the stars, and so I spent the rest of the night, even though, already near dawn, the sky would whimper a little. When I saw the dawn, I remembered that the day before I had not eaten anything. Neither did I want to eat now. I made myself an infusion of sage. I drank it slowly, grudgingly. When the clock struck 7, I went out to the window, and found I went out to the window. Out with the passers-by, the city was bulging again with rumors. It was said that Commissioner Vallejo de la Canal was hindering the settlement by threatening to bring Diego de Los Rios before the military councils of Castile. It was also said that the delays were due to a series of secret clauses that the governor wanted to include in feud capitulations, and likewise that Pointis demanded the delivery of all funds from the royal treasury, including all gold, silver, and precious stones from the neighbors. I did not care. Now I only wanted to think about Federico. He had to be alive. That long wait could not be for nothing. He would come back. I was sure he would come back with his awkward feet and his winged forehead of dreamer, with his broken wings of archangel in trouble, the same ones he plucked from me less than a month ago at Zamba's Palm, with mine eye in demonic holiness as a Christian woman. He had to come back. Then, all at once, the commotion that came to me from the square of the Jaguars pulled me out of my thoughts. Looked out the window again. I saw my neighbors running towards the square of the Mar and towards the square of Arms. I dressed quickly and followed them on the way they told me that Vice Admiral Levy, commander of the French ship, had just unfurled the Flor de Risado banner over the Puerta del Puente, of which he had taken possession, and that about 500 soldiers of Louis XIV now occupied the bastions that flanked the fortified hull. That the surrender was finally being protocolized, and that from this moment on Cartagena was a French port, from which the governor, authorities, and garrison, as well 30 torturadors of the Turtle, among whom I could soon recognize the damned Leclerc, with his red rag tied to his head, tattooed arms, a hairy chest in the open air. Then I gave my soul a turn, because, by his side, with another red rag, his clothes, torn like a pirate, Moore also entered Frederick, to everyone's view, with distressed eyes and an unsure smile that gave him a goofy air. My joy turned into alarm. I wanted to alarm. I wanted to be swallowed by the earth. I would have preferred to know it dead. They only brought him as a laughing stock, as a king of mockery, but his clothing made him look like another. One of them, and many, recognizing him, did not fail to comment on that strange circumstance. I felt half paralyzed. I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to take the risk. I broke through the crowd, broke the French barrier, and threw myself into his arms, only to find that he held me very weakly, almost as if he did not recognize me, or as if he were afraid to be the object of new taunts, for as soon as they contemplated the scene, the buccaneers, headed by Leclerc, broke out in obscene exclamations and derisive. "Applause, oh the joy, O foul woman, when she's glad," howled into my ear, making grimaces that I then knew was called Jonathan Hopkins. Oh, the sadness of a woman when she is sad! But her gladness and her sadness are as nothing compared to her badness when she is bad. Others shouted that falling into the arms of a woman was also falling into her claws. They ululated, snorted, pinched my behind, made poses towards me. "Well, you will always—" Italian laughed out loud. Like a leaf in the wind, I tried to look for the eyes of Federico, something with which to explain what happened, to find out what he was doing among that troop of clowns, but only found the same silly smile and a look of awe, uncertainty, as if his mind were nullified, as if it had been suppressed. The clerk tried to push me away from him. "Women! Women!" he laughed. "Can we really consider them human beings?" Drew me towards him and tried to kiss me, while another forester tore my clothes with a brutal hand. Then a voice broke through the din of the pirates. "What are you?" She ordered them to retreat. "I wonder what you came here for, my dear. I tried to explain that I should go back to Frederick. Please, sir, he is my friend. He kept the butchers at bay, and I knew it was Godfrey. He seemed as feared and obeyed as the very Pettigrew himself. He took the boy by the arm and dragged him away with force. Then he pushed us, cursing, towards one of the archways, and ordered us to disappear from his sight. Go bother somewhere else. Made Frederick lean on me. He was warningly very tired, both material and spiritually, exhausted. He had been put through a continuous tug-of-war. I led him gently, failing to get a word out of him, to the Jaggery Square. I wanted to hide him in my house, at least, until he had recovered, but already at the door he refused. "Where are you going, my father?" He kept repeating, still believing himself surrounded by Frenchmen. I did not think it prudent to inform him of the death of Lupercio, much less that of his mother. I dragged him gently to his own house. We knocked on the door-knocker, a very pale. Bernabé opened it. He thought Federico was wounded. We went up, and in the hall I had to face once more the madness of Maria Rosa's scratches, who now maintained that I had hidden the boy for days in my house for Nicaria. "You're more bitch than a sandfly." It was Bernabé who, despite his slave status, held her back and prevented her from continuing to dig her nails into me. "White, do not commit an injustice. The miss has rescued him. He was a prisoner of pirates. Also Hortensia Garcia put order this time, and we dedicated ourselves, with drinks, with massages, with salts, to restoring the forces of that planet-finder, who still did not seem to know where in his own he stood so far. Had the filibusterers mentally tortured him? The same whose mistreatment of the population, I mean mistreatment still only by words, or at most by mere threats of violation, of women, for the worst was yet to come. They forced that very afternoon Vice-Admiral Levy, since Admiral Pointis, waiting for the governor and high officials to leave, had not yet entered the walled-in stronghold, to publish a decree stipulating the death penalty for anyone who harmed the population, as I could well remember in the accounts of Ero, how Vallejo de la Canal and Chancels de la Grange, which I read in my free time, that was left me by my slow and parsimonious chores at Pierre Charles Lemonet's house, whom I tried to convince, a bit out of sheer annoyance, of the goodness of Guillaume Delisle's maps, the former protector of Jean Trinchervel, who died at 50 when he had already become first geographer of the king, and who many considered as the only cartographer who had hit the nail on the head in representing the great continents of the globe in it. Their true proportions, despite my doubts about certain exaggerations still present in the projection of the regions situated north of the Tropic of Cancer, but Lemonnier always thought I was a little nuts, especially about my obsession with the planet Genoveva. How eager, mon Dieu, to give her name to a star. What vanity, what nonsense. And tried to clear my mind by taking me to see Pierre Carlet de Chamblin de Marivaux's smiling comedies, the Burgesses, colourfully Wattonian, that he defended with La Morte Hazard, modern literature, and used to give us delightful psychological contrasts in his marivaudages, very much in line with the refined demands of his audience, or Jean-Philippe. Rameau's operas, a renovator of harmony and dramatic genre, all part of that great splendour that Louis XV allowed the arts, perhaps to hide the emptiness of his own life. Drowned in sensual perfumes, strangled by mountains of flowers, constricted between busts and statues of Pajou, suffocated by the intriguing turmoil of his own courtiers. But, of course, as my confessor well said, quoting Horace, dead by pirate hands, here too the king's madness was paid for by the Achaeans, plectantur achivi, who in this case were orators, represented by the French people, ever more encrusted, more pampered by their many miseries, and also ever more suspicious of the divine origin of royal authority, which from Louis XIV, the last to convene the Estates General, had entirely dispensed with the political collaboration of the majorities or common state, under the famous slogan, now embraced by the Spanish monarchy as well, everything by the people, but without the people, a philosophy fiercely fought against over the course of his life, that just concluded in 1755 by Charles de Secondat, Baron de la Brede et de Montesquieu, who believed that the state's power should in the future be divided into three branches: 1. Legislative, resting on a British-style parliament and establishing legal norms governing relations between citizens; a second, executive, making these rules enforced and giving direction to national affairs; and a third, judicial, administering justice, ideas that had been incubating in the thinker's mind through his study of the English Constitution, so admired also by François-Marie, and his comparison with other constitutions or superiuses, those magnificent statutes which, in the opinion of intellectuals, should be written and not customary, as was once written John without land, dictated for England more than 5 centuries ago, and so on and so forth, nothing but those apprehensions, already quite well discussed in Parisian salons and cenacles, determined, in the very heart of our Grand Lodge, the desire to foster the creation and publication of a reasoned dictionary of the sciences, arts, and trades, in which morality, religion, and law would be considered from a rationalist perspective, that is, explaining everything by natural causes, by arguments grounded solely in human reason and empirical science. This work was entrusted, during my time in the Bastille, to the talent of 2 of France's brightest young men, mathematician Jean-Laurent d'Alembert, whose scientific works on integral calculus and dynamics had provoked a revolution in the science of motion, to the point that he held a position in the Academy of Sciences by the age of 23, and Denis Diderot, whose philosophical novels, moralizing dramas, and acerbic critical essays had already earned him persecutions and imprisonment. These young men not only did well in their task, but also made it the focus of attention throughout Europe, attracting the cream of philosophical and scientific thought, too. Collaborate with them, beginning with François-Marie and the very Baron de Montesquieu, followed by individuals of the caliber of Jean-François Marmontel, a half-protégé of Voltaire, who wrote the articles concerning literature, of the materialist philosopher Paul-Henri Dietrich, Baron de Holbach, who maintained that all beings and processes in the universe, including the spiritual, they were only forms and manifestations of matter determined by the law of causality, and that religions were but instruments of despotism. To this were committed versions of German articles on chemistry and mineralogy from the physiocrats, Quesnay and Turgot from the Wise Knight of your court, and among others, though their ideas represented, to some extent, an opposite trend to that of the Encyclopédie, as he maintained that sciences, arts, and, in general, civilization were the causes of human corruption. The Genoese philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whose Discours sur les Sciences et les Arts, published in 1750, also embodied, in his own way, an attack on the constituted society, a blow which was further refined 5 years later in his Discours sur l'origine de l'inégalité, hence why the encyclopedists could not afford to leave him out, despite the hatred that his books, not least because of their hazy approach to those mystical ideals of Madame de Guillon that the Lodge fought during the times when I arrived in Paris, usually aroused in François-Marie, sometimes even in himself Diderot, that prodigious worker and investigator, son of a Langres knife-maker, who had to bear, in his youth, the worst miseries for not having followed, as his father wanted, a ecclesiastical career, whose first volume of philosophical thoughts had been condemned to the flames by the Parliament of Paris, and who had already spent a year in Vincennes, prison for his supposed atheist leanings. That fine Denis Diderot, true soul of l'Encyclopédie, whom I met in one of those mundane circles which imitated Thiers, London clubs, where tea was drunk and religion and politics were debated, which I now from time to time frequented with Lemonnier and his family, only to bore me supremely as family. I used to think that my life was about to end, and that my last days should be gently consumed, like embers drowned by ash, in the shadow of a warm solitude, in some gloomy and soothing retreat which, unlike my previous desolations, was now completely voluntary. But it is true that the times were not ripe for abandoning the din of the world, neither the times nor, above all, the complicated scribbles of my destiny, already entered into many years ago by Henri de Boulainvilliers, and although I took comfort in thinking that my mission on earth was complete and sealed, nothing was further from the truth, for the appearance, in 1751, of the first volume of the Dictionnaire raisonné des sciences, des arts et des métiers had marked, so to speak, the inauguration of a new era, characterized at first only by great agitation of spirits, a kind of generalizing of spirits, that restless spirit which, in other times, inspired our meetings at Notre-Dame-le-Cloître, but after 5 years, at the outbreak of what was called the Third Silesian War, it passed into a disquietude if England or France were to win some acres of snow in Canada, a phrase that in the end proved much more ironic, since not just a few acres, but all of Canada and Senegal had to be Louis XVI capitulated, after 7 years of hostility, to George III, and it was this growing discomfort, this new awareness of the fair fallibility of regal power that, as the year 1757 dawned, must move a certain Robert Damiens, nicknamed Robert le Diable, against the person of the monarch, whom he assaulted and wounded, some say with a stick, but it seems established that with a knife, and on January 5, even his enemies, disguised or declared, were startled to learn that the King of France was dying at Versailles. Lemonnier brought us the news at dinner-time, others assured, as he had heard from de Fontenay's own lips, that death had taken place but was being kept secret, in order to avoid commotions and prepare in advance. Vive le roi! Pirates, the Dolphin! We couldn't fall asleep that night. Lemonnier insisted that the regime would take revenge with their indiscriminate massacre. Everywhere there was movement of people, carriages, mail coaches. Tabarot arrived around 11, claiming it was just a ruse by the Jesuits. We didn't pay attention to him. He himself didn't seem convinced by what he said. The next morning, Mr. Marmontel put our minds at ease. The truth was that the king had been seriously wounded. All the palace doctors were in Versailles, trying desperately to save him. Every 3 hours he was given a broth, which was first placed on a large marble table, guarded by the first footman, then tested by the butler and the first physician. Then the double curtains of the bed would be drawn back, revealing the princesses and Madame de Pompadour. Louis XV drank in fear, for he couldn't stand the thought of death. Now he even distrusted his own shadow, seeing killers and poisoners lurking in the inquiet penumbras of the room. I felt like laughing. Voltaire must have laughed when he heard about it during his exile in Geneva. We were all very excited those days. Even war didn't get us so worked up. Now we longed to be immersed again in the current of history, to have gone back into a sort of torpor without traces. For a moment we thought much more important what had just happened than all the volumes of l'Encyclopédie gathered together, which proves how impossible it is to assess events from too contemporary a perspective. With the passing of the days, rumours spread about the intricate intrigues that flourished in Versailles alongside the bed, strewn with luctuoso crespons, where Louis XV was, burning with fever. The truth was that the princesses, convinced of the imminent death, wanted to leave Versailles as soon as possible, without formalities, and Madame de Pompadour, who took refuge in the friendship of Marshal Soubise, her old friend, whose influence with the agonizing allowed him to prolong his presence by pulling him while in the jailer's cell. The murderer Robert le Diable was subjected to all kinds of torments, including bringing his feet close to the fire, in the hope that he would confess that he had been nothing, more than the visible hand of a conspiracy which the public prosecutor was insisting on attributing to the philosophers. Meanwhile, I couldn't risk stepping out onto the street without endangering my life, for I would have to give up my indulgent pleasures, perhaps even Pompadour herself. I was very depressed, but also quite restored, and the day finally came when Parisians cared more about the disaster of their armies in the German town of Rossbach than about the fee, health of their king, who it was said had returned to his lover's bed. Then they believed their ministers that it was time to convince him of the need to declare an open pursuit against the philosophers and writers whom they intellectually blamed. For the crime of Damiens, already tortured and dismembered, so great bonfires of books began to rise in public squares, with a pyromaniac fervour far superior to that of previous years. For example, those of the materialist Claude Adrien Helvetius were burned, even though he had been his mother's doctor and confidant of Maria Leczinska. Mouths began to be systematically sealed by laws very similar to those Spain had practiced for centuries in the Indies, and one of them interrupted, among many others, the publication of l'Encyclopédie, whose influence on the people we now saw in all its majestic dimension. And it was then, amidst despair and popular anger, that I received that letter from François-Marie, who, from his Swiss exile, once again turned my life and fate upside down. Chanting, Jean-Bernard des Jeans, Baron de Ponty, accompanied by the midshipmen of his fleet and a battalion of stern grenadiers, entered Cartagena on May 6th in a handcar, as he could still not support himself on his wounded leg, among a silent crowd of downcast eyes and sombre heads, carried on by 4 Dominican blacks in wooden saints' chairs, or pontifical chairs, inhaling their aristocratic snuff. Above the populace, whom he must have known to be besieged by unstable fears, he was gravely conducted to the cathedral, where the ecclesiastical chapter awaited him to sing a Te Deum Laudamus, and it was thus that I saw him pass, giving an expression of earthly despair that would have been difficult for a blessed soul from heaven to emulate. His thin hands moved as if marking the compass of an ethereal music. The furrow on his nose seemed to indicate a precise but spacious displeasure. His face probably covered with one of those pomades of sperm whale, white wax, and sweet almond oil that later became so familiar to me in France, and with 2 artificial moles had the ghostly appearance of some figurine from the comedy of art, resembling the archetype of the mask invented by Louis XIV to hide the face of death at his court scattered across the world. His image of a fainted chamberlain did not fit our bustling tropics. His supposed elegance seemed grotesque to us, his too dramatic attitude and his mannerisms those of a nightmare figurine, and so he passed on towards our cathedral church to receive the homage of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, which in such cases usually invoked the ecumenism of our religion, especially if it were shared by the French. Confused with a group of curious people who observed the ceremony from the atrium, I saw him in front of the main altar surrounded by clouds of incense, listening with a slightly inclined head to the exuberant Trinitarian doxology and the elevated implorations of the Ambrosian hymn, and when it concluded he raised his arms as if going to ask for some supreme gift from the Creator, but instead he shouted with a shrill and repellent voice, "Vive le roi!" Where the well-fed French officers began to cheer, and where the bishop, instead of considering it an offence against God, cheered with an aloof smile, while the chair was put back in motion to conduct the theatre. Admiral to his lodging at the accounting houses, the same ones where, during the siege, Governor Diego de los Rios temporarily took refuge. Now, just a few hours earlier, he had left the city on a horse with all his insignia, escorted by 4 companies of the Presidio and 2 hand-drawn cannons without carriages, followed by the mob of children, women, and friars who decided to leave with him, a total of about 3,000 people, of 8 infantry companies with calico ropes and bullets in their mouths, of a troop of blacks and mulattoes tasked with carrying the baggage, and finally of a procession of town councillors, justices, and aldermen, very upright and solemn at the head of that defeated army, floating on their lips not the hunchbacked grimace of the defeated, but a veiled smile of the triumphant scoundrel, changing comments that were out of tune, now and again, with the trio of hoodlums who rode barely a few inches behind his back down the slope that roared towards the Turbico hill, under the red-spined branches of the cebus, under the thundering sun of May, perhaps growing in his hatred the sharp affront with which Hortensia Garcia rebuffed your claims to take her with you. You're a coward, Diego, a traitor, she said. I wouldn't follow you. You don't even try to hide your dirty little secrets with gold, for not even all, the gold in the world, or the heavens themselves, will make any difference. These are the phrases that he only responded to with, I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps he has once again had his ears pampered by that depraved friar, Peticari. In which case, eat your own words, Bernabe, although I doubt that this inquisitor will be willing to give you bread. You remember that, Bernabe, because the dialogue took place in the Gotha lobby, in the presence of all those who were still making weary efforts to bring Frederick back to reality, lost as he still was in a rocky delirium. And we heard the boots of the governor walking away and looking at each other in incomprehension, for we still didn't know the secret clauses included in the capitulations, which, on the contrary, Hortensia knew from that afternoon onwards, that the Pitiguao visited the governmental palace, and in which he unsuccessfully tried to inform and tried to stop the maneuver of Fray Miguel Icari, and in which it was established that the goods of the commander in charge of the square were intangible, and he was authorized to place them outside of it, something that on appearance, only on appearance, had done that morning, because among the baggage carried by blacks and mulattoes there were 15 chests, the same ones that during all the siege had remained in it, the lonely warehouses of the galleon Oriflama, 15 chests supposedly filled with gold, but actually empty, or filled with stones, as he had to admit it from the rivers, before the War Council, because the gold that filled them had taken flight like an agile swallow, like an evanescent dragonfly. But I only found out much later, when it was all too late to return to Frederick, for now we were content with the semi-lethal state in which he found himself, so similar to that which preceded the death of his mother, very similar also to that which, for almost 2 weeks, Beltrana suffered as a result of the wound she received in the Plaza Mayor, from which, nevertheless, she had been recovering, to the point that now she carried out most of the chores of the estate, whose slaves, except for Bernabe, had also fled to the palenques of Cimarrones, preparing the unbeatable drinks with which Hortensia believed she could cure any illness, washing clothes under the toronias in the courtyard, burning wood in little braziers all over the house to protect its helpless inhabitants from the plague that, according to rumours, the French troops had brought into the city. She directed the long cleaning tasks that Bernabe must undertake every day, from the small inner garden, perfumed with jasmines, up to the abandoned viewing gallery filled with Federico's celestial dreams, administered. With prudent measure, the few provisions we could get from the military warehouses, where food rationing was becoming increasingly strict, tried to clear, with the help of Fifia, young slave, the mass of rubble produced by the bomb that killed Lupercio. She watched over the use of water, which was not plentiful in the cistern, and had to participate, if that were not enough, in the many rosaries called day and night by Hortensia and Maria Rosa, both tormented, I think, by sickly and blurry remorses, the second constantly obsessed with the idea that Frederick and I would never be left alone, for we would have sex and new curses would fall on the house, a superstition that drove her to force me, again to sleep locked under lock, and share with Beltrana, now without another piece of furniture, than 2 rickety beds, the same room in which Christina had confined me during the full moon of April. So, while my hard-working companion fell exhausted from fatigue, I turned to reading the numerous and strange volumes stacked up by Lupercio the sailor. On his almost fairy-tale voyages, the story of how the brothers Nicola and Matteo Polo left Venice to return to the country of the great Khan, and how they took Marco the Son. In the city of Kemenfu, the way David Melek was born with an eagle on his right shoulder, the hemlock forests and the unconquerable gorges of Georgia, the beauty of Thea, turquoise of Kerman, the wonderful garden, and the terrifying murders of the old of a mountain, the salt chains, and the Almon and Alfranchitos hills of Taikan, the places of Taikan, Chesimur, where pepper is born, the wars of the Tatars, the Bucrania and the sacred falcons of Balashkhan, the modesty and discretion of the maidens of Katay, the storms and the pearl reefs that surround the island of Cipango, the rare black stones that burn like wood, all a whole universe of wonder and fable, but with testimonial tinges that, perhaps because of the age when I read it, I found it much superior to the Kitab Alif Laila Ua Laila, also called by the Rumis as the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night. The Arab tales, poured into French by Jean-Antoine Galland, who François-Marie read me with slow delight in my cubicle on Saint-Antoine Street. All this is proof of that great dream of power that enchants us to the world, that fills us of archaic spells, that drags us towards nocturnal spheres, our everyday life difficult. The same power that Federico turned towards the survey of the astral vastnesses, and burned then, in thirst to be able to communicate to my beloved boy the inquietudes that roamed and tickled my beloved boy, the inquietudes that roamed and mind. Now I would have wished that, truly, Leclerc had been disposed to transport us somewhere where burst towards the true life, towards the boundless world, towards the sun of fantasies. But I had to conform with changing ideas, those nights when I had not fallen in such extreme fatigue as to avoid any sort of trance dialogue with the poor Beltrana, whose body, when she undressed herself to scatter the static heat of this rainless May, was so beautiful that it inspired tenderness, and sometimes sharply reproached me for keeping her awake until dawn talking about Tafinor, the king of Bohemia, who sent 1,500 knights with Count Galtines to aid Amadis of Gola, or Palomir, a knight of Lisuarte's court, brother of Dragonis, who took part in the test from the enchanted sword, and to whom Amadis awarded the lordship of his father, or Mardaman the envious, brother of the maiden Unlike, who fought against Don Bruneo and was defeated and killed, or the moment when Amadis wounded the giant Madame Fable of Fafay, Tower Bermeja, cousin of Famongomadan, of the fervent lake, or Esplandian, son of Amadis, suckled by a lioness, or the maiden of the isle that never falls, or the enchanting maiden, scorned by her lover, or the unfortunate forest, where Amadis and Galaor were made prisoners by treachery. But I think that in Beltrana there was a fertile humus for which, to put down the roots of wonder, I could note how much my tales impressed them. I could see how they sailed away in dreaminess under their influence in response to your request. Here is the translation of the provided text. To the caress of my words, it seemed capable of giving form and society to those enteleches I spoke to it about the fairs, planet Genoveva, and wanted to see it through the Antiojo. I showed it to me at dusk on one of those days, signed by the French rapine, when in a room on the floors of fairs, accounting-houses, inhabited by Pointis, the accountant of the navy weighed and stored peacefully the riches there sacrificed by the Carthaginians, notified by the invader that they would be reimbursed with 10% if they voluntarily delivered their treasures, in particular gold and silver, and that very night Beltrana told me the story of her life, also marked in a certain way by the rapine, but by sexual rape, because she was born from the rape of her mother, sister of Hortensia, by a captain of grenadiers to court, whom the offended swore to kill. She ambushed him at an alcohol stall in some rancheria on the coast, and stabbed him in the back in front of her daughter, who was already 4 years old. As she told me, it seemed like she was reliving it again, because her muscles got tense. Her whole naked, beautiful body did too, and sometimes I wanted to caress it, and her eyes shone with a horror-filled sparkle. Her mother had been apprehended by some village justice, and, before being hanged, she had been bound naked to 4 stakes in the courtyard of a barracks, so that the entire garrison could possess her, a scene that the daughter had to witness from a distance, with silent tears in her eyes, until that very day, eyes that always looked at me with a certain accusatory air, which still now seemed to beg for an explanation for that barbarity, but they didn't stop. There the misery of Beltrana herself, raised by her grandmother, an eye-patch woman, with very black hair over the many wrinkles on her face, had been raped at the age of 13, during the confession sacrament by a Jesuit priest, who fled to Santa Fe, and never could be apprehended, due to the zeal that the company put into hiding it, which is why she refused, contrary to what the foul-mouths thought, to have carnal commerce with any man, and she had almost taken down Governor Diego de los Rios when, in Getsemani Casita, and during a short absence of her aunt, She demanded sexual favors from him under the promise of repudiating Hortensia and adopting her as an official. Baragana, a proposal that she considered contemptible, but which she refrained from spreading among her own or others, afraid that the family might lose the government's protection and fall into some inscrutable misfortunes. Now that Hortensia and the governor had broken up, I could tell her that it would be better to finally bury that secret. That could only unleash bitterness when she was telling me. Tears had already escaped from her eyes, and I couldn't suppress the impulse to hug her naked against my naked body, and I experienced a few seconds of ecstasy. Beltrana then slid her hand very suavely over my thighs, reached to touch the hair on my pubis, but the image of Federico, humiliated and delirious in his bed, assailed me, and I retreated. No, I couldn't infer that secret sigillous infamy on her. I also thought about my confessor, whom I didn't. No, but very soon the pirates would kill him, and quietly I sunk under the sheets of my bed to feign exhaustion from fatigue, and try to successfully force the domains of sleep, which closed me with a speed dictated perhaps by remorse, so that I only woke up, startled by the morning light, with a bright premonition in my soul, when Hortensia opened the door to the room. I ran full of that palpitations towards Federico's room. I checked his pause, breathing. I kissed him on the forehead, before the tacit reproach of Haslar, the former Baragana, and then, denying almost credit to my senses, I saw him return from his unattainable distance, and tightly grip my hand with hidden heat. It was a radiant moment. He looked at me with his eyes, clear and dreamers, and asked me what had happened, what Leclerc and the rest of the filibusteros had become. I tried to inspire him with calm, asked him not to think about anything, not make any effort, try at all costs to get some rest, but it seemed evident that his illness, whose root was purely psychological, had disappeared in an instant, as quickly and effectively as I had sensed it coming. He joined me with agility, embraced and kissed me passionately. Hortensia didn't approve of the scene, but neither did she dare to interrupt her. Finally, Mary Rose was still sleeping, and the possibility of more scratches hadn't been threatened so far. With her hair pulls, the kiss extended. Now we conveyed a bare love of ties and holy fears. I shuddered at the prospect of having to be the one who put him in the know about the passing of his parents. I would have preferred to kiss him forever. So soon as that kiss ended, the question would rise to her lips. It was only a matter of time. Very little. The suction was touching its limits. Our confused breaths had failed. She pushed me away with her arms, looked stunned around, and my father. Was my father found? She was crushed by the low silence. Where is my father? And my mother? Where are they? For a moment I thought that the news would humble him again. But class rodeos. Use? It was Hortensia who spoke. I had blessed with all my soul that intervention. Tried to make one of those speeches circumstances, you know. There are occurrences that precipitate. That cannot be avoided. Federico jumped like a resort. Tell me what happened. No more circumlocution. Tell me you, Genoveva. Please, tell me you, I launched. Again, in his arms, I related between sobs everything that had happened. Including the accusations against Mary Rose would have been better. She pressed against me. Yes, and I experienced all of her agonizing convulsions. I felt the spasm of her tormenting spirit as never before. Now it was time for that sudden and final farewell, no less so because it came late. It was as sudden and final as my own, with rage and sorrow, when I had to give my beloved France that moonlit night in April 1757. That night, still shocked by the disturbing and unusual experience Tabarot had put me through the previous night, an experience whose certainty haunted my conscience and filled me with despair. I looked at that silhouette of Paris, cut out against the full moon, so familiar to me over those 45 years, and I saw her from my pigsty on to Missoir Street, from my cosy and warm apartment on Plâtrier Street, or from my deserted cell in the Bastille, which I would never return to. Since I left prison, it was clear that, if I left the country and Pierre-Charles Lemonier's protection, I could never again set my feet back on French soil. I thought about everything I had left there, Marie's tormented memory, the now elusive recollection of young Arouet, the immense shadow of a kiss and a bow from Louis XIV, the sweet remembrance of my paternal lovers Guido Aldrovandi and Pascal de Bignon, whose faces blended in my head like reflections on a trembling pond, and so many other people, and things that I had loved and hated, and which I now confined forever to the torrentous past, by virtue of that letter from the old and grumpy François-Marie, where, of course, he invoked, as he should, my ancient vow. He forced me to bring an end to it with splendour, true enough, but also, perhaps, with an excessive enterprise for my years, and for which I must sacrifice much more than is possible for a human being. The destinies that I had reserved for myself from that distant night, when I pledged myself to his designs in a ruinous mansion on Cloître Notre Dame Street, were not as high as I intuited, even when, 30 years ago, I was commissioned to lay the foundations for the erection of a Matreten's lodge. But there was no help for it. The mail coach left Paris with its rhythmic noise, which in my spirit inevitably brought back the memory of that my first journey through French lands in company with my two beloved geographers and the pair of sorrowful knights who, with vague indecency, allude to a spectral organization. Now, the riverbank's gardens and the wandering murmur of the river Seine were saying goodbye to me with the same restless music with which they had welcomed me, perhaps also with the same indifference after all, for who could tell if I was leaving or France was abandoning me? Who could one day open wide the enigma of the universe and human destiny that even Tabarot, with his awe-inspiring revelations, managed to reveal only in part? Who could penetrate the sadness that emburgs this crown-weaver of Thorn's gardens, perhaps also her own funeral crowns? When she returned to Marseille with Marie to check the accuracy of a certain chilling premonition about a small hill, the Basilica of Notre Dame de la Garde, whose austere shelter we drank aldrovandi, Bignon and I red wine in the taverns of the port until sleep covered our eyes as a silk cocoon, and almost could not, hugged and stumbling, reciting to voice some boyish comparisons of Le Houx and awakening yaps of censorship in street dogs, reached the inn where I also stop now, the inn of the Canebière, where the same thing happened to me. I stayed with Marie, and where, with horror, I confirmed my premonition, the inn near the port where I spent another Toledo night, filled with suspicions and remorses, thinking about Marie's bones, entombed and forgotten in a crypt of the Vormglads castle, not yet burned by the fanatics' mob, Pascal de Bignon's bones, buried in darkness in Stockholm, Guido Aldovandi's bones, serene and pale in his native Bologna, my own unprotected bones under this skin, and these muscles already with a vocation of inert dust, and only the vocation of inert dust, and only the thought. Next morning, looking at the translucent sky and the blue Mediterranean, I managed to drive those sweet or shocking spirits of my love out of my imagination, seeing the fugitive line of the horizon, where I would set sail very soon, where I set sail 2 days later in a crunching little boat to shout my final farewell to France, still seeing, in the distance, the profile of the Basilica and its land, still close to me, on the small islands of Pomec and Ratonneau, on the sinister island, then by the 4 cardinal points the classical sea wrapped us in a protective embrace, the Balearic Sea that we knew cut by tranquilizing chasms, the Christian sailor's sea, a mare internum or mare, nostrum of the Latins, serene and dazzling in the spring's transparent light, casting its aphrodisiac and salty breath on our faces, enchanting us with its fierce, lustrous glimmers, cradling us in its cyclopean sleepiness. Now it was necessary, above the discomfort that still overwhelmed me when I remembered the spiritualist night, and the terrible revelations that Tabarot sent me off with, to meditate on the delicate steps that awaited me. But nothing in this world, nothing can happen as we have imagined it. To imagine it is to annul the future. How wonderful we could turn destiny if we never tried to anticipate it in fantasy, since, contrary to all expectations, at Ostia port I was not received by any papal procession, nor did I receive the attentions promised by François-Marie. Already I told myself that an organization like ours I could not enjoy much sympathy in the heart of the pontifical states. I suddenly found myself, with my briefcase and the 2 paintings by Rigaud, lonely amid an impure traffic, seeing there, at Thiers, back the immense fortress raised by Julius II, the Pope of Michelangelo, who forced Caesar Borgia to restore the cities of Romagna, who expelled the French, this fortress, beaten up by the Duke of Alba in 1556, and nowhere, much to my surprise, the ruins of the port built by Emperor Claudius, since, as I later found out, the old city was now quite far from the sea, so I had to hire a horse-drawn carriage, for which I had to pay almost an eye, to leave the troubled port and along the Ostiense road that ran, parallel to the tiny and muddy current of the Tiber, between holly trees and twisted olive trees, under the splendid Tyrrhenian sun. I set out towards the eternal city, where not a single friend or even fellow layman awaited me, only the uncertainty of a blurred appointment, summoned by letter by Voltaire, with the Holy Father, with that Benedict, or Tortin, about whose character and leanings I knew little, except that, as well judged or ill-judged as his predecessors, he ruled from Rome with a pale hand the destinies of a church whose branches were lost in the far reaches of the planet, embraced like a viscous tentacle my remote birthplace, constituted the only metaphysical anchorage for great crowds who prostrated themselves day after day before the suffering Christs and lacerated Madonnas, and my first surprise was to see how the universal centre of that realm of pain and tears, of privations and martyrdom, did not seem to sympathize with the gloomy image I had formed of it over the years, but rather spread out under these infinite transparency skies, rose up between this landscape of harsh aromas, whose serenity penetrated me, immersed me in a sort of vital elation, while I jolted my battered humanity. Along with the carriage, in rhythm with the accidents of the old road, bordered by trees and fragrant bushes, or the marble balustrades of the villas, until we finally entered, leaving behind the patriarchal basilica of St. Paul, with Jesus blessed in the mosaics of the apse, through the Pauline gate, alongside the ancient pyramid that preserves the remains of the tribune Gaius Cestius, to embed ourselves in an adorable suburb of houses, with gardens on the roofs, where suddenly, almost abruptly, we found ourselves facing the Palatine and, beyond, the ruins of the former Imperial Forum and the Flavian Amphitheatre, the named the Colosseum. Only at its inauguration is said to have perished over 5,000 beasts and several hundred gladiators, from where my charioteer, verbose and descriptive as all Romans, goaded the horses through tortuous and noisy cobblestone streets until crossing, like a fleeting mirage by my eyes, the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, and we stopped, in a block already enveloped in the half-darkness of twilight, before an inn whose waiter entered the suitcases and remained absorbed for a moment before the paintings of Rigaud. "Bravo, painting brave," I said. "Is it a painting of the Renaissance?" He told me that I was exhausted, that I needed to sleep. We went up with the thin flame of a fanlight to the upper floor. I looked sadly at that little room and that scissors bed, but I still lay down, eager to sleep forever. I had finally suprim all my past. It was as I had died. I had even detached myself from myself, for no one would ever find me again in those strange lands. Genevieve Alcocer, the crown weaver, the girl who became an empirical astronomer to extend the footsteps of a beloved being, the crazy woman who went to Europe, with a pair of bohemian geographers, the one who, on a day, was Voltaire's lover, the dark censor of Desholinatus of the Lodge of Clotte Notre Dame, the one who laid foundations of the Lodge of Madrid, the dubious protagonist of a Roots drama in Aachen, not even the evil witch who paid 10 years in the Bastille, but an old poor woman who had come to Rome with the illusion, perhaps pious, of kissing the hand of the Holy Father, a cackling who wandered from inn to inn with 2 paintings by an unknown painter. That's what they would say about me, I thought, forgetting that chance prefers to play the unpredictable, because it wouldn't even be 2 hours since I was sleeping in my Roman bed, when strong knocks on the door made me jump. The waiter howled with italic emphasis, "Signora! Signora! Signora!" I stood up with distress. I thought the inn was burning. The world was ending. The earthquake had arrived. "Signora, it is the Holy Office for our Lord." As I came out, I found him pulling at his hair, as if the sky were falling. "The Holy Office is here outside, and wants to speak with you." I quickly descended the stairs, and found, in effect, 2 hooded friars in the hallway. My blood froze, confusion, fear, mixed together, as Dante might have said. I remembered the Madrid-based police officer who had been following me, the prophecy of Henri de Boulainvilliers about a second captivity, my status as a member of a proscribed organization, and the face of Guido Aldrovandi emerging from among a Dominican chapel. I also thought of the long days of the Bastille and the glassy gaze of Fray Miguel Ecare. I approached them and asked what they wanted, but in the flickering darkness they seemed like two skeletons made of tight shadow, moving with a trembling sway. One of them advanced closer. The head and I saw, in the candlelight, the kind features of an old monk who smiled at me and apologized. God damn it! Apologies on behalf of the Supreme Pontiff. Apologies in it. That adorable, strangely familiar Roman accent. Apologies for the absence in Ostia of a delegation to receive the envoy of Lord Voltaire. I thought in jest, feeling relief overflow me like very warm must, which was as if the Church were apologizing for not having gone to greet the ambassador of Satan. I shook their hand. They still explained that there had been a mistake. They expected my arrival for mid-May. What they didn't make clear was how they became aware of my presence at that wretched inn, but I suppose the Vatican's secret services were as effective as those of any other country. They asked me why I had chosen this guest-house. I replied that I had left that little detail too, the inspiration of the coachman who brought me from Ostia, and that, in the end, my already long life had got me used to sleeping wherever night found me, an idea which they celebrated, but not without warning me that, as a guest of the Holy Father, I would have to move immediately with my luggage to a place where I could be at my ease. Conventual lodging, abbatial as it were, they added with a smile, so that even if Francois Marais had enthralled me with the idea of being housed in some palace, I accepted it, delightedly. It was long ago, ever since my childhood, when my Clarisian educators used to pamper me because I was the prettiest girl in the school, that I didn't indulge those delicacies, at which the hands of the nuns are often pernicious. I paid the nervous host, who still imagined me on my way to the fire, quel fu, Dio benedetto, quale fu il suo peccato, looked at him piously. In posting a fearful voice, I whispered into his ear that certainly deserved it. I am he, and yet I added the resigned all be for God before gaining the door to go out with my luggage and Rigaud's paintings, not without hearing it still shout penance, signara, an act of repentance. So we laughed into our capes when we got into the handsome carriage, with the papal arms that rolled as if it floated between cherub dreams by that nocturnal Rome filled with the softest perfumes, like a quintessence of world springs, until stopped, gained the opposite bank of the river across the Isola Tiberina in a small building which, according to I was told by the old monk, belonged to a community of Trinitarian sisters, and in which, by Gianangelo Braschi's initiative, secretary of the Pope, the Periclitant girls, or lost girls, were gathered to bring them back on the straight path, a circumstance that made me shudder, because there would have been no allusion to my life, or at least to my vagaries, in that notion of being installed here. But we entered the lobby anyway, where a frail nun welcomed us, and told me there was a cell ready for me in a place where no noise would disturb my rest, not without quickly adding that I would be taken there without delay, since the abbess, or superior, was feeling unwell that night and couldn't receive me for a few minutes, as she would have loved to. So I questioned my companions, who were already initiating a gesture of departure, what the circumstances would be of my conversation with the Supreme Pontiff, which I ingenuously imagined planned for the following day, but they, with courteous benevolence, made me see how busy Benedict XIV usually was at that time, reorganizing the pontifical treasury. It would be better if I rested, and tried to enjoy the beauty of Rome, since although the view from Montemaria was very inferior to that of Yazzelatoio, according to Dante, I wouldn't fail to find very pleasant surprises. I would be notified, in due course of the day and time, when the Pope would receive me. Who knows how I would do with the good Trinitarians, breathing fully with the breathtaking, life-giving air of the eternal city. I would have news of them, so that, guided by the porter nun through a building that overflowed with aromas of roses and white lilies, as if trying to drown the night sky in perfumes, I installed myself in a secluded cell at the far end of the convent, from where one could survey the cloister and catch glimpses of the fee, immaculate shadows of some nuns walking in prayer, immersed in that purissimo silence, and filled with stars that made my first Roman night unforgettable, and which contrasted, of course, with the Latin brouhaha that flooded the streets and woke me up, as if I were ripping away from a firmer and stronger universe when the sun was just beginning to. Pete, then, while we were having breakfast in the refectory, where the absence of the indisposed abbess became more evident, a rustle of habits and veils alerted me, because I recognized since childhood the solicitude that devout women exhibit in the presence of some important ecclesiastical character, and indeed her smiling face, as if overflowing. With merciful indulgences, a bonny notary's face under the incipient baldness, and lightly coated with all the varnishes of civility and benignity that characterize the Roman. Curia soon appeared as a theological epiphany among the cooing salutations of the diners, and I realized it was none other than Monsignor Brashki, the papal secretary, founder of this amiable hospice, who had come to pay me tribute across the Tiber. I felt proud. What a fine character could I now consider myself in the capital of Catholic world. So those blessed months began, slow at first, but then quickening. Leading up to the day when we would set sail for America, I would not have made such a fine palate. Accustomed to exquisite delights, with the sudden aggression of a horrible and foul-smelling bite, and that bite had been nothing less than the black dung of the devil, I'm sure. For this he groaned in lucidity and delirium before the eyes, ears, and indulgent gesture of young Miguel de Iriarte, who, in his medical apostolate, had refused the offer, made through a messenger, to leave with his father the city, but instead entrusted his wife and children to her, and did not fail to congratulate himself that the author of his days, whom he assumed, for very understandable feeling, was innocent of the charges he launched against him, beset with fever, could put himself at a distance from fear personal. How can I, misfortunes still to be expected, for he had recently, with horror, verified the presence of rat carcasses in several places in the house, and then on streets and alleyways. Within the walled enclave, and with alarm, just 24 hours later, the fact that the few hospital rooms in the city had begun to be populated by people suffering from violent fevers, physical and moral laxity, and above all, red spots that seemed to raise a rash on the skin, a symptom he knew well and feared. Therefore he judged it essential to inform the French authorities, who were too absorbed, however, in mourning and appreciating the metallic and artistic tributes that the citizenry continued to pour out for them, to calm their fears, at the bottom of the comptroller's office, as if to attend to a few sick people, and indeed his zeal clashed with the indifferences of his Vice-Admiral Levy, when he wanted to warn him about, in the face of potential calamity, the old sailor used to amuse himself at sea by tormenting in very rich and varied ways the greedy instinct of the metropolitan Curia. Several days had already passed since he had appeared, accompanied by an armed escort, in the College of the Society of Jesus, where he not only took care of chalices, custodies, and other objects of worship, all of magnificent Baroque work in gold or silver, many of them with ruby, emerald, or diamond settings, but upon discovering, in the cell of some Jesuit, a sack filled with precious stones entrusted to him by wealthy people terrified of total abandonment, he had him imprisoned and tortured, forcing him to drink water through a thin cloth, so that he confessed whether there were other sacks hidden or buried, perhaps knowing, like the Arcadi, whom I doubt he had read, that money, although the monks denounce it for the plates, they keep it in the convent, in vessels and in pans, and from then on no one seemed to be able to get it out of the cloister, which was turning upside down again and again, forcing its inhabitants to swear in the presence of the most holy sacrament that there were no other sacks hidden or buried. No more jewels there, charming activity that soon spread to other religious houses, with the enthusiastic help of Bitiguao, Montbars, Godefroy, Patey, Jonathan Hopkins, who incited their outlaws, still with a minimum of caution, to bring the wives of soldiers and officials evicted into the churches to force them to swear before the sacred presence, where they usually hid their, most of the time, hypothetical treasures, their illusory diadems of gems, their torn-off non-existent, while the Grenadiers' Guard was still able, to prevent the young women from being raped by the filibusters, citybunders of females, as animals long kept in cages, but it grew certain in the city that this would not last. For long, since isolated cases of rape were already appearing, which the French authorities stubbornly ignored, just as the young Iriarte could verify it himself, because of a case of intense bleeding that he had to treat in the morning on the same day he managed to get received on the upper floor of the accounting houses by Pointers himself, who was receiving a treatment of Sultan from the mulattoes recruited for his service, a semi-naked troop of smiling females, fanning him with palm leaves, bathing him with perfumed water, covering him with lotions, carefully depilating him, and adorning him with exotic cosmetics, while they contested with joyous emulation the possession of his body, more baronil than manly, for brief moments of love, in flashing copulations celebrated on the chessboard of tiles or in the depths of the washing basins, or merely as masturbatory rituals during which the admiral lay motionless for pleasure, without suspecting that from those so sweet moments, on the anxious desire for power and plunder, would travel through his blood alongside the stealthy spectre of syphilis, the mild disease that Fracastoro, who proved that always opposite to the sun was the tail of comets, called Riddell comets, all Justus Morbus Gallicus, for a lesson to those who insist in supposing it originated in the Indies. But this Gallic one took the trouble to come here and contract it, and contract it. In Azas he found the Baron, the young Iriarte, very well pleased with the girls, when he wanted to alert him about the increasing number of people apparently affected by the toll. Tabardillo, in the hospitals of the city, a warning that Pointis received, naked in a bathtub while being fanned by the mulattoes with the most inconsequential contempt, perhaps due to the much wine he had consumed, but also because of his intention of betraying the merchants of Brest, who wanted to make Cartagena a permanent advance post of office. France in the New World, abandoning the city once the plundering was consummated, and leaving it at the mercy of the plague and mortality, purpose that was also to become evident in the abominable pact sealed several days ago with Lord of the Rivers, and which no one, except for Captain Diego de Morales, who served as an emissary for its secret, signing, and Hortensia Garcia, who only managed to intuit it, still knew at these hours, so that the young doctor had no choice but to give orders on his own account forfeit, quarantine for certain patients, as well as warnings to the people about the danger of congregating in public places, about using the domestic effects of contaminated persons, about the need to observe meticulous cleaning customs and other precautions that, as everyone knows, usually serve little when the plague has taken some hold, so that, informed by Brother Thomas of the Annunciation, whose weekly breakfast we supplied, despite the scarcity of water and food, and who, from this time on, tormented him with ale, nightmares filled with horrible women collecting hay with rusty scythes, and gentlemen knights hunting with mists, dreams that we had to listen to in detail because he had attributed them a sense of prophecy. Informed by him about the new threat that seemed to descend upon the city, we now redoubled the precautions already undertaken by Beltrana. Due to the initial rumours, we washed daily all of the floors of the house, we poured water from the sea several times a day on the pavement, we burned benjuy, we took precautions. With infusions improvisated by Hortensia, we prayed rosaries, while Federico walked around the mansion like a captive beast, anxious to leave against our will in search of it. Lucien Leclerc, whose promise was still soaking his Magine, impulses that I struggled, he pushed the impossible to try to temper, making him reflect for the umpteenth time on the insane nature of that hope, presenting him with the criminal and disloyal condition of the so-called bon fripon, until I persuaded myself of the vanity of those efforts. My premature astronomer did not descend to listen to reasons. For him the only reason for his existence was now, without a doubt, the universal promulgation of a planetary nature of the star of ridiculous reflections, to which he stubbornly seemed to offer prayers at dusk. Any other solution was equivalent in his spirit to failure. He wanted glory, glory in life, in full youth. He was ready to sacrifice him until his last breath. I began to feel envious of her, jealous of Frederick's glory, not yet knowing that, and also the glory, like fortune, takes pleasure in being stolen by those who desire it too much. I felt jealous of an elusive dream, sullen jealousy that nevertheless pushed me to accompany him when, that mid-May afternoon, when the city, on the brink of thirst, despaired of feeling again the fecundating blast of the rains, silenced since the sad April days of the capture of Bocachica, I could no longer stop his impulsive irreflection. We plunged under the windows and broken balconies, under the narcotic sun of a fair siesta, to meet the filibuster squads that roamed the walled city, accompanying the grenadiers with Vice Admiral Levy in his unbridled lust to seize as many bright-eyed stones, or pebbles as possible. They had already taken all the silver carved from the San Agustin convent, not excluding the rich cartloads of our Redeemer's steps. They had tormented the superior and 2 friars, bursting their little fingers until they extorted from them, where they were hiding the treasures entrusted to them by private individuals. They had plundered the La Merced convent. They had found a good amount of real, doubloons, and jewels, in addition to the objects of worship in that of Santo Domingo, where I had recently attended my father's exequies, and now it was the turn of San Diego, whose profesos and terciarios, including Fray Tomas de la Anunciacion, who preferred this, a certain and tangible thing, to his other unreality of guadaneras and sinister volaterias, were intimidated with the barrel of shotguns to unleash their plump secrets, while, and more riches, and by wine pipings that they emptied out in the middle of the street. So they went stumbling along the highways, dripping with liquor their own lips, singing obscene songs, complaining about the plunder like dogs that growl about a bone, as they themselves said in their couplets, and play together when they have none, chanting diatribes against Spain in the old heads of Juana la Beltraneja, who Beltrained with Don Beltran de la Cueva, or of the converted Jews in Aragon by Raymond Lulio, and whose blood ran through all of us, or praises to alcohol in Golerish verses, bit ira, bit herus, bit miles, bit clarus, bit illa, bit illa, bit servus comansilla, bit vilox, bit paja, bit albus, bit niger, ingenuous and improvised procassidades, I promise you a disguise. If you catch me by the tail, extravagant verifications, when a red elephant came with a armed lime that shouted to them deputies, "Come on!" I versify while sleeping, but we were not looking for the snail or the red elephant, but the damned Lucien Leclerc, who did not show any signs of life anywhere, and we were barely defended by the grenadiers from the sudden attacks of the drunk wine-makers, driven by lust, and therefore insane, defiant. One of them, with a drunken look in his eyes, caressed my hips with his lips covered in saliva. Another pulled out the magical instrument, so erect it seemed to want to rise in flames like a rocket, and he was not satisfied until he had beaten me with it on top of my hat, over my already restless belly. But even these incidents did not make Frederick give up. He wanted at all costs to see Leclerc. It was obvious that he only remembered very vaguely, due to the same stupor that he had caused, the bitterness inflicted during his hallucinatory stay among the Feld, the Cleant, butcher's men of the Tortuga, and that, on the contrary, kept alive in his mind the image of the falsely kind Leclerc from the beaches of Zamba, not seeing that his caresses of Sawa that night had been dictated only by prudence, when the French fleet wanted to give, if spotted, a peaceful and casual impression. I have not stopped asking myself how much. Despite his scientific genius, Frederick lacked practical intelligence, nor to what extent the creative talent usually goes lacking in it, harmless in some measure, devoid of force, malice, cunning, of the gifts that allow one to navigate the reefs of life, defend oneself from the rest of humanity, catch the wily tricks of our kindred at a glance, place each person in their rightful place, know where the blows are coming from, distinguish the generosities of enemies from the vengeful whims of friends. He lacked all of this. My poor boy, whom I now feel more like a lost son than a disappointed lover. He who stayed at that age, and I am patching up mine on this last kick, Mr. Torturer Ayala, I see you investigating in each heartless face of the bucaneros that swarm through the city, looking for the face of the Fraipon, as if among an army of ghosts. He would like to find his dead father's face, until when, just as several weeks ago, when he thought he was heading towards Lupercio in a mad race along the Kerais Peninsula, that is Tierra Bomba, he suddenly crashed into the also-beard and fearsome facade of Jonathan Hopkins, whose bustling eyes did not want to look at him, but rather at me, gave me. A lively, lustful glance almost captured me with the hardness of her pupils, a blue stained with green, before taking hold of the boy's neck in shirt, and let go a rough eye meet. "You again, poor damned boy! What the hell are you doing now? Look at me, I'd crush you." And she showed her hairy hand shaking in the air. I thought I would really rip it off. I could understand his babbling English, but I preferred not to translate for Frederick, who trembled like a gelatine and tried to stammer explanations in French, and instead, without hesitation, I approached the big man, because I knew for sure that I was under the watchful eye of the French grenadiers. I told him we were just looking for Mr. Loudon Leclerc. Have you seen him? Know you where he is? Hopkins let out an appeasing growl, turned back to me with that searing gaze, and asked, "Where did this young belle come from?" "My God! Go away, damned French grenadiers!" "I shall possess her by God and the king, pero era solo un gesto. Claro está, no estaban las circunstancias, como para violación en tal prohibición habían sido muy terminantes tanto Pointis como Levi, a quienes le iba en ello su prestigio militar, de modo que insistí con calma a mi pregunta, ¿cuál sería el paradero de Leclerc, el hombre? Me miró de arriba abajo, acarició mis pechos con sus hoyos casi táctiles, sonrió siniestramente, torvo o gizaino, ladino dijo Leclerc. He, Leclerc, my poor girl, is now dead, o como se dice en francés, il mangele pissenlitz par la racine. Puedes estar seguro, ma petite, y lanzó una cínica risotada para añadir. Yo, joven bella, lo maté. Anoche, créelo, porque era un maldito estúpido amigo malo, un bastardo, ¿sabes? Un hijo de puta. Trató de elevarse a una chica tan linda como tú, ¿sabes? Fue elevado por la pasión, el tonto, y serio, hasta que se puso morado, pero yo sabía que mentía. Todo no era más que un teatro para distraer su lujuria adolorida. Leclerc se hallaba tan vivo como él, disfrutando de la mejor salud y nada. Tenía de extraño, me maliciaba, que se encontrase muy cerca de nosotros, mirando complacido la escena como en el efecto ocurría. Pues apareció de un salto, creo que emergía de un zaguán, para plantarse a mitad de la calzada, que era la de las damas, con su alto mirador de arcos hundidos, entrelíceles, y proferir una carcajada más estridente que todas las de Hopkins. Allí estaba, pues, el bon fripon. Observé al sesgo la reacción de Federico, su humildad ante el filibustero me parecía indigna, la ciencia menesterosa ante el poder pensaba. Esa juventud, el Gilio rebajado ante el acelamiento, pero yo sabía cuán trapalón era aquel mecenazgo. No olvidaba de qué manera trató de irrespetarme en la puerta del puente, a sabiendas de ser yo algo, así como la prometida del joven astrónomo de Surrey, Burles, a quien ahora se dirigía con frases irónicamente melosas. Que Dios nos proteja, my young scholar. I raise a toast to joy. These sarcastic protests of friendship, that with soul I wanted at that moment that could see Federico in his harsh cynicism. But no, he was willing to endure any kind of humiliation, as long as he was put on the road to progressive France. Ah, France, a wonderful country that I dream of visiting. So destinies betray us. Instead, I felt an overwhelming urge to stay in the property of my deceased parents, whose memory burned like a dark fire within me. I spent almost all my life in progressive France, and that memory also ignited me like a hot iron. Despite the care and peaceful regime provided by the papacy and the Trinitarians at the Transtiba Hospice, where two events disrupted my calm. First, with an inner burst of laughter when I realized that the sister prefect had modestly covered Rigaud's nakedness with a grey rag, a figure which, or rather who, I used to represent as the goddess of all love. The second was with increasing puzzlement as the days passed, and the abbess or superior continued confined in her cell, pretending a vague indisposition, but, in reality, trying to avoid, for mysterious reasons, the meeting that, by pure protocol, she should have granted me since my arrival, now 4 months ago. I don't know if it was a long or short time, because the hours spent with Monsignor Braschi seemed very brief, as were those summer nights when the moon's light seemed to drip slowly onto us, and so many roses perfumed with dew. But what am I saying? Perhaps I had fallen in love with that 40-year-old cleric, ennobled by Benedict Vertorten. An elderly woman like me, oh, the elderly are unworthy of love. Aye, Bernabe, replies. Our bodies, aye, Bernabe, for according to Tabarot, we accumulated too much heavy water within us. Furthermore, Monsignor Braschi took his celibacy vow seriously, and was as reserved as a maiden, or a 15-year-old in a Carmelite novitiate. I believe that he only unleashed the vague seduction that any actor, whose performance we found impeccable, could exert on anyone. Nothing more, but also nothing less. For how can one not be moved by his unease at the marble sculptures of the Renaissance, at certain hermaphrodites carved by Michelangelo, that the clergy hid from general view in the most intimate apartments of their palaces, and at the invocation, inspired by them, of the Florentine David and the Apollo David, which, in their opinion, had little to do with shepherd kings, but rather with Hellenic gods, relatives of Bacchus, who he chiselled for Jacopo Galli. They represented, according to him, the highest song to life, embodied in virgin adolescence, always within those virile complexions in which Buonarroti found more sensuality than in the female, and essayed. He said, these sensual boys also wanted to mean the sprouting promise of a republican Florence. How can I not find those evenings spent in his company too short? But the days I had to spend at the hospice, long and tedious, always waiting, irritatingly waiting for the day, when the Holy Father would finally grant me audience, which seemed to be, after all, the only reason, even if accepting it was disappointing, for Braschi's elegance. Despite that flutter in my heart, that I one night felt that my affection and gratitude had inspired him to feel sorry for me, because he asked me to wait a moment in the immense hall of his Transtiberan mansion, and when I returned, I saw him stripped of his ecclesiastical trappings, wearing an ample and vulgar suit, something any burgess would put on for a trade deal. He smiled at me under a large winged hat full of feathers, an outfit that served to gently drag me away from his arm up the hill where once stood the temple of Jupiter. Capitolinus, now presiding over the facade of the Senate Palace with Michelangelo's staircase and statues of the Tiber and Nile, and that it carried, as an apotheosis in its small centre, the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius, saved from Christian hordes because they believed it actually depicted Constantine. We climbed one of the side staircases lined with trees, listened to the tombstones of the Aracoeli church, advanced towards the niche of the Minerva statue, and saw a murga of painted people coming towards us, their faces hidden by grotesque masks, like a carnival troupe that a loop of time had embedded in these late summers. Suddenly we found ourselves surrounded by that crazy, out-of-tune music. Then Monsignor Braschi, gallantly stripping off his feathered hat, invited me to dance, and indeed we did, under the Roman moon, an austere and too bright moon that night, dancing many steps, 3 times, and moderato of that sort of infernal corrent, after which the pontifical secretary dragged me in a frenzied race to his carriage. She took me by the hand, and led me to the very door of my monastic lodgings, where I came down half dizzy, and let her lead me into a cell by the portress, who was rather sturdy this evening, as if she wanted to reproach me with something. But I paid no attention to her. I slept soundly until the sun came out, and as soon as I had gone in, fallen. Breakfast in the refectory, I ran across the news that the Pope would receive me that very day. A steward in a cassock and a hat with the brims had brought it to me at first light. The sisters handled it with great pomp, as if it were the most fortunate event in my life. Many of them took me for an old woman overwhelmed with remorses, daughter of some Spanish noble of the 11th century, all the temporary pain, and prepare for heaven to ascend. You left believe I did not want them to suspect the nature of my mission, so I allowed myself to be dressed up in all sorts of pious clothes before getting into the abbess's carriage, who was always confined to her cell, and from there I rode towards St. Peter's Square, whose dome I recognized a long time before I entered, at a trot. the enclosure flanked by the magnificent Bernini colonnade, which Lupercio Goltar knew not. Many years after its construction, and appearing in front of the right end of the basilica facade, also designed by the Neapolitan architect, between the heavenly light of that August morning, I felt oppressed by the multitude of purple vestments, sotanas, cowlies, sails of the poor little man, and all the ecclesiastical apparatus that filled the square, and left me guided by the papal camalengos through the labyrinth of vestibules and corridors of the papal apartments to an enormous room filled with hagiographic paintings, where suddenly I found myself alone. But I did not have to wait much more than a minute before seeing appear, through the door which a Swiss guard just opened, whom I had initially taken for a statue, the pale and emaciated figure of who was at that time the supreme legislator of liturgy, Pope Benedict XIV, as thin as Guido, Aldrovandi, in front of whose presence, or rather his vestments, I shuddered like a piece of cloth, and took courage to remind myself that it was well known for his liberal spirit, that he had founded academies and cultural centres, that he had softened the notorious intolerance of the Church, that he came long ago with the intention of destroying the superstitious legend of Abairoi, or Bukalakoi who swallowed shrouds, that he had won the sympathies of the cultured world, that for many years he exchanged correspondence with Voltaire, with my old François-Marie, whose Mohammed had been dedicated to him, that he was not precisely an inquirer, this Prospero Lambertini, this deceased elder who would not take me more than 5 or 6 years, but on the contrary he was responsible for the suppression of the Holy Office in Tuscany. Finally, that I was not Persephone before the Vicar of Christ, and that he really was not going to feel interested in my ideological convictions, nor at any time did he intend to reproach me with them, but that we would talk from power to power, because in the end I came as an envoy of Europe's most prestigious writer, a fact that conferred on me a dignity almost diplomatic, but all those considerations, they turned out to be meagre and trite, to dispel my fears before the sweetness of the gaze of the man who was advancing towards me, with his blue vestments and his white stole, with his face etched by an unknown disease, which brought him to the grave the following year, and in that gaze I saw the summary and desideratum of human understanding, for instead of giving me to kiss the papal ring of its heraldic insignia, a ceremony for which I was also not prepared, he pierced me with his celestial eyes for an instant, and then, in perfect Spanish, he murmured, "By God, my daughter, how much you must have suffered in this life, phrase in which I believed," to see summarized all of his own suffering, since only those who have suffered know how to understand. And so I wished with the fullness of my heart that I had never harboured the very different motives that, in fact, I did harbour for separating from the Church of Christ, so different here from what, on the contrary, it represented in so many other places. So, without thinking, I replied that, "Be it by God, my father," and to my surprise the summer pontiff left a tear roll down his withered cheeks, and blessed me with Ansel, trembling hands, making the sign of the cross with a cabalistic gesture. Then he indicated with a hand gesture to walk with him, at the same time inquiring about the health and projects of his good friend, Mr. Voltaire. Ah, Mr. Voltaire, what an acute and noble soul, and smiled between his little coughs, the Holy Father. But also what a contradictory soul, he says, that he has taken as his model saint, Thomas the Twin, who always sought to verify things with his own hands, but I don't think it served him to completely verify the most evident fact placed since eternity before. Our eyes, I mean my daughter, to the existence of God, because my good Voltaire still allies himself, and I don't reproach him, I just regret it, with the encyclopedic atheism, with that Diderot who can affirm that belief in God is linked to submission to autocracy, an idea whose mere formulation wounds me, my daughter, so deeply, or without that Baron d'Holbach, for whom only ignorance and fear would be the sources of the divine idea, for whom only weakness would worship the supreme maker. How I regret it, I regret it. Daughter, how much I deplore that an intelligence as brilliant as this should perhaps, and I say perhaps because our Voltaire is very elusive and impenetrable, have been involved in that mess, formulated by La Métrie, according to which the whole world, without exception, man included, is a machine. Yes, of course it is. This suffering machine, this aspiring to infinity machine, this proud machine that would dispute, if it could, the throne with the angels, perhaps even God himself as the spirits of Lucifer. Did this machine, finally, which they suppose incredible, or a mere product of chance, think, my daughter, about how much I have prayed in my vigils for my learned friend, whom he will one day return to the quiet port of faith? He may even become a fine cappuccino, or perhaps even a cardinal, a calm member of the sacred college. And here he smiled with secret sarcasm between two fits of coughing, for he had not stopped trying to convince the equivocal Madame de Pompadour that I should extend to him the cap, Beretta, imagining that thus would seal his mouth, in the presumed case that writers are just a bunch of vain, puffy devils, which I dare to doubt, and I must tell you, because I don't want to scare you with my homily, that I agree with your friend that lasting peace will not be possible until men learn to tolerate the ideas of their fellow men. I myself have wanted to contribute my grain of sand by tying the Church to the impulses of culture. I myself am willing to hear the important message you bring, whose context is not unknown to me, but which I would like to hear from your lips, good woman, suffering husband, resigned rib. And he stared at me again, and interrogated me with that. The blue of his eyes, so I swallowed saliva, and started remembering how in 1500, during the Jubilee year, the monk Copernicus, that pious creature on the banks of the Vistula, had come to this eternal city mixed with other 200,000 pilgrims from all over the Christian world, and while I was saying this, I saw that through the labyrinth of vestibules and wide corridors we were now heading towards a private chapel, whose walls, populated by frescoes, were already hinting at, so I went on telling him that in that year of grace, 1500, Copernicus had observed from Rome a lunar eclipse, whose occurrence seemed to be a sign of God for me to give lectures and conferences on mathematics and astronomy, during which he could roughly outline his future theories, which he recognized as inspired by reading the ancient ones to then Pope Alexander VI, that is, to Alexander VI. The cultist Rodrigo Borgia, not another than the one who ordered Savonarola burned, the pontiff about whom so many horrors were said, now Benedict XIV interrupted too, with his gaze lost on the floor, gently agreed that it was unjust, perhaps very unjustly, our dear Voltaire, whose first feature wasn't that of a defender of the popes, assured that there had happened to Alexander in reverse something that had happened to certain mythological or legendary characters of antiquity and to certain saints during Christianity, times, that is, that posterity and tradition had attributed to them all kinds of virtues and exaggerated miracles, while around Rodrigo Borgia a legend was woven imputing him all vices and all crimes. Well, now I advanced. That pope who condemned Savonarola, whose rebellion they said he himself had inspired, well, I myself have wanted to contribute my grain of sand by tying the Church to the impulses of culture. I myself am willing to hear the important message you bring, whose context is not unknown to me, but which I would like to hear from your lips, good woman, suffering husband, resigned rib. And he stared at me again, and interrogated me with the blue of his eyes, so I swallowed saliva, and started remembering how in 1500, during the Jubilee year, the monk Copernicus, that pious creature on the banks of the Vistula, had come to this eternal city mixed with it other 200,000 pilgrims from all over the Christian world, and while I was saying this, I could not be the same of the artist of Capraise I did not possess, despite the hallucinating night that Tabarot had given me, the immediate and original certainties of religious experience, of that experimental knowledge of God that Saint Buenaventura spoke of, so, notwithstanding the Augustan idea, already latent in Plotinus and Plato, that the relationship with the divine belongs to the essential structure of man. My life experience compelled me to think exactly the opposite, that is, to defend the impossibility of demonstrating any religious truth before the forum of reason. So I tried to rationalize that work of art, and I told myself that, by the way, what immediately struck me about it was that God had induced man to sin, so that through him he hated us most, would win, not for free, immortality by merits, which might give greater foundation to the theodicy, a voice invented by Leibniz, that not very well-known philosopher whom I have already had occasion to refer to, according to which it is compatible with the existence of evil in the world with the goodness of God, human freedom with divine. Providence, because evil is only the black background on which good stands out, and I thought to confirm that capricious idea when I threw my gaze into the depths of the altar, where that destiny culminated in the final judgment, on the day of the eternal truth, of the verdict that already man would not evade, whose images, with wise combinations of wise, light and shadow, jumped from the plane of the wall to our eyes, and were imposed upon us pathetically, more like three-dimensional sculptures than simple colours applied to a surface, with the force of the epic, with an hurricanado and haughty art, where Christ judge, with the right hand raised, was not already the pale rabbi of the Gospels, but another Polo Sauroptono that embodied the model of this divine perfection, to which man, induced by God, and through his beautiful body for mortal man, I had aspired, eternity that I could conquer, either for enjoyment or for untiring suffering, since it seemed more to import to the boastful creature a magnificent possession of immortality than the benefit which it might bestow upon him, pride supported by God, in that he did not resolve to confound the damned into nothingness, but rather to guarantee them the survival in pain. All of this multiplied by Michelangelo in dozens of figures of robust nudity that contrasted with the modesty of the Virgin Mary, from those of John the Baptist and the saints, immured forever in the port of grace, to those of the angels, who blew trumpets to awaken the most obstinate of the dead to eternal life, and those of the dark damned pushed by Carante for a proud eternity towards infernal ravines, a terrifying, contradictory, morbidly perfect ensemble that captivated and drowned me for long minutes, not so much for what was pious about it as for what was arrogant and demonic, until the voice of the Pope broke my trance with his usual softness to remind me that shortly after the execution of this incomparable mural, in which Michelangelo spent 6 tormented years, Popes Paul IV and Clement III respectively commissioned Daniel de Volterra and Stefano Pozzi to cover those nudities with veils, and Pope Gregory XIII was on the verge, save for death preventing him, of 4. Having Lorenzo Sabatini execute a new fresco over the original, from which, as he said, it should be inferred that Philistinism had not limited itself to cutting short the theoriae scope of science, but went so far as to profane art, and without further ado communicated his intention to me, which he carried out a few months before his death, shortly before his death, of lifting the ban that weighed on our good Copernicus, allowing his system to be explained as a hypothesis in Catholic schools and universities, and honour that, not only to me and to Voltaire, but to the science that did not disown God. Then I saw how my mission was fulfilled. Joy flooded me, just as great as that which overwhelmed me. To the very Holy Father himself I prostrated myself, and with fervour kissed his quivering hand. Then we walked together in silence, the distance that separated us from the place where I had first seen him, having come to which, overcoming without a certain heroism the timidity that was again creeping over me, I managed to ask him almost in one breath how a great soul like his, a soul bent so kindly on tolerance, did not also check the misdeeds of the Spanish Inquisition, who, especially in the Indies, used to sweep down upon what he had called the impulses of culture, as a vulture would swoop upon its prey. Then I repented my audacity, for Benedict XIV, obviously ill-informed about the situation, limited himself to gazing at me with angry dismay, and reminding me of how the Church in Spain was subject to so-called royal patronage, which allowed the king to present suitable candidates for bishoprics, secular and regular prelacies, dignities, prebendary offices, parochial benefits, and others, and that, not content with this, even the new Concordat, signed little more than 4 years before, gave rise in practice to harsh difficulties, since if the Church supplied those posts on an occasion when the Crown judged it inappropriate, she was subjected to civil courts. Explained this, he added that, nevertheless, Rome had always trusted in the good sense with which the Spanish monarch conducted his affairs, and also the ecclesiastical ones, and did not see why he should now withdraw his trust, words after which he again sank, this time with a certain coolness. His celestial gaze made a summary sign of the cross in the air, and turned his back to disappear. The word "tras" does not have a direct translation in English, and depends on context. In this case, it appears to mean trash or garbage. The very same door that had brought him there, I thought it seemed a forlorn and desolate place without his presence. I experienced an indefinable unease when I realized that I had spoilt, after all, a meeting that might have proved to be almost a poem, a work of art. Remorse beset me for weeks, long weeks, during which I had to remain, almost in confinement like the rest of its inhabitants, in the asylum whose superior refused to show her face, prolonged stay, due to not having found, for now, among the many who touched at Ostia, a single boat that would go where I intended, or, better, where the Grand Lodge had ordered me to go. It was that autumn came, and I thought that I would be overwhelmed by the legendary flock of melancholy ideas, since the Pope had withdrawn his graces and limited himself to providing me with a roof and food, and the exquisite Monsignor Braschi, whose sacred podis I could have loved to kick a nice kick, had evaporated forever. But this time it evaporated forever. It was nature herself who came to my aid, revealing to me that the Roman autumn in nothing resembled that of Paris, that its explosion of colours, its languid beauty, could very well compete with those of spring, because as soon as the leaves of the olive trees and the oaks were diluted into shades of green, as if a slight layer of dust were softening, then the Mediterranean scrubland exploded with unforeseen hues, and fresh roses appeared alongside clusters of red grapes and tomatoes, while it seemed to resist the blue of the sea, the Juniperus oxycedrus, or thorny juniper. I opened the clematis with its pale flowers among the salvias and rosemaries, a landscape that I had imprisoned for all my life during my almost daily travels to Ostia, where, in vain, I looked for a ship that would cross the Atlantic. Then one day I found out about a group of missionaries from the Congregation de Propaganda Fide who were going to St. Augustine in Florida, but they would have to stop over at some English colonial port, because that was their nationality, and perhaps from slave traders was the ship. It would load them in 2 or 3 days. So there it is, therefore, what I awaited, given the destiny that had been drawn up for me. So I went as soon as I could to the hospice, announced my imminent departure, and asked with a tone of reproach, although only to satisfy almost malicious curiosity, if I were allowed to say goodbye to the Mother Superior, whose health would not be affected by receiving me for a few minutes. I noticed some commotion. It would have been a great disservice to excuse myself on this occasion, and the prefect knew very well that I had been a guest of the Supreme Pontiff. They took their time giving me any reason. I already had my suitcases and Rigaud's paintings ready to go to the port, when the doorkeeper, not without grumbling, led me to the abbot's cell. I knocked with my knuckles. An extremely old voice invited me to continue from the depths of a room that very little reminded me, given its width and the relative luxury that could be distinguished in the faint light, barely flickering by the light of a candlestick, the real cells, occupied by the other sisters, or that I myself had occupied. I said good afternoon in my best Italian, but she replied in perfect Spanish, much better than the Holy Fathers. The hoarse voice of the woman sunk in half-light, and on a nearly episcopal bed, to whom, using now my own language, I thanked her for the attentions shown, disturbed more and more by the certainty that her accent and the tangle of shadows from his silhouette made my spirit grow. At the end of my speech I asked for his blessing, for pure form, and to prolong a little the interview, since I was killing me curiosity. Then, instead of giving it to me, let out a short laugh, guessing that he had recognized me, sighing sadly. Genoveva said, "How you look old," advanced towards her, trying to seize his tremulous twilight through the ball of darkness. "Not that see me, it's I who see it," I answered. "Remember that I have almost 80 years," to which, tired, bitter, she asked me if I had finally come in search of plenary indulgence for my many sins, and I answered that would account for when the final judgment was celebrated, if it came to be celebrated, thing that I doubted a lot, and left the room, and another day later I was sailing again. On the classical sea, in the teetering vessel from whose deck I saw, as he passed by the Spanish coasts and the Rock of Gibraltar, the fluttering squadrons of migratory birds, who greeted me with their cries, because they knew, perhaps, that Genoveva, poor witch crazy, had just woven a crown of glory. The world has 2 great oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. The Atlantic Ocean is located on the eastern side of Europe and America, while the Pacific Ocean is located on their western sides. These oceans are very vast and cover more than a quarter of the Earth's surface. Geman Espinosa. I shall not forget 1758, because that year I learned to smoke the pipe in New York with Rutherford Algernon, a blonde-haired, bushy-bearded, middle-aged German who ran a weekly called the New York Current, where, under the propaganda of Dr. Aitman's chest pills, which were said to be the infallible destroyers of flow, blood, vomiting, consumption, smallpox, measles, catarrh, coughs, and pains in members and joints, one could already find an essay on astronomy, or couplets about the coming of some comet, or satire against its rival press, or a thorough account of the fluctuations of the currency paper, all irrepressibly written by him, that indefatigable intellectual and workman, who with a spinning-wheel press handled by himself put out every week 200 copies of the most explosive literary product I ever knew, while he drank whips at a guzzle from local distilleries, and polluted the surroundings with a cornpipe, of which he gave me a replica, so that I could initiate myself into the pleasures of tobacco, forbidden to me until then, and make philosophical reflections on how age is erasing everything, even the boundaries between sexes, or what a shocking sight it would be in a young girl, as I was at the time of Frederick, to present herself in a public, all of a sudden, with an immense kachimba, and yet how natural it now seemed to me, walking along with my hazy pipe, in company with Rutherford, through the streets and taverns of this commercial city, which threw out smoke just like myself from the repeated uniform chimneys of its 3-story houses, which it devoured incessantly as it went, and came in diligences, berlines, or carriages with spoke wheels or wooden spiles, provided with primitive carriages covered with tarpaulins, all barely out a sign of its Paris, industrial boom, almost feverish, of the industrious life of that small bug-hole of Manhattan Island, which, though founded some 130 years before by Dutch emigrants under the name of New Amsterdam, now also sheltered a bustling population of English, Scots, and French Huguenots, who, unlike our Spanish colonists, had definitely turned their backs on their places of origin, and were busy creating here their own world, in fruiting and enriching their promised land even more, and who, far removed from the influence of Quakers and Puritans, abundant in the rest of the colonies, discussed with frankness ethical and political problems, and composed an intellectual universe, governed by practice, whose epitome might be the very Rutherford Algernon, a man capable of alternating his incessant editorial work and alcoholism irresistible with the cultivation of carrots near the town centre, carrots that were like the embodiment of his red and pointed nose, and which he distributed among those related to him with the same naturalness with which he would have offered from a box of cigars. To such an extent was everything fluid and vital in him, wild energy as that of his own city, enthusiastic work, justification of life by constant activity, profuse but persistent health, never wasted, because they were seeing those weekly editions of the New York Current, published by authority, splattered with his spontaneous and festive wit, crackling like the fisherman of Torres Villaruel, but in which, alongside the chronicle, sometimes satirical, of American and European events, he embarked on fund articles that constituted genuine attacks against religious or scientific prejudice, against clerical aristocracies, against dubious patriarchs, a la Increase and Cotton Mather, already beaten up in Boston by their teacher, the wise Benjamin Franklin, about whom he spoke to me with fierce enthusiasm, and finally against the French, who, a few years earlier, had strengthened their positions in the Mississippi Valley, resulting in a confrontation with the eastern colonists who were already on the other side of the Appalachians, and who now aroused the natural solidarity of all the East, situation that would have been indifferent to me just a year ago, but which now absorbed my interest, because, in order to fulfill the destinies of the Grand Lodge that had brought me along Algernon, it was necessary for me to soak up all the political and moral climate of these complex English colonies, where journalism began to successfully supplant literature and Philosophy, initially because its inhabitants, too busy at any time of day, preferred to find out about things through simple, clear, and concise words, so that each copy of Overtalent, the New York Current, called thus in homage to Franklin's New England Current, or of the other many weekly newspapers circulating, was passed from hand to hand, or read aloud, in taverns, by a community eager to stay informed, up to date on any political, religious, intellectual, commercial, or legal matter that could affect them in any way. And so it happened, for example, with that outbreak of joy, not very rational in my opinion, when it was known that the young Brigadier George Washington, commissioned by General John Forbes, had driven the French out of Fort Duquesne, a position they had held inexpugnable for long years, and Geman Espinosa. It recalls the eager way that, on that rainy November day, Rutherford wrote, composed, and printed his newspaper, which sold out within a few blocks, and the passionate way he, later, amidst many glasses of whisky warmth, spoke to me about Washington, whom he had apparently been a private tutor for years earlier in the Trontek Regional boy far beyond. Brilliant, an entire head, I'd say told me how much that Virginian of just 20 knew about history, military strategy, classical ethics, recited paragraphs from memory of Peregrine Pickle, his mastery of land surveying, which demonstrated as a surveyor of Culpeper district, but above all his bravery as a military officer, under the orders of Governor Dinwiddie, or General Braddock, in whose struggles there had been no fortune, however much one might wish for it, and so on. But then I found myself thinking that such concerns were superfluous, since I'd grown accustomed to seeing how men whom one could expect something from in this world tend to retreat during peculiar periods of their lives, so that they can later attack with greater force, which I don't think I should say of Frederick, perhaps better to say of Frederick. Frederick, after his encounter with Leclerc, for I had not forgotten how reflective he used to be, even on those days of the Triduum Sacrum, a week before the French squadron, presented itself in front of Cartagena, I'll say then, of the Frederick, transfigured by fear of death, since death and nothing but death multiplied before our eyes, the pace of our eyes, days, now that the rains, starting from that holiday of May 17, Ascension Day of the Lord, when Vice Admiral Levy had to go and cover himself suddenly while questioning some women about hidden jewels in the portals of the Scribners, raised throughout the city a smell of long-removed fimo, of awake organic matter, of scattered leaves, but its scattered leaves, fecundating power, also fertilized the disease that the French troops had sown among our walls, and by the afternoon hours our few hospitals began to populate themselves quite alarmingly, as Bernabe could verify in his frequent jaunts, which wouldn't have sufficed to drag the invading authority out of its culprit's indifference, except that a loud, corpse-filled chur ran through the main streets at about 5 o'clock, heading toward the docks of the Casa de Contratacion, where I suppose the doctors had managed to get a boat to dump them in the middle of the bay. Since the war had filled our small cemetery and beyond, it was not possible, by the danger of contamination, to dig common graves for pestilential dead within the fortified enclosure, and everyone wondered why I didn't go with a priest in this funeral carriage. Perplexity gave way to panic, and for the first time people decided it was prudent to put into force the warnings and advice issued days before by young Eriate. Pointis also showed a vague desire to take charge of the situation, and Hortensia and Maria Rosa stretched out the rosary beads that were almost completely consuming their time, certain as they could be, that Beltrana took on without complaint the burden of the household chores, and of course Federico's sister tightened the safety rules she had set regarding our sexual behavior. She believed that if we again gave ourselves up to erotic lawlessness, the Most High would not show any compassion towards this home, which he had already struck down with air, lightning in the innocent heads of Lupercio and Christina. So, seeing that it was impossible to lock us away in our respective bedrooms all day, and keep us from going out into the street where my new astronomer now indulged in the strain extravagances and drinking binges of Leclerc, she ordered Bernabe to constantly follow and watch over us. If we didn't get involved in any alleyways to make love, he would say that we were like dogs. It wouldn't shame us to do it in public. This duty the young slave only fulfilled to maintain appearances, for he had come to fear the wrath and whims of Maria Rosa Gotha, which were increasingly at odds with reality, becoming more insane and unhinged as ours. Her own behaviour did, defying the growing epidemic, following Leclerc's lead into back alleys and suburbs of horror, where the filibuster drank every ron he could steal from, houses or taverns. I remember it was May 18. How could I forget it? The day Leclerc convinced me, between laughter and sarcasm, to drink that mixture some people had provided, all of them very entertaining with this capture of the city, which, until then, only gave the mere sensation of a festive interlude, despite the 2 more cartloads of corpses seen passing that morning towards the docks on the bay, and for the fair. First time I saw that afternoon Federico dance and sing like a puppet to Leclerc's clapping and hoarse singing. He took off his shirt, and I looked with pain at his young, contorted figure, twisted by alcohol, while Leclerc's blue-braided gaze fixed on me. Then the Zambos, also drunk, began a hypnotic dance in circle, with lanterns lit in their hipknaps, called a passatic in this dance. Hands surrounding us, drowning us in an outrageous vertigo that didn't seem to have an end, and other bucaneros, idiots from drink, with their stupid cross-shaped faces, scarred by cicatrices, their pallid skin from the sun, almost pendulous eyes, babbling lips, joined the circle where black and indigenous dialects intertwined with European languages of the foragers. Precisely at that moment I understood with horror that in those parts the grenadiers of Pointis were conspicuously absent. Leclerc's gaze became more restless and obsessive, like a blue embers in the half-light. Then Bernabe broke the circle of dancers, whose centre Federico contorted himself mechanically, and tried to drag me with him to escape from the already palpable threat, but it was too late. Leclerc had grabbed my arm by one hand, and, looking at me with a mixture of appetite and mockery, placed the other hand on my neck, and drew me towards him with force, to inflict on my lips an angry or resentful bite that was more like a kiss, the only tribute he was capable of rendering to beauty, that thieving thief, that diabolic being devoid of any feeling for love, who then, with his crisped claw, tore off my clothes and brought out, into the moist twilight, the fruiting balls of my breasts, whose nipples he sought with an aspery tongue, before ruining the rest of my clothes with another rip, and leaving me suddenly naked in the middle of the circle that celebrated the event with a drunken roar, while Federico continued immersed in his distant and agonizing dance, from which it seemed he couldn't free himself. I struggled impotently against that pressing power that seemed to have hands for everything, for in an instant I saw in the air his mail, member, uncalled, and blued as a rotten banana, as long as one of a black man, like yours, Benagde, who leaped on it with a wild cry, "Leave a lady alone," but the bucanero rejected him with an iron fist-sized hand to his face, and leaped onto a bush of thorns, and climbed over me in a lunge. I felt the rub of his swollen gland against my thighs. Almost reaching the opening, still virgin, of my sex, I squeezed my legs as hard as I could, knowing it was useless. But then I saw Leclerc's corpulent body rise up, magically into the air, while a voice of military timbre interrogated him. "Que c'est, Grande Vierge?" And I saw that frustrated violator, who had been lifted off. Me, suspended from his belt and neck, fall heavily onto a group of beautiful guamacos, to whom he uttered a cry of pain, and the man who had taken him off me, clearly a grenadier officer, called out to his men, "Venez vite," as he leaped on the transgressor again. "Vous, alcoolique, syphilitique, je vous abattrai moi-même sans l'aide de personne." So he landed a couple of punches in his face before his men finished. Reducing him, and other grenadiers took on the rest of the filibusteros, who cried, "Renoncez! Rien more!" And with the same Federico, whom they initially took for some Frenchman, "Vous sauvages! I'm going to leave you in jail for at least 4 days, you gang of syphilitic scum. It's unacceptable. I'll talk to Lévy, Petit Gove," and when everyone was reduced, including the troop of mulattoes that was still swaying between the hands of the grenadiers, and Bernabe, who didn't know how to explain his role in the melodrama, the officer came up to me and asked if I was a Creole, that is, if I was the daughter of Spaniards, tuas creale, mademoiselle, n'est-ce pas? Absorbed, understandably, in my naked body. Qu'est-ce que tu fais ici, jolie fille? And addressing everyone. What's your age? At most 17. Yes, I'll talk to Ducasse, to start hitting her again with Leclerc. Lucien Leclerc. Is that not your name? You wild alcoholic. You, in particular, I'll annoy you. Then he turned to run again with the eyes, took off his jacket and covered himself with it. And you've agreed to come. Here? Great Virgin, I will walk you home, he said with a desolate tenderness. I swear. She's barely 17. I think I must have had a daughter my own age. He was a robust, blood-and-guts man, about 50, I think from Turin or the Orleans in my confusion. I managed to explain to him that Frederick and Bernabe were my escorts. He nodded furiously, and asked them what they were doing, 2 young men, with a girl my own age, mixed up with a gang of scoundrels, especially since the city was under foreign occupation, practically lawless. I will never forget his congestion's wrath, nor his figure already, wrapped in the shadows of dusk, in whose sky our planet Genevieve must have shone, forgotten, because he rudely made us board a confiscate cart. He himself climbed aboard, and ordered one of his grenadiers to drive us home. He was still grumbling, "C'est tente le diable, c'est tente le diable." While the horses trotted along, we rode alongside the fortifications to enter the San Diego neighborhood, pass like a breath through its desolate streets, without lanterns or lanterns, turn left by the convent where Fray Thomas of the Annunciation must have said his first nighttime prayers, hoping not to face that night the sinister universe of his nightmares, and finally stop in front of the Gold Tower. House, silent and closed at that hour, may be smoked by Benjui and by the embalmer's rosaries scattered all day by Hortensia, and Maria Rosa, the grenadier captain, was the first to get down, gasping. Then he held out his hand to me, and I think, when I placed my foot in the stirrup, I managed to see, between the opening of my coat, my 17-year-old sex, for still it groaned, some great virgin. So, my God, without knowing that it would be the last pleasurable vision of his life, for while Frederick and Bernardo jumped onto the highway, he advanced with arrogance until the gate, and struck very hard with the knocker, then issued a long sigh, more like a groan. He put his hand to his forehead, tried to cough, but instead fell faint on the cobblestones. All of us rushed to help him. The grenadier, who was driving the carriage, leapt agilely from the wagon and tried to find the pulse on his wrist, in vain, because he was dead, had died of some kind of instant fainting, like those patients with gangrene who make the transition from this life to the other almost imperceptibly. But it wasn't gangrene. That killed him. As the doctors later determined, it was the plague of the tabard, the most treacherous of all, because while some contaminated howled for days between fevers and terrible ailments, due to the pain caused by the swollen boils rising like volcanoes on their skin, others never received any sign of their infection, could continue, devoted to their work, even the toughest, until the very moment when the disease filled their bodies, at which point they fell like lightning strikes, like this poor captain, now lying in front of our house, in front of our bewilderment and the very great youth of the grenadier, who was trying in vain to revive him, still hoping that it was just fainting, when in reality he was floating on the waves of that vicarious death which came without warning, which didn't torment him for more than 10 or 15 seconds. Less than half an hour ago I was scratching Leclerc's strongman with vigour. What a sweet and so unfair way to die, since death should be faced seen, not hidden as this unlucky. Captain carried it in his blood for days, without knowing it, and was devoured by it in a matter of seconds, when he thought he was just hitting on the knocker of a house's sieste. Door, a door that now opens with one blow, like the French 50-year-old's door to the other world, to show us the demonized face of Maria Rosa, ignorant of everything, but already full of assumptions, of false deductions, because she didn't even notice the body, saturated with sudden absence, which I had just covered with his own jacket. But seeing myself naked in the middle of the street, she leapt on me with a bestial cry. "Puta desvergonzada! Which transited by whore! How dare you show yourself like that, Atate? The doors of a decent house?" And she started again, with my poor hair tearing painful strands before Federico, Bernabe, and the young grenadier were able to take it off me. Now I was defenceless due to the turmoil, due to the turbot of events that had left me stunned, and explained to him by clenched fists and shouts what had happened, while in a fit of Greek tragedy. I sank quickly into the darkness of the foyer, took the stairs, and rushed, sobbing, into the room I shared with Beltrana, where she immediately appeared, transformed. Not knowing what was happening, and seeing my naked body on the bed, began to give me very sweet consolations, unaware of which consolations they were. Consolations that included the softest caresses from my hips and my convulsing legs, so I couldn't resist. I thought about Federico's unfathomable spiritual indolence, his apparent contempt for my suffering. Suddenly I loathed him as much as the loving reminiscences would later embody. I turned around, and, drawing her face to mine, I furiously kissed the girl's lips, who also satisfied her desire and entwined herself with me in a whirlwind of love, but very brief, for we realized how silly our behavior was, just in time to avoid Hortensia witnessing the scene, a scene that would have forever shattered my bonds with the house. So, the former governor's wife, whose transformation day by day moved towards the enervated mysticism that led her finally to take refuge in a convent of lay brothers, she spritzed me with she bathed herself carefully as she became aware of the terrible events of that day, and, with increasing horror, learned about the presence of a French corpse at our doorstep, but out. She rushed to the scene along with Beltrana and me, and we saw with a jolt of alarm how the place had become filled with Gabacho soldiers and filibusters, led by no less than the legendary Petitguao. His ferocious image dominated the road, giving wild orders, convinced that the captain had been murdered. He threatened to put everyone in jail and subject them to torture to extract the truth from them. Then what none of us had expected, not even in our most imaginative fantasies, happened. The grumpy Mary Rosa, Federico's resentful younger sister, who was always plagued by obsessions and delusions, suddenly faced a Caribbean predator. She stood in front of him with a somewhat awkward posture and began to put him straight, singing him clear-headed in a tone that was both confident and authoritative, for it must be admitted that she possessed a certain vital energy with a very authoritarian inclination. The Bearnese sailor calmed down at the sight of all this, and pleaded with her almost tenderly to understand his position. It was only a few hours ago that he had spoken to that healthy captain, who I now found deceased, and to whom they were determined to make believe that he had died of natural causes. This could not be, but by his faith, and he declared it in the best and most soft of Spanish, for as he was going to confess a few days later, that young girl had come over him a desire for an inner Pajarita to squawk at the falcons, he would go up with us to our room and hear calmly and blissfully everything we had to tell her, which pronto they removed the corpse and placed it in the hands of French doctors. I did not want to hear about the false diagnosis of the local Matasanos, and in fact he entered our house and sat down in the living-room, accompanied by 2 or 3 of his mal encarados, one of whom recognized Federico as the young Creole who accompanied them during the capture of San Felipe, so that I saw Hortensia and Beltrana Palidica de Miedo, but equally busy flattery visitors, with sweets from their strained invention, probably made from leftovers, for we were already almost run out of the few provisions left by looters in the grocery store, or obtained from the dismantled military warehouses. Then Petitguao, before our perplexed looks, and also the translation of the text to English, is as follows: dose or seduce. That is what Federico was still doing in the clerk's patent. Liquor. Instead of starting the investigation, that is, the interrogation about the captain of the Grenadiers' death, he started questioning Maria Rosa about her life and intimacies, asked how a good girl was brought up in these difficult latitudes, whether we knew the Magna Didactica, or, even better, the Orbis Sensualium Pictus, that adorable children's book by John Amos Comenius, whose method for learning foreign languages, imitating the way one learned the native language, he said this should have enabled him to master Spanish with ease. Whether we were familiar with René Descartes' theories on abandoning authority, or whether we still clung to St. Jerome and St. Jerome Augustine, which managed to throw me into confusion, at least as far as I was concerned, because I had imagined him to be a mere adventurer without humanities, and suddenly I all found myself face to face with a butcher masquerading as a pedagogue, whose desire to impress Maria Rosa seemed both evident and illogical, since if her brother Federico had come to like her, It wouldn't have cost him anything to take her by force right there, as Leclerc had tried to do with me. Instead, he talked about his solitary readings in his country house of Basseterre, when he was forced by his master, the King of France, to remain in a state of warrior torpor, about his ransacking of clerical libraries in Fayette, Caribbean, about his immutable propensity for adventure that since childhood had been imprinted on him by his knowledge of Os Lusíadas, a Portuguese poem about Vasco Da's poem. Gama's expedition to Cape Good Hope, where an incidental island of delights, prefigured the one he now inhabited with his brave men, from which I concluded that he did not consider himself a waste of space, but rather the hero of a song of Gesta that defied the colas of that new giant Eramaster appearing in his eyes under the guise of Spanish. Might, and I saw how Maria Rosa was gradually captivated by this 50-ish Bearnese, with a cracked face and scarlet skin, and whose scaly skin of a vulture, in whose manners seemed to pulse a remnant of old bonhomie, perhaps of a lost nobility of spirit, for one could not help but wonder how life had shaken the almost mythical Pitiguano, the old slave-trader, owner of Santo Domingo, Basseterre, Tortuga, who once, in the French Navarre, that ancient Navarre which spoke in some dialect of the same sweet language of Oscates, of my Marie's songs, was nothing more than a brilliant child, dazzled by the splendor of the world, a tiny boy shaken by the tempests of fantasy, just as his lieutenant Montbaz had been, on a distant day, a gentleman at the court of Cardinal Mazarino, and I came to feel a trifle of sympathy for him, for that Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, whose mere mention would have made me sign my name a few weeks ago, and now, because the world had turned upside down and Christ had given us the back, he was chatting in the Dolta-room, as if he could have done so any friar Thomas of the Annunciation, and it seemed to everyone that this was the most natural thing on this planet, and I thought of that dinner. On Holy Tuesday, when Lupercio announced that he had concentrated his goods in Cartagena, out of fear of a French attack on Portobello, hell, and the plays that time makes, now Lupercio was dead, and the very Petite Gauve, the terror of the seas, had usurped his place in this room. I felt like crying, running away from there, being struck down by the thought. Heavens! But Ducasse, this living legend, didn't seem so fearsome to me as we had imagined him. The tremor in his hands, in his knuckles, was that of any Christian who fears. He failed to be charming enough for his hosts, as he made no secret of the effort he put into impressing them and winning over Maria Rosa, whom, the thought took me by, surprise like a bolt from the blue, I had fallen hopelessly in love with. This was clearly the case. There could be no doubt about it. To me this seemed like an enormous absurdity in the sphere of pure irony, for I knew all too well that girls, austerer feelings, who came to represent the most refined form of squeamishness, who was horrified by the slightest hint of eroticism, and saw us as the very model of sexual perverts, so I wondered what unexpected outcome the rough pirate might get from his efforts at being elegant and gallant now, perhaps a sudden rejection that would ferment his pride would make him prejudiced against all of us. I looked for Hortensia's face, and found the same restrained concern in her. I looked for Beltrana's, and understood that he was troubled by multiple worries. I looked for Federico's, and saw it murky, and Cinyarius shrunk, diminished before the size of the fierce sailor, who at that moment, as if trying to enhance his sentimental aspects, evoked the way his heart had been captured in Sancti Spiritus by a woman from one of those tobacco, sugar-cane, Tuajani wood, and Ramon de Sierra's cultivators, who were real hangmen with hooks and knives in those hallucinating districts of the Antilles, men not given to being impressed by legends, such as that of the Pitiguao, so he had to emacerate it at the Plaza Mayor of the city, until where they had gone from Tunas de Zaza to stock up on tobacco cut into pieces, and yet he didn't dare touch a single hair of the woman, despite her unyielding divergence, because he considered himself incapable of exercising violence over a being for whom he felt genuine love, an anecdote that, according to him, figured in the true stories of the parading plunderings in Cuba, and the Antilles, written by Fray Arturo Alape, a Franciscan friar whom I'd like to skewer if I could find him, for he not only had omitted the end of the story, that is, Essonde. restitution made by Ducasse of all the goods confiscated from his husband, before declaring himself and retiring voluntarily in defeat, but also dared to call him Attila of Attila of Christ. The Caribbean, an injustice which I couldn't forget, much less forgive, at which moment I saw the bad instincts appearing in his eyes like a cunning animal, while I was also remembering a poisoner from Florence, who almost made him drink the aqua tofana, and an African woman from Senegal, who bewitched him with a potion of hearts of sanities, and another black woman from Guanabacoa, who would make him bend in pain by pinning his tiny testicles with a needle on a wax doll, and a mestiza from Puerto Cabello, whom he also didn't want to strangle when he found out that she was unfaithful to him, and with no one less than one of his Dominican blacks, whom he made impale after having him pull out his nails one by one with pincers. And so we were learning about his life and miracles, for he was certainly a very self-confident individual, for whom his deeds and misdeeds must have constituted the centre of universal attention. Indeed, he must have enchanted love-wise Mary Rosa, who in effect listened to him, absorbed as if she had before her a paladin of the thirds of Christ, an angel of the exterminating legions, an Apollo the Avenger, until suddenly, at a sign from Pitiguao, the 3 buccaneers of his escort asked us quietly for the others to discreetly leave the room, order or plea which Hortensia tried to resist, but it was then that Mary Rosa herself intervened, arrogating all the authority in that house to order us to leave her alone with Monsieur Ducasse. I would have obeyed at once, for I felt very tired, and that apparent contradiction in the character of my implacable enemy filled me with some malicious satisfaction, except that I imagined that Federico would somehow oppose himself. But when I looked at his chair, I could see that he was still under the effects of the hazy liquor which Leclerc had given him, so my early astronomer was now sleeping like a blessed one, so deeply that the field all heard I stated all thought first. Buccaneers had to lift him up and carry him to his room and lay him down on the bed, after which they insinuated to us in turn to gather ourselves, for it was late. We would see each other when the day broke. Petit Gove was a man of very punctual customs. He needed to rest, and even saw when he held her by the waist and conducted Mary Rosa too. That sudden bedroom where that night he deflowered her under the covers Geman Espinosa, with exclamations of pleasure that reverberated throughout the mansion, while in our room Beltrana and I, shivering with fear, clung to each other with tears. We were finally able to fall asleep, embracing and kissing each other every time we woke up from the sticky heat of that May night, the heat that, come morning, had settled into a downpour of torrential rain, accompanied by a noticeable drop in temperature and howling winds. This apparent cause of the deterioration of many patients, who had attempted to disguise or ignore their symptoms, led to several deaths. For example, an enslaved woman from the neighborhood died while breastfeeding her months-old child. They found him still suckling from his deformed nipple. From the houses, wails of agony, louder than the wind, could be heard, and crowded chariots filled with corpses rolled towards the docks, as it was impossible to send them. Outside, due to the panic caused by young Iriarte, who intensified cleaning measures to avoid being infected by his already countless patients, whom the bubonic plague tormented to the point of exasperation, or perhaps because of the putrid odour that was beginning to permeate everywhere. Many people, including some buccaneers, had died without life in the streets. 2 or 3 French sailors or grenadiers also died while on guard at various locations. It was known that Baron de Pointis, eager to leave as soon as possible, had granted permission for a certain Antonio Orteza to go to Portobello in a rowboat to retrieve 500,000 pesos as ransom for the city, a decision made during a meeting with those few Spanish officers who had preferred to remain prisoners in the city. Among them were Sancho Gimeno de Orozco, José Vallejo de la Canal, Francisco Santarén, and others of equal courage. However, these news seemed of little interest to the villagers now. Each person was living their own drama, whether because they had been robbed by pirates or lost a loved one to the plague, or because they didn't know how to calm their hunger. So people, instead of claustrophobically isolating themselves in their homes, wandered like automatons in the streets, neither greeting nor returning greetings, afraid that someone would denounce their hidden or buried fortunes. Despite this, the invaders only seemed to be interested, for the time being, in confiscating the very important houses. This gave me some relief, thinking about my mother's jewelry hidden in the courtyard of my abandoned San Diego mansion. This relief, however, did not compensate for the anxiety that was beginning to consume me at the thought of the misdeeds that the presence of the Pitiguao might unleash in the fair Dolta's house. I didn't think it possible to make any predictions about this. While it's true that the handsome gallant of Maria Rosa had ordered, the morning of that Saturday when they woke, up with the freshness of spring turtles and ate breakfast, giving each other bites in turn amid the silent, reproachful but respectful gaze of the others, I say, despite having ordered his men to bring us all sorts of provisions and supplies from the military stores, the constant guard that 2 or 3 buccaneers kept at the house didn't seem like good omens to me, regardless of the composure those scoundrels were forced to maintain, because the old home of Lupercio had become, so to speak, the sanctum sanctorum of Monsieur Ducasse, who, on that very day, began a thorough inspection of all its facilities, including the view from Federico with his barometers, armillary spheres, globes, portolans, and his Galileo telescope, which would later be burned, on suspicion of serving as instruments of witchcraft by the inquisition of heretic diseases. The space, in its capacity as a sailor, surprised me graciously. It almost filled me with joy. Not only did her sister's new relationships, but practically everything that surrounded him told him the circumstances in which that household had come to Cartagena, thanks to the naval background of his late father, a story that interested Pitiguao lively, for, as he said, a touch of sailor-man was sure to be in the blood of the woman he loved, and it is true that now Maria Rosa seemed absorbed by that world of astrolabes and piscatores that until very recently had only managed to make her yawn, and with sadness I heard how Federico promised the unwanted guest to show him that same afternoon, when the sun declined, the anonymous planet he had discovered, thanks to his patient observations. Yes, 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 said the boy. Anonymous, he said. But on that day I swore in my heart, and it was in vain, as it seems to me now, that that planet would be called Genevieve above all the things in the world. Genevieve. Genevieve, Genevieve, the planet weaver of celestial garlands, the planet of the wise, the rebels, the planet of the compulsion of the earthly spheres, which was, I'm sure, the one that out of revenge for its discoverer drove me in those days towards the arms of the blossoming Beltrana, that sweet girl with whom, whenever the occasion permitted it, I now clung in ecstasy of silent passion, because Federico had stopped loving me. I myself snuffed out his passion, first by shooting him the wild and irrational shriek on Zamba's palm, then by avenging my mother's and sister's injustices against him on the day that the French squadron appeared off the city, finally having preferred to attend. The burial of my father, whose death was already a closed fact, rather than ensure the attendance of a doctor at his mother's dying bed, closed facts, unfortunately completely, irreversible, and that could not even be made up for or offset with love, with the meticulous love I waited for all the time he was missing, the same later when I rescued him from the horde of pirates, surrounded by which he had come to become a king of mocks. And I would have thought forever that neither even the holy memory that I kept for him during my entire wandering life would ever be offset, had it not been for the very disturbing, almost incredible revelations that Tabarot gave me on the eve of my departure from Paris. I had pursued it as an affrontive pack of hounds, and also as a beatific illumination, which I had to confine in the deepest recesses of my consciousness all those solitary archangelical months that I had spent in the Eternal City before, interviewing Pope Benedict XIV, but they returned in bitter reflux so soon as the slow, lazy years of my life in the British colonies of North America began, next door to Rutherford I. Jenoson, with whom I learned the prosaic virtues of the exercise of journalism, in those spacious tasks of composition and printing in I should have had, familiarized myself with the infernal English spelling, and honed my elderly eyes on those box-like patterns that my friend deftly manipulated as an archer would fit his arrows, one after the other, without missing the target, just like he wouldn't miss his piercing darts aimed at the prevailing mindset, growing prejudices, and the deviant axiological values of Calvinism, that corrupting form of Christianity that preached man's total depravity due to original sin, his inability to do good or acquire merits, God's unconditional choice of men who could be saved, and the divine origin of civil rule, among other consequences. For example, it dictated the predestination of the Quakers to infernal fires, or the superiority of money over any other ethical value ideas that couldn't fit in Rutherford's awake and humane mind, which, under my influence, and to clear the mystical mists, had begun to give some weight to rationalist science findings among the weekly news, such as the so-called black drop phenomenon, first observed on June 6, 1761, during Venus's transit across the solar disk. It consisted of a kind of bridge that seemed to stretch between the two celestial bodies at the moment of their inner contact, upon which we made some display on our first page, not without adding my particular interpretation of the matter, which I attributed to a mere appearance caused by light diffraction, studied almost a century earlier by the Dutch Christian Huygens, the same who discovered Saturn's ring and its Titan moon, who observed Mars's polar caps and Orion's worrying nebula. But these were not subjects that helped with sales, or, consequently, the numismatic prosperity of the newspaper, so it was impossible to insist too much on them, despite my worn-out argument according to Cording, which any spiritual or political renewal, in this case necessary for colonists to abandon religious prejudice and blind obedience to King of England, could only come from faith, expansion of their intellectual horizons, either through contact with the advancements of science, or by getting closer to the free arts opposition that I. Genossen usually rejected, pretending that the lush and abstruse excesses of scientific investigation produced dissonance in minds, as well as excessively aesthetic deviations from art. So I was forced to temper my outbursts, although I already had him convinced, as you can see, of the need for political openness, which he seemed more inclined to favour after his new and long talks with his master Benjamin Franklin, who, in 1762, had passed through Philadelphia temporarily, where, at the instigation of his wife, he would have life settled permanently, except that new disputes with the landowners led the Assembly to send him back another time before the Crown. It was not, however, those conversations, saturated with philosophy and abstraction, that finally convinced him of the solidity of my arguments, but the resounding blow that the island legislators finally decided to deal to the weekly scolds of the colonies, whom they no longer wanted to hide their enmity towards, when to ruin journalists and printers as well, and which came to be added to the laws enacted a year before to tax molasses, tea, silk, wine, and other commodities, and above all the very disturbing currency law, whereby it was forbidden that credit, notes issued by the colonies, should be accepted as means of payment, a host of provisions against which the weeklies, very particularly the New York Current, to whose owner I constantly harangued, had audaciously protested, provisions which, however, were hammered home by this direct blow in the stomach of journalists who agreed from the start to tortrate, oppose it, and even more so to rouse popular resentment against anyone who dared to put that stamp on his publications, so that while such publications as the Pennsylvania Journal closed their doors in protest, our newspaper continued to appear weekly with punctuality, but now filled with ingenious and sometimes virulent attacks on the legislators, and it was about this time that Rutherford at last, defying with firm resolve the preachings of his timid master Franklin, for whom, according to his own words, we might have done much to prevent the setting of the sun, but since he was under the horizon, it was better to resign oneself to light the lanterns, agreed to take me, as I had so often pleaded with him, to his old disciple Colonel Washington, then a peace judge at Fairfax in Alexandria, and this was how, in the middle of that rainy autumn, in my mind, brought back another distant autumn, the first that I spent in France, when I went to the Norman region with Tabarot to see the symbolic fronts of the initiated. Of Lisieux and Caen, we set out in a mule carriage towards the Atlantic plain, bound for Virginia. seeing in the distance the misty profile of the Blue Mountains, in search of that young soldier who had turned his back on military life, and I wondered, as I recalled with what gentle force the delegations of the legislatures gathered in New York had just notified the Parliament of London that no one could levy taxes. He imposed taxes on the colonies except for those same legislatures, and while reflecting on the vitalist work. The lust of the American farmers, if it were not an exaggeration to try to drown these colonies in a war against the metropolis, if we are not taking too far the slogans of the Lodge, if we do not foster an unnecessary effusion of blood, because the condition of these immigrant families was not the same as that of the oppressed people of Paris, much less that of the Swedish miners of Swedenborg, nor that of our Spanish viceroys, for here they were still fighting inch by inch with the red men, and there were no red. Well, encomiendas or mitas, it was a struggle between two peoples for survival, in which either of the two would prefer extermination to slavery, and the only ones who would take all. The losses were, in short, the blacks enslaved on the plantations, those blacks who could care little the difference between an English-speaking North America and a North American of the United States, and suddenly I felt empty. At the contact of the ocean breeze, I felt that I had been my whole life an instrument of a group of intellectuals, given to cerebral abstractions and mystifications, for whom little actually mattered, as long as they could extract certain abstract concepts of justice. How much blood would be shed because of those more philosophical than human speculations? But I reflected that this was perhaps the law of historical progress, progress driven by pure mind, like unforeseen springs of that mind, that in reality only sought pretexts to wage the eternal battle for immortality, the demonic battle that I saw reflected in Michelangelo's frescoes, a metaphysical battle between man and his perishing condition, which we disguised under philosophical, scientific, and political appearances, and I sighed deeply under the bleached sky of that impossible autumn, and I saw Rutherford Eugenossen surrounded by the vast natural spectacle, always smoking his cornpipe, cursing the mules. The mud, the universe, driving the wagon as if it were an unwanted toy, and I thought about how seriously humans usually take themselves, without realizing that they never stop being unprotected children, impotent creatures before cosmic abandonment, maggots that flutter in a pond whose limits they ignore, thought that, curiously, this comforted me, and then I could calm down for the rest of the way. After leaving behind Philadelphia and Annapolis, the Chesapeake Bay, and sleeping 2 nights under icy rifts that seemed to carry my old bones, we ventured into that landscape of gentle meadows, much warmer breezes, tall forests, and tobacco plantations, vast plantations where, at this time of earth year, the leaves had long ago been strung on their bristly stalks and hung in the dryers, the Virginian landscape filled with plant perfumes, of a purissimo air, a sheltered, protected district from the cold, whose colonization began 2 centuries earlier by Raleigh himself, for which we were happily heading toward that wooden village of balmy houses, with balconies over the porticos, down whose main street the caravan of wagons marched, whoever knows where, with their loads of deerskins, and Colonel Washington received us, almost at dusk, in a melancholy office, which had been used for decades by the county judges of Fairfax County in Alexandria, but to which he had added some life, by hanging on the walls weapons and hunting trophies, as well as some landscapes of Virginia, moist with forests and agriculture, for it seemed to be an individual of extreme vitality, like almost all the people of those lands, marked by a true joy and overwhelming enthusiasm that I later saw expressed in his passion for rare animals, exotic plants, regattas, horse races, card games he organized in Dumfries, fishing excursions, target shooting, dancing in pairs, and finally this heterogeneous collection of activities that surprised how he could stretch his time to encompass them all, and yet not abandon his seat on the Virginia legislature, push with his own work the institution of the Alexandria Academy, and write, in addition, write incessantly, without order or plan, pour his ideas onto paper as a fruitful stream, as I was able to verify during those long months that I remained lodged at Mount Vernon, the country house that he inherited from his brother, starting with that night when he embraced in a burst of joy Rutherford Eugenossen, evoking aloud how much he owed him as a friend and mentor, and in response I Genossen offered a counter-challenge, saying that the metrop England and its colonies, so that I confined myself to listening, smoking my eccentric pipe, and even heard when, the next day, we set off in another of those rickety wagons for Mount Vernon, and the young colonel on the wagon complained aloud, so that he could be heard, of the poor opinion that his fellow citizens seemed to have formed about individual liberty because, as he said, as a judge he had been moved by the way in which, for example, if the will of some wealthy owner violated the interests of the heirs, these treated at once to demonstrate that their relative had lost his reason, using as their main argument everything that, in his private life, existed of purely individual, or rather everything that distinguished him from others, as if the only sane man in this world were the dull and conformist, what everyone did, and constituted, consequently, nothing less than a civic duty to curse the men of exception, even those of choice, for in North America, as he maintained, personal liberty was constantly stifled by public opinion, and the day would come, he added with a chuckle, when governments would consider seditious any kind of intimacy, and here I experienced a painful oppression on all. Recalling the way in which in our Spanish colonies privacy had always been an illusion, and what to say of the non-existent public opinion, there it would never be necessary. To declare mad the man of exception, he would suffice with trying him as a heretic or sorcerer, and I sighed with sadness that he turned into the joy of feeling the mild air of Virginia in my nostrils, the air of Mount Vernon, to whose house we were arriving, and where Martha Custis, George Washington's second wife, was going to give me convincing proof of her husband's words, for when she learned that I answered to the name of Genevieve Alcocer, she went over me from head to toe before commenting, with a rather unfriendly grin, that it was, in fact, a very strange way of calling oneself. 16, in the summer of 1720, I went to Marseille with Marie, whose face was beginning to be painted with pale tints by the omens of the disease that was to take her to the grave, with the purpose not very sure, for 8 years had passed, of confirming that quick but inexorable vision which I had on leaving that place on the banks of the Thôle. Rhone with old Giovanni, Bignon, and their 2 mournful acolytes, on the very day that I set foot in French soil. The vision of those clear, dreamy eyes, which I had thought I would never see that lost face again, among a group of prostitutes lurking in the street's darkness, to pounce on soldiers on leave, and so we went to lodge, as I have said, at Atto, the same inn where I had stayed during spring 1712 with my friends the geographers. Although Marie was reticent about the outcome of our investigations, the truth is that my activities as a registrar of prostitutes serving the cloister Notre Dame Lodge had given me some practice in this sort of business, so I managed, in a way, to make a few inquiries around the port taverns, to put together the trail of that person who, because she was an Indian, must necessarily have drawn attention. And it was thus that one of those mornings, bathed by the fiery light of the Mediterranean, we knocked on the door of a hovel in the slums, a fragile wooden structure at that hour scorched by the wind, of summer, where a skinny child with eyes so pure they made him a real cutie opened the door to us, a sad child who, none the less, received us with a desperate smile as he saw us there, looking at him a bit incredulously under the assault of the sun rays, and let us in without asking questions, when we told him that we wanted to see his mother. He served us some questionable refreshments, while, according to what he said, the tenant of the shabby house, who must have taken me for some sort of authority figure without seeing me, was dusting herself off a little after a bad night, during which, according to the version that she condescended to give her son, a couple of starlings had not left her sleep because they were singing a lullaby duet to rock her, and so they could steal some jewels that she possessed, a story that sufficed for me to guess the microscopic mental health that was breathing in those painted walls with hasty brushstrokes of a faded green, and I have to say that neither when Benedict XIV kept me waiting for months to receive me, nor when they locked me up in House of the Gold Towers, nor even when I was expecting the fatal judgment of the judges in the dungeons of the concierge, my expectation for me took such anxiety as that morning in July, when, finally, after a quarter to an hour from our arrival, the woman whose eyes, whose face had troubled me, A woman barely in the throes of maturity, with something still childlike in that look that so much reminded me of Federico's, made her appearance musty and sour for lack of hull. Sleep at the threshold of one of the inner doors. Then I stood up, almost hindered by emotion, and we fell into each other's arms, with our eyes ravaged by tears. And it was not for nothing, because during all those years the conscience had not left me bite a well-filed tooth, reminding me again and again, as ultimately confirmed, that this woman, lost among the Marseille prostitutes, was not another than Maria Rosa, Federico's sister, whom I had not seen since a few days before May 30, 1697, to say 23 years ago, when Pitiguano took her away silently on the ship Pontchartrain, and now we looked at each other, trying to recognize each other. We kissed, hugged. I was torn by pain. See in her face the scars of a long suffering, because, as he told me while we went towards the nearest tobaccery, looking for that compensatory arsenal of foods that I Louise paid. Louise, and capricious delicacies for little Isidore, who devoured them dazzled, life had turned canaller with her. The saints of her devotion had twisted her eyes, as proof of her eyes, as proof of her, which she related to me, how she earned a living every night in her chamber, sometimes almost by force, to a man who could pay her a few coins to share some few hours his rags. Bed, savouring her love that I supposed broken and wilted, almost an act of pure inertia, and I saw, in fact, in that charmingless chamber where she had cried all afternoon on my lap, the instruments, and the unmistakable traces of those practices of fury and disaffection, the sad elongated bucket on which she washed herself mounted in the presence of her client, after having received his unwanted secretions, the cloths that he supplied to her for the same purpose, and that usually lay on the floor until noon, the linen, bags recommended by Gabriel Fallopio to avoid pregnancy. Those same ones, according to the Marquise de Sévigné, were an armour against pleasure and a mockery against danger. And finally, the holy images, because she still considered herself a devoutly devoted believer, turned away from the wall to not contemplate such ignominies, and in exchange for all this, persistent misery that did not even allow her to give birth to the little one, the only thing left to him in this world, despite having been a mother 3 times, so much so that even if she had had the means to do it, in school they would not have received the son of a foreign prostitute. Confession, before which I hasten to promise her that from now on an organization that I described vaguely would take care of providing help for both her and the charming Isidore, although, as it usually happens, the years had made me forget the difficult nature of Federico's sister, her incorrigible propensity to misunderstand everything, because, contrary to what I expected, instead of being happy, she was suddenly filled with cholera, and notified me that she would not accept such favours from a disgraceful like me, who was arriving all of a sudden from nowhere with a little Frenchwoman to whom my daughter called, and in that position she curled up until the evening, when, perhaps because of the sadness of that southern sunset, she softened again, and remembered, while we drank some wine that I had bought to try to cheer her up, how her first years with Jean-Baptiste, after the landing in Amsterdam and the trip to Paris to litigate before Louis XIV against the Pointists, had been of restlessness happiness, as if God blessed that union free from ties soon, during few years that still passed in Santo Domingo, and later, during the splendid Marseille season that marked for the Petit Greve his promotion to Rear Admiral of the Navy. 2 beautiful creatures would have been born. I mean, a dreamer boy, who was, according to his mother, the very image of Frederick, and a blonde girl who disappeared with the rays of her eyes. Summer son, who possessed the subtle refinement of an enchanted princess, in whose company, she said between sobs, she usually consoled herself for the abandonment in which Ducasse often left her to fulfill his duties with the crown. But little by little, the Bernese sailor began to distance himself from her, stopped appearing at the house they had taken on rent opposite the rocky coast, and, one day, loved her for the last time in front of a cold winter fire, before announcing suddenly that he would never return, and that he would take his children with him. He carried out this infamy against the pleas and copious tears of Maria Rosa, who gave birth 9 months later to this child of hers, whom she now held in the stoned courtyard, to my Marie's intellectual perversities, and who was probably the last of the many offspring that the Pitiguano left spinning around the world, for it is well known that in 1714 I am Geman Espinosa. The man's voice was deep and gravelly, with a hint of an accent I couldn't place. He looked around nervously before continuing. "It's been a long time since anyone has talked to me like this. The observatory, and where the King Galantuomo deposited in my hand a Campudas kiss, Ducas received the task of blocking the port of Barcelona as another act of harassment in what was called the War of Spanish Succession, and that sudden breakdowns of health forced him to abandon command and go to Paris, hoping to be subjected to medical treatment, only to die during the journey in the village of Bourbon-l'Archambault, near the Loire River, where they must have assoltado legiones ululantes de remordimientos, or where, at least, he must have understood the destiny that implacably had pointed out to the worthless foreigner, to the naive girl who he seduced in Cartagena, and could not be anyone but the prostitutes, in whose mistaken crosses there were knockdowns like a blind person in a narrow tunnel, ignorant as she was of the arts and wiles by which one can sweetly plunder a neighbour, a tunnel from which I tried to extract her by all means, only crashing again and again into her irrational pride, into that shield that, since the days of Zamba, had been growing exclusively to protect herself from me, this unappreciative Genoveva, whom, for tortuous reasons, I had always judged her enemy, a mistake from which I still tried to clear her out along those 15 days during which I did not allow strangers into her bedroom or beggars to mendicancy around, in vain, because I took responsibility for her misfortunes, arguing that it was the dishonesty with which Frederick and I displayed our sexual partner happiness that had pushed her, out of spite, to throw herself into Pitigua's arms, and I think it is necessary to point out that she didn't even back down when I informed her of the unfair and cruel fate run by her brother, whom she said he deserved it, because she was determined to curse him, renounce him with a chatter and heat worthy of a better cause. So it was Marie, my little Marie, who ended up after weeks in that kind of game of tug-of-war, placing a pious lid on that unfortunate encounter by declaring, while we were eating the food supplied for us, that when a glass wasn't clean, whatever drink was poured into it, even if it was the ambrosia of the gods, would inevitably turn sour, a phrase she pronounced at random, as if she were our choice, referring to the very glass she was using, but Gotha, the battered and resentful one, understood it well enough not to add a word, and so, after that meal was over, we parted, forever, vowing with impotent sorrow not to leave Isidore in that bleak fate, but leaving Maria Rosa to her own, because resentment was stronger in her case than despair, decorum, life itself, and I don't know for how long that detestable woman continued submerged in the mephilic joys, in the purulent wells in which I found her, and in which I found her, and in which I think, although I may be making a reckless judgment, she found malicious satisfactions, sinister pleasures, perhaps joy at being plunged and degraded, she who desired to be a saint. I say that I don't know for how long she remained passive in that nightmare of horrors, in that Dantesque circle, because I only saw her again 77 years. Later, I had become so indifferent to the poverty and suffering that might still befall him. Yes, only 70. 7 years after that silent farewell, when not without surprise, but also not without understanding the mechanisms that work that miracle whose spiritual implications I am entirely indifferent to, I found her converted into a Mother Superior of a convent of Trinitarians in Rome. The convent was intended, of course, to provide support for the periclitating Puella, the girls who had gone astray, where I know what sordid reprisals she would unleash against those of her own condition, because, in my view, Mary Rose of the days of the siege of Pointis, Mary Rose who yielded to Pitiguao, Mary Rose of Marseille, and Mary Rose of Marseille, of the Transtiberan monastery, always constituted a single, immutable, and indivisible Mary Rose, that for compendia the mindset bred on love for self-destruction, which is the great principle of Christianity, symbolized by God's suicide on the cross, by that premeditated redemption that I fancy, as far as Jesus is concerned, the utmost of satanic pride. But let us leave that, and yet I have to add something more, and it is that I did not resign myself to abandon, never at all, the innocent Isidore, who drank without knowing a lethal poison, so I managed for Guido Aldrovandi and Pascal de Bignon. We'll make the journey in turn in Marseille. They would persuade the stubborn mother of the need to separate from her son, whose studies would pay the lodge, and who could see every 12 months for a short season, holy solution that allowed the boy's entrance into the fair. Old Tarbes Lyceum, near the Pyrenees city of Pau, where his father had spent his childhood, and, above all, very far from the mouths of the Rhone. And there Isidore would take root, as I was able to find out many years later, as a literature teacher, and found a lineage that one day, I am sure, will give the world some strange poet who, in the style of Frederick, will wonder why men, despite the excellence of their methods, have not yet succeeded in measuring the vertiginous depth of the old ocean and intuiting Pitiguao. How, despite everything, it would be much easier to recognize the depth of the ocean than that of the human heart, so that he would hum a real song, a enchanted melody against the stars to the north, against the stars to the east, against the stars to the south, against the stars to the west, against the moon, against the mountain ranges that from afar looked like giant rocks lying in the darkness, against the cold air they breathe with open mouths, and that turns their insides red and burning, against the silence of Three Hao. Night, against the kestrels whose wing-flaps brush their chins and carry a rat or a frog in their beak. I don't know where these words have come from. It seems that from the folk. It seems that from the leeches of the Witch of San Amero, because I think they are words of the future, not mine at all, but of some visionary who will come. Sometimes I think that everything in this world is to be expected, that until now we have lived only the babbling preludes of something that one day will be definitive, that will point out to man his true place in the universe. But in those directions it is easy to fall into optimism, which has not been one of the smallest of my time's ills. The optimism already satirized by François-Marie in the head of Dr. Pangloss, and instead I saw the inhabitants of the English colonies of North America practice as a duty the 24 hours of the day, perhaps because almost all came from communities with which, for one reason or another, they had been at odds, and see open before them a world that they could shape to their liking, which fell into their hands with the slick simplicity of a ripe fruit, in spite of the resistance of the redskins or plains people, so called by their custom of painting themselves with rouge-coloured tints, who were becoming more and more cornered, more harassed and persecuted every day, unable any longer to carry on, as George Washington pointed out, a struggle that went back to the times when the Spanish dreamed of finding the mythical 7 cities of Cibola, but instead found the Colorado River. But I often reproached him in the long days of fishing or the risky fox hunts, and before Martha Custis's evident displeasure, because, as Henri de Boulainvilliers foresaw, I have never enjoyed many sympathies among my own sex. The injustice with which the colonists regarded those tribes, who, after all, were the daughters of 1,000 years of 1,000. Those lands, whose possession should not be disputed. Then Washington laughed heartily and answered me that if I thought like me, Julius Caesar would have stayed at home, knitting socks, and asked me to make a little memory about how my Iberian race had crushed with quite a bit of cruelty the Incas and the Aztecs, peoples much more cultivated, true empires, because that was the law of history, and what else was sentimentality? The weak would always bend the neck before the stronger, and that's all. To which I answered him that in our Spanish America the colonizer had come to mix with the native to give birth to a mestizo race that would surely unify the ideals of both branches in it. The future, an idea that almost killed him from laughter, because, he said, the only consequence I knew of races was those goofs that barked at mastiffs but took flight at the hour of truth, from which I concluded the mastiff condition conferred on the white people who settled in North America, one of whose healthiest specimens was precisely his wife, Martha Custis, or better Martha Dandridge, because the Custis with whom everyone called her had inherited it from her first marriage, in which she had brought several children into the world who now got along very well with the heroic stepfather, including that restless Patsy who died a few years earlier and whose memory still lingered like a soft scent in every corner of Mount Vernon, where not everything was health and happiness, because the purchases that the retired colonel had to make every year in Liverpool, and London to outfit his tobacco farm with implements, tools, paintings, and many other items, were beginning to be stupendously restricted, with the corresponding harm, not only because of the new laws emanated from the British Parliament, but also because of the greed of the islanders' intermediaries, who threatened to bring the Virginia colonists to ruin, who, at the point of dying suffocated, had resorted, as a last form of resistance, to political and commercial aggression, to the radical expedient of not importing goods from the metropolis, an arbitrariness that Washington did not hesitate to call very dangerous, because, he said, if the ministry was determined to take things to extremes, then it was very likely that the greatest derramings of blood in which there had been news in North America would occur, moment that I took advantage of to all, illustrated with the strategies contemplated within our organization, and the support a future liberation campaign could receive from several points in Europe, including military assistance, because we would know how to manipulate even the monarchy's own armies, ideas that not only did I sow in his head one night when we were watching Versailles, one night when we were watching the barbaric beauty of a forest fire, but also saw consolidated when I managed to get him to establish permanent correspondence with the Grand Lodge, who, in the end, knew to appreciate this varied anchor of my imagination, since its ties with Benjamin Franklin, which he had tried to benefit through the import of waxed paper from the Stamp Act, and which acted in London as a sort of extraordinary ambassador of the colonies, always in a conciliation state they had reached to disappoint him, so I received from Switzerland a cheering letter from Mr. Voltaire, Ura, oh, my beloved who weaves crowns, in which he also explained in detail, in addition to the posturing in which, from the feet of Robert le Diable, French civil liberties had fallen, a crisis that was not only apparent in the medieval cruelty with which Jean Calas, whom I had already mentioned, was tortured and killed, but also in similar cases such as that of Elizabeth Servans, a Protestant woman, who, in a fit of madness, threw herself into a well, on which the Catholic authorities based their claim that she had been murdered by her fellow Protestants, due to her imminent conversion, or like that of a certain Labarre, a young man of 17 who was arrested and tortured under the charge of having mutilated some crucifixes. Once he had made this confession, his head was cut off and his body thrown into the fire among the drunken, victorious crowd, who also threw a copy of Voltaire's Dictionary of Philosophical Ideas into the fire, which seemed to demonstrate the triumphant return of the Holy Inquisition to French territory, despite the decline in which it had become known for the protection it granted to free thought, i.e. to bourgeois thought, granted by Louis XIV, a situation that upset François-Marie, who seemed horrified, to the point of saying, even though he usually wore a slight smile, even for the most pitiable things, that from then on he would no longer smile without being accused of it as a crime. Since there was no time for jokes, wit could not be matched with massacres. This was no longer the France of encyclopedic philosophy, but the France of the night of Saint Bartholomew, and now I saw that very dark storms would come over that beloved country, because Voltaire had just stirred up d'Alembert, Diderot, to launch the decisive battle, destroy the sophists, mystifiers, clergymen whom he called fanatics and bribers, and against whom he directed the new motto, Écrase l'enfer. I thought of good Benedict XIV, his friend, who died the following year after my visit to Rome, in the hope that the Parisian philosopher would eventually settle in some Capuchin convent. No, times were not right for curial antics when it was concluded that the first step towards social health should be the destruction of ecclesiastical power, in which intolerance had its roots. So animated by this incendiary epistle, I set about carrying out the design that the Loggia had entrusted to me, and, as a first step, seeing that summer was ending, and my stay would soon be 9 months long, between archery competitions and hunting parties at the country mansion, I ran away from Mount Vernon, English colonies, before the bad impression I had made on Martha Custis through my somewhat careless manners, my corn-popper pipe, and my strange way of calling myself, influenced negatively on the good opinion that Washington, on the contrary, held me in, and so, after arguing with my host, at my good 86 years, one of those regattas in one of those outriggers with 8 rowers, who carried the oars outside the sides, at the end of an iron armature fixed to the side of the vessel, which by all fee. Devils won the team he commanded. I said good-bye rather hastily, before the obvious joy of his wife, and set off in a coach towards the port of Norfolk, where I was expecting Geman Espinosa, drunk as a horse, because, he said, he could not bear my absence. From now on, the days would be too long and monotonous for him, with a farewell gift, consisting of several ear of corn, an enormous load of carrots that I later threw secretly overboard, and a diabolical contraption, Benjamin Franklin's invention, which, according to my friend the journalist, could be placed in a house or a ship to neutralize atmospheric electricity, with a flux of opposite sign, or, in short, to attract it upon. Itself, the lightning that otherwise might strike upon our own heads or burn down our houses, a gift that I accepted with trepidation, for now, far from soothing me, I will feel pursued by all the flashes of the sky while I carried it in my luggage, and so I set sail, failing to console Algernon entirely, tenderized until tears for alcohol, embarked on the waning moonship, which was due to call first at Kingston and eventually at Willemstad. It was the latter port where the lodge had arranged a meeting with the mysterious Yosef Ben Saruk, of whom I knew only that he must possess a huge, hook-nosed Jewish face, and I still saw, as we left, the clear August sky and the flight of the cormorants over the Virginia coasts, and I felt that life was nothing but an ever-increasing separation, and I yearned for my hunting trips with Washington and my drunken parties with Rutherford, whom I would never see again, and I felt more alone than ever, covered by a shell of loneliness that nothing could improve upon in this world, alone forever among the immensity of the universe, on the swing of the sea, alone as a lone wave spouted on a remote beach. Then I caught sight in the distance, on a hairy little island, of a thatched cottage with another lonely figure, I don't know if man or woman, who melancholy watched the ship's passage, imagining, perhaps, how happy travellers must feel, and I envied that person rooted, at least, in that nearly floating hunch, while we were driven on by the thaw, wind inflating our sails, floating on the jaws of the Mare Virginium of old sailing charts, and suddenly a gust of joy swept over me, as I thought that in just a few days I would feel again on my face, after 54 years, the warm breath of the Caribbean Sea, my tutelary sea with its jade pupil that had looked at, in that distant May 1697, the pain of our city ravaged by the plague, our city in whose foul streets corpses were already heaping in indifferente masses, and gluttonous doctors, clad in black coats lined with air holes like huge spires, gave them an appearance of funeral birds, trying to relieve, even briefly, the pain of as many people as possible, for Cartagena was now a vast wake without coffins or mourners, due to the heat that soon putrefied bodies, for which caricoshes and balandras were not enough, to such an extent that a woman from my neighbourhood, seeing a cherin go by, whose already decaying drivers seemed unwilling to accept another corpse, proposed, and managed to exchange her husband or heir. More recent dead one. Thus the city rejected like a lake of corrupted humours, when Antonio Oteiza, the envoy who was going to demand a ransom of 500,000 pesos, from Portobello, returned to port driven back by strong winds from the northeast, and when Petiguao, who now spent his daily hours with us at meal-times and shared Maria Rosa's bed until dawn, ordered his bucaneros to tear down all the village bell towers and load our bells onto the ship, for he wanted to set them flying from the spires of the French villages, an idea that Federico's sister, now entirely contaminated by his rogue spirit, applauded and celebrated by uncorking wine plundered from official cellars, wine which I refused to taste, but which everyone else drank with enthusiasm, including Hortensia, despite her mystical misgivings, including Federico, who made tongue-in-cheek remarks about the anonymous planet and proposed that we should all go together to proclaim its existence through the giant gates of the Academy of Sciences in Paris, and in fact I took it for granted those days that the buccaneering fleet would escort him all the way Europe, with the good news of that little olive candlelight shining in the twilight, did not doubt Ducas's good faith, who, between sips of sherry, promised to take him to see with all comfort his discovery at the sight of the earth where the skies were clearer, to Feen Island, in the Sun Strait, chosen more than a century ago by another Frederick, the T of Denmark, to erect the Uranienburg Observatory, from which Tycho Brahe made observations that culminated in his Astronomiae Instaurate Mechanica, otherwise pure geocentral waste, or at the Banatki Castle near Prague, where he jested equally ill-conceived de mundi etherae recensoribus phenomenis, and so, to the extent that the conceited boy, proud of his friendship with the governor of Santo Domingo, and confident that he already had fame grasped by the large toe-finger, made me feel his disaffection, almost his contempt. I clung to my nightly closures with Beltrana closures, prescribed by Maria Rosa to keep me from any surreptitious comfort with Federico, and so could not arouse suspicions, during which we clung naked in a silent ecstasy, saying no, words raising nothing to the sacred rank of articulate language that indeed filled us with shame, rubbing our sexes, barely, shyly, for very long, exhausting, delicious operations that only by extreme enervement led to the final delirium, the sighing satisfaction, and which instead held me here in this house where in reality no one was any reality, longer determining me, and where I had nothing to do, as indeed Hortensia Garcia realized when one afternoon, in one of the few rest breaks they allowed, between one rosary and another, she warned me to restrain any impulse to leave, for in my cot in the Plaza de los Yagues, without the protection of Pitiguao, I could easily be assaulted and dishonored by pirates, reasons to which I replied, because, as I had to admit it, Voltaire many years later, one of the great uses of the word is to hide our thoughts. That was what the reason for my permanence in the home of this irreparably defiled family, and I felt half vindicated, cheaply vindicated, and almost blessed, now the confinement to which I was sentenced while in the streets, everyone, or better, the people who, by mercy of the Lord, or maybe because they hadn't touched those tiny and invisible particles for the human eye, that contagious semen which, according to Fracastoro, determines contagion in the pestilences, were absorbed seeing the filibusterers disarticulating and lowering from the bell towers the familiar bronzed bells of our churches, and young Miguel de Iriarte continued to struggle, along with his terrified colleagues, against the disease. That didn't cease to spread, and to which now vomit-black was added, perhaps worse than the tabardillo or typhoid fever, worse than a divine curse, as the doctor didn't tire of, repeating before the pale and febrile Fray, Miguel Echari, still exhausted in that bed where he hadn't stopped getting better, for fortune's sake, because otherwise his clerical activity would have made him a victim of one of the two epidemics, of that exhaustion, loss of strength, or lipopsychia, as Iriarte called it in his sporadic dialogues, with the Inquisition, in which he reproached the Church for having forbidden, for example, mandragore wine, used in the Middle Ages to calm pain, and recalled how St. Taillard Grantham, one of the Vedas, who read in Stockholm, recommended spreading the fluid of the pustules in pestilences such as that of the tabardillo on the tip of a lance, and inserting it into the arm, mixing that same fluid with blood, so as to produce fever, which having been achieved, the disease would be very light, and the body would be immunized, procedure that he would be tempted to use, unless the Holy Office would pursue him as a heretic for the rest of his days, and that he wouldn't doubt it, warned with a word. Cavernous voice, perhaps just from the periphery of his delirium, that shadow of himself that was now the passionate canonist, don't doubt it, because doctors had the Mother Church to warn against violating the arcanums of nature, because take care, great fool, not to make the devil's job easy for free. The disease is God's punishment for the sins committed. San Pablo gives faith in the evils that plagued the Corinthians for unworthy communions, and it is also an occasion for God's glory to manifest itself, as was the fatal case with Lazarus's death, so to defeat it, great fool. Here are Jesus' Ben Sirach's indications. Accept it without despair. Resort to the great remedy that is prayer purify. Your heart of sin, offer sacrifices. Timo Domini principium sapientiae, says the Liber Proverbiorum, and crown of wisdom timor domini, says the Ecclesiastes, never the most learned, but rather the most humble, turn out to be the most wise, and only the wise know how close they are to the lowly. Take care, take care. But it seems to me that those reflections, which usually passed through Iriarte's ears like rain noise, were dictated to Icciari more by his febrile state, or by the irritation that was caused by the thieves. Youthful impudence of the doctor, who, through a solid conviction, or at least that is what his memoirs, burned in Segovia, but recovered by the witch of San Antero, suggest, in a which the Secretary of the Secret exposed without restraint the doubts that, regarding his faith, plagued him since the days when he was barely allowed to read the epistle in the sung masses, doubts that did not close the path to tonsure, because, according to him, the cleric's career was a question of convenience like any other, and which, like no other, allowed for many hours of free time each day, especially within the Dominican order, and idling, he claims, has never been a virtue despised by true scholars, because it allows ideas to flourish. What I don't understand is what kind of ideas this very cunning man wanted to see flourish in his understanding, since, after all, at the end of the day, he would have to swallow them so as not to be burned at the stake, although, to tell the truth, I think that this intellectual inclination, or rather, Mr. Voltaire, let's accept that it was satanic, preserved him from what I would consider a crime of murder, since, while Fray Miguel was Secretary of the Secret, no one ever died in our hide innate. He said the ecclesiastical pious, and that is something, because while he did not fill with glory as Don Luis de Gongora, thanks to the priesthood, if apocryphic tradition does not lie, the urn of the Spanish language, on the other hand, despite those who opine that he was never guided by anything other than his own selfishness, I believe he knew how to cultivate his conscience, in which I think lies the only privilege and the sole valid reason for intellectualism, which in Icciari possessed the same theological propensity. That is not difficult to find in the most luciferine temperaments, while it seems to disappear almost spontaneously from eminently altruistic characters, as I can easily imagine. In the case of young Iriarte, whom I only knew when, many months later, the Audiencia of Santa Fe managed to subdue and settle for trial Governor Diego de los Rios, but oftener, whose consecration to liberate Cartagena from the plague many already testified at those times, when Pitiguao and Baron de Pointes began to sue, and perhaps a little earlier. That May 22, when Cartageneros woke up startled by a bomb sound which, while we were waking up, returned our consciences to the days of the siege, and in which the inhabitants of the Gotha house noticed with concern, but without a single comment, that Duques, the sun had not yet risen, over Maria Rosa's bed, while the din of battle continued to echo far away, for the admiral had ordered the mines placed in the bastions to be blown up, as well as part of the curtain wall of Bocachica fort, a din that shook the city once, more like an earthquake, so much so that we imagined that a counter-attack by Spanish forces must have taken place, but that for Pointes it was merely a way of covering their retreat, since at the same time, while warning against using Bernardois for any such purpose, he ordered the 84 bronze cannons remaining in the plaza's artillery to be loaded onto ships, the ship's wheels and mooring chains set alight, and 290 million pesos taken from the royal chest. The loot included chariots, beds, chairs and tapestries, as well as bells and ornaments from profaned temples, some of which had been converted into powder warehouses to trigger the mines. When Bernabe managed to bring us news, after a quick round of the Plaza Mayor, we all agreed that Maria Rosa was in a difficult situation, her lover being at the centre of it, all but giving no sign of life. Indeed, when we glanced at his satisfied and mischievous face, we understood without asking or commenting that he already knew what was brewing. In French high command, a circumstance that seemed to enrage Federico, who must have suspected that the not having received a certain advance notification of the term things were going to take meant possibly his non-inclusion in the plans of his sister and Pitiguao, so he decided on his own to take out some suitcases from San Aleo's room and start organizing his luggage, a colossal luggage that grew and grew, that of someone who would never return. For glory, you're going to keep yourself very busy at the opposite end of the world, and I saw in his eyes a candid gesture of farewell to his native land. a certain French mannerism in his manners, as if he were already at the king's court, a certain detachment from all, a sort of compassion for those of us who remained. I believe that he felt the aura of genius shining on his stupid little head, and I preferred to lock myself away in my room without Beltrana, who was busy, with indifference, peeling the onions and potatoes for lunch, isolating myself from that absurd fair that Ducasse had turned the old house of Lupercio into, and I wept too, of course, shed my mad. Usual quota of tears, because I still loved, to my shame, the early geographer, who had not quite left childhood, poor Federico, poor little fellow, while I became fierce and gradually adult, and understood all that was going to happen there. The great disappointment that was going to befall him like a waterfall on my unfortunate stupid child, with his aureoled cogwheel and his effort at a Versailles smile, but those events did not precipitate themselves that day, as we presumed, but began to spread out, as usually happens when one expects them to be imminent and hasty. So, night, the Petite Gauve came to dinner very punctually, with such naturalness that it might have been said that nothing had altered today's ordinary course of those days, and Maria Rosa greeted him with a picaresque little kiss, to show that she was au courant of everything, simply to inquire about certain silk tunics he had promised to bring her, for his official presentation to the Baron de Pointy, so that no one, except them, could sleep that night, tormented as we were by the destiny we would ultimately have to face. And the next day they did not bring any news either, despite the 7 suitcases already prepared by Federico, and the preparation for a search that we detected in his sister's bedroom, since the French Navy only limited itself to continuing to load its ships with the rich loot, before the despair of those who had paid their dues to the fair invader, and were now being sacked again by the pirates, and it was only on the 24th day that the village again boiled over in rumours when they saw the infantry set fire to the bomb vessel in an inexplicable act oriflamme, which burned like a pyrotechnic display, and still shone in the night like a burnt skeleton, and finally on the burnt skeleton. 25th, with general commotion, it was known in the early morning hours that the navy of His Most Christian Majesty, carrying Regional Commissioner José Vallejo de la Canal as a hostage, had hoisted the sails, and a little later, as soon as the wind favoured her, lifted anchor. When Bernabe brought the news, I felt very confused, because I knew that Pitiguao remained since the night before in Maria Rosa's room. I asked Beltrana to, with the pretext of calling them for breakfast, find out if Ducasse was really still there, and we saw him then come out half-dressed, with dishevelled hair, cursing in a Basque dialect, and we saw Montbaz and Godefroy enter like exhalations, who almost went down to the ground after getting tangled up in the 7 suitcases that Federico had placed on volandas in front of the door of the staircase. "Devil! Parbleu!" and what they reported to their commander of the manner in which the Baron had given orders to set sail at once that dawn, sneaking past the filibusters, so that when they reached the pier they found only the notice left by the Admiral that the Tortuga fleet should be content with plundering whatever remained in the city and extending their airs. Pillage, if necessary, to Montpause, because the great booty was to compensate, in Brest, what the organizers of the expedition could very well consider a failure, namely, not having been able to hold Cartagena as a French forward base in the Indies, report on which Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, whose neck now hung a weeping and dazed Maria Rosa, gave immediate orders to close within the distance, launching the frigates at full speed, faster than the warships, to Pointes by Bocachica, the only practicable outlet for them. High-masted vessels from the bay, whereupon he struck his fists on the walls, raised cries of cholera, and ran downstairs the stairs, with Federico's sister trotting at his heels, while my young astronomer cried out that they should wait until I could somehow transport the trunks and the rest of the inhabitants of the house, sat down quietly too, eat breakfast, aware that this was no longer our concern, calmly chewing, without the jitters that Ducasse's presence entailed, the patacones and the scrambled eggs that Beltrana and Bernabe served us with chocolate, and I concentrated so much on savouring that serene pitanza to consciousness that I don't know in what moment it also resulted. Federico was eating breakfast with us, swallowing sobs and gulps in between cries. He was chewing furiously, and from that day on I only remember the rain that pattered all morning and afternoon against the roof, while the noise of Federico, who had locked himself away in his room, came to my room too. For hours he had been carrying the suitcases down one step at a time through the hall. No one, not even Bernabé, wanted to help him, because suddenly it seemed as if he had turned into a wandering ghost with no justification in any of the diverse realities that populated the mansion of his deceased father, up to the hall, where the 7 chests were left for days, until Montbaz ordered them to be ransacked, as we never heard anything more about Pitiguao and Maria Rosa from those gathered every morning at the pier and in the Plaza de la Mar by Bernabé, according to whose version over the next 5 days, which were calm for the city, Ducasse stayed on the Pontchartrain, a few miles away from the Admiral's ship, whose exit to the sea was blocked by the filibuster frigates. It is said that he spent all that time, but with pessimism, because he knew that Pointis was well armed, and that there was a good chance of going aboard and attacking. However, on May 30, he finally gave up this idea when he learned that the loot would necessarily arrive in France, where, thanks to his influence before the king, another bird would sing for him. So he set sail at dawn and slipped away quietly between the ships. A navy reel and his own frigates, he set out for Amsterdam, while the Baron, perplexed, watched from the bridge as the ship and the first rays of sun magnify with bloody gold on deck 2 naked figures entwined in urgent love, moment when he breathed a sigh of relief, since gone Pitiguao his command was now unquestioned, even over the brothers of the coast, who would have to behold with similar delight the escape of their commander, for not long after Pointis decided to take those of Villadiego too, they would be masters of the city, consideration that the Admiral must make himself, if he harboured at least a scrap of humanitarian feeling towards the unarmed Carthaginers. But that did not prevent him, as soon as he saw it, from the morning light of June 1st, to once again evolve the frigates of the Turtle in direction of Cartagena to get to sea, with all his fleet, no longer than before embark the artillery of Bocachica and Blast with mines, the castle, leaving us at the mercy of the brigands and their acolytes, the Dominican blacks, who in an approximate number of 1,000, because they were already in their greatest part almost immune to the plagues of the Caribbean, reigned once again on us, like another epidemic, like another punishment from the skies, from those hot skies that are not the same as in other latitudes, from those Guabansec skies, Mabuya, huracan, from the thunder gods, from lightning, from storms, and from the gales, skies that I scrutinized, as if questioning them about what still life could offer me, while I smoked my pipe on the prow of the waning moon, whose captain, a red-headed Irishman with an apple face, was the first, when it had been only 8 hours since we left Kingston Harbour, to notice the unusual fury of the wind, accompanied by a dense shadow that covered the east in the manner of the spirit of a god who gazed angrily behind the horizon. And so I saw how the sea-birds frantically flapped their wings towards the ship and were pushed back towards the windward, so that those who turned their heads managed to reach our deck, lay on it, and remained immobile there until a sailor picked them up. Then no one doubted what was about to happen. The captain ordered to grab all the sails. With spare pulleys, new pulleys were placed on the masts. The gaffs were squared, the jib of Juanete was lowered to deck, and the cannons tied down, as is usually done to fit the ship as best as possible, but they soon started to tremble in their ties. A gust of wind hit us in the face, and almost drowned us with a huge bath of salty water. I tried to reach some scuttle to go to my cabin, and had to hold on to one of the mastheads, afraid that I would be dragged into the ocean. I saw the carpenter post up next to the falls, mainmast, ready to cut it if necessary to save the vessel, but it wasn't, by my faith, because a sudden lightning split it surely, and stripped it over the sailors, who blasphemed with fear in the stern, seeing the day turn black until it turned into tight night, seeing the waves rise over the masts like flying sheets, and I saw the Irish captain, trying to resolve in the fear that bleached his features, made him order that a turn be attempted by putting all the rudder to leeward, and then, when he saw there was no sail that could withstand that wind, tried to make it by strategically placing some men on the counterweights, while the lianas of rain now sank as arrows in the convulsed surface. Suddenly the ocean turned purple, and the rays seemed to squeal when they touched the water. Then the boat began to turn in circles. I took advantage of this movement to squeeze through an opening and try to take refuge in the cabin, but even felt the sea sweep across the deck, and how the sails flapped over the castle as they were torn from the mast. I realized that I was going to die here. The life of the crown weaver, pathetic and gruesome, ended as pathetically and gruesomely as it had begun, amidst the torn shadows of it begun. A lightning-struck gale. I thought of Frederick's last look at me, Marie singing to her death Occitan songs, Pascal de Bignon's cosmogram, depicting the universe as a naked woman, my first night with François-Marie, my father drowned in a pit amidst the confusion of battle, the unprofiled shadow of my mother, the kiss Louis XIV pressed on mine isle. And, the day I was initiated into the lodge, the rare passionate gaze of Cipriano, my cell in the Bastille, the prebendal captain who violated me on a Pyrenean pass, Leclerc's puffed virility, Michelangelo's Last Judgment, a leper at Holyrood Abbey, my dance in a Roman plaza with Gianangelo Braschi, the Clarist nuns of my childhood. Rutherford E. Jenosson's drunkenness. I thought of God, I thought of Satan, I thought of Tabarot, I felt of Tabarot, I felt of sinking, I heard the captain shout to his men to tie themselves to the masts, I heard the winds roar, I felt as a wave crushed the mizzen mast, the trinquete, the waning moon creaked like a rotting armature, crumbled, water poured in everywhere, and suddenly I saw the boat crumble around me, slowly disintegrate, vanish blotted by the catastrophe, and without being able to understand it, I knew myself surrounded by its wreckage, lashed by rain, my pipe still in my hand, Franklin's lightning rod and Rigaud's pictures within sight, on an arid beach, of cacti that rammed into the hurrying sea, a moment of unlimited dizziness, of a iodified and igneous, electric and wet bewilderment, which I cannot evoke without remembering. How also the Baron de Pointy, more concerned about leaving Cartagena by ship, called Bermandois, where the gods of the Caribbean have dealt an odyssey of purification through their perfidious waters, but not as to me by the hand of the goddess Guabansex, who fosters the cyclone, raises the waves, knocks down houses and strips trees, but left that occupied by her own misfortune, because, as recorded in the Captain of Horses, José Vallejo de la Canal's account, who accompanied him as a prisoner until Brest, not soon after, their fleet set sail for the long sea, where the winds promised good victory. A balloon from Martinica came to the Amaranth ship to announce the arrival of 26 English and Dutch ships to the island of Barbados, with the intent, according to what was assured, to fight and subdue the King of France's fleet. News that, it is said, terrified Desgines, aware of how sickly his troops had been left by the epidemic, so much so that he ordered the flag of council hoisted and fired a cannon, at whose sound the entire squadron launched almost simultaneously a cannonade of understanding, and all the captains went to a war meeting on board the Amaranth ship, from which it resulted that the course was changed, which was the one of the Bahamas Channel, and instead the fleet took more of a route through Santo Domingo and Cuba. In vain, because after 6 days of sailing, I mean early morning of June 7, the enemy ships were spotted Aston, whose captain did not wait to start firing their 50 cannons, and set off at full speed with bold manoeuvres that, around 10 in the morning, forced the surrender of one of those bloated pig-like ships, seized in Cartagena, where Point is Aina, had ordered the sick to be confined, and around 7 o'clock in the evening allowed a British frigate with 60 cannons to gain enough leeway to place itself at a dangerously close distance from the French Amaranth ship, when the Baron was attacked by such a crisis of nervousness that Monsieur de Gallifet, lieutenant of the King in Santo Domingo, records in his memoirs having seen him bleeding profusely as he dug his nails into his cheeks, and it was even worse when, with an alarm bordering on terror, he saw Pointis interpose between his ship and the French Amaranth ship, and the English not less than the Bermandois, no other but the Bermandois, whose captain, Mr. Tubison of Varennes, was at that moment in charge of the Admiral, in view of the black vomit which had knocked down Vice-Admiral Levy, yes, till the Bermandois, which, governed now by a novice, tried to defend them at risk of its own destruction. Then the corsair could not draw any more blood from his face with his nails, because he ate it, whole in minutes, and, although he tried to curse in a sailor's language, the blasphemies came out of his mouth with such a womanly tinge that they managed to inspire nothing but shame and desolation among the crew, a situation which Mr. Dubison of Varennes judged prudent to end by taking the initiative in all operations himself. So while the Baron was locked in his cabin, lined with silk by a group of officers who managed to put him to sleep with scandalous doses of Sydenham laudanum, the Admiral took advantage, as logic dictated, of the Bermondois manoeuvre, not only to turn with a stunning leeway by the port side, but also to slip away finally, to separate from the rest of the squadron, which was continuing under the scourge of British fire, and it was then that the sailors stationed on board saw the defender vessel sink like a piece of paper under the fire of the guns, its young commander at the helm, a scene that must have produced in them an impression of childlike hysterics, because it happened so quickly that the Bermondois and its attackers could have been taken from that distance for toys in a puddle. But had they been able to observe it in all its catastrophic, irremediable nature, the Baron de Pointes would now have made him eat his toenails too, because on board that vessel which was going down without remedy into the aquatic abysses, there were 3 or 4 wooden cases specially built by the carpenters of the Navy, 3 or 4 cases in which the Admiral did not cease to think, chewing with astonishment and anger his taffetized handkerchief. Nor, when 2 days later his solitary vessel was on the point of running aground on the rock of La Vibora, nor when on June 17 he hoisted the English flag to avoid a meeting with the fleet of aliens, nor when on the 20th it was necessary to let go with the stay sail towards the southeast in the face of a hurricane-like wind, nor when they sailed along Florida, Carolina, and Virginia, and raided as pirates an English ship loaded with salt, nor when Dutch and Portuguese, nor even when at last they entered the harbour of Brest on August 5, ill and without provisions, for in those 3 or 4 cases that rolled with the Bermondois towards the oceanic abyss, and without anyone really knowing it for certain, on this earth, apart from 5 or 6 people, there was packed in gold equivalent to 800,000 real de vellon, which Juan de la Peña and Miguel de Iriarte wanted a few months before to place in Cadiz, without paying the weight tax, the gold for which Captain Mayor Diego de Morales sold his soul to the devil, the gold that fathered her. Miguel Echari had right. I was unable to find gold in the hold of the Oriflama galleon, of which Diego de los Rios, governor of Cartagena, handed over the town of Brest to Pointes on the pretext that he would place the gold there secretly. In these dungeons of the Inquisition, perhaps I am not last to consider the idea that has stuck in my mind since then, that I died in reality on that wreck of the waning moon amidst the fury of the tempest, and that the years which I have believed to live after are no more than an extension in death of the feeling of being alive, as Tabarot told me on the eve of my final departure from Paris, that is to say, the night when he bestowed upon me his highest and most appalling revelations, which happened according to Faust. Swedenborg. No sooner had we breathed our last breath than this happened. The angels of God transported us to a place that was illusorily identical to our earthly abode, so that we might believe that we had not died at all, and thus have the chance, a divine but urgent opportunity, to correct those errors in which we had become obsessively entrenched, raging, Porphyrian. In this context, it seemed appropriate for Swedenborg to instruct me on that fragment of Arcana Coelestia, worthy of being exhumed for posterity by some sceptical person. Disguised as a metaphysical scholar, in which he speaks of the death of Philip Melanchthon, master of the Adiaphorists, the humanist who wrote the first dogmatic Protestant and who sought to provide a philosophical basis for the Reformation. Upon his death, according to Swedenborg's revelation by the angels, Luther's successor was given, in the other world, a house that was seemingly identical to the one he had lived in on earth. So, believing himself to be awakening from a dream only, he resumed his doctrinal and apologetic tasks, and wrote for several days about justification by justification. Faith without including, as he had not done when he was truly alive, any mention of charity. This omission was noted by the angels, and when Melanchthon persisted in refusing to include Charitoin, he was questioned, disguised as Lutheran theologians, as to how he could demonstrate in an irrefutable manner that the soul could do without charity, and that faith alone was sufficient for entrance into heaven. They decided to leave him to his own phantasmagorical fate, and within a matter of weeks the furniture in the house began to fade away until it became invisible, except for the chair, the table, the sheets of paper, the inkwell, so he could continue writing even though his clothes suddenly seemed much more ordinary. The walls of the room showed cow marks, the floor appeared to be rotting, the cold increased without apparent reason, and the other rooms gradually diverged from reality. The doors and windows no longer led to the quiet city of Wittenberg, but to a landscape of vast sand dunes. Finally, alarmed by this accumulation of arbitrary events, he agreed to write an elegy for charity. However, it was with such little conviction that the pages he had written today would be erased tomorrow, which is why he ended up lost, like a shadow in the dunes, and later became a servant of the demons, just as this Genevieve Alcazar might one day become, whose life, long as all bad lives are, could have ended in that nightmare shipwreck, or perhaps has actually prolonged itself, as it seems to indicate, until these endless last days, when I share sufferings, humiliations, intellectual epiphanies, glimpses, and blinding visions with the witch of St. Amaro. While the world around me fades away, I don't know what to believe. I don't know if it's true that I saw in the witch's cauldron, but I do know that that beach landscape, in which fate abandoned me at a critical moment, did not seem real to me. As the waning moon crumbled around me like a straw house, that stretch of sand on which the remnants of the ship, its instruments and furniture, and, naturally, its crew, who did not survive, were scattered. Their faces remained open-eyed as they stared at the indescribable spectacles of the beyond, their mouths still stunned, nostrils, ears, water and sand mud, while I tried to take shelter in the base of some rock, dragging with me Rigaud's paintings and Franklin's lightning rod, thinking how excessively ironic it would be for me, who had lived through the year of pest in my youth, and had given mole Flanders the rest of my life, to now become a new Robinson Crusoe. A thought that, despite the tragedy that was pulling at me left and right, made me smile in the midst of that damp blackness, filled with the demoniacal odour of lightning, and so I curled up in one of the caves of a rock, a cavity populated by certain moss that put off a decidedly sexual aroma, and between coughs and sneezes I finally fell asleep. Perhaps it would be better to say that I managed to overcome the tension of my body, and order my mind to sink into a sleep that could not, of course, be calm, but lethargic and startled, with lethargic and startled, without a buzzing sensation and the sound of a whistle in my head, which seemed to entwine with the images of lightning and Velas ripped from mastellas that assailed me as soon as I managed to shake off consciousness, until finally I entered a deeper sleep, and in its twists full of webs I thought I saw an enormous chessboard, at first with that lingering unease of not knowing I saw white pictures on a black background, or black pictures on a white background. Then, with a feeling of anguish, as I considered how, in the symbolic battlefield, the figures were, on the contrary, apparently of flesh and blood, like in those times when one played live, and they were so scattered across the board that it gave an impression of a game already very advanced, which, nevertheless, did not involve only a white army and another black, but figures of very varied colours, and in certain cases painted like clowns, and some of these latter reproduced jocundly my good Francois-Marie's miniaturized features, while another one, dark and stern, was as if the living image of George Washington, and so kings and clowns and footmen, centaurs who ate with the horse's leap, Fiferishes in stiff attitude of pins, and queens, courtesies who went from one side to another, devouring like arpeggios, made up a sort of macabre dance, after which it was to be expected that there would remain only Fiefert, nauseating odour of cadaverine, but sleep suffered one of those translocations in space and time, and now I saw a huge Voltaire, always characterized as a court jester, tending his hand over the ocean to George Washington, who in turn observed me with the expression of a wild dog, and I warned my feet a mass of shadows that mixed with the dark blood, rose to drown my knees, and I woke up with a cry, and there before me was the Caribbean again, dazzling and serene, drawing me with mad symbols under the morning light, as if the wreck of waning moon had been little more than a bungled mock-up within the nightmares that my tortured fancy had just conceived. But as proof to the contrary, I noted, almost at once, the scattered corpses on the beach, with their irredeemable gestures under the glare of this sun that I had so long desired in my Parisian winters, and that received me again with claws outstretched to tear my old skin. It seems to me that not all were now, I think, the remains of the crew. I must suppose that the swell had swept some away during my sleep, but there before my eyes lay the mucky body of the Irish captain, with his face like a withered apple pie, and his chest as if oozing the electric effluvium of lightning. The water had swollen others like balloons until they burst. So, once I had examined the landscape of arid promontories, of pebbles, rock-strewn slopes, and risks spotted here and there by patches of cactus, and then startled the low flight of a pink flamingo inland, without having been able to tell whether I was on dry land or some lonely island, I had proceeded to give burial in the moist sand, employing only my slender hands, some stone in the shape of a bowl, to my fellow travellers, a task neither pleasant nor easy at my nearly 90 years, which it took 2 whole days to complete, during which I subsisted on raw meat and corn from the ship's provisions, which I was fortunate enough to be able to salt, and at the end of which I fell exhausted, and in a perplexity from which I could only free myself by gazing at the coming and going of the crabs along the now warming beach, their coming and going, their zagging and receding, all of which made no sense to me, but which they pursued with commendable perseverance, while I admired their ugly blue colour of hard-working crustaceans, whose prepods or thoracics and abdominal appendages could turn into mouthparts, locomotory elements, swimming paddles, or, to be sure, as Linnaeus took the trouble to explain to me in Stockholm on the eve of our expedition to Laponia, reproductive organs, those sexual organs that Frederick was missing. I couldn't make out the beaches of Zamba, since, due to its hermaphroditic condition, the tiny testicles of the crab alternate with that. Those vesicular cavities open to the outside through a small indentation whose walls are covered with fine sensory filaments, which also serve the animal to be aware of its air. Spatial relations that, on the other hand, I felt I had disarranged during the night hours, when there was nothing to indicate where the hell the cardinal points were located, thus increasing the feeling of unreality that now seems to want to accompany me until death. And so those slow, stifling, exasperating days went by, in which my great concern consisted in storing, using containers thrown by the shipwreck, all the water I could extract from the cacti. Those cruel days that must have been, I suppose, another indispensable complement of my final crucifixion, days of more bitter contemplations than that sea that blinded me with its polyphonic flash of vertiginous introspections, whose balance usually turned out to be heartbreaking, of memories and nostalgias that only magnified my loneliness. Since my weak legs, they would not have served me yet to venture in search of any sign of life, and I had to remain in my cave, protecting myself from the sun, most of the day gazing with fury at the pipe that I couldn't light, collecting with my nostrils the aphrodisiac perfume of the mosses, those strange and cursed mosses with elves. Sexual organs at the tips of their frondous stalks, organs which I could recognize, just as those of crustaceans, thanks to the overwhelming lesson that I received in the Scandinavian capital, Dort. For Linnaeus, today a Knight of the Polar Star Order, definitively clarified the sexual system of animals and plants, and created an entire classification system for these last ones based on the disposition and structure of their reproductive organs, with such success and acceptance that even Fernando VI, King of the timid Spain, asked for it, sometime to herbage in his territories, an offer that he refused, but that he passed on to his disciple Peter Loefling, who died in Venezuela in 1756 on a scientific mission of the peninsular government, and in whose honour not only Linnaeus christened the genus Loeflingia from the Caryophyllaceae family, but also drew from his notes and observations his Iter Hispanicum, of whose appearance we took notice, Rutherford and I, in the New York Courant, a small newspaper of which, by the way, I still had some copies, left among my possessions, rescued from the shipwreck. These were the only reading that, combined with Voltaire's letters, was possible for me in that loneliness, whose vast horizons I killed time, exercising my memory, trying to recall favourite verses, perhaps those of Christine de Pizan. À qui dira-t-elle, sa paine, la fille qui n'a point d'amis? Or thinking with someone, I don't remember who. That solitude was God's courtroom until the morning, when, upon waking, I rubbed my incredulous eyes because I saw facing the theatre beach, on the frothy spitting waves, the most extravagant boat imaginable in wakefulness or dream. Its mainsail, round, occupied the very centre of it. A single oar, projecting from the upper deck, possessed a single mast that was rigged by means of 2 arms, and could clearly be seen 2 large oars that functioned as a rudder and protruded from the lower stern. Thinking of the descriptions Lupercio Goltard once gave me of Egyptian ships, but rather due to my biblical readings of the small vessels King Solomon must have used for his mysterious expedition to a fire, except that the bow was decorated by a spherical mask covered with arc-shaped polychrome networks whose movements, whether enveloping or antagonistic, fostered hypnotic illusions, obsessive deceptions, blinding me for moments while a series of wildly incomprehensible movements took place in the visible places of the vessel, whose crew seemed to dance an irregular, capricious, I would say, drunken dance, a dance of geometrical contortions, of inscrutable algebras, like those enigmatic dances of certain animals in heat, although it should be clarified that only men came on board, all of African skin, like yours. Bernabe, some of them naked, others dressed in brocaded silks and pearl necklaces, and that man who commanded them, a man even more black and luminous, and with a pregnant woman's belly, clung to the mainmast, swaying like a bayadera, while proudly wearing a bifronte mask, whose 2 faces, crowned with a weathered skin, represented a bearded man and a sad woman. I didn't know what to think. For me it was evident that I was the victim of an inquiet and rebellious hallucination, whether it was a mirage of the sea or a madness of my 80-year-old and shipwrecked mind. The truth is that I started to shout like one possessed. I don't know if with the intention of attracting them so they would rescue me, or to push them away so they wouldn't hurt me. I shouted like a crazy rooster, like that spook bird chirper in which the years had turned me, and with fear I saw several blacks, at the order of the chief, dive into the water and run towards the beach, towards me. Their imminent proximity made me think absurdly of rape, but with a sigh, I don't know if of relief or disappointment, I remembered that my body no longer generated the desires of old times. It had simply been that I associated this sudden assault on the island with one of the buccaneers of that remotest 1697, when once they set sail, the French fleet rushed upon Cartagena like a famished juggernaut upon a still warm corpse, while the feeble citizens, the few who had not yet gone down with the caliginous fever pestilence, tried in vain to devise means of defence. That barely elicited laughter from the unfriendly coast brothers, now ready to forgive no confiscation of the smallest amount, especially when they felt tricked by Baron de Pontis, from whom they had expected to receive at least a fourth of the sack, and who had left them with a palm's width of nose, and in the Golter House the only thing that for those days disturbed the spectral silence were the continuous prayers of Hortensia Garcia, who didn't seem to be content with mumbling prayers in the warm solitude of her bedroom, but needed to shout them as if she were launching reproaches and denunciations at the Lord, because, besides, she was convinced that both the French assault and the pestilences that befell us were misfortunes sent from on high, for causes have things, but the Lord governs them in punishment for the much hidden Jewishness in the city, according to Clochte. Her, always the Jews bearing the blame for everything, always the minorities attracting the curses. And I have to say that for those beginning of June, gone forever Maria Rosa, in the loving and fearful arms of Pitiguao, and remained Frederick, with his curls made, with the 7 suitcases lined up in the entrance hall, my young astronomer had no choice but to return my eyes again. So even though I did not address him, I begged for my pardon with a look. He followed me like a dog through the house, where I roamed, humming maliciously, and only released himself from me in the hours of night, when I knew I was closed in my room, but unaware that intertwined in ecstatic coitus with the dear Beltrana, whom I never came to love, but whose nakedness inspired me with a torn rawness, something like the effect of a sweetest lullaby, and only finally condescended to speak to him on the morning of the third day, when Bernabe, excited, told me that the Amito had resolved to go again in search of the pirate Leclerc, with a revived hope that he would help him reach Europe. Then I put myself into a two-horse carriage in the courtyard, and managed to intercept him at the street door. "You are crazy, absolutely crazy. How can you not see that Leclerc is just taunting you?" "But he isn't, Genoveva. Somehow. Oh, somehow. I have to get him. I couldn't bear life here any more. Understand it. Neither could you, who have been so good, bear the ridicule that I would drag." "Let me go, let me go." I faced him with my arms outstretched. We both knew already, from information gathered by Bernabe, that the Tortuga buccaneers, free of the curb imposed by the French, were busy all over the town in dragging their inhabitants and nuns out of their houses and convents, to conduct them, including children, women, and elderly people, to the cathedral, where they were forced at the point of torments to confess where they hid their last resources, their scarce jewels, and that if our house was still respected, it was only due to the prestige printed on it by Pitiguo. In a way, Forbantes still regarded it as the general headquarters of their commander. But as I tried to explain to Federico, putting a foot on the road was at this moment like tempting the devil. That very morning, Bernabe had seen Godefroy chop the heads off 2 of his men for the murder of a couple of women. But neither he nor Montbars were enough to repress now the greed and lust unleashed by the Caribbean butchers. I know, Genoveva, but I'd rather they killed me than have to stay here. "Don't try to stop me. I don't belong to you any more, nor do I belong to anyone," I screamed at him. "That, yes, I would still belong to him until the end of time. I am yours. The root of my soul, can't you understand it? Yours, and only yours. Take me now. Nothing, nor anybody could deprive you of me. Take me, and pose me for ever and ever, and ever and ever, and resume our alliance of other days. Do it now. Come, I love you, my crazy little boy." And he hugged me at the same time, as he broke into a single torn sob, a desert sob that summarized all his failure and inner collapse. Also failure and inner collapse. Also useless, somewhat corrupted pride that seems to nest in men with superior talent, this satanic epilepsy, disproportionate, which I thought I saw in Voltaire, the time sans leçon, in Voltaire, the time. Cheap article writer dared call him a writer's son-in-law, and a sob that also summarized the victory of primitive nature over ambitious intellect, because with him I triumphed over his madness, managed to convince Federico to follow me back upstairs. He still grumbled from time to time. "Only Leclerc can save me. Only Leclerc, but I'm sure." Now that he had fully confided in me, in my superior strength to his own, which I secretly opened comforts of defeat before a fight, that in his innermost being he had always been afraid to engage on his own. So his desperation resolved into docility allowed me to lead him to his bedroom, where, with Bernabe's help, I undressed him minutely, dispatched the slave, and asked him, too. Watch out for anyone who might be spying on us, to devote myself to kissing every pore of his sweaty anatomy, to drown in the delights of love his rebellion, that was never anything but a substitute for his frustration, to deliver him all the pleasure he could desire, to caress his sweet, placidly amorous penis, which swelled with healthy promptness. Then he drew me towards his lips, and she began to undress me in haste. I aided with awkward movements, and, in the twinkling of an eye, as on that Sunday of Easter, when he pushed me toward my bedroom at the square of the Jaguars against my will, I desired that he possess me at once, that he plug that chasm, that he plunge into me like turbulent water, and I let down my panties to expose in front of his eyes the pubic hair of my sex, and I saw shine the splendid briar of his gland, which was already going to penetrate me, when all at once the door of the room opened, as on that Sunday of Easter. A roar shook the place like something from the devil, and we saw Lucien Leclerc fling himself upon us and separate us with wild force. Frederick found himself hurled into the darkest corner, and was left, I think, unconscious after his head struck the wall at heart. "The back!" I cried out to Bernabe, but I saw that the slave had been in turn reduced by 2 other buccaneers, who now were tying him to one of the beams of the upper corridor. I managed to free myself from this so-called bon fripon and ran into the hallway, but new brothers of the coast blocked my way. Seeing me naked, they drank all kinds of obscenities in several languages. Then I realized what was happening there deep in the house, in the dining room, where Hortensia and Beltrana should have met moments before, to take some snacks, and now I saw them cornered by Patey, the head of the Dominican blacks, and by Jonathan Hopkins, the burly Virginian who, completely drunk, was besieging the girl with whom I had shared my last nights, murmuring half a song, "Don't be stupid, damned girl. Let your legs spread," and I couldn't see any more because Leclerc at that moment grabbed me by the neck, and, with the help of the other scoundrels, threw me to the floor and penetrated me painfully with his tanned virility. He rolled the blood that was to be sacrificed for Frederick, the fold of the vaginal mucosa reduced to multiform caruncles. The hymen opened in a hymeneal infamy. Many times my mother told me that the fate of women, as that of flowers, was to be harvested when they were at their most beautiful flower, but I was harvested by a rapacious bird before your eyes, Bernabe. Your eyes, Bernabe. Howled with anger among your restraints, I was harvested in my flowering by a predatory hawk, and when I felt my sex flooded with his sperm, when I knew it congested in the flow, intense lightning flashes of orgasm, then I didn't want it to come out of me, and I think I blessed the turn that other fornicators were now turning to possess me too. How the word infamia translates to shame or disgrace in English. They declared me their ideal container, but the moment the seventh or eighth one was poured into my profane sanctuary, we realized that something very serious had happened in the dining room. A cacophony of screams and threats came from there, because while Hortensia Garcia, for pleasure or for anger, who will ever know, had been calmly possessed by several pirates, Beltrana had not given up her arms. Instead, she fooled the drunk Jonathan Hopkins into thinking that she was finally giving in, and drew him to her, perhaps thinking of her mother, violated by a regiment, and when she had him over her, with a brutal assurance, she plunged the kitchen knife that she had managed to hide under her clothes into his back, and now the corpse of the fat pirate, adorned with tattoos and old scars, seemed to sink into an adieu to infamy, while the victimizer, who was already lost to madness, I think, besieged first by the perplexity of the others, a stupid perplexity underlined by some, "Why did you kill him?" that shrieked mournfully through the chamber, and then by the growing fury of those who considered that murder as if it had been perpetrated on them themselves, or, better in all, the killers of the Coast Brotherhood, and it was Leclerc, precisely Leclerc, who decided to take revenge the earliest. He flung Beltrana into the air like a rag doll with the very knife that he snatched from her, began to make her mincemeat before our eyes, before our impotent horror, before our screams. She cut her into slices, cutting pigs for Carizas. There could not have been a more gruesome Isabellino theatre scene, so much blood splattering the walls. I swear that if instead of telling my life I were writing a novel, I would do without this macabre episode. I would change the circumstances to make believe that Beltrana, my poor Beltrana, died of the moral pain of being, raped as her mother, and not in this outsized and atrocious way, and it would still be necessary to tell more horrors, because Leclerc and his companions were aware that they were inclined to continue the vindication, and that would have turned into a butchery on Sunday if it had not been for the imperious voices of Godefroy and Montbars heard, oiled in the Reja de la Escalera at those moments, accompanied by more than 15 bucaneros, who deployed quickly through the mansion and put everyone away, including Hortensia Garcia, who was now carrying a chair to throw it on anyone who approached. This is where we could appreciate the true virtues that adorned Godefroy, whose appearance froze our attackers with fear, because he not only managed to establish order in an incontestable way in just minutes, but also reigned in time the fury that, when he realized the bloody corpse of Hopkins, attacked the impulsive Montbars, and I think if Leclerc was not executed, but merely punished with whiplashes, as I could later confirm it, this must have been due without a doubt to the proven friendship between he and the Virginian, from which one could infer, wrongly of course, great pain in his heart, except that Leclerc was devoid of heart and soul. He had fun dismembering Beltrana, just like he would have done if he had cut himself a good ham of pig. The truth is, for those who want to hear it, that since childhood, when he saw his mother commit suicide after the death of his husband in the Battle of the Sands, in which he had taken part as a soldier of a soldier, the Viscount of Turena, an uncontrollable rancour informed his life, and a rare cruelty his experiences as a butcher, a cruelty that explains the way in which he earlier encouraged hopes in Frederick. Then he took delight in ridiculizing him, and finally planned the assault on our house, since everything was, I can affirm, from the comedy, concocted en Zamba, about the scientific inclinations of the boy up to the macabre sonette that morning of June 3rd, almost carefully projected, or at least cleverly improvised. I insist on being able to assure you, because when, in 1719, Jean Trencavel resolved, incensed by my diversions, to throw himself into the Seine, he was not anyone other than Lucien Leclerc, the robust vagabond with a clean-shaven face, who rescued him and brought him to me dishevelled on the floor we shared with Marie at the Hotel Oman, Plâtrier Street, .e, and I must say that it was a repentant and penitential Lucien Leclerc, a Lucien Leclerc imbued with Voltairian philosophy, according to which we all wander off course, and he who repents earliest is he who makes least mistakes. He managed to move me, especially since, stupefied as I was to find myself in quiet Paris, he prostrated himself before me and asked for my forgiveness by kissing almost my forgiveness, feet, narrating me the story of his life of sin, so that I might understand the origins of his wickedness, swearing to me that years ago, ever since his return to France after escaping a long sentence on the island of Jamaica, he had made amends, and implored me for the mercy of my generous absolution, since, as he believed, the Lord had placed me back in his path to bring about this infinite remission. So I had no heart to reproach him. At that time he was just another piece of garbage on the banks of the Seine, a waste product of that Leviathan city. I even had to listen to the story of the beheading of the buccaneer flotilla by the English squadron of Admiral Neville, which had come to the aid of Cartagena, a disaster for Thrace. Brothers of the coast could have avoided had they heeded the warning voice that came to them in a boat from Martinique, but they only thought about the loot with which they suffered. Could Arak and their tortures even extended to those who were agonizing because of the plague, although they agreed to leave the doctors alone, they even laid hands on Sancho Gimeno de Orozco, for whom it was of no use to have a pass from Pointis. And so it was that on that very June 3rd, in the assault on the Gotha House, that morning, when Leclerc and Patey were arrested, and taking with them the still horrified corpse of Jonathan Hopkins, they left our house for good, once more plunged in tragedy, leaving us in the dining-room, the mutilated body of Beltrana. Montbaz ordered a score of barrels of gunpowder placed in the cathedral, and around them he tied his prisoners, threatening to blow them up if they did not reveal where they had hidden their belongings. And when, on the fourth day, they decided to set sail, they still wanted to sow more harm and death, setting fire to other barrels of gunpowder that had been laid out for the occasion. Some few idiots gave in to the temptation to celebrate the event with cumbias and dance, but we thought it had nothing to do with us. We even didn't care about the clamour that Juan de la Peña and Miguel de Iriarte made in the Plaza Mayor, accusing the governor of having filled certain chests full of stones with gold that belonged to them, news that Bernabe tried to transmit to us almost by force from time to time, just so we could see for ourselves the high wall each one had built around himself, to see Federico, in the intact viewpoint, delivering long and incomprehensible harangues to a star that was setting, to Hortensia Garcia muttering prayers captured by her own imagination, and me laid out, completely naked, for I didn't dress between bath and bath, on the bed where I had once been cuddled by that unattainable, irreplaceable Beltrana, whose body had to be collected with sanitary brushes from the dining-room floor, bits and pieces. At times Hortensia would find strips upon strips, her skin, microscopic traces of her blood, imaginary threads of her hair, until one afternoon, almost as night was falling, we heard knocks on the gate. Bernabe came down and shook all of us with the news that a pair of municipal constables were claiming the presence of Federico in order to arrest him, a situation so improbable and absurd that Hortensia and I still unaware that earlier that morning Fray Tomas de la Anunciacion had held a real battle with stones and curses against another pair of esbirros, who ended up dragging him off on a cart to the governor's calls, did not initially take it very seriously. We ran out of breath, and tried in vain to tear him from his madness, to put him in the know of enormity, and demand that he face it with surprise and arrogance, as he was a son of the respectable Lupercio Goltar. But Federico drifted into the oceans of his imagination so much like me. In that island from which, many years later, they were to take me away, dead with fear, the blacks of Apollo Bolongo did so, the fat man who, clinging to the mast of that odd-looking boat that for nothing had reminded me of St. Peter's, swayed and laughed with his coconut teeth while he examined with evident enthusiasm the paintings by Hyacinthe Rigaud, and observed with suspicion Benjamin Franklin's lightning rod, and told me that I had understood my condition as a survivor of a shipwreck, since the island where I was found, almost deserted for many years, was called Turtle, and had been a refuge for fierce filibusteros. Hence it was said that at night the spirits of those bad-remembered butchers inhabited it, so few now ventured into it, and perhaps its eastern side was a nest of dangerous cimarrones, all of which could only inspire me with furtive smiles, since I enjoyed having stayed unaware in it. That place so feared in my time, whereas I did not enjoy the ignorance as to where we were going now, a question which, after much hesitation and tact, I put to that son of Dahomeyans, who, without the mask, gave the impression of a peaceful man, but too restless, too lively in his primitivism, that was nothing reassuring, and who he didn't hesitate to answer me that he was going to a small village called Saint-Marc, on the Gulf of Gonave, which, by this time of year, became a holy place for the blacks of all the Antilles. I filled my pipe, which at last, with help from the crew, I had managed to light, and I submitted myself to whatever might come. After all, I was much better off here than in Thee. Desolate Tortuga, it didn't matter the anxiety that in the spirit spawned by thinking that such a tiny boat could go from hand to mouth. How much waning moon, with a hurricane, or storm, in which case not all the Caribbean deities assembled could save us from perishing in its waters, but I looked up at the sky, at my sky guardian, and saw it transparent in the magnificence of noon. Neither did the waves seem to arouse sinister omens, so I decided to probe into the intentions and character of that strange black man who was driving a frail vessel over a treacherous sea, and I questioned him about his nautical knowledge, which seemed outdated, suitable if ever for governing a Byzantine. Drummond, in very calm waters, not to face the cholas of tropical seas, and so I expressed it to him with all frankness, only to get a smile out of him, because, as he said, the destiny of man was seldom in his own hands, or in those of the elements. I figured that he invoked God, and thought it also was not very advisable to defy him. But he looked surprised, turned the mast round with his arm, and replied that God, who maintained the balance of the spheres, was an impersonal entity confounded with the universe, to whom we could not make a hateful challenge or raise prayers. It was a being too vague and distant for our supplications or blasphemies to be heard. Other spirits were those who gravitated around us, and to whom we should pay worship and obeisance, so that they would descend and, as he said, ride on us, roll over us with their boundless force. These spirits, sort of minor gods, Apollo Bolongongo called them leurs, unique ones, I say, passing from the invisible to the visible, and manifestly expressing in a definitive way their wrath, contempt, or sympathy, could intervene in the good or bad fortune of humans. For death the word "o" means, and "or" in many languages, but it is not a common word in English, and should be removed or replaced with an equivalent expression for better clarity and readability. Life, health, or illness, storm or radiant sun, plenty or calamity, they alone depended on, not on the Supreme Creator, and of course of the conduct that we adopted with them, since it was appropriate to honor them, and not trigger their cholas, serve them with submission, and offer all necessary sacrifices. Height of his discourse that made me tremble. For a moment I thought if my body was not an adequate sacrifice for the praises, but no, aged, decrepit, my body very little could interest them. I preferred to ask him what minor god or praise could prevent us from sinking in a storm, and he simply replied that Agwe, the ocean god, would not allow the appearance of black clouds or lustful winds if the venerable Bolongongo sailed in his boat his waters, and from it he seemed very sure, for when he said so he swayed with defiant voluptuousness, with that rowdy lack of constraint that seems to be natural, innate in the black man. You'll say, Burnaby, if I'm wrong, and which, as I found out during that hallucinatory voyage, found its spiritual justification in the worship of the Oya Arzuli, his love goddess, his black Venus, who waves like Botticelli's hips, who is frivolous and capricious like Cranach the elders, who embraces teenagers like Bronzino's, who, like Tiziano's, demands perfumes and sugary dishes, and who, like Bellini or Velasquez's, is infinitely contemplated in mirrors to the lower Arzuli, whose scandalous life is shared between the love of numerous male spirits, and who, on the other hand, is courted in vain by the loathed. Gede Nibo, obscene god of coitus, and also of death, god of libations and dance, but also guardian of tomes, deity of lasciviousness and gastronomy, who nonetheless wore our funereal purple, and who to Ursulae seemed too black and charred, reason why Apollo Bolongo thought that the symbol represented in the picture by Rigaud, where I posed. Myself for another Venus before the mirror, and whose beautiful flowered frame was already a ruin, could not be other than that of his Manerat and coquette goddess, only too pale to his taste, concept which made him blush, with that almost imperceptible blush of the Africans, when he found out that the model was standing right in front of him. Then, before my astonishment, insisted on making love to me in the boat as many times as I wanted. He said it with such enthusiasm that it didn't match my poor aging body, my nearly 90 years, demons that, despite my youthful convictions, jumped out at you. But he assured me that the law of the world, beyond the borders of age, was love, and therefore understood carnal love, to which he considered the sum and perfection of all loves, since there were no real distances between that which we Christians called, profanely, and that which we judged to be sacred, the universe and the human body, were all one sacred essence, and no act which gave us a healthy pleasure could be considered contrary to divine laws. Now it seemed incredibly to burn with desire to possess me. His erect phallus peered out from under the silk fabrics that covered him. I told him it would not be advisable to do so, if we were indeed going to do it, in view of others, and there seemed to be no strictly private places on the boat. He burst out laughing, forthing. A moment I thought he was making fun of me, but on the contrary he tried to remind me, with his deep, low voice, how great a folly it was for us to have absolute intimacy for us. Love? No, no. The open air and contemplation of others were just as conducive to him as the darkness of a cabin. There were no temporal or spatial limits for the law of the Fée. World, love itself constituted an infinite act that touched everything and penetrated everywhere. Then he gripped my hand warmly, one of my musty and stained hands, and invited me to please the gods under the caress of the Caribbean sun. I didn't know how to refuse what he considered a kindness. Besides, it would have been a shame to mistreat. Last opportunity that life offered me to savour the paradise bite, so I lay down about the cover to receive it, as I had not done with any other man since my rape by a captain of the navy on the Franco-Spanish border, that is to say 40 years ago. I saw him solemnly strip himself of his clothing, and let his grip on the heat's caress reveal his heels. Overwhelming African power, and then I suddenly realized the extreme milestones of my real sexual life, in which they couldn't include, for superfluousness, my frenetic squabbles with Federico or with Beltrana, since my conscious love experience had here ended, had come from the day when I was raped and deflowered by Lucien Leclerc, while a few steps away Beltrana prepared to assassinate the fierce Jonathan Hopkins, a taste of an ill-omened thing that stayed on my lips for the rest of my life, and which grew worse when I thought that my farewell to sex had been truly entrusted by the fates to the cursed captain of the Pyrenees crossing. But it didn't prevent me from enjoying love, because you, Bernabe, and then my paternal Aldrovandi and Bignon, knew how to restore my taste for the real act, which in those horrible days of Federico's prison I had supplanted with that spectre-like tra-la-la with which I accompanied each of my 5 or 6 daily baths, always weakened by terror, by the obsessive idea, transmitted by contagion from Hortensia's Christian and superstitious manias that the new misfortune that reigned on my young astronomer's head was a punishment from on high. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking me to do here. Are you asking me to translate this text from Spanish into English while removing any uncommon symbols and ensuring the author's name is removed? If so, I've attempted to do that below. I didn't just do it because of my complicity with the incurable dreamer who insisted on not reporting the presence of the filibusteros in the French fleet, nor because of my futile daydreams about the deceased Beltrana, but because I arrived at a place where I found pleasure. As the pilots profaned mine area virginity, I would go back and forth from the bathroom to my room, from my room to the dungeons of the governorate, asking me what interest Mr. Diego de los Rios could have that he was favoured by a sentence from Frederick, a sentence that cried out for inquietude when imagining that it might lead to death, since that charge of treason so clearly brought up by the hair was based solely on the testimony, unfortunately quite substantial, of people who claimed to have seen him enter the Fenian city, as he did in fact do, but under very different circumstances, with the arm of the pirates of Turtle Bay, to whom, according to the lunatic official accusation, he must almost have been to have supplied the information that allowed them to break the resistance of the San Felipe de Barajas Castle, and then that of the Moon Bastion, when in air. Truth, when the Pointis squad headed towards the Bocachica fortress, it was the governor himself who refrained from reinforcing his small garrison to prevent the assault, just as he did when the French entered the bay, defending the Santa Cruz fortress that de los Rios discarded with a brush, had managed to stop them for enough days to wait for the fair. Reinforcements that came from Monpos and Santa Fe, or that, when the enemy opened trenches in front of the Moon, de los Rios could have authorized a nighttime attack to hinder that. The work, or finally, when Pointis was already the owner of Getsemani, the governor would have had to resist and not give up the strong point good and early, knowing that aid was imminent, considerations that many in the city were already making, many who did not understand those wild arrest orders issued not only against Federico, who left Atarico, who left Ate. Dusk, with the constables, overwhelmed by delusion, not knowing what was happening, but also against Francisco Santarén, the old soldier who was accused of having had a secret conversation with Pitiguao, and to top it all off, against good Fray Tomás de la Anunciación, who was taken in the early hours of the morning during his beggarly round, a prisoner because he had conversed on his own ship with the corsair, and probably had given him information about the fortress of Bocachica. All these charges were invented by de los Rios, without a doubt, to shut minds to the eruption of truth, that is, that he had handed over the plaza in exchange for 2 secret clauses in the capitulations, one that allowed him to take his luggage out, and thus convince his obligers Triate and de la Peña that with them went the gold that brought them by the street of bitterness, and another whereby, in practice, the gold was transported to a French ship, the Bermandois, and Pointis agreed to place it in Brest for the exclusive benefit of the Fiers. Governor, but we still did not know all this, because the mouths of Iriarte and de la Peña, who had first tried to bring the true traitor to public notice, fell silent from that morning of June 18th, when, according to what was later to be established in the minutes of the process followed by the Council of Indies, the governor gathered them in his seat, office once installed on the Cordovan chairs, and present also, although always standing as his obsequiousness suggested, the Major Guard Diego de Morales, the malevolent emissary of the messages that sealed the destruction of Cartagena, made known to them that he had become aware of certain babbles, for their shameless dissemination, nothing less than the plaza mayor, owing to which certain gold had been stolen from the legitimate authorities of Cartagena, certain gold about whose existence they didn't seem to have brought proof, since they claimed to have placed it on board the galleon. Oriflama, from the race of the Indies, galley that, according to public domain, was blown up and sunk by the French corsair little before he left, none of the requirements made by the Gobernacion, not only in front of the guard major here present, but neither even before the royal cages, nor before the controllers, demonstrated in any way his presence on that ship, aboard which, according to official afforings, There did not exist any precious metal cargo, and in your name, you Bergs, there was only one of it, almilares with destination to their deposits in Cadiz, so please clarify this mess as soon as possible, with which, in a gross manner, they sought to defame the government at such difficult times, and left the eye wander the rectangle of the window with an air of injured innocence that outraged the blood on Miguel de Iriarte's forehead. You rascal has cheated us like children, a phrase at which the customs officer Diego de Morales feigned to be filled with cholera, because, as he said, he would not tolerate disrespect to the governor in his presence. Do not allow this, Mr. Of the Rivers, this gentleman must be lodged without delay in the dungeon. I will serve as a witness. No one should insult the highest authority in the square, hang him from a scaffold, but Juan de la Peña, the merchant, intervened, as was to be expected, the spirit conciliatory even in such scandalous circumstances as this. Coughing to clear his throat, he decided now by the supplication, You, governor, whom we saved at a time of distress, you cannot inflict this infamy on us, ruin us in this way, nor should you expose yourself thus. Do not forget that there is a Fray Miguel Ecari, secretary of the secret of the Holy Office, who is not dead as you imagine him, but alive, very alive and sure enough, who will testify to the existence of that gold for which you killed a barber and delivered the city. We still have that triumphal letter, and delivered the city. If you, Morales, refuse to answer for that shipment to that quartering that was introduced as Albarras in the Oriflama, then nothing will matter to us. We will be happy to go to prison with such purpose of bringing to light all the truth, the dungeon. And without thinking any more, he threw his famous guards, me, which was enough to open the bolt-shuttered door, through which 4 membrads with swords rushed in, among whose unresistible fists Peña reached to propose, shouting all kinds of deals, agreements, and shenanigans before being dragged, along with his partner Iriarte, towards the dungeon of the palace, where I was allowed to visit once a day Federico, whose condition seemed to be getting worse now that new witnesses established how the Golter House had come to become, at some point, a den and headquarters for Jean-Baptiste Ducasse, and I don't know how, from those dungeons, perhaps using as messengers one of the friars who came to comfort Fray Tomas, whose moans resounded with spectral acoustics through the darkened realm, Doctor. Miguel de Iriarte managed that very day to have his son deliver a message with instructions to hide very well Fray Miguel Echari, whose capture and execution by law of flight had been ordered without delay by the tortured governor, and to try to promote, without too much risk, a request from distinguished citizens, so that the Santa Fe Audiencia open an investigation into the behavior of the Lord of the Rivers, management that the young doctor performed impeccably, making use in particular of those people who contracted it. With him debts of gratitude for his diligent attention to politics relatives, and I, meanwhile, ignorant of all this, went back and forth like a robot from the bath to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the Gobernation, barely giving good morning to Hortensia, whom I found on her knees in a small recliner, striking her chest and wailing misereres. While these monotonous days began, prior to the arrival of Oidor Carlos de Aledo y Sotomayor, in which the city tried to get back, to return to normalcy, despite the persistent damage of black vomit, I mean, that monotony makes them interminable when we are living them, but then they shorten and become compact and fuzzy in memory, so that although I barely found out about the arrival in the city of the Commissioner of the Royal Audiencia, I had to jump up and start understanding all the infernal scheme that was being set before our noses on the day that the Cartagena people, with bewilderment, learned that the Oidor had tried to hold a trial of resistance against Governor Diego de los Rios, and that this, nor short nor slow, had refused to recognize him authority, and, without more ado, had just reduced it also to prison, stuffed it by hand of his alabarders in those very dungeons where Iriarte, La Peña, Santarem, Fray Tomas, and my poor Federico remained locked up, fed on a ration of bread and water that was turning them into nothing but bones and skin. The news astounded and outraged the citizens. Only that afternoon, Foolish me, I realized I had a desperate resource. I could go to that loyal friend of mine, father, who had been the Castilian of San Luis de Boca Chica, Sancho Gimeno de Orozco, whom I hadn't seen since the day we buried my parent and when Christina Goltar died of her. Melancholy among the Hollandes and laces of Hortensia's bed, for truth, it wasn't given to me to imagine that an old soldier with so many credentials would find himself, one day to another, deprived of any claim over the governance of the province, so, after observing with tears, among the intoxicating tints of twilight, the planet Genoveva, and asking her to intercede before the divine powers for us, I went to see the Castilian around 7 o'clock. I knocked on the gate with the knocker, and it was his wife who opened it to me, the same woman whose hand-point is kissed in fashion at the French court, that woman who let me into the hall with a jar embedded, and who treated me to all sorts of treats before explaining to me the discomfort of talking now to her husband, since the tortures he had undergone at the hands of the pirates, added to the remorse for having killed a soldier in rebellion in Boca Chica, and, on the contrary, being impotent before the corruption of a governor who had sold the place, had plunged him into a depression that bordered on stupidity, and indeed I could see him in one of the side rooms, pacing like a caged animal and repeating, while hitting furniture and walls, it was almost like a child, «La noté, lo asesiné, maldita si, todo para que un hijo de perra utilizara a su antojo la cláusula de las capitulaciones. Jamás me perdonaré eso. Debo matarlo. Debo matarlo. Mataré después, me dispararé. Mataré a Ríos, mujer, de eso no te quepa duda. Y debí vencer mi dolor y agitación antes de desobedecer los deseos de la dueña de casa. Insistía sin aliento, don Sancho, ¿puedo hablarle? Entonces el antiguo superior de mi padre debió verme, toda tímida y fantasmal en la penumbra, como una especie de mensajera celestial, y si avanzo a tientas hacia mí, me preguntó quién era. Le dije que la hija de Emilio Alcocer, la única superviviente de mi familia, tomé sus manos, la contemplé profundamente, acabé abrazándola entre los dos. Ay, hija mía, también tu padre y tu hermano sucumbieron a un balde, para que este miserable los traicionara, Juró que lo mataré, los vengaré a todos a fe mía. Tuve que esperar hasta que se calmara y su mujer le administrara 2 o 3 copas de vino tónico antes de explicarle la razón de mi visita. Pero no creo que entendiera el motivo real por el cual me preocupaba la suerte de Federico. Se encontraba demasiado turbado. Me confesó que carecía influencia ante los altos mandos, a los cuales se le atribuía maliciosamente la pérdida de Boca Chica. Todos ellos, Ferospi, Márquez Bolcorte, no eran otra cosa que una banda de simuladores. Que el diablo los leve. Pero no yo mismo haré justicia. Los empalaré con estas manos en la plaza mayor. Cantinela que salía de sus labios como si recreara en un mundo ilusorio los acontecimientos del mundo real, hasta que por fin, viendo mi angustia, se puso de pie, se metió la mano en el bolsillo y me dijo, vamos, ya intentemos poner un poco de orden en tu vida. No supe con certeza a qué se refería, pensé que de algún modo podría hacer algo por Federico, pero me llevó en cambio en una lenta y silenciosa caminata durante la cual se golpeaba continuamente con un puño la palma de la otra mano de vuelta a la casa Goltar, cuya puerta nos franqueó Bernabé solo para que Sancho Gimeno de Orozco le ordenase introducir en un baúl todas mis pertenencias y llevarlas con nosotros a le callejón de la plaza de los Yagües, donde esa noche, después de suplicar a los vecinos, a esos mismos vecinos, que más tarde me calificarían de brujaíte, propiciarían el auto de fe simbólico celebrado en mi ausencia, con los muebles de mis padres, with the help of Lupercio Goltar's musical instrument and maps, who took care of me. He helped me dig up my mother's jewels, and wryly bid farewell, for he was convinced that this was all he could do for me in the rest of his days, which, in truth, were neither very long nor very pleasant, as he spent them in Madrid, trying to initiate proceedings against Diego de los Rios, and there began the lonely years of my residence in the San Diego mansion, miraculously untouched by our filibusters, perhaps because of its run-down appearance and the evident fact that it was uninhabited at that time, and the uneasy days when it was rumored that the viceroys and the president, Don Gil Cabrera y Dávalos, had decided, in common agreement with the court of Santa Fe, impose their authority by any means at their disposal in this troubled city, whose walled centre, where the chismography reigned, as with a bee-buzz, and where doctors disguised as rare birds went back and forth, still fighting the untamed vomit, he crossed daily to go see Federico, now regained for reality by suffering, for a reality that his natural dreamer must have found unbearable, because he was not able to understand the reason for his confinement, and most of the time imagined himself a prisoner at trial, not before the secular arm, zero the civil authority, not the Holy Office, recalled Cipriano's fears in those first days of April, when for the first time he revealed that he had discovered a new planet in the firmament, and attributed it to Fray Miguel Echari and the Dominicans, his confinement in these dungeons, from which, on one of those mornings, while the city slept and the plague infected delirious with a fever, a platoon of soldiers suddenly brought out Fray Tomas de la Anunciacion, the good tertiary, who, still bewildered by the impossibility of satisfying his gluttonous, martyred appetite, and perhaps because of his nightmares with ominous guadaneras and agori volaterias, squealed like a big child, as he always had been, took him to the plaza. De Armas, deserted in the dawn shadows, and before he could understand what was happening, for he believed almost until the end that they were going to set him free, he shot him without a formula of judgment under the charge of treason against Spain, carrying out an order given by Diego de los Rios the previous night during a sweaty feast in it, which, according to persistent rumours, aware of the fear his government inspired in the clergy, and that this I would not raise a hand against him, I danced naked in front of. The bishop, in the courtyard of my house, with Lupe and Peppa, the most alert of Hortensia's nieces, and that morning indignation boiled over in the city, all the more so when a government bulletin, which I heard with an accelerated heart at a moment when the corpse of the innocent clergyman, with an inappropriate smile on his angelic face, was, being removed from the square, announced that the punishments would not stop until, without having punished all those for whose fault the city fell into the corsairs' hands. The tumult began to grow. Groups of people rioted, demanding real justice in front of the governor's office, and a handful of notables, some of them barely recovering from scurvy, appeared at the bishopric to beg the pastor for any action. But he, before whose gnats the governor had ordered the execution of Fray Tomas, limited himself to smiling at them beatifically, making the sign of the cross, and sending them off with the phrase of St. Paul in the epistle to the Romans, something like "If Deus pro nobis, quis contra nos." I heard sarcastic comments from these underdone in the atrium of the cathedral, I felt. Choked with anguish, I crossed the Plaza de Armas and requested, as every day, permission from the jailer of the palace to talk for a few minutes with Federico. But his answer ruined me. He told me that both young Goltar and the gentleman Santander, Iriarte and de la Peña, had been moved early to other prisons in the city, because it was feared their gathering in these dungeons, where now only remained the Oidor Aledo and Sotomayor, would end up giving wings to another conspiracy. I felt dizzy, and had the urge to tussle. Vomit, I asked, where they had taken Federico. He replied that they had taken him to the dungeon of the bastions of San Pablo or the Reducto, but it would be useless to try to see him, because there was an order of total isolation. He scratched his head with a little anxiety, and led me, gently pushing me, to a silent corner where he whispered to me that, for the sake of my mother, I should stop going to visit that boy whose destruction was sealed. You are almost a child, that they don't associate you with this conspiracy, They are going to think that you carry messages between these traitors and other seditious people. Please stay away and don't come back here again. A fate of These prisoners is cast. There's nothing that can be done for them. Remember all that we have suffered in the city because of their betrayal. Don't hurt yourself. You're just yourself. You're just a child. And with that he dismissed me. Now I felt a kind of desperate prickling all over my body. It has always been the kind of exasperation that injustice produces in me. I don't think that there's anything in the universe that could compensate for an act of injustice. I walked uncertainly towards the slums of Gethsemane, half destroyed by French bombs. I passed by the ramparts of the half-moon bastion, where Cipriano had found death, past the pits, past the stretch of wall that connected it with the reducto, whose gloomy grandeur I faced without hope. Now I was convinced that nothing could be done. The only glimmer of light that I could see in the future was the swift action by the government of Santa Fe. But even then one couldn't expect much, because it was just obvious that if President Cabrera and Davalos came to assault the city, the prisoners would run greater danger. My fear of not being able to see Federico was, moreover, confirmed by the prison warden. No one will see them, he said, the fat Aragonese, not even their pious sister, for that's what I take them to be, these miserable patriarchless men whose betrayal cost us so many lives. I thought that any reply would be pointless. The man was convinced of what he said, and so was the entire garrison of the square, who supported him as one soldier to another in backing the governor of the rivers. For in the army's obedience becomes a question of honor. His strict observance turned into a cowardly way of abolishing conscience. I returned home, understood that all I could do was cry until my tears ran out, because I couldn't pray any more. Nothing had availed the torrents, the cascades of rosaries prayed by Hortensia Garcia in the past weeks. I thought that crying was better comfort for the impotent than praying, the cleansing cry, the cry that washes the soul, the lonely cry without witnesses, and, as no one could be expected to bring me help, neither could I do anything, and since I wasn't under any obligation to act, I retreated to cry while days passed, knowing at any moment someone would bring me news of Frederick's execution. Said it. I have not been in Judea, thank God, nor shall I ever go there, said Voltaire once with his caustic charm, and he wanted to destroy the legend of the chosen people in that very article in the Dictionnaire Philosophique by asking how, if God truly loved the Jews, he gave them a promised land of those rocky shores of the Jordan River, and yet the very delta of the Nile where they actually lived. But I think that in my good François-Marie, aside from the intellectual smile which those Hebrew fantasies arouse in him, there has never been any aversion towards the subjects of the kingdom of Judah, but rather a hidden admiration, of which those ironic games are nothing other than shameful proof, since he had the opportunity, during his life in Amsterdam, to alternate with the most select of all of them, if one considers that it was there where they put down their deepest roots. Theological political tractatus and the ethics of Benedictus Spinoza, which, although proscribed by the Judaism of their time, reached decisive importance in the cultural development of the Dutch Jewish core, especially as Baruch claimed that the passivity of passion is human servitude, and, on the contrary, the action of reason is human. Freedom, a thought, in my opinion, that officially inaugurated the currents that entered the 18th century, and which Voltaire must have seen repeated in many of his Jewish friends in Holland, especially if these intellectuals, who were nothing attached to the Mosaic letter, contributed fervently, on more than one occasion, to the progress of our Parisian lodge, so it should not surprise you that it was the very Voltaire who first established, for the purposes of the Grand Lodge, contact with that prolongation of the Amsterdam Jewish core that are the Jews of Willemstad, nor that the admirable Joseph ben Sarouk professed a devout admiration for the French philosopher, as he had an opportunity to prove to me during our always lively conversations, always warmed up for me by the intimate heat of that bark-orange spirit called Curaçao, in that tropical garden surrounded by the warm waters of American Europe, where both he and Ezekiel Becker and other several sages, not only in the Torah and Talmud, but also in encyclopedic ideas, asked from the start to separate their religious practices from the political projections of their presence in the Antilles, because they had burned into their minds the infamies of the Church and the Spanish state, consummated in their ancestors, from the times of the Toledo racial statute, where not even a brief of Pope Nicholas V nor II. Synods held in Vitoria, and Alcalá managed to calm the anti-Semitic fury unleashed in the ecclesiastical capital of Spain, determined to impose the so-called blood purity as a non-negotiable requirement even to breathe, since, as Joseph said, and it is apparent, as I verified from reading the Defenderium Unitas Christianae by Alfonso de Cartagena. Those old Christians considered that the Jewish family had been chosen indeed by God, but to prepare for the advent of the Catholic Church and of the civil Christian society, a notion that rendered useless the presence in the world of the Hebrew race once the papacy reached its greatest splendor, which is why the worst of Spanish fury was precisely aimed at the converted Jews, and Ezekiel Becker, who sometimes also liked to take a sip of Curaçao, maintained that the establishment of the Holy Office in Spain had no other purpose than to harass the Israelites and the Marranos, who not only rendered so many cultural benefits to the peninsula, but could be said to be its first inhabitants. And I read him in the Curazaleño crepuscles, where so intensively blazed with verdose light the planet Genoveva, bitter verses, with which, already old, the famous troubadour Anton Montoro, the Ropero, addressed to the Catholic Queen, "If your Majesty would look at me, the heart would spurt drops of very great piety to reproach her for the persecutions," and humiliations that her race was subject to, all the more so if one thinks that, around 1547, the Toledo Archbishop Juan Martinez Silicio excluded the converted Jews from the priesthood because, he said, it should not be assumed that those who had been Jews, or their parents, or their descendants, were faithful to God. And what shall I say? Joseph ben Saruk intervened again about the current situation of the Marranos, or Cuetas, in the island of Mallorca, where they are considered reprobates, or lepers, to the fee. Point that, behind the noble Mallorquines, come in order of consideration the pigs, dogs, donkeys, cats, rats, and finally the Cueta, "Oh, Genoveva, if I tell you this, which hurts me so much, it is so that you understand better our motives against the Spanish Empire," he told me in Castilian language, that because of their Sephardic ancestors, chosen among the chosen, he dominated as well as Dutch, and I could only nod affirmatively, sending volutes from the pipe, before such weighty arguments, although I knew that those excesses had not been entirely gratuitous, since they were about to remove the Jews, always monopolists, from the economic power that was inevitably going to fall into their hands, since even when many of them took refuge in the conversion law, also as new Christians, they sought to marry into the most prosperous families, which, of course, did not justify in any way a pursuit that, after all, had not been, as one might say, a privilege of Spain, but participated in it so many nations as Europe embraces in its sacred cloak, in all they raised, cadalsos, hawkers and hogueras, to chastise the supposed murderers expelled from England by Edward III long before Spain, and also from France, in 1306, by Philip le Beau, and in this case the word adiestramiento doesn't seem to exist in English or any other language I know of. However, based on context and a bit of educated guess, it seems to be related to the Spanish verb adiestra, which means to train. So, a possible English translation for adiestramiento could be training session practice drill for the extermination of the Templars a year later and thereafter. The ghettos raised their high walls, the beheading sent its red glare from all points of the old world, and in Rome, in that charming city which will endure until death in my imagination, in Rome it was then customary to pay every year the tithe to the Pope for the Jewish community, after which the great rabbi received, as thanks from the papal Camerlengo, a kick in his venerable rear, but those were things of the past, I understand, and instead Spain always insists, because the Counter-Reformation left it. Planted in the Middle Ages, I think that the desire to avoid the spread of the Jews coincides. Hear it, Inquisitionists. Listen to Bernabé, with his horror of the spread of industry. But those were not such philosophies which had brought me to Wilhelmstad. It was the promise of support that these Talmudic observers had made to the Grand Lodge for the establishment of a philanthropic society of enlightened people in my native land. all of which seemed so paradoxical to me that I preferred to nod at everything. Joseph and Ezekiel would like to apply to our long-running conferences on the shores of the sparkling Caribbean, in which those bearded and restless doctors, perhaps because of the relentless sense of foreigners that Jews feel anywhere, spread out explanations about that other Jewish diaspora from Spain to America, a much more robust migration than what the Holy Office could ever have imagined, and so old that, according to Ezekiel Becker, not only 24 of the crew of Columbus's carracks were Sephardic, but Rodrigo de Triana, the first sailor to sight American land, was one as well, and, of course, Maese Luis de Sant Angel, grandson of Don Azaria Ginillo, who contributed a sum of 17,000 ducats for the adventure of discovery, so that since the arrival of the European, the East Indies became a desperate refuge for this persecuted race, and the Antilles, as Joseph emphasizes, in the main focus of their activity, and thus were Sephardic of pure blood, not only Pedrius d'Avila and Rodrigo de Bastidas, but Hispanics as seemingly unlikely as Gonzalo Jimenez de Quesada and Sebastian de Belalcazar, and even an Englishman, the daring Nicolas von Federman, explorer of the Orinoco, author of A. Orinoco, author of A. Indianische Geschichte, which Ezekiel reread with delight, Ezekiel who wept with that sweet lament of the Jews when he recited to me with deep devotion fragments of Thefea, Keter Malkut, or Royal Crown, of the Malagueño and wandering Solomon ben Jehuda ben Gaviro, better known as Avisbron, a hymn in rhymed prose, where the unity of God and Thea, wonders of the universe, are sung, and work of surprising lyricism if one thinks that its author was more a philosopher than a poet, and a poet, and a logic of law, even in Donne's Scoto. When Domingo Gundisalvo translated to Latin his nature Jaen, or Fountain of Life, or in other words, a philosopher who made Spanish culture contributions of non-strictly Hebrew. Character, and in this order of ideas, I could not leave without bringing into consideration neither the work of Maimonides, nor that of Judah Halevi, nor that of Rabbi Baya, Aben Pakuda, nor that of all these talents, somewhat forgotten, which populated the golden age of Spanish Judaism, whose evocation expressed the sex lacrimales of my distinguished friends, when I, who only expected in order to express my relief, I needed to get rid of my money bags as soon as possible. No matter how much sympathy and solidarity I felt for them, their race and their history, which inspired me, I couldn't shake off the thought that these children of the thought, alliance, custodians of the promises made by Yahweh to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, this chosen people who had risen to become a sort of necessary quid for the Creator, since without him Yahweh would seem to have no justification, were the direct fathers of Christianity and all its subsequent evils. This is why I felt deeply detached from everything Joseph and Ezekiel, my respected kind friends, represented. It didn't matter that we briefly coincided in transient goals. Therefore, although it pained me to leave them in this sort of metaphysical limbo, which for those who daily prayed towards an unknown homeland, to a beloved and unknown Jerusalem, meant finding oneself halfway through a tropical sea, in a geography tremendously foreign to me, I felt relieved when Joseph told me between tears and laughter that the funds had finally been raised, and that the ship was ready to set sail. To evade civil and ecclesiastical surveillance, it would deposit me, under cover of night, in the neighborhoods of Cartagena de Indias, of that Cartagena so vivid in my memory, where I spent a happy childhood, and also days of horror, and where at the end of the last century I realized that at any moment someone would bring me news of Federico's execution. Now that there was nothing more I could do, and therefore I wasn't under any obligation to do anything, since it was definitely to think he was dead, that my beloved geographer belonged to the past, that my loved boy was now just a shadow among shadows, and this is how I found myself struggling when rumors spread of an imminent siege by Pierre, Cabrera, and Davalos, and the Audiencia de Santa Fe. They said the central government was recruiting people in Monpos, Tolu, Tenerife, to besiege our plaza and bring down the mad governor, who, in effect, as soon as August began, that horrible month during which grey rats started roaming houses and streets, biting children in their cradles, snatching food from our hands, the Carthaginian bridges were raised, Batteries were prepared, and the Carthaginians soon realized that, just as before by the French squadron, we were now surrounded by an army led by the president and his oidores. The justification for this siege was readily apparent to the most prominent citizens, but not to the garrison, whose loyalty to De los Rios never even claimed the benefit of Olf. The doubt, so for several days we heard, without much concern since we knew that the civilian population would be respected this time, the timid exchange of shots, nothing. Convincing, a vague sign that no one was willing to give their arm to turn, and if the governor insisted on offering resistance, the city would have to add to the ravages of Olf. The plague, those of hunger, and it wasn't long before Mr. Cabrera and Davalos placed a messenger at the gates of the city, who didn't offer anything but rather supplicated to the rebelling authorities to let out the elderly, women. Children, those stricken with the plague or any other illness, I wasn't there, as I didn't even know who to ask about that possibility of escaping the sight and hunger that was inevitable, and which otherwise I wouldn't have been able to take advantage of, because Federico was in the way. Finally, on one of the hottest afternoons of that cursed month, I managed to see him, thanks to the spontaneous kindness of some sergeant who had served under my father's orders, an old Catalan who knocked on my door without warning the night before, and briefly told me that he had found out about my pleas to the mayor of Reducto. That man didn't have a heart, that the garrison couldn't deny such a simple mercy to a daughter of the brave Emilio Alcácer, sacrificed at Bocachica, that the next afternoon he would be in charge of the fortress gates for a few hours, that I should go there on time and let me speak to the young traitor for a few minutes. I followed those instructions to the letter, only to be left half-dazed by what I saw, when, from the cell, barely furnished with a bed of twists and turns, a crucifix, and a jar of water, it seemed to spring forth like a gust of death. Then I saw Federico, battered and ulcerated by torture, with bruises on both eyes, yet he humming lying in bed an old song, "Quiet, Lord, our Redeemer, your sorrow will last little." It's not hard to understand how my soul was opened by a crack of furious pain, through which a cry escaped into the vastnesses inhabited by the God of justice. My God, what have they done to you? Like a Nazareth, it can't be that this goes on. No, Federico, my love, someone has to be able to help us. There must be a way to force them to recognize this injustice, but he sat up, aching, swollen, and looked at me with a sarcastic smile that contrasted with the anger in his eyes, those clear eyes of his. The sojourners pointed to the sky with his finger, through the skylight showing a patch of clouds, and howled in an accent that I will never forget. "But do you not hear her? Genoveva, don't you hear God's laughter there in the heights? God, who spends day and night having fun at our expense, with our misfortunes, with our fatigue, with our desolation and misery, don't you hear him laugh? Don't you hear his infernal laughter? Let's leave it. Let's let him have fun. It is fair. It is his creation, his toy, his offspring, that at the same time disgusts and fascinates him." I'll screamed, horrorized. "No, don't talk like that. You can't talk like that." It seemed to me that those words had shaken the universe. I still couldn't understand how insignificant. Any human blasphemy is before the unstoppable wonder of the world. What this is a translation of the text into English. This is what they've done to you. They've tortured. You tell me if they forced you to confess the lies that they themselves invented, nodded with eyes still childish and beautiful among the bruises. "Yes," she said, "I confessed all of that, and much more, and much, much more. I confessed all possible and even impossible betrayals. I admitted that ever since I was a little girl, since my grandmother used to carry me in her arms and take me to watch those damned fortifications being built, I'd been subtly analyzing them, so that at the right time I could reveal them to the French. But it doesn't matter, Genoveva. The purpose of the universe is injustice, basically injustice, because you must know that the planet which I christened with your name told me last night that the essence of the world is evil, and that good, it is not but an end of reason, or rather an absence of evil. This, the cunning planet, revealed to me the sly star, and even made me see, as a demonstration, how much more powerful are evils in giving pain than goods in creating joy. You do not know how wise, how talkative has proved that accursed planet Genevieve, that little light which I thought I could hold in my clenched fist before the Academy of Sciences of Paris. Ah, yes, what a deceitful planet! Why is it green as the bile most bizarre, as a green vomit, and because of it I know now that innocence is a form of madness. Do not forget it. To be innocent, one has to be completely mad, and it is still greater madness to want to be saved by claiming innocence, incurring in it, which in itself implies guilt. Understand it, a guilt that does not forgive men, nor the laughing God of the heights. Put it in your head, my beloved, my crown weaver. Goodness and good faith are unpardonable deceptions. For goodness and good faith I stopped informing about our meeting with Leclerc in Zamba, and this cost the life of our parents, to Cipriano. So many S. Therefore they deserve a greater penalty than the fault. Witness the planet of your name, Genevieve, he who is not but another lie of the sky. Leave me now face with my guilty innocence, and they keep my wicked confession, because I've deceived them, made them believe that I resemble them, that I am as commendably guilty as they are. Ah, what a laugh! What a laugh! Now perhaps they will forgive me. Now perhaps they will understand that I'm just as cowardly as they are, and that fear breeds science. Do you? Remember? Scientia, que est remota a justicia, que pamplinada, que desvario, nunca fue ciencia sinónimo de sabiduría, y la imaginé sinónimo de grandeza, y ahora solo oigo la carcajada, la siniestra carcajada de Dios, que no se cansa de festejar mi ingenuidad, mis niñerías de las que tú misma has llegado a burlarte en el fondo de ti, no, ni que le grité que no rotundamente. Yo jamás me he burlado de ti, soy tan culpable como tú, yo te amo, lo vi sonreír con un atisbo de malicia, ves sus ojos brillar con atisbo de malicia, ves sus ojos brillar con malévola inocencia, y fue lo último que vi de él, porque el sargento, amigo de mi padre, que había abierto la reja sin que yo lo advirtiera, me tomó en ese instante del brazo, me arrastró a mi pesa, pues me resistía o trataba de hacerle ver que mi culpa no era inferior a de ese pobre muchacho, que merecía como él ser encerrado en una mazmorra y hacía resonar mi desesperación por todo el reducto hasta la rampa principal donde, enloquecida, le hundí las uñas en las mejillas antes de sumergirme con la conciencia embotada en las calehuelas del arrabal de Getsemaní, llenas a esa hora de un olor de cocinas vesperales, con el propósito de llegar a la casa Gotar e implorar a casa. ¿Gotar e implorar? Hortensia García su intercesión ante su ex-amante, ante el inaccesible gobernador, porque además recordaba que en alguna de aquellas horribles mañanas, cuando de los ríos Seas, reunía en el palacio con el Pitiguao, cuando se decidía el destino de la plaza. Encontré a Hortensia muy nerviosa en el atrio de la catedral, nerviosa y tratando de averiguar. Por Fray Miguel Echari, algo parecía haber oído, algo que la inquietó o definitivamente le repugnó, algo que la impulsó luego a abandonar para siempre a su poderoso Barragán. Y yo creo que Hortensia tendría que servirnos ahora para forzar las puertas del despacho gubernamental y obligar al mandatario a conceder el indulto. Me fluyó la idea. Como una iluminación súbita y copiosa, corrí sin rumbo, no útil la reanudación de las descargas del ejército que nos asediaba, descargas lejanas, ajenas a mí, incapaces de ellas, ajenas a mí incapaces de hacerme daño. No miré los rostros de los transeúntes sigilosos del atardecer que deambulaban a su manera, sin prestar atención tampoco a las advertencias del presidente Cabrera y Dávalos, y cuando sí, la casa me abalancé sobre la puerta y la golpeé, Una y otra vez his sonar aldaba con todo el vigor de mi angustia, la abrumé a puntapiés contra ese portón silencioso, tras el cual no parecía haber rastros de vida hasta que, por fin, un Bernabé aterrorizado abrió solo para responder, mientras con un garrote aleaba a las ratas grises que lo acosaban a mis súplicas, que la muy estúpida y malparecida Hortensia. García se había marchado hacía 2 o 3 días con el grupo de mujeres, o 3 días con el grupo de mujeres. Entre ellas disfrazado Fray Miguel Echari. It sabe recordar aquí que I didn't stop until I went to teach at Popayan, because I still believed that I could fix the world. With my prayers, as if with all those prayers that have been raised on this terrestrial globe, there wouldn't be enough to turn it into a flourishing Eden long ago. Then, lightning flash of resignation flooded me, and I understood that Frederick's destiny had always been cruel and inescapable. I let the tears slide smoothly and quietly down mine eye. Face as the weak moonlight of August bathed it, I walked slowly and indifferently towards my house on the square of the Jaguars, my old house where Bernabé had to follow me. Whether that very night or another, I lay down in bed. I fell asleep without closing my eyes, surrounded by the dirty and squealing rats that did not dare to interrupt my sleep, and the next morning I pulled myself together to the last thread to be able to receive with the hardness of a rock the news that Frederick had been shot in the Trinidad. Square that dawn with the hardness of a rock, so much so that I didn't even worry, although inside me I crumbled forever to go and claim his body, which must have been his body, buried in some common grave with the dead of the place. But instead I locked myself rabidly in the mansion and continued my maniac series of baths, 6 or 7 a day after, one of which, when I had already put more thought into my body than into the memory of my beloved angel Frederick Gotha, the man who gave my name to a planet Bernabé made, himself mine, which he had never been able to do as a young astronomer, and it was already some time since I really found out about it that Cabrera and Davalos, after a mediation by the Dominicans, had suspended the siege, and that the attorney of the Royal Audiencia, Antonio de la Pedrosa y Guerrero, had gone to Seville before the Council of a Council. The Indies was the file that culminated in the long trial, followed by the De los Rios, which I have already spoken too much about, because finally, and after all, there is justice in the universe from time to time. But I have to say that that very unpleasant conversation that I had with lightning on my face as a flame of cold fire, a cloud of cold fire, immaterialness that began to stir in one of the corners of the room, my skin, the skin was crawling on my skin, my eyes fluttered quickly, I felt sleepy arms and an overwhelming desire to cry. In fact, I issued a childish whimper, my convulsive. I saw a few eyes, like those lively little eyes of worms, in the loathsome way that grew in fear, shade, and suddenly I realized that it was taking profiles and volumes, and while Tabarot continued to shout the name of Federico Gotha, I, on the other hand, saw before me the image, beloved, but not therefore less intimidating, not of my young astronomer, but of my poor Marie. Yes, inquisitors. Yes, Bernabé, as I said, there was, looking at me, with that gaze with which on the eve of his death he looked at me, I reproached my solaces to Franz. I could not help bursting out in a short cry. I tried to get away from the short cry. I tried to get away from Medium's grasp, but he squeezed me tighter with redoubled force. It cost me an effort to articulate words to tell Tabarot that the wrong person had answered his call, which, though he showed no sign of ignorance on this score, for he did not take his eyes off the hard-faced spectre watching us from the corner, I begged him to keep quiet, possibly. Intuition already told him what had happened, but with a peremptory, almost insulting tone, he questioned the spirit if he really answered to the name of Federico Gotha. Ectoplasm, with a distant voice that froze me, answered yes, by the highest mercy, only that he came in the form of his last incarnation, which was that of Marie Trencavel Orr. Marie Alcosa, I cried out again. My cry vibrated through the crystal. Now I understood everything, the attraction that Marie and I felt from the very beginning towards each other, her inability to communicate with her family, the melancholy radiance in her eyes, that supernatural shudder in her presence. Marie was Federico. She was Federico, reincarnated, I had carried her with me for so many years without knowing, without even suspecting it, and now I could explain very well that dream which I suffered in Quito, in which a smiling Federico, amidst a floral landscape, pointed out to me a flowering head of flowers, each one of which undoubtedly represented an incarnation, and it was surely a message which reached me, at times when I possessed a full consciousness of my destiny, to warn me about his return to the material world, a message which I did not understand, because the fate of my poor boy had to be fulfilled painfully in this second life, during which he endured a meal so brutal as in the first. Then I turned to the first, then I turned to the spirit of Marie, and asked her, for God's sake, to present herself better under the guise of Federico. I saw on her sad smile, and I watched the gaseous alba white which traced her image evolve into, yes, a striking mixture of both, then entirely the young Gotha, with that same expression of bitter disappointment which I had seen him for the last time in the Reducto. Then he spoke to me with tenderness, in that enchanted, fearful silence. He told me how much, Genevieve, we made each other suffer. I know very well that, without wanting to, how much it doesn't matter. We wasted the 2 opportunities that were given to us, and our future lives, poor my beloved one, will not cross. Again I tried to interrupt him, and tell him that the governing powers should give us a 3rd chance, but he didn't listen to me, as if addressing a hidden reproach, because twice he was apart, or seen away from it, he kept saying that in the universe everything that is distant from sexuality approaches death, because in a flowing cosmos, which flows ceaselessly, which is creation continue, nothing is rigid and impenetrable, everything is loving and divisible, and angelic is the humble, the unimportant, the common, the gregarious and satanic, the particular, the proud, the transcendent, the unique, and if sin is common, gregarious, angelic, virtue will be solitary, contemptuous, sensual, demonic, words that I thought I understood badly. I asked him what there was of that his idea of a universe created for injustice, idea in which he once believed to find a justification. He smiled sadly, replied me that no one should live pecatory and contemplatively waiting for grace, but conquering justice by action, but through an action that bears the seal of eternity, that is, of the inexhaustible creating intelligence capable of solving the enigma of the universe, whose hard puzzle lies precisely in its archives. Extreme simplicity, especially if we think that the eternal of the world and the conscience of man are inseparable, so that the universe, without our knowing it, is entirely contained in our consciousness, and all his explanation, in his deceitful material or spiritual aspects, can be reduced, Genevieve, to the differential equations of mechanics, said Watt. Then his image began to disappear into the air, and I noticed that Tabarot had his face bathed in cold sweat. His concentration effort had been excessive. He let go of my hands and allowed Federico to dematerialize forever. He collapsed into a lounge chair, one after another. I turned on some light, and between hiccups he confessed that he was perhaps the most stimulating but exhausting of experiences he had lived, because it confirmed his beliefs, and those of Swedenborg, as to whether, in order to be definitively free of material carnations, we had to discard holiness and invest ourselves with intelligence, for creation, the universe, is a cryptic writing that we must decipher before we can become gods. It is written in a divine text, where past and future are confused, because in a way the future has occurred as much as the past, without our free will being impaired. I didn't understand. I didn't want to understand. For years I had ardently wished that Tabarot would help me communicate with Federico, not knowing why, and now that I had achieved it, the revelation of his identity with Marie, and the vague notions he transmitted to us, seemed as horrible as useless, all the more so because they allowed one to suspect the existence of a later purpose for our lives, but likewise the inability to place our lives consciously at the service of that purpose, because we were crossing, blindfolded through a universe whose simplicity was incomprehensible to our complex and virtuous consciences. That night I couldn't sleep, and the next day it was as if I woke up in another world, populated by difficult simplifications, a world of abominable perfection that I could only fall in love with again when I had before my eyes, in Marseille, the shimmering Mediterranean, who opened me a new route towards the human action and material. unique possible to our minds and our dense bodies, and from course I have never been able to accept entirely those experiences and revelations given by Tabarot, because I do not ignore the deception to which they usually self-induce, telekinetics, who many times produce only ectoplasms born of their own psychic force, so that I will never be able to be sure if I have really perceived Federico. No to Marie on that terrible night, or perhaps I had been more of a victim of an illusion born of our suggestive brains, and instead, no, we've been able over these years to persuade. Banish from my memory the experiences that, on a much more real and pathetic level, I suffered during my brief stay at the beach of St. Mark, before continuing my journey to meet the Jews of Willemstad, the inexplicable Apollo Bolongongo, with whom I made love for the last time in my life on board that eccentric boat that defied with its fragility. The perfidies of the Caribbean, the proud Bolongongo, who, contrary to what I imagined, made me feel pleasure, holy hell, as he penetrated into me with his virility, black and lustful, and approached me thus again to life, for there is such no thing that the old are incapable of experiencing, sexual delight. It only happens that, understanding our inability to inspire desires, we wrap ourselves in an imaginary cloak of insensitivity, and it was this that the crew occupied themselves with, those heroes of African stock who cradled our copula with timbres and strange chants from the Antilles, and I had no words to express later, might add, gratitude to the burly offspring of Dahomey hound dogs, while the ship, gently rocked by the same waters which had torn apart the waning moon, approached the sacred beaches of the Gonave Gulf, already ready, when we disembarked, for the beginning of that ceremony which gathered people from all over the archipelago, to wit, people already adorned, not with idols or statues, which the Dahomey tradition rejected, but with vevés or symbolic diagrams sketched on the sand with cornflour, brick dust, and coffee grounds, vevés, which assumed a magical circuit apt for capturing the loais, a circuit similar to that which Tabarot and I established by the currents of our intertwined bodies, and theocaution. Arrival of Bolongongo was, at dusk, like a silent order for the ritual to begin. The drums opened it with a very slow, very sensual beat, while my obese friend made his way to a large cabin situated next to the vevés, where the initiates had been lying on their left sides, covered by a sheet, and watched over by a mambo, or priestess, who took care of her. Their slow infusions, and daily anointing with oils, conducive to obtaining the final bond, first with the lower mate Cabeza, great intermediary, and then with his personal or ancestral lower, so that the appearance of the Hungan Sumo Bolondongo meant the end of their seclusion, and their incorporation into the Boule Zin, the ceremony of this night, for which they were washed with warm water, and covered with white garments that made them resemble enormous silkworms' cocoons. Then Bolongongo, aided by his acolytes, infused with oil the left hand of those young men, highly exposed now to the supernatural, and forced them to close it, then over a handful of hot corn porridge. That practice gave me the shivers. I imagined the palms of those poor boys burned by the burns, but soon realized not only felt no pain, but also their hands. They left no trace behind. This was their first demonstration of the wonders this cult was capable of. For my Christian upbringing, it was inevitably a practice that, by definition, the Inquisition labelled as witchcraft or sorcery, but for its followers it was simply a religion whose main rite had just begun, with Bolondongo and the mambo closing off the magical circuit, among greetings, pirouettes, and libations, intensified minute by minute until they took on a genuflecting and contorted form, at which point the tambours accelerated their rhythm, the dancers entered a kind of trance, and I saw their bodies slowly wavering and disintegrating like marionette whose strings are being loosed. At this point some of them leaped as if catapulted. Their leaps surpassed what is usually considered possible for a human being. Their bodies fell to the ground like disemboweled, without suffering any harm. Their faces underwent metamorphosis, sometimes in a sinister way, as if possessed by some evil spirit. At one point a massive black man went stiff. His tongue began to protrude and retract swiftly from his mouth at the speed of an arrow, like a snake's, and from his throat emerged a piercing howl, while he tried to crawl like a reptile in search of a bell-ringer's that the mambo was waving, and Bolongo tried to make him eat a raw flowered. Agan offering relish by the Loa Dambala Wedo, the serpent god who possessed him, along with many others, little by little, as almost all the attendees. I saw a group of attendees, red-clad dancers, jump into the circle, chanting lascivious songs and the Hungan, now written by the Lo-Ogun Shatara. The fire god swung a brazier over his shoulders and danced under a shower of burning embers thrown by the dancers, which illuminated the night without causing him any harm. And then, amidst all this orgy of extravagance, most inexplicable thing happened. I felt an uncontrollable tremor wash over me, and even though I was just an observer standing apart from the circle, I found myself being pushed by an invisible force, and suddenly my body seemed weightless to me. I watched as the contorted bodies of the black men whirled in madness before my eyes. I felt like I had been robbed by something strange. I tried to resist this overwhelming possession, and I thought I might be rolling down an abyss whose walls were formed by thousands of inviting arms. I lost track of myself, only regaining consciousness much later when I awoke in the lap of Apollo Bolongo, who was trying to revive me with sips of cane, liquor, as he explained to me the following morning, since he couldn't figure out which low had taken possession of me at that moment of the ritual, and I, without hesitation, told him how surprised I was by those events, since I could evaluate, up to a certain point, their irresistible wonder, and also witness the state of peace and joy, in which the souls of the officiants, and mine too, had remained after the trance, although I limited myself to confiding in my plump friend the perplexity that all this inspired me, an admission that filled him with natural pride. My innate penchant for erudite reflection forced me to think, once the ship I was transported on to Curaçao was ready, about how, when people gather into a crowd, they tend to forget their individual boundaries and give vent to ideas, feelings, and abilities that are impossible in solitude. And from my Diodorus readings, I remembered how, during the Triatic victim era, the Greek people were prey to an orgiastic enthusiasm, chanting those lascivious songs that, with time, gave rise to the famous Caprines song. Even in the chorus's praise of actors in tragedy, all born out of Dionysian improvisation, whose phallic songs evolved equally into comedy, from which Aristotle took his idea, for me confirmed on this beach at Saint Mark that poetry, music, and dance could comfort and act as a therapeutic treatment, provided that the highest pathos is taken more as an aesthetic game than as a natural truth, and that we, as we venture into the depths beyond comprehension, where rhythm emerges, let the dancers continue to move indefinitely, so that the individual self intertwines with the collective self, much like Zagreus being torn apart by the Titans, or Osiris being dismembered by his brother Seth. So, I still touch my lyre that no longer responds to my fingers. So, I still test my voice as it exhales for the very last time. We are born, we live, shepherdess, we shall die without knowing how. Each one came from nothingness. Where will he go? God knows it well, my dear. Voltaire stanzas to Madame Lulin. I have seen them take her to the torture chambers and force her to lie down on a table 8 feet long, at one end of which there is a chain made fast with a ring to the clasp, centre of its length, whereon lies her neck, and at the other side strong straps bind her arms, my legs, so that when the lathe is activated, my body is dragged violently in 2 opposite directions, with which my joints are dislocated, and I suffer countless pains. Or else they put rings on my fingers, after which I am suspended from the floor at a height of 2 or 3 feet, or they whip me with iron disciplines, so that later I cover my nelly, reddened back with saddle shirts, or they tie my hands behind my back, joining my wrists to a pole by which they lift me up, in order to drop me down with a slap that makes the whole body dislocate, or I don't know if it's me, only me to whom these procedures are applied. Yet the truth is that I must lean towards accepting her consoling presence. Next to me, predicted almost 60 years ago by Henri de Boulainvilliers, when he advised me, don't make friends with women, except with that one who would open the doors of all knowledge to me, and that is precisely what she has done, the witch of San Antero, whose age does not exceed 30, but whose wisdom would be worthy of 100-year-old of 100-year-old. Grandmother, for she not only revealed to my mind the memories of Fray Miguel Ecari, incinerated long ago in Segovia, but also so many other things that would have remained. Dark to me, first and foremost the true nature of planet Genoveva, whose cold verdure I cannot see any more, because these walls that oppress and suffocate me prevent me from doing so. I must accept this evidence, although I believe I said that ever since my shipwreck on the waning moon, and especially since my return to the house in the square of the Fiarti, or Jaguars, the world has been going out of focus for me, because those over 90 usually suffer from delusions of unreality, which is why at times I wonder if it's true that she accompanies me in this cell of the new Inquisition Palace, that wise woman, or if it's just an illusion, because I remember that at first I was alone in here, and she appeared, one day, without warning. But I think you can see her, Bernabe, and so can you, Fray Juan Felix de Villegas, when you listen to the author in your librillo, and push away the veils of past and future, since she is not one of the witches who anoint themselves with cold oil or frog slime, to dull their bodies and dream of Christian devils, who possess them. Nor are they those. Asmodeo, the demon, is subjected by Tobias or Solomon with the smell of fish gore, in order to make him serve the God of Abraham. Nor those who, to cure loves, prepare concoctions with snake tongues, donkey brains, ivy flower, hedgehog feet, hare heads, and a child's shroud. Nor those who, to practice witchcraft, cut cypress branches during lunar eclipses. But their sorcery is very different, that which probably most annoys the Inquisition, that which consists in convocating telluric forces, the powers of nature, to dispel the mists of time, and see more beyond the immediate concerns of men. White witchcraft, daemon of history, power of the old seers, divine inspiration, and there it is, that the horse of torment is bent over, and he says to them the same as I am saying to you, that there is no possible punishment for those who are convinced of what they do, and they give them whips in their arms, thighs, and knees, and although the duration of the tortures, by decree of Paul III, should not exceed an hour, in practice they prolong them much more, interrupting them, and completing later the time of the interruptions, with which they end up obtaining from them false and fragmented confessions, and sometimes confessions tinged with arrogance, since if they are going to punish us for faults that we have not committed, that they believe then that those were really tremendous faults. But you, Bernabe, I owe you the truth, and it is that in my lodge on the Plaza de los Yagues, Satan was never invoked, nor did we ride as the prosecutor. Fray Juan Felix de Villegas and the torturer Don Julio Cesar de Ayala believed on diablitos incarnate in pigs, but we tried to spread the light of enlightenment, the light that the Grand Lodge has ordered to irradiate on America, and for which purposes the Jews, Yosef ben Saruk and Ezekiel Becker, provided the necessary capital before putting me on a sailboat that put me down that morning when I saw shine over the sea the full moon of April on the beach of Playa Grande, in such a way that I could arrive without being seen, after so long absence, to that Plaza de los Yagues, where, seeing before me the new church of Santo Toribio, with its portal framed between pillars with its portal frame, facade divided into two bodies by a cornice and topped with a bell tower, I imagined that everything had been demolished and rebuilt, so I felt a pang of joy upon seeing, intact in its thoughtful recess, the old house of my father, with its rows of columns, its brick-lined windows, and its ruined plots, the same one which I left behind so many decades ago, accompanied by Guido Aldrovandi and Pascal de Bignon. And what peace the full moon poured into that night, enraptured by perfumes and crickets' songs, when I decided to push open the door and enter, still ignorant of the confiscation of my goods and the auto de fe in which the instruments of the gold towers were symbolically burned, to reconnect with the past, with the stagnant and putrid silence in that room so long abandoned, to stamp on those tiles which preserved those of my happy childhood, that which was to be my final footprint I moved cautiously forward, for I could not dismiss the possibility that the house, after so many years, might be inhabited by strangers, and you can imagine my surprise when, in the light of daybreak, I saw the new furniture, the renovations made in the sky-high ceiling, the impeccably kept garden with roses and daffodils, all so orderly that, for a moment, I thought I would see the serene beauty of Felipa Alcosa, that is to say, my mother, appear under any lintel. But slowly I began to realize that not only was she, whom we buried long before the sight of the pirates, but absolutely no one, had you died, Venerable, lived in that room whose order and cleanliness seemed a miracle of immobility. So I left in my bedroom from times past, on the second floor, the Rigaud paintings, Fay, lightning rod of Franklin, and my baggage, where letters from Voltaire, was squeezed tightly, and I slowly walked to the bathroom, the room of my compulsive baths, to face with courage and audacity the old high mirror, bescribed and aureated, in which once, against the panic instilled by the storm, I examined the sense of my physical charms, and returned now to undress before it, with a sadness not devoid of cynicism, to console myself in the ruin of my body, in the musty confusion of my old fighting weapons, hollowed out and crushed by the evanescent time that opens cavities in walls and makes grass sprout through the joints of pavements, and just as the leper predicted me one evening, almost unforgettable of the days of Pointers, I did not find myself in that mirror, from which, on the contrary, I observed with repugnance not the glorious wreck of an old castle besieged so many times by armies of love and by combustions of desire, but a caricature of myself, a caricature of my own image, a caricature of my life. For it was not a ill, only the body that was donate was also the soul. And his baroque triglyphs I watched as the masons had run a cornice along the two facades, and now finished it with a railing whose glazed ceramic pinnacles instilled a sense of reckless power. How in the side facade a trilobed arch cavity, which crowned a cornice ended in a cross, began to configure what would be the famous confession window, the grating through, which, and with the shilling of some gold coins, the city would slide forward its gossip and grudges, through which I was accused 6 or 7 years later, so that 6 or 7 years later, prophecy of Henri de Boulainvilliers about my second captivity would be fulfilled, which, however, I thought had arrived only 3 days after my return, when a pair of constables, who had to remind me of the one in 1697 that drove Frederick to death, presented themselves at the door of the house to inquire by what right I had installed myself in that residence, belonging to the excellent Mr. José Mamerto Arguelles, Secretary of the Military Vicariate General of the Fixed Regiment, and I had to confess my surprise at such a demand, because I could demonstrate this house had been built by my father almost 100 years ago, and it was left to me on his death, which occurred while he defended the French invader at the Pachica Castle. Arguments that brought a slight smile to the faces of my visitors, who, searching in their pockets filled with crumbs from snacks and cakelets, spread before my eyes official papers that proved all this, that is to say, that in fact this building belonged, by a sale made by the same Cartagena cabinet, to the aforementioned Secretary of the Military, Vicariate General of the Fixed Regiment, who also took care of refactoring it and furnishing it anew, so that I had to evacuate old woman and answer before the authority for the authority. This invasion of foreign property application, before which I pretended to be mad, to demand, in a harsh and persuasive tone, that they conduct me without delay to the presence of that character, that José Mamerto Arguelles, who intended to deprive the daughter of a soldier who shed his blood for Spain. The men looked at each other smiling, and one of them scratched his neck in a gesture of doubt. Perhaps my old age, probably enhanced by my impression before the mirror, by the sexual act with Apollo Bolongo in full ocean, moved them to tenderness or compassion. It's true that, given the closeness, they agreed to escort me up to the supposed owner's residence, located at the opposite end of the square. I entered through an entrance hall full of flower pots and fern baskets, waited with them in a hallway with balusted windows from which went and came, gently, the sea breeze, until a very perfumed man, dressed in a gold-embroidered suit, who could be between 60 and 65 years old, came out to greet us with that studied look of all perplexity of the rich, who feels robbed by some greedy poor person, and I decided not to let him articulate a word, but to deploy to the wind my reasons before his stunned face, as if they were war flags. More suddenly I felt unarmed, and the same must have experienced the now tight constables when the homeowner opened his arms greatly, and, heading towards me, shouted, "God! Genoveva Alcossa! You are Genoveva Alcossa, who has returned." I froze with astonishment. It was impossible that he knew this Creole bureaucrat, who, when I left with him, Aldrovandi de Bignon, he was just 5 to 10 years old at most, but the man embraced me with evident delight. I felt his nard and hyssop perfumes rising into my nasal cavities. Then he sat down in front of me, squeezed my hands between his own, and, with unreasonable happiness, as if we had known each other forever, inquired about the fee, vicissitudes of my life, asked for news of the certainly wonderful countries I must have visited over so many years, and, to my amazement, declared that I need not worry about a certain old accusation before the Holy Office, since he, with his official power, had long ago succeeded in annulling it. Upon saying so, he went to see the jailers and requested them to leave, as there was no lawsuit between us after all, to which my already yawning companions replied with deferential nods and goodbyes. And so, when they had disappeared from view on their way towards the anteroom, I considered it prudent to ask my host, for all the saints' sake, who he was, since I could not remember him, and, according to my calculations, he could not have been more than 10 years old when I left the city in 1711. At this, the man smiled with a certain cunning, begged me to wait a moment, trotted off with a graceful gait towards some room or other, and returned after a few minutes, bringing with him one of those four-circle instruments used in ancient times to measure the height of the stars above the horizon. He deposited it with a smile in my hands, and I recognized, with sadness, one of those armillary astrolabes from the Goltar Tower. Then, at my look of incomprehension, José Mameto Arguelles related the history of the confiscation of my house and the symbolic auto de fe, in nomine agne qui, ambulavit super aspidem et basiliscum, carried out on the objects that had once served Lupercio Goltar for his navigations. Vinidigio como Federico lo había rescatado de entre las cenizas de la quema eclesiástica, como durante años lo había oculto en un desván a la vista de sus padres, porque por mucho tiempo había seguido con ojos de niño, atónitos mis caprichosas, quiere decir, como geógrafa y astrónoma subrepticia, alentando en lo secreto el deseo de emularme alguna vez en aquel oficio lleno de aventura, maravilla y poesía, ilusiones de las que sus padres lo disuadieron no bien tuvo edad para comprender, porque su práctica en estas eras podía resultar tan peligrosa como la sedición o como desmechar la carne de un gato negro para hacerse invisible. Se lo consideraban una ofensa a Dios y al rey, brujería pura. De suerte que, aunque siguió siendo su ídolo, su ideal optó por convertirse en un burócrata y guardar como un rescoldo en el fondo de su corazón su deseo de escudriñar las inmensidades del universo o de medir, como Eratosthenes de Cyrene, or Posidonio of Apamea, the size of our planet, adventures he did not embark on in reality, but which he wisely preserved in the confines of his imagination, for he became a poet and a little library mouse, as he confessed in certain verses, that he read with trembling voice, and, according to whose petulant neoclassical style I unwittingly divined him as a librarian and forgotten mouse, mus delinatus, and from my face faded away in a gregarious and arrogant gesture the wandering rictus, verses in truth original, at least in that secretary modillo of the general vicariate of the military regiment of the fixed regiment, which now, according to what he said with a dreamy and authoritative voice, wanted to confine the universe, like Lucretius, the new generation of the gens Lucretia, who, according to Saint Jerome, died a victim of a love potion in a poem, far from Turpis Contemptus et Acris Egestas, where the mutability of human life could be represented without spurning the revelations of 18th century science in the immutability of the spheres, hopes, and dreams, that aroused, of course, my sympathies, for I was glad to know that at last some compeer of mine was concerned with elevated things, but which did not prevent me from interrupting him to inquire, after all, where we were left in terms attached to the property. Of my house, on which he turned a reproachful, tearful gaze, and again took my hands in his. He asked me to understand and appreciate his intentions. In what head could it be that he hoped to deprive me of my own? I, his idol, his ideal, had bought that residence just as I had inherited my father's fortune, with the intention of leaving it to me when I returned to my native land. For I was sure that one day I would return, and he didn't want to see my heart torn apart when I found my old home in the hands of licentious nobles. Clarifying this, before my growing surprise, he asked for the only consequence that I summarize for him in 200 or 300 pages the astronomical knowledge of our time, to pour it into Italian-style decasyllables worthy of Garcilaso, in a series of real octaves intended to surpass the rerum natura, where also gravitated the hedonistic Epicurean of the 18th century, modern Venus, mother no longer of Aeneas and Rome, but of the multiplicity of inhabited orbs, an ambition that seemed so excessive and laughable to me that I kissed him maliciously with an old woman's kiss, and we walked together arm in arm towards the cottage of my father, where the bachelor poet made over to me the title deeds of the property, and where, in the days that followed, listening to the rain pattering on the roof, and aware of my influence over that mind lost in a tangle of astronomical delusions, I explained to him, sprinkling them with all kinds of esoterism and pseudoc praezi, the mission that had brought me back, and the necessity of creating between us a society of enlightened people who would spread the ideas advanced and prospering in Europe. I waited for his reaction. I knew that he could play all or nothing if Arguelles was not the man with a liberal bent, who I imagined would be lost, but the secretary of the vicariate turned to me asking if, would you like me to translate this text from Spanish to English, or do you want me to keep the author's name Geman Espinosa as is? I will remove any uncommon symbols that may appear in languages other than English. Do not know whether one knows or does not know, or rather, the most time sadly remembering the past, Federico Francois-Marie, from whom I had no news, Marie, France, Baron, from Glatz, Bastille, or ruminating my old memories of this house, my father humming, I'm a little girl, and losing flavour for ill-mannered, my mother replying, I have a husband, in my heart, who likes me. This house, whose roof now rose the lightning rod of Benjamin Franklin, in which rooms everything was coming to me like, if the world were covered with urine, and I still do not know if this haunting is not produced by a progressive blindness, and also in its kitchen one night experienced a shock, because I thought see cross. The corridor that led to the garden, the pale and troubled figure of Cipriano, from which moment irrational fears started to haunt me, I thought the purple I was encumbered with spectres, and at the least thought I should see them all about me, taking me by the accounts, reproaching my past wantonness and sin, so that I tried to keep Bernabe with me most of the time, inventing excuses to prevent his leaving me, because I felt ashamed that he might find out my fears, and he increased my alarm by telling me in fears, and he increased my alarm by telling light of a candle, his nightmares of the night before nightmares of an old man full of macabre symbols, of impure rivers and chasms vertiginous, of unmotivated persecutions, or refreshing me with legends of souls in pain that tormented those who in life had made them suffer, such as that of the woman whose sister her twin replaced her in bed after murdering her, or the man condemned to death because an Augustinian violated the confessional secret, or the decapitated one who cast his head from the tower, head to those who had wandered out of hours by the surroundings of the door of Santo Domingo, with what, without intending it, managed to immerse myself in such nervousness. That I needed to conciliate sleep, some whiskies of Jerez, and even then I woke up every moment asking me if I were in the Bastille, or in Glatz Castle, or in George Washington's house, or at the Platria Street Hotel, or at the Convent of the Trinity in Rome, and when I managed to locate myself in space and time, then the terror of the dead would be reborn, until the night that while brushing my hair with a candlelight mirror purchased by José Mamerto Arguelles, I noticed a vague movement at the bedroom door, and when I turned around, I felt my life escape me as I saw the face of a fleeing form. No longer did I doubt the presence of a supernatural being in the house. I flung myself on the door and closed it with a blow, and just as it had many years before, because those same night lightning also crackled that night and poured buckets of rain over the city, I climbed into bed and wrapped myself in blankets the front to not see, since the form returned, were audible and intolerable their steps outside, toward the door, whose lock began to turn. I asked, terrified, if it could be Bernabé. But no, my good old wasp-rate. I was what in our Jonah, providing a request for fresh cheeses. I cried with hope that some neighbor would come, but it was too late. The door finally opened, and I saw before me, between gusts of wind and light, with a sinister smile, the spectral figure of Marie, who was precisely the one I least tolerated, as she was the person I had caused the most suffering. In this world I heard her laugh, as if it were filtered through an insurmountable distance, her macabre laughter that would send shivers down my spine in Paris when she pretended to be a ghost, and instead of fainting, an unexpected clarity overcame me, and I cried out again, imploring her to change her appearance, and, like in Tabareau's house, assume the form of Frederick, but the spectre only laughed sinfully and retreated from the threshold into the hallway, and so I spent the night with my soul in my soul. Mouth, not daring to close the door again, awaiting its return, which fortunately did not occur, and the next morning, as soon as I arrived with the cheese wrapped in banana leaves, I prayed, or, better yet, ordered Bernabé not to leave me for a single minute during the hours of night. You laughed, thinking that old age was making me suffer. Hallucinations! But no, I am sure that was the true spectre of Marie, and I cannot understand how we can fear so intolerably someone whom we loved so much in life, to the point that I came to loathe the possibility of spiritual survival, so that I wouldn't have to encounter Marie in the afterlife. And you laughed, Bernabé, and made me see, with that an uncouthness befitting a freed slave, the impossibility of attaching myself to you like a pin on a hat, like a lady's companion. And it was you who brought that little fly home with the intention of never leaving me, that little Calendale, that tiny spirit of the air whom they called Calendula, according to what I was told, not because she had received that name at the font, but because in her early years she helped support her family in some town on the coast by offering travellers those flowers also called clavelones, flamenquillas, marquesitas, mercedes, and flowers of the dead, those flowers to which apparently she had come to resemble, for although she was already 16, her slim physique, her gaunt face, made one think of a child of 13 or 14, a child extremely melancholy, prone to contemplative states, to twisted musings, whose company I found merely formal, nothing profound, because she told him, not even thanking when she was given sweets, but eating them without looking away from his huge black eyes, shining like a night pond, in which it seemed to reflect a transmondo of presentiments, and also, I believe, that arbitrary mistrust, this kind of inconsistent repulsion that the elderly, when we are not their grandparents, usually arouse in some children, something like if, by our fault, the world I would have spent and little left, for them to enjoy themselves, which was why Calendula rejected sleeping with me in my bed, and preferred, even if it was uncomfortable, to do so on a mattress, without sheets, or pillows, at the foot of mine, and he did nothing but grumble and fall back asleep the night when I heard supernatural noises in the mansion again, because it was obvious that someone, after making a lot of noise on the first floor, had decided to go up. His steps echoed until the stairwell, and then they vanished, but I couldn't sleep the rest of the night, and at dawn I was forced to scold my sluggish companion lady. Why did I want her with me if she could not respond in any way to my screams of terror, to which Calendula replied with naive wisdom that if some horrible creature was wandering around there, looking for me, and not her. And besides, what got into our heads to think that she could scare away the creatures? The arguments he presented pleased me very much because of the way he put them forward, poking his finger into his right nasal cavity, and in those fears, and in those fears, and in those fears, remorses, and in reproving and forgiving Calendula, and in the weekly sessions of my lodge, those years went by wrapped in pure memories, whose sole footprint is the one I eyes, left imprinted on the minds of my fellow masons, slow to embrace the restless landscape of encyclopedic thought, but brimming with good intentions, which was already enough, for the offspring of a nation that had little or nothing to do with the universal history of ideas, which, from its inception, despised philosophical reflection, whose art was what was, recreating itself by revolving around death and faith. Hence all the Afritis felt as a mild dew on the day in 1773, when the news spread throughout the city, which many of us were reluctant to believe, that in Santa Fe, and within the scholastic cloister of the Collegio Mayor de Nuestra Senora del Rosario, a priest newly ordained, although already an experienced scientist and former physician of Viceroy Mezia de la Zelda, had just defended, along with his students, 16 propositions during conclusions or competitions, the end of the course, in the presence of Viceroy Manuel de Guerrio, whose applause surprised the audience, and the regent of the Thomistic University, governed by Tiferet Dominicans, the truth of the Copernican system, a system that, through my entreaties to Pope Benedict XIV, here completely ignored, was capable of being presented in the classroom, but only as a hypothesis, and this Gaditon, this wise religious man named, I think, Jose Celestino Mutis, brought it out to shine as an unquestioned thesis in open defiance of the Spanish Inquisition, which, moreover, seemed indifferent to what a dead pontiff had thought about the matter, and continued to prescribe it even as mere theory to the Spanish Inquisition that, with regard to scientific novelties, felt itself at ease on the days that passed, since its greatest propagators, the Jesuits, unpredictable teachers of Voltaire in the Collegio Louis le Grand, had been expelled from the Iberian world by the pragmatic of Charles III 6 years earlier, and I thought, mistakenly, that the hour had struck when my lodge could ask for a coordinated action from its members to, as far as the Inquisition was willing to concede, spread the intellectual benefits of this victory of reason to our city, project that I put forward during a meeting held in the afternoon, on a Saturday, in the hall of my refitted mansion, while Calendula, through the winged window frame, seemed absorbed in contemplating some murgers that were thundering with an awful music on the square, and I should have proposed a motion for order to bring the conversation back to its initial intentions, to make them see that it would be necessary to draft a brief Tractatus Astronomiae of Newtonian cut for school use, through which both the theory of gravitation and that of universal attraction contained in a de motu corporum, according to which matter attracts matter, could be spread a notion that, as arguels made sure to let us know, suggested an entire loving fragment, in which the vast stellar masses submissively subjugated one another in the immensity of the cosmoso. I had to make him see that the purpose of the lodge was, yes, scientific, and, to a large extent, aesthetic, but also very political, and that the propagation of the physical notions of our times would have to serve us to highlight the obsolescence of ecclesiastical concepts about theory, universe, and life, and consequently the need to open minds to another conception of man and history, hence the necessity of establishing contact with the Jews of Willemstad, so that they could provide us, through the witch's mail, with copies of the most significant books of at least Voltaire and Diderot. And it was in that moment that I saw Calendula's eyes, their black and luminous gaze, looking at me from the ledge of the window with strange intensity, to which I paid no attention, and instead continued assigning to each one the role that should correspond to them in our future moves, for it was desirable that Espinosa de los Monteros should become used to the idea of having to take a bit of a risk, not only his prestige, but perhaps his skin, printing that booklet in a clandestine manner, that is to say, without the imprimatur of the Curia, for which it would be much healthier to melt completely new types, so that the inquisitors could not identify them with the already familiar ones of his press, and thus I divided the functions. I dismissed them with a glass of Jerry's, and asked Calendula to accompany me to the second floor, since I was extremely tired. The girl embarked on the ascent of the stairs with me, and all at once, turning on the landing, she accused me with a rancorous voice of keeping her prisoner in that mansion, I was free as a seagull, she said, and from night to day this black wizard of Bernabe speaks with my parents, and resolved to tie me to your skirts, who is also a witch, who carries and brings mail flying on brooms, and I warn you that I am not going to stay here all my life, or all the time you live, despite the little life he already has left, old witch, and took refuge in crying in a corner, while I, not knowing what to say, with my soul desolate, remembered the 1,001 times I was called a witch in the past. Maria Rosa, the leper woman of Theatide. Days of the siege, Marguerite, the French justice. Yes, it was my destiny. I approached the girl, caressed her loose hair, fragrant with lilies, early roses. I asked what. Had I done wrong to her, except ask for her help, because she was very old, and I couldn't take care of myself? Lie? She shouted at me, "What happens is he fears apparitions, the ghosts of people whom he killed with his potions." This was when I looked down the hallway, and suddenly realized that Maria Rosa Goltar must have died, who knows how long ago, in her convent of the Trinitarians in Rome, because her ghost was there, pointing at me with her index finger, and laughing as she bared her teeth at my eyes. Miseries, I blinked, and I didn't see her any more, but I understood that now the ghosts were no longer going to scare me, that they were going to laugh and jump from one point to another in my house. What did it matter? I wasn't going to be afraid of them any more, those brave dead whom death placed before life's mysteries, and who only worried about scaring me along the hallways of the house. Let them go to hell. I opened a drawer in my dresser, took some money, gave it to Calendula, who was still crying, and told her to go wherever she wanted. I needed more. I had been alone all my life, and could stay so, and so I stayed, unmoved, unaltered, until 9 in the morning on Monday, when Bernabe went Bernabe. Of our Jonah returned with his cursed cheeses, and brought me news, picked up on his way through the Plaza Mayor, that the scandal of Santa Fe had just abated, thanks to a letter, addressed to José Celestino Mutis by the Inquisitors, in which they made it clear that he knew better than them what school shenanigans were, that, in short, despite our screaming and filling forms with strange voices, like epicycle, eccentric, concentric, ellipsoid, centrifugal, centripetal, or Jeringonza's pairs, the truth of things only God knew. But they added something really amazing, and it was that if Mutis so preferred, the Dominicans would defend the Copernicus system in their conclusions, since now it made no difference to them which system they defended, an assertion in which it was easy to detect their anger at the intervention of the Viceroy Giria, and his proof that the scientific priest was backed by all the power of King Charles III's court. In fact, and I say this in a low voice, it is the influence of the Madrid Lodge which won us over the envoys of the Grand Lodge at this point. So I thought I should gather my party together again without delay, and urge them to hurry, since we were in an excellently exceptional situation. Instead, all I had time to do was ask Bernabe to warn them quickly, for 3 knocks on the door and the demand to open in the name of the Holy Office sufficed to make me realize that the ungrateful Calendra, to win a few gold coins, had slipped her resentments out the window of confessions. I did not open until I was sure Bernabe had jumped over the fence of the courtyard. The hooded Dominicans raised before me their silver crosses, and I was warned in the name of the Supreme and his crucified Son to put down my arrogance. I went through the praying friars and people who sighed at the sight of the scene, and here I am, Lord Attorney Fray Juan Felix de Villegas. 2 years ago they have had me here, taking me from this cell to the torture chamber, or I don't know if it's her, the witch of San Antero, whom they truly bring and carry. And I've already told them, every time they wanted so, that in the sessions of my lodge, the names of whose other members the anonymous accuser did not know how to give. Neither will I ever reveal them. We rarely rode little Diablitos. On pigs, and you squeeze the mill, Mr. Don Julio Cesar de Ayala, great torturer, and I tell you, or I don't know if it's the witch of San Antero who does it, that we had carnal commerce with incubus and succubus, and suspends the rings, and I reveal to you that, as Fray Pedro de Valderrama, prior of the convent of San Agustin in Sevilla, asserted when, through carelessness, perhaps in the form of an interjection, I escaped the holy name of Jesus, The evil spirits disappeared. Such is the power of that spell, and he puts me on the cart, and I confess to him that we stole land and bones from the cemetery to mix our soups, and he makes my body hurt, and I have to tell him that I learned witchcraft in Toulouse, and that I know how to fly in brooms, but more I will not inform you of another betrayal such as that of concealing my meeting with Leclerc on the beaches of Zamba. Another fellonia, I shall not commit any sin, so kill me at once, just like you're going to kill this witch of San Antero, this wise woman whom I would take to my bed if I felt younger, for I believe that I love her, and that hell has always been beautiful as a destination and heaven for the mediocre, so stop asking more foolish questions, for I know well that the anonymous informant, who I am quite familiar with, reported that my home attracted lightning and thunder from the sky, and that you found there, on the roof, a diabolic apparatus, which was the same one this little devil gave me, when I bid farewell in Norfolk, that devil of Rutherford Igenossen, that I shall say no more. Shove that Satan-clin artifice up your holy arse, if it pleases you, so do so, and that's all. You know very well what was really pulsing in a lodge for you. Seized Francois-Marie's letters, also confiscated books smuggled by Willemstad's Jews, were scandalized by Rigaud's paintings, in one of which there is a naked woman, Venus Callipygia with beautiful buttocks, or Anadyomene with radiant sex that rises from the waters, and that I am Mr. Torturer Ayala, for I was very beautiful, though you may doubt it, and in another of which they believe to see a girl with diabolic signs in her dry and waterlogged eyes. There you are. Your memory is too precious I will not confuse her with our petty chatter. They also believe that I bear a mark of the witch's Sabbath on my shoulder, which is nothing more than the fleur de lis, the heraldic lily of the kings of France, and also of human science. There you have it. I won't give explanations. I won't say another word. I won't say that my true fault, the one I've paid for with the ignominy of a whole life, it was that of having remained silent one day, many years ago, to cover up the illusions of a dreamer. All of this will end up with me, I know well. In the flames, times have not been raised on this square that with his blood defended my father, although I could also tell them, and it is that Pope Pius VI, who just climbed the pontifical throne, whose name in the century was Gianangelo Braschi, danced with me. In a square in Rome, a coded dance that Jose Celestino Mutis, or the Viceroy Giria, would also have been able to understand, and if he could learn that his lackeys and whips are torturing me and doing all sorts of wickedness, I would charter a vessel and come in person to put an end to this comedy, and that our ambassador in France, let's say, Count of Aranda, who until recently held the presidency of the council, and prohibited the Inquisition from intervening in civil jurisdiction, if he could see me in these torture acts, would make me a Masonic sign, and bend before the founder of the Matrotense Lodge. Laugh, all you want. It's true, and I don't care if they believe me or not. No, I have no hopes or desires to get away from you, for I only await death now, the great comfort of the defeated, and I only want to be left alone with my friend, whose arrival in my life was predicted by the famous Henri de Boulainvilliers, whom you do not know, with my friend, who defeats the power of space, and shows me how my comrade, George Washington, wields the arms against the redcoats, against the blooded backs, against British oppression, how Voltaire is finally an apotheosis in France, and defeats the power of time, and what I saw I will not reveal it, but it will not be good for our torturers, as I must instead assert, because almost my honour goes with it, that is not fair. Reference to those clouded spots, the one of Andromeda, the one of Magellan, which are, according to Swedenborg, knots of stars, what there is of heretical in a synopsis, that he made, when they set me on a certain cosmic poem, but perhaps the mention of the planet Genoveva, of that olive glow that I would still like to be able to discern at to be able to discern. Dusk, because its discoverer was a real sorcerer in every sense of the word, a poet, an innocent boy, and, break your heads, inquisitors trying to unravel that rare illusion, because the witch of San Antero, gazing down into her mirror top, has revealed that, indeed, that still and cold light is a seventh planet, which, unfortunately, the future times will not know by the name with which its true discoverer named it. for, according to my wise friend, it will probably be called Georgium Sidus, to flatter. Some king, or perhaps Uranus planet, not in recognition of its anxious influence is Uranic, but to respect the nomenclature inspired by the Greco-Latin pantheon, and so no one will any more wonder about its existence, as we did those boys in 1697, who are now dust or preparations for dust, although some seed may remain. What a remedy, when my remedy disciples revive one day my society of enlightened ones, my small lodge on the square of the Jaguars, and you shall no longer sing, Bernabe, because here all ends, for the fear, all ends, for the wave of shadows that is coming is wide and indiscernible. Now shut up, and do not continue out there in the highway where everyone mocks your lamentation, with your white. Don't leave me, don't make me cry, because even that rascal, dressed as a Jesuit, who came to see me to try to tempt me with freedom, madman to the point of being unable to. Remember that Jesuits are proscribed from the Indias, could not outwit me with his seducing words, because I told him to go away from my sight, dweller of Zardines, master of Zardines, master. Tretas, too late you remembered me, too late you thought about the weave of crowns, who already weaves her own, and he only hit, before giving me his back, a spittle that formed on the floor, a circle of fire, and I laughed with great pleasure. And the witch of San Antero laughed too, yes, with very good humour, she who tomorrow, when the sun goes out in the twilight and shines far and perfidious, the planet Genoveva, will wear a sambelio where there is represented a bust on ashes, surrounded by flames, a conical hat with devils painted, and a corona with grotesque allegories, while a crowd delires in malevolent joy in the Plaza Mayor, and some neighbours take out the seats of their rooms to rent them to whoever wants to watch the show comfortably, and from the chapel of this inquisitorial palace will come with her the green cross procession, to which the head will march, 2 by 2, with a lit candle in their hand, members of all religious communities in Cartagena de Indias. After them will be the commissioners, consultants, and officials of the Holy Office, with their secretaries, the chief bailiff, the prosecutor, then a Dominican friar, who will carry, under a black velvet pallium, a large green wooden cross covered with black lace, behind which the Inquisition musicians will play the Vexilla Regis. They will arrive with solemn slowness at the great platform, adorned in black, with its altar of 12 candles, while the bells of the cathedral sound the death knell, and the witch of San Antero is forced to sit alone on the steps, and the prosecutor, Brother Juan Felix de Villegas, will climb up to his throne, having carried the banner of the throne. Holy Inquisition during the procession, made of carmine silk, with the black arms of the Dominican order, and the royal arms embroidered in gold. At this point, the civil authorities will appear at the other end of the square, between piercing fifes and pounding drums, ready to take over the execution of the sentence, since it is well known that the Holy Office never judges anyone, and boasts of having never shed a drop of blood. Once the transfer to secular power is official, a Dominican friar, dressed in white, will climb onto a platform which will serve as a pulpit, and reading the holy text he will ask the present to distrust false prophets, who come dressed as sheep, but are wolves in sheep's clothing, for no thorns bear grapes or fig trees bear figs, except all good trees bear good fruits, and all evil trees bear evil fruits. Therefore by our fruits we shall be known, and as he speaks, the municipal henchman will stoke the great fire. Not long after he finishes speaking, my good friend, my fatuous witch, will be thrown into the flames, so that nothing is left of her but the horrible cry in which even the Pope of Rome would exclaim if she were thrown into the fire, but the attendees will interpret it as the cry of the soul at the moment it is snatched away by Satan. Yes, this will happen tomorrow, but I don't know if it's the witch of San Antero, or if I myself will be the chosen victim, the chosen lamb, but I think it will be her, because for my turn to come it will have to shine in the sky of Cartagena, in that sky that Federico Goltar scrutinized with such fiery passion and hope, the full moon of April, under which I can say good-bye to my restless memories and ghosts, to see how my ghost and memory merge with the thick shadow of death and the dead, and then to understand that, just as I could now compose the biography, fickle or arrogant, of my century, so too will the faces of those who have been, and those yet to be integrate, At the End of Times, The True Face of God. Bogota, July-September 1969. Cartagena, May-June 1971. Nairobi, November 1977, January 1978. Bogota, October 1980, April 1981. Geman Espinosa, Cartagena, Geman Espinosa, Cartagena, de Indias, Colombia. A30, 1938. Bogota, October 17th, 2007. Doctor in Humanities, he served as a diplomat, journalist, and college professor. Among his novels are The Ballad of the Sparrow, The Rain on the Straw, The Courtings of the Devil, The Magnicide, The Weaver of Crowns, The Sign of the Fish, The Symphony of The New World, The Tragedy of Belinda Elsner, and The Eyes of Basilisk. Among his books of poems are Eclobes of Twilight, Interludial Songs, Subterranean Clarity, A Reinvention of Love, Songs, and Playful Exclamations of Juan the Mediocre, A Circumnavigator's Diary, a book of spells. Among his books of short stories, The Night of the Climber, The 12 Winters, News from a Convent, The Black Card, and A Song for Bats. Among his books of essays, Guillermo Valencia, Luis Carlos Lopez, The Hare in the Moon, and The Adventure of Language. 2 biographies, Lino de Pombo and Federico Lleras Acosta. Books of Chronicles, Chronicles of a Wandering Knight, and a theatrical farce, El Basilius. He has been translated into various European and Oriental languages.